Oh,
yeah. And we're live. Hello and welcome.
Damn you, Brisology.
Hours 30 to 40. Brisology just accidentally canceled the stream, but it was about time to restart. Every 12 hours, YouTube makes us restart. We're in an amazing 48-hour stream. We really appreciate everybody tuning in and everybody showing up on screen. We have Toby One Hexobi and Crypto Class here. I'm your host, Matty Allen, streaming live from the Bitcoin conference / Hex meetup.
nice.
Oh, dude, I just
Very nice.
Sure, that's awesome. Bitcoin Hex. That's old school.
It's true.
Matty.
Brisology accidentally just killed the stream. And, we need
Do you
to
forgive
highlight
him
that.
yet? How rapid is your forgiveness? I'm just asking.
Oh yeah, we're fine. He's been doing so much. But I'm gonna roast him like probably for the next 3 years.
I believe you as well.
He's the guy being a continuous 48
Matty,
hours.
Richard Hart had just tweeted out the link and then now it's gone forever. So
he might tweet the new link. You never know. He's a generous man.
Well, hey,
I don't want to ask too much.
Hey,
and then it's not as good to give Brisology shit for 3 years. So
do it. He deserves it. No, I'm just kidding. Love you, Briz. He wouldn't answer my question. It was inappropriate though, so I don't blame him.
Well, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if we can get a new all-time high on Pulse. Maybe forgiveness will come a little bit.
Oh, we can pump it. Okay, look.
Faster.
PLS has done a 7x in 4 days. So
yeah,
this is the lowest it's going to get people. Like
here.
if you haven't bought Pulse on PulseChain, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Do you want to work in your lame job forever? Maybe you do.
Maybe we can make Brisology like his punishment is to like make 500 YouTube accounts and then like all tune in here at the same time to make up the difference.
Oh, so we got 42 through the bridge, 42 million through the bridge. 50 more million's going to come through. That's a lot. Surpass Polygon on Dex Screener, number 4 on Dex Screener after 1 week of launch. And Dex Screener is a big deal. Like if you're into DeFi, you know Dex Screener, right? The fact that PulseChain is not being gatekept on Dex Screener and it's number 4 is a massive achievement. Absolutely massive. And to have that amount of volume in 1 week, despite the bridge, being clogged because everyone's so passionate about getting in, like that is just accolades to RH. And the liquidity pooling is just genius. It's impeccable and it's been a fair launch and not just for Hexicans, but across crypto. And I appreciate that. And it's still a good buy. So it's designed to be a good buy. Like he's some kind of maths genius, right? He's giving people this opportunity to have a good buy for a couple of weeks when we launch. So people need to get on to this opportunity. I'm being just, using every ounce of my energy to keep what I've got, but at the same time try and think, do I have any dry powder for this or, trying to learn about the system. And it's been incredible. It's been a hell of a ride. The opportunities are endless and the compounding opportunities, yield-bearing opportunities, which is in the finance world like unheard of. So, I'm not usually like a bullish person. I would say in general, I'm quite a bearish person. But this amount of opportunity, I think I've been sleeping 4 hours a night for the last month because I need to really know about this opportunity. So I'm so grateful for PulseChain, and it's incredible.
Hey, Class. Hey, Class, for people that might not know you, and like one of the things that I notice about my onboards is it's literally some of the smartest people I know that are the ones that click into it and really go for it. And you obviously are one of the best and brightest. Did I say breast? I'm sorry. The best. And
I don't mind. I have breasts.
One of the best and brightest.
I asked Briz if he had nude pictures on his Twitter, so don't worry.
It is after midnight my time, so
I can deal, man.
We'll use that as an excuse.
You're forgiven.
But she is brilliant. She's a very smart woman. You're a doctor. You work in the emergency department, if I'm not mistaken, and that's public information.
Yeah,
so
probably.
I'm not disclosing anything that's not already out there. So obviously a very smart individual. I also found out from her that in Australia, right? Is Australia? That it's instead of calling it an ER like we do in the US, it's called an ED, emergency department. So she told me that she was an ED doctor. So immediately my filthy 13-year-old brain came up with all kinds of erectile dysfunction jokes, and luckily I did not say any of them. I was very polite.
I had to take it down from my bio because I had this one DM. I won't reveal any details of the DM, except to say that it was comprehensive in its issues, but also like genuinely wanting help, like just being just so genuine about their need for help. And it's not my area of expertise, but
did he Claus, was he trying to make you see if you could help him get up and to the right?
He was, and but in the most respectful, honest way. And I felt compelled to help, but unfortunately it wasn't really so I had to take it down from my bio so I wasn't like misleading people. But yeah.
Right.
It has led to some funny DMs. Yeah.
That's funny. I bet. But yeah, but that's I don't know if Maddie's had the similar experience, but it just seems to me like the people that are the brightest that I know that I've talked to Hex about are typically the ones that are the most eager to get in. The ones that are very bright but super reluctant are people that are involved in traditional finance. So as a rule, those people, they're so entrenched in the way that traditional finance work, they just can't understand what it's backed by. They're always waiting for what it's backed by. However, there is one guy that works for the company that does the financial management for my parents' portfolio. And I preached it to everybody, right? But this one dude who's like technically, quote, their bean counter, so obviously a numbers guy, a younger guy, he got in and he's a Pulsican now and he is elated. So I was joking with him the other day. I said, hey, my parents are paying you like 0.6% a year to manage their portfolio. Do I get something for, turning you on to the best asset in the history of man? So he said he's going to buy me a beer. So I figured that's fair play.
What? No.
I know.
That's not
I'll
gonna
take it.
do.
I'll take it. I don't even drink, so it's gonna be a non-alcoholic beer. Where's Ross? Where's Ross? My favorite Hexagon of all time. He was in the chat, busting my chops earlier. And there's Craig's back. So Maddie, have you gotten sleep at all? Because I know the last time you did one of these crazy long ones, you just kept going like a maniac.
Yeah, I got some sleep. I'm gonna sleep a little bit more when Tangent comes back. But yeah, like this is a first of its kind. Oh, here, I got something for you. So I'm training to break the world record.
Ooh.
For longest live stream interview. It's only 38 hours. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm testing myself.
We almost got it, and then Briz blew it.
No, I mean, yeah, Briz blew it. I mean, what's more important, Richard Hart getting the word out about your stream or being in some dumb book of Guinness World Records, right? But like, here's how the Guinness Book of World Records works. You have to sign up 12 weeks ahead of time. You have to pay them $10,000. You have to fly their judges out. And then the last guy that broke it, I think he got to take a 5-minute break every hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, you can do 38. I stayed up 30 hours just a couple days
38 ago. Is incredibly achievable.
Yes, that's right. And
yep.
I think that so I think that would be a good thing for me to do in like 3 months from now.
You can do it easy. Months. You would do it so easy.
You guys can all come back on and help me achieve the world record.
Absolutely. Done.
So so I'll be getting some sleep, but not too much. Cool. Are you kidding me? RH tweeted the new link to the stream. Yeah.
Hey.
Well, I threw an ad. I busted Priz's cojones and said that he had accidentally ended the stream, and I tagged Richard. I was like, please retweet. So maybe he saw it. Maybe he saw it.
We're back in the game, Richard. Everybody.
Maddie, I haven't heard your take on what went down with PulseChain launch. Like, I want to blow for blow, like how you were feeling, like what you thought. Like, did you FOMO? Did you make any sudden moves, or were you just like a cucumber?
I was like, I was trapped in an airport. I waited 2 years. There was only like a handful of hours in those 2 years that I was trapped in an airport, and this was one of them. But it's fine because look, I always preach anyway that you shouldn't trade and you should, you know, practice with small amounts of money. So I was sitting there practicing with, you know, $10, $100 at a time. And yeah, so I'm still pretty happy. Look, I know that there were people out there that were pushing themselves to the limits to try to make a trade. A lot of people got wrecked because they didn't know the difference between USDC that was copied and the real USDC, and people sending money every which way. Yeah, so I all right, here's what would happen. If I made a bunch of money doing some like, you know, genius mega brain scheme, like trading around all these different things in 2 seconds, and I made like a 10x on that, I would probably get addicted to doing that. So I would probably lose it all trying to find the next play when PulseChain only launches once in your entire lifetime. So that's another reason why I just like try to stay away from the whole, you know, addictive trading game.
Chasing the dragon.
Maybe it's just cope. Maybe it's just cope that I didn't really have the chance.
No, I don't believe the opportunities were at that point. Like, I don't believe that, like I was explaining before, the swapping thing, I think there were fair deals. If you wanted to take a small portion of your bag, you could have had a fair deal. But I think for instance, the ratio of PLSX to PLS was between 3 and 4 to 1, which I think is as fair as it was ever going to get, right? Like at that ratio, a small portion of your PLSX you may have swapped. Like, I'm not saying the whole bag. I'm saying like 10 to 30 to whatever you felt comfortable with %. So there was some fair deals going. And the fact that I think the HEX to PLS ratio is 1 HEX to 200 PLS, or between 100 and 200 PLS, which was what I thought before it all went down would be fair, right? And again, you may have wanted to do like a small portion of your bag. So these are small portion deals. And I think it was designed to be very fair. And, you know, people that bridged over got a great deal as well. And the deals are still going. So I think the launch has been incredibly fair.
So you would say that there was a deal when it came to like swapping PLSX for PLS? Is that what you said?
No, just in terms of perhaps like one of your bags was a bit lower than you would have liked. Then a small portion of your PLSX you may have wanted to swap over. But I think it's such a good deal that each side feels like they're winning. And that's when you know you've got a good deal, right? Like if you did nothing, you feel like you're winning, because why would you swap your PLSX at a 3.5, right? And if you're gaining PLS at such an early time, you also feel like you got a bit of a deal. And it was only a small portion of your PLX bags. So I think there were fair deals to be made there. But I don't think that going madly swapping like entire bags from one to the other was where it was at. And I think the bridging it over, which all of crypto has the opportunity to do, the prices are still at it's fantastic deals across the board still. And I think that's the fairest that it could have been. Like Richard Hart tweeted a week before it went down that he was going to launch, so that this is not just a Hexican situation. This is like a whole of crypto situation. And the fact that, you know, Dex Screener is listing PulseChain, like we're not gatekept, because we're for everyone. Like DeFi is for everyone. So yeah, I've been extremely happy with how it's gone down.
Thank you, Archip. I know there's a way to say this word.
Archipelago?
Yes.
Archipelago.
Thank you for the $50 super chat. Great stream all. Thanks for what you do. Rocket ship to the moon. Thank you. Okay, so here's the situation I was in. I didn't know that there was going to be a PLSX sacrifice. So when I heard, and I was time locked with HEX already. Okay. So I wasn't, you know, I wasn't playing around with money that I didn't need. And then here comes the Pulse sacrifice. And I'm like, all right, I'll stretch. I'll go back to living my basic, lifestyle, that sort of thing, which I'm used to. That's fine. So I sacrificed as much as I could for Pulse. And then boom, hit me a second time with another sacrifice. Surprise. My stakes hadn't come out yet because it wasn't a year later. So then I stretched even more. And I'm happy I did. But at the end of the day, I didn't, I have less PLSX than I do PLS. And even though I want to go chasing it, I don't know. I think I'm going to DCA maybe some Pulse into PulseX. And, but it feels pretty good to not do anything. At first, I heard everybody's story oh, I made so much money gambling and trading and all that. But, that's good. Good for them.
Said all I did, to be honest,
I think it was a blessing because it's I was. Oh, go ahead, Craig.
I was gonna say all I did was first couple of days I took a small percentage of my sacked reward tokens, made an LP pair, got a few ink, and then swapped that for more PLS. So kind of got in and out quick, and increased my PLS bags by about 10% or so. And was like, okay, that's all I'm doing. I'm sitting on my hands from here out. I got a couple more PLS, but otherwise, I didn't ratio trade any one for the other or anything like that. Didn't want to take a chance.
Nice. Did you guys hear the tragedy of my pizza? Okay. Did you hear about that?
Oh, what happened?
Yeah. What? So I was really hungry. I was really hungry last night, and so I got the bright idea. Maybe I could pay some PLSX for a pizza, right? Because I didn't think that had ever been done. That was the first real world Bitcoin original transaction. Somebody paid 20,000 Bitcoin to.
It's great marketing. I heard pizza, bits of it as I was driving, and I thought it was genius.
Well, I was sitting there getting hungrier and hungrier, and this pizza is sitting in front of me. I'm trying to send the PLSX. I'm getting some sort of RPC error or something. I just I'm looking really dumb. There's hundreds of people watching. I'm about to have a major loss for the team. So I went ahead and just paid in Pulse. So that.
So you paid 4 times.
How much money?
So I made a deal because he was. B-Rad was just going to give me the pizza, but I was like, no, I want to pay for it in the real world. And I said, would you be willing to accept the same amount of Pulse as Bitcoin? And so I paid 20,000 Pulse. Yep. Which is way, way, way higher price for Pulse. It was a way higher price for Pulse than you could. But hey, how are you supposed to bridge in and get anything, right? So it's a good deal all around.
I respect that, Maddie. Yep. I think it was worth it for the marketing. And I didn't quite hear what the toppings were on the pizza. If you don't mind to just go over that just so I know.
Yeah. It was a barbecue chicken pizza.
And
nice.
one
barbecue
pizza
sauce. Yeah, it would be barbecue sauce.
It's all built into it,
Yeah. Deep pan or crispy?
It was not a deep pan, a regular pan.
And one pizza in the hand is worth 2 on the blockchain.
That's right.
Respect.
Or 4 on the blockchain.
I think that was actually quite a momentous moment for PulseChain in general. There had to be a pizza, and you got it.
I was intentionally trying to not do a Pulse pizza because Hexologist had said he wanted to do it because he did the Hex pizza. But my choices were go hungry for the night or use Pulse.
I love that.
So, yeah.
No, you had to do what you had to do, man.
Briz was making a pizza, but he tripped on the power cord on the way out and completely unplugged it and lost the entire pizza. He had to start all the way over with a new pizza.
He does that.
Hey, did you happen? Hey, Maddie, did you happen to? Is there a way to get a picture of Briz's face? Because I think it was right when he ended it, and maybe we only saw it in the green room.
I saw it. It was this most horrible, shocked,
his face,
This is
He
it.
was like so
Yeah.
mortified.
That is what his
like, he
face did. He
realized in
was
that
really
split second what he
mortified
had
with
done.
himself, and then I don't think he's going to come back because he was that mortified.
Really, he's
Bill.
been a huge
So
help,
funny.
and I couldn't have done this without him. So, yeah, I guess the roasting can
great,
end
man.
now that we got the viewers back.
I don't know. I was talking about
Yeah,
pizza. I don't know what you
they
guys
came
are talking about. I tell you what, that is easier to do than you think.
But hey, back to the.
By the way,
Hey,
There he
Freddie
is. What's up,
Quotes.
Freddie?
How are you guys?
Oh wait,
Good.
Hey,
How
Freddie.
are you,
Wait.
Freddie?
hold on. Nobody talk.
Freddie
Hold on.
Quotes
We
in
gotta
the house.
do the transition. Oh, I'm not in the right brand. All right, ready, set.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Hey.
Yeah,
Freddie.
man. Dude, that song still gets me hyped up to this day.
That song sounds familiar.
it's
It really gets me amped up.
it's
Yeah.
good, man.
It is.
The
It's at
PulseChain
top
anthem is
and the bottom
just as
of
good.
my Hex playlist.
Is it really?
Can we play it? Can we play the PulseChain
yeah.
anthem?
It's
I
up
don't
to
know. It might
me.
be copyrighted. You might have to talk to the owner. I don't know.
It's
Is it up? Wait, is it? No, it's
yeah,
not out
no,
yet,
it's
is it?
up. Yeah, we released it on
What?
the day
How did
that
I
Pulse
miss it?
launched.
Did
I don't
you?
know. Yeah,
How come I haven't
See,
heard
I've been
it?
so-
Can we
I've been
please
so
hear it on
busy.
stream?
because Richard hasn't retweeted it. Retweet it,
Dude, can we
Richard.
play it?
Retweet the
Please.
song, Richard.
He retweeted. He retweeted this stream and then tweet it out, Freddie, and then also do that, and then
It's
'cause
my
I think
pinned
maybe
tweet.
he saw me
It's your
pleading with
pin
him to
tweet.
retweet.
I can do this.
It's your pin
I'm
tweet.
Gonna get it.
It's my pinned tweet. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
gonna get
everybody
it, Toby?
retweet Freddie's thing. Maybe we'll get Richard to retweet it out. That's awesome. I can't believe I missed it because I knew it was coming.
Oh yeah.
Thanks to Nick JC for the $10 super chat. Yo. Do you guys realize we are 20% volume increase away from overtaking Arbitrum?
That's so cool. That's awesome.
We're just over a 10x from half a penny.
So, Freddie, am I allowed to play your song? Is that cool?
100%. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll just get it up. Yeah.
Have you guys played it on YouTube before and it didn't give a copyright strike?
We made the beat. We made all the lyrics. We own 100% of the song completely, 100% by Hexicans.
Okay.
Scott V made the beat, and then Casey and I. It's not. So he hasn't released it yet through. Who he went through? What was that distribution place? So it's not on. It's not anywhere yet. Like it's not on streaming services, so it wouldn't be picked up. I don't think it's going to be another week or two before it's out and like monitored, if that makes sense. So there's no way that it would get any type of strike or anything on it right now. It is completely
Sounds safe.
copyright free. Yeah, sound safe. Now once the distribution goes through and it's on like Spotify and Apple Music and all that stuff, then maybe, because I think I gave you the information before for the Hexagon Anthem, right? Because I think maybe you had gotten a strike for it, Maddie. Back
I
in the
got
day.
strikes for
This
stuff.
is like
Look, let's
years
just
ago.
for historical purposes, let's just let's
Yeah.
drop the link here so everybody can go listen to it. But we already had Brisology rug the stream here just a second ago. So
He's never gonna live
honestly,
that down.
YouTube is like too strict. It
Yeah.
sucks. But if you want to put it in the
Here,
private
play it
chat, then we
Tuesday.
can
It's like
we
not
can
as
get
much
it trending on
stake.
Twitter again.
Yeah, let's see here.
Cool. Yeah, I just retweeted your tweet and tagged Richard. So everybody do the same, please and thank you.
Let's go.
Copy.
Freddie, tell us how did it all go down for you, man? How was PulseChain launch?
So I follow like a lot of people on Twitter. So, you know, I get alerts for a lot of people. So Richard's kind of get lost in the mix, but my wife is still relatively new and doesn't follow a ton of people. So she was constantly giving me updates every time Richard would tweet something. And we were sitting on the couch and she was like, "Oh my God, it says PulseChain is live." And I was like, "No, you can't be serious." She was like, "Yeah." And like, we were like right in the middle of putting our son to bed, right? It was like, I
That's
want to
awesome.
say it was like 8 or 8:30 Eastern time last Friday. So like, we're both scrambling, trying to, you know, get him down and whatever. And then, you know, get onto our computer and jump onto Twitter Spaces and do whatever we could to see what was happening and all the excitement and calling all the onboards and receiving calls from onboards. And it's been cool because I'm sure, like all of you, right? We've all onboarded so many people and we got so many people to sacrifice. And if they missed the first sacrifice, then they definitely got in on the second sacrifice. And even still, there's more people who wanted to get in after the second sacrifice. So over the last 2 years, there's just been this pile of people, family and friends of friends and friends of family who we've told and onboarded, and, you know, maybe they purchased HEX for this and that. So this last 7 days has really been I don't want to say a challenge, but it's been a lot of work just helping everyone else get all their stuff ready. We knew that we were just going to kind of sit and chill. We did a little bit of farming, but nothing too crazy. And then other than that, we just kind of, you know, sat back, kicked our feet up, and had a lot of fun in Twitter Spaces. But yeah, helping everyone else was the biggest thing for us since Pulse launch. Just trying to get everyone in, because most people, they don't know anything about crypto. I mean, it's crazy enough to try to get them to download a wallet and not take a picture of it on their cell phone. You know, like, don't take pictures, write this down, put it in your safe. And even still, there's like at least 3 or 4 people who I've onboarded who have lost their seed phrases. And like, I emphasize that up front. I'm like, this is super important. If you lose this, you lose all your money. Do this, this, and this. And they still don't do it. So it's like, man, it's kind of frustrating. There's a couple people I've kept backup seeds for them just because I know they're just super flaky and 100% irresponsible. Like some of my buddies, it's like, come on, man.
We had to
Like,
do the
I'm not
same
even
thing.
lying. Yeah, it's like,
I
I have
onboarded
a couple like that.
I onboarded a guy from work last year, and he straight up like just reached over and grabbed a Wendy's napkin and just like, when he created his account, like wrote it on there. I'm like, I looked at him. I'm like, you gonna copy that over on something else, right? Oh yeah. I bet you it's still on his desk, like under his keyboard on a Wendy's napkin.
It's got like grease stains on
It's
it.
like, sure, I've got a McDonald's napkin at home.
Yeah.
Is
I'll
that
convert it on
sun
my
or
McDonald's napkin. Fresh one when I get home. I'm like, hey, I got him to sell $700 of it was SHIB or something, and go and sell it, and then go and get HEX and stake it for 5 years actually too. So I don't bring it up anymore because HEX was 16 cents at the time. So I was like, I'll ask him in 5 years. We'll be in a much better place, and he'll have a copy on PulseChain.
Toby, did you get your?
Okay, yeah, I just dropped a survey on the YouTube stream. Do you have a hardware wallet yet? I'm bringing this up because a napkin is not going to cut it. You know, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, but just, you know, to have the best security possible, you know, to be able to handle your self-custody. I know that a lot of people are still learning, but now is a really good time to order your hardware wallet from the link in the description below and get it set up.
Yeah, you're one spilled cup of coffee away from losing all your crypto, or one sneeze, maybe.
No doubt.
Write it down in more than one spot.
Maddie, I have a question for you about your wallet. And this might be a stupid question, but so like with other crypto wallets, every other crypto wallet, I'm pretty sure you can just upload it into like a Trezor. You could still do that with your wallet, even though there's 2 seed phrases.
So Time Pays Me is not a wallet. It is a smart contract that you hold in your MetaMask, let's say, and you can have your Trezor plugged into your MetaMask. And we actually strongly recommend that. And so the reason why you would want to have like a second seed phrase set up is because even if you have a Trezor plugged in, you're like clicking it really fast because you're like, I do this every day with my Hedron stakes, and what if somebody hijacked the Hedron front end and they made it look just the same as normal? And you're like, I thought I was already connected to this site, and you click connect again, right? And it all looks pretty normal. A lot of people, when they're pressing their Trezor, they're not really like paying attention to what the what the nonsense on the screen says. And so so that would be a good, it's a good situation. Or if your seed phrase is compromised, I mean, a lot of people, they're time locking for a long time. And that's the other thing that Time Pays Me allows you to do, is to time lock your PulseChain and PulseX tokens. Any ERC or PRC20 token, you can time lock Ethereum, which is technically a coin, not a token. You can time lock PulseChain coins as well. So it'll drip back to you over time. So it's like the amount of time that you served is the amount of coins that it's the percent that you can withdraw. So it's kind of like with Hedron, except you're putting the coins up yourself. So like if you time lock for a year and you serve a week is 2% of a year. So you can withdraw 2% a week. You can also do a hard lock with Time Pays Me. So let's say that, let's say you don't want to worry about Ethereum fees in 15 years from now, you could hard lock some Ethereum alongside your HEX stakes. And that way you could have enough Ethereum to get out.
So how does it work? Is it going to be like we go to a website and then connect our wallet like we would to like Uniswap or something like that?
Yeah, it's just a dApp where you click create vaults, and it will it's kind of like when you create, so it's creating it's a smart contract factory where you create your own smart contract. And that's the same thing you're doing when you're creating like a Uniswap position. You're creating your own smart contract. And that's important because we like self-custody. That's like a really important thing in crypto. It's a really important thing in HEX. And so when you go to the website, you click like, so it's just a dApp basically, just like the HEX front end. You click buttons and it does stuff on the blockchain, and it makes it really clear.
Super cool. And you said that'll be out in a couple of weeks, right? 2 to 4 weeks.
2 to 4 weeks, because I added the behavior change stuff to it. So.
Ooh, that's exciting. I heard that when I was driving the other day to my art lesson, and I was like, I wonder what behavior. I have so many behaviors I need to change. It's like, which one do I choose?
Yeah.
I might need to have multiple situations set up with you, Maddie.
So the way that the game theory works for that is, let's say that you want to set a goal of what's a goal that you would set?
Oh, there's so many. It probably would be a step count. I would go step count. Yeah.
So let's say you wanted to take a certain number of steps per day, and if you hit it like every day for 2 weeks, or what they say it takes a month to change your behavior or something like that. So what you do is let's say you take a certain amount of Pulse coins and you time lock them with a behavior lock. The behavior lock is going to give you like a 6-digit password that is only going to show once. And then you give that to whoever is going to be your behavior validator. So like a person, maybe it's your partner or your doctor or somebody, like who's always homeless on the street, like in the same place every day, right? Like it could be anybody. And, maybe they're going to look at your Fitbit and verify for you, validate. Basically, when they give you back the password because they've been convinced that you changed the behavior, then the funds can be unlocked automatically for you. And if they don't give you the password back, then basically the punishment is you have to wait for a year for it to be unlocked if you don't change the behavior. And that's also a fail safe in case, you know, like the homeless person like gets a home and then they're not there anymore.
So that's a year in addition to the time that you set for your lock.
No, it's just a year
It's 1
period.
year. Okay.
So you're time locking for a year, and then if you change the behavior and get the password back, then you unlock the funds immediately. So yeah, it's going to be really cool because this is an area of psychology that has a really strong effect size, and it's so much so we don't even really think about it. Like in my laboratory, we paid people $1,000 to quit smoking tobacco cigarettes. But I think it works when people are trying to increase their exercise, eat healthy food. Like even when you work, a lot of people work in a way that kind of changes their behavior. They wouldn't be mopping the floor or stitching people back together or whatever you're doing. Unless they're getting paid. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, you know, there are some people who are so lucky in this world that they do get to do something that they love and get paid for it. But a lot of people are just getting paid to do something. And so being able to take your savings and pay yourself, that would be a cool new function of money, in my opinion.
Definitely. I'm excited, Maddie.
Yeah. And you're going to have 31 characters on the blockchain because if I've learned one thing about blockchains is you don't want to clog them up too much. So sure, we could put paragraphs and we could put, 200-page book. We could put sci-vive on there, you know, as like the full text on the blockchain, but we wouldn't want to clog up the blockchain that much. So we're going to limit it to 31 characters. You know, you could put a link to your blog post or something if you really wanted to make it long, but really
I need a blog post.
31 characters.
Yeah, that would be cool to have a blog.
It would.
Hey,
it would.
I lost you guys for a second. Are you talking about validating and being able to put graffiti on your validator transactions?
No, this is it's behavior validating. It's something I invented. It's part of Time Pays Me.
I reckon it'd be a powerful tool, Maddie. Like, it's really hard for people to stick to an exercise regime. Like, I constantly am trying, and even though I'm constantly perhaps not fulfilling my goals, I constantly am trying new ways. So I think it would be, it could be a powerful tool. I better go because my kids are playing in the shed. So I better go and shout out to the shed. But I better go.
Thank you so much for being here. You rock.
It's been great talking to you all, and
good to see you, class.
Thank you for having me. It's a great stream. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good to see you, class. She's great. I'm glad you guys had her on. She should stream more often.
Yeah, she's got a show. You should check it out on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's right. She does. She does.
There's a bunch of women who get together.
Hey, Maddie, you're talking about the behavior modification. Oh, sorry, I got a lag. Go ahead, Fred.
I was just gonna say, a bunch of the women get together and do a stream once a month, like in a private green room. And Amber, I'm pretty sure, has talked about class before. I haven't really met her before or streamed with her, but I've heard nothing but good things. That's all. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, Toby.
Toby, you're muted, I think.
There we go. I muted myself. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is my something. I'm trying to unfuck my connection because apparently now I've got a lag. So it's like I'll see you guys. I'll hear you talk, and then your mouth will start moving. So it just throws me way off on trying.
I'm also
participate.
I have a StreamYard policy. If you drop off, then you get slashed somehow. Somebody shows up at your house and demands pulse tokens or something.
They bring pizza and they demand.
Hey, I slashed myself.
That's right.
They don't leave till you cough up the, till they see the transaction go through.
What was the question though, Toby? One? Sorry.
Oh, I was just commenting about the behavior modification thing because it's like I've got a few friends in my life that have dealt with addiction issues, and one in particular, it actually having a staking ladder was instrumental in them being just on the cusp of 2 years sober. You know, because it
Oh,
just
yeah.
gave them some hope, gave them something to look forward to, and just gave them that piece of hope. You know, of something waiting for them at the end of a difficult trial in their life. You know, so I think the time pays me being able to be used with anything's awesome, but especially with something like Hex, where you're earning trustless yield during that whole period of time, letting your TShares do that work for you. I think it's great. I think it's really going to help a lot of people in ways that maybe even you don't understand yet, like the ways that it can be used and help people. So I'm super happy for you, and I'm super excited to see it roll out.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really lucky to have the team that I have, and this community I think is going to help make a difference. So super excited about that.
I know you guys have background, Maddie, obviously with the therapy thing, and then Toby one, I think you had some psychology or something before, right? But me in my everyday world,
Yeah, I've got a bachelor's.
Me in my everyday world, I mean, I think everybody's got like a relative or maybe yourself or someone you work with or something that's recovery, whether it's AA or whatever it is. And I've met more people in this community that not only are recovering, but staying sober. And I would have never thought getting into crypto in this community that it would be that powerful to be able to give people a motivation and a hope to straighten, to the strength to straighten their life out and stay on course, and not coming from having, thank goodness, those, things in my life. Like I said, I just really appreciate it. I just can't, never would have thought I'd meet so many people that it's giving them something, it's awesome.
Dude,
Addiction.
Totally. It's a surprise. It's like an emergent property, and it's definitely a good thing. Freddie?
Addiction is tough. I have a friend, guess it was about 2 months ago now. He was in a bad spot, and I went to stay the weekend with him and try to get him to make the decision to go into rehab. And we started with cleaning his house and just going through everything and just trying to get, it's tough, man, because you can't make the decision for the people, but you can go and you can help them and you can do small things to assist them. But at the end of the day, like if they don't want to help themselves, then it's tough. And there's not really much at all you can do. I should probably get some pointers from you, Maddie. You could probably tell me what I could do to help this guy out. But I mean, we got the house cleaned up and we set some goals, and it didn't last but a day. It's tough, man.
Yeah. It takes like changing the environment and people, places, and things, and sometimes it takes like a small win for people to even have any hope or any effort. So
well, so they say, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So it's like,
yeah,
even any chore, normal daily chores, break it up into sections and stuff like that. So, I mean, like Freddie, you're talking about helping him get the house cleaned. At least he sees the act and then the effect of doing that, and give him some room around himself so he can see how little by little he could break out of that stuff. I mean, that's unfortunate that he's still struggling, but
yeah, it's tough, man. Like, and he said it too. He's like, I know I'm hurting my family. I know I'm hurting my friends, but still, it's addiction it sucks, man. It's a terrible disease. It's a terrible disease.
So I usually start with omega-3 because it's like the smallest thing, and
I ordered that for him.
Yeah,
I did 100%.
Yeah, and then like the next step once you have the omega-3 is like you have to make it an automatic thing to be able to use it, and so what I did is I would program myself before I would eat a first meal at home, I would take it. So like if you don't have a trigger in your routine to do something, you're not going to do it. If you have to like rely on randomly remembering throughout your day, you're not going to have it even with you when you remember. It's going to be like this thing that's always on the tip of your mind, but you never do it. So to program, I mean, if this person brushes their teeth, like put it next to your toothbrush. Take it every time right before you brush your teeth. You know, whatever it is. If it has to go like, you know, in the bathroom where you take a piss, like put it there. Wherever it needs to go, that you're going to remember to take it and do it every time you break the seal or whatever.
Well, it's like with smoking, like cigarettes. If anyone listening's smoker or has been a smoker, when you smoke the cigarette, it starts the timer for the next one. I mean, I haven't quit yet. I know Maddie won't probably yell at me for this, but I still haven't quit yet. I say I want to quit. I know it's expensive. I know it's not healthy for me. I can list all these reasons why I shouldn't do it. But I eat and then I want the cigarette, I get stressed out a little bit. I'm on the phone, I'm pacing. I go outside, I light a cigarette. It's like you build these like
habits,
remote control reactions and habits. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like trying to mentally battle yourself to make that decision at the moment, whether you throw them away or you don't buy them or you don't light it or you don't get one from somebody or whatever. It's tough. I don't feel like I'm a weak person, but with the cigarettes, it's been something that I still haven't shaken.
Dude, I smoked cigarettes for a long time, man. And I was at a concert, and my buddy Wes, who is now a Hexakin and a Pulsekin and a PulseXakin, he was at the concert, and I lit up a cigarette, and I was like, "You want one?" He was like, "No, dude. Today was my 6-month anniversary of not smoking."
That's awesome.
And I looked at my wife, and I was like, I was just so proud of him, but I was like, "Holy shit, man! If Wes can do this, I can definitely do this." And then something just clicked, and I'd smoked for a long time, a real long time. March 23rd, 2019. So that's been 4 years now, over 4 years since I quit smoking. But and I had done everything before, like I had tried cold turkey, I had tried all these different methods, but just something about my buddy doing it, him going 6 months, I was like, man, if he can do it, then I know I can do it too. And having someone else to go through it with was kind of cool. It kind of helped motivate me and push me in the right direction to be able to stop.
The most embarrassing thing for me about that topic is I went all through high school, never smoked. Out of high school, started going out to bars with my friends, didn't smoke. I think I was 28 years old, and I would go out with my friends, and the group I happened to be with, they all smoked. So we'd go out after work or something, have a few beers, and they were all like, smoke, 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 smoke. And then one night, a couple shots or something, and I'm like, hey, give me one of those. What's the big deal? And then you get to where you're smoking when you're drinking, and then they passed the law where you couldn't smoke in the bar. And I'd already kind of got hooked. And, fast forward, oh my gosh, 22 years later. So I've had a 22-year habit of smoking when all the peer pressure and all the I want to look cool was in high school crap that I didn't fall into it. And I still picked it up. And then it became that one vice that you feel like, well, I'm trying to do everything else right. I can do this. You talk yourself into bad habits that it's you can condone it. And not to mention what the damn things cost now, if nothing else financially.
Yeah.
If you're not worried about your own health and things like that, at least financially, all the money that's spent on it, what could that go for? We talk about DCAing and stuff. I mean, my God, think of all the hex I could have bought, or how much more maybe I'd had to sack with.
You guys got to give it a try. Time pays me, man. Just pick a behavior, put some money down, get yourself a behavior validator. Hey, you know, one crazy thing is the person who validates your behavior, they don't have to know anything about crypto. They don't have to have MetaMask. They just have to be able to keep track of six numbers. And that's the password that they're going to give you back. So how cool is it going to be when you change your behavior and then you ask them for the password and they're like, oh yeah, you changed your behavior. And then you get paid. And then they just got to see that crypto did something for you that they would probably admire. So
do they have to be there with you when you set it up to put in the password? Like your accountability buddy or
no,
whoever it's gonna be?
No,
Okay.
like, so here's how I would do it is I would just I would set up the password. I would name it with 31 characters. And if you want it to be private, you can just name it like goal number 1. And then I would text it to somebody and then I would delete the text for myself. That's how I would do it. But you could do it any way you want. You could call them up on the phone. You could, email it to them, whatever.
Well, like any behavioral change, it's like you got to start with being honest with yourself. So ideally, the people would be honest with themselves, delete the text, and like really let their hands loose of that reward system, and let it work its magic. So,
Or you could not delete the text and you could like keep a copy of the password. And then if you cheat, then you're right back to where you started, where your savings is literally just your savings and it has nothing to do with you changing your behavior.
Right.
So like, it's kind of cool game theory to be like, what if somebody cheats, like what if you time locked PulseChain, for a behavior lock, and then it does 1,000x and you gave the password to your doctor and you were like, only if I quit smoking can you give me this back for 3 months. And then now your PulseChain did 1,000,000x in like 2 months and you just bribe your doctor to like give you the password back early. Like you could do that.
Yeah.
You haven't changed your behavior.
It doesn't really help if you're like, yeah, I quit smoking, but now I'm stuck. I'm addicted to huffing paint.
But again, you told somebody about crypto who maybe wasn't into it, and you tried to change your behavior, and you worked on it a little bit, probably. So that's a net positive.
Well, I mean, I appreciate all the stuff we've been talking about since I've been on stream, and then you guys have been talking about for the last day and a half or whatever,
or 3 years.
Well, what I mean is that's what I love about this community. We're sitting here taking a few minutes to talk about these kind of things, which is a marriage between these kind of issues people have, whether it's drugs or alcohol or cigarettes or whatever. It could be an eating disorder. Maybe people stress eat, stuff like that. I mean, pick your bad habit, right? But to be able to link that with behavior and with crypto, that's something Maddie's been doing as long as I've known he watched his stream. And we could sit here and talk about numbers and tokens and crypto and all that kind of stuff. But when you truly link it to humanity and things that all of us either go through or know somebody going through, it shows you just one more layer of how powerful this community is, but also what we're dealing with. Because I mean, money isn't everything, right? I mean, people that have money say that. No, I'm just kidding. But obviously, you need money to exist. As far as food, shelter, all that stuff. But the freedom of being able to keep more of what you've created or what you make, and how you use that, and if it's helping other people. Who knows? Maybe that homeless guy that helped you out to time lock your stuff. Maybe, like you said, maybe he ended up getting some for himself. Maybe you helped him out. Maybe he's not homeless anymore. Who knows? And then if you don't survive, if you don't live long enough to enjoy, you wait all that time to finally reap the benefits, and then you have some health problem from those bad habits, and then you're not even here to enjoy it.
So and all of us in this community, we've already done an example of this where we changed our behavior with time locking, because time locking is changing your savings behavior. People are incentivized with fiat to like not save in the long term because of inflation. The price of everything goes up because the value of your dollars is going down. But with crypto, it flips the script. It's like the longer you hold on to your crypto, the less expensive everything is because your crypto is going up in value. And so if we can change our behavior when it comes to saving, we can probably change our behavior in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Well, and now too is like we're on the cusp of a different kind of challenge for people that are newer to crypto. It's like for those of us that have been through some bulls and bears, bears are tough, but bulls offer their own unique challenges. Because it's like Richard Hart was, his famous thing, like, oh, you could have sold on a double or on a double or on another double or on another double. Well, things like Time Pays Me, things like HEX Staking Ladder, things like that keep you from selling too soon. And a lot of times what people will do, I mean, generally speaking, most people are bad money managers. And all of a sudden, if you've got something that's worth $100,000 or, a significant amount of money, and you're like, oh man, it's like, I'm going to get that money. And then had you left, did you need 100,000? Did you need all of it right then? Really? Maybe when the smarter move is to have it drip to you through Time Pays Me, or have a staking ladder that's like, coming out every month or every 2 months or 3 or 4. And then that way you could pull a little bit off the table, enough to live off of and enjoy some of your gains. And then the rest of it's there to continue to appreciate, especially in a bull market. Because man, it's like, if you're picking tops and bottoms, you're not on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's like there's not many people that can do that.
Something else though too, and this isn't directed to this group here, right? Just in general, I think there's a lot of different streamers. A lot of people were some Hexagon streamers, or people that have been started streaming since PulseChain, SAC, and everything. Some people have money, some people don't yet. Maybe some people had money before they get into crypto. Maybe some people got their money after crypto, and it's not all about money. But it's tempting. Somebody that's still working a full-time job, right? It's tempting to look at certain gains. There's a temptation for me. I'm not speaking for everybody else, but when I see my $5,000 or $10,000 looking like $100,000 or $200,000, there is part of my brain that says, if I cash out right now, I could pay off every bill I have and be debt free, and then maybe I can start over. And it's fighting that little urge to think like, nope. I was working a job paying bills before this happened. I can stick it out for longer. Like you said, sold on the double. So I understand that for people that are fairly new or got in late or whatever we want to say. I'm saying people that don't have expendable, it's an investment to them, or they're trying to build from what they have, et cetera, or whatever. None of my business, anybody's money. But I know from personal experience that there is that temptation, that little devil. Who just said that in chat? Golden Keeper. But that little temptation to be like, for once in my life, I could actually have everything I own or have paid off, and that fight for the patience to just stick it out longer. Because right now, it obviously is not the time to get out. We just launched.
Yeah.
It's just the beginning, and I will keep going to work, and I will keep paying my bills and do what I got to do. And when the time's right and things are set up properly, because that's the difference between maybe paying off every debt you have or getting yourself set up to where you can eventually retire early and enjoy more years of your life and your family and all that kind of stuff.
And HEX is still the GOAT because you can earn trustless yield. And if you are obsessed with HEX, like I am, you might even take some tokenized HEX, like some Maximus DAO shit, and you might put it in Time Pays Me, and now you're earning trustless yield and dripping, rewarding weekly juicy drips to yourself, maybe changing some behavior here and there, right? So and being able to undo a hack. So how could it get much better than that? I don't know.
Well, that's that's like one of the things I talked about when I was honored with you asking me to speak at the HEX convention in Vegas back in March of 22.
HEX conference.
HEX conference, excuse me. And it's because HEXPO is going on now, right? HEXPO.
It's a meetup now. Yeah, it's like it's all messed up, but yeah.
Got it. So
not a convention, a conference.
Conference. HEXCO, HEXPO, HEX conference. Got it. But one of the things I said right off the rip was like, making the money is only half the battle. It's like keeping it is the other half.
Yeah.
So how do you mitigate your tax consequence legally? It's like I'm still too pretty for prison. I don't want to go to jail. I'm not doing that shit. It's like I'll pay my fair share. I'll do my civic duty. But
sorry.
I don't want to pay more than I have to. I'm sorry, man.
Sandy B said we need to emergency end stake Toby's mustache.
Dude,
Chad is hilarious.
Do you know what? The way I take it, Craig, is that everyone loves my face so more. They just want to see more of it.
I enjoy the next time I see you, I never know what we're gonna get. I'm like, which Toby?
Well, I'm gonna shave just the top of my head so I can just have like that friar tuck thing going on around the sides. Yeah, I'm gonna mix it up, dude. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna maybe like glue a unicorn thing on the bald spot.
And before I forget to, I was trying to give props to Maddie for the stuff like the linking, the
docking,
the health thing to website. Our crypto lives. Conversation Toby and I had when he was up here a couple weeks ago, kind of the same avenue where he was trying to, he's helping motivate me about my health, because here we are, we didn't even know when he was here 2 weeks ago, we didn't know PulseChain was going to be launched right now. Right. And just some of the stuff he had told me that really got me thinking, like, what am I doing, man? I'm over here so worried about just getting to work and this and that and the other and eating what I can when I can. And, different stuff. We are on the precipice, whatever you want to call it. This is like Hexicans 2.0 thing going here. This is the chance for some of us that weren't here earlier to have our big hurrah with this, right? We're here, we're present, we're part of this, we're invested. We just got to stay alive. We just got to stay alive long enough, So like he was talking about, just like even with me, because I was like, okay, Toby, how much do you think I weigh? Just, you're not going to hurt my feelings. You remember this conversation?
Yeah,
I said, how much?
I'm still mortified about how horrible my guess was. Hey, he was sitting down.
I was in the car. We were driving down the highway.
To give him a good look up and down.
And I said, what do you think I weigh? Just you're not going to hurt my feelings. Just shoot it. He's like, I don't know.
I'll never forget it.
He's like, I don't know, 320, 330.
So sorry, man.
And I'm like, oh my God. Okay, I take it back, man. You hurt my feeling. I'm like, holy shit, man. I'm like, I'm 5'9". What do you think I am? Like, oh man. So I think I'm like 260, but still it's the principle. It's the principle. Right. I'm built like a bowling ball, not, but he was like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, I can't tell. I'm bad at that kind of stuff." I'm like, "No, it's you're still right. Even if you guess what it is, it's still too much, in my opinion. Right? It's not healthy. That's the point." So, with that said, I mean, I'm not married. I don't have kids. A lot of people have other responsibilities that they want to stay alive for. Right? You want to stay alive to raise your family, make sure your kids are taken care of. Right? But still. I mean, I have stuff I want to do. I want to travel. I want to help other people and do other things.
He wants to help other fat white men.
I want to help other 320-pound guys to be able to.
Man, you want to hear something scary?
Yes.
Do you guys know what the average weight of an American woman is?
Oh God.
The average weight.
Has any man ever lived to answer that question? I mean, honestly,
fit, so
like
he'll be all right.
It was 170 pounds.
What?
Wow, that's the average.
You know what the average height of an American woman is?
5'3", 5'2",
5'4".
Oh, what?
So the average American woman is 5'4" and 170 pounds.
Dude, I'm 5'11" and 170.
So you're saying I have a chance? No, I'm just kidding. My soulmate is out there. What you're saying.
There you go.
Okay.
Just go grab you one of those twigs.
All right, well, let's talk about Hart's Law before we get canceled here.
Look out.
All right, so Richard just tweeted, if you don't know what Hart's Law is, period, you should probably go Google it, period. And then I replied below, I said, you've been warned and even told what to Google. And then I linked to the OG Hart's Law tweet from July 24th, 2021. Hart's Law, cryptocurrency prices go up and down with bitcoins because they're bonded by the liquidity in their trading pairs. For instance, in the case of Ethereum, the ETH BTC pair, since they're literally interchangeable with each other, when one gains value, both do. There you have it. What do you think it means? What do you guys think it means?
Well, when things are priced in terms of another thing, you know, and that's what happens when you have all these different pairings. It's like, I remember when I think it might have been the first time he mentioned it and actually called it Hart's Law. When he was explaining it, it was like, I don't know if you've ever read a book and you just feel like, I know this. It's like, did they write this for me? It's like, how do I already know this? It was so intuitive. Like when he said it, it was like, duh, how did I not think of that original? Like, how did I not come up with it? Why is that not Toby Wan's law? You know, how did he beat me to it? But it's just, it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense the way that he described it.
What does it mean for our bags?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, it's like, since, especially with Richard Hart products, it's like, since so many of those things are tied together. I mean, look at the liquidity pools that are already functioning and paying out yield, and Ink, which is another Richard Hart product that is then subsequently linked with other stuff and other pools. They're all going to go up together. They're just all going to drag each other up. You know, even if it's one that's kind of pulling the others along, the rest are going to benefit from that. And people love buying green candles. You know, tell me how many people you onboarded during the bull market and tell me how many people you onboarded during the bear. Most people are going to tell you, I got more people in during the bull because people are scared to buy when it's bloody, which is obviously the best time to buy. Green candles, I'm getting phone calls now already. And it's like, yeah, it's like, where were you, man? It's like, you missed your copy, but still, I mean, I still think it's a good time to DCA in. But yeah, I think all that together and the bull market knocking at the door, it's going to be some, we're getting ready to have a lot of fun.
Are you saying we're all going to make it?
I think we're all going to make it. I think that's a big wog me.
Even little 5 foot 4 inch
Mogwai.
We're all going to
make it. Mogwai? Oh no, this is a Grogu. That's a whole different thing. So cheesy.
Oh man, excuse me.
So cheesy. Toby is pale. Okay, thanks a lot there, Fox Mulder. That's not very nice, sir. It is. All
right, let's stop talking about women's weight. That's like literally a topic that we don't need to talk about.
Well, we were talking about fat men first, if that's any consolation. But yes, I agree. We should probably go back to crypto.
So just for the record.
Yep.
All right, going up the telegrams.
Yep.
We got Hex News, t.me/Hex News saying a Twitter tweet from Richard Hart. I've never tweeted about new all-time highs in Pulse X before. Sure enough, all-time high now.
Nice.
Do you guys think that the flawless uptime and the superior game theory design and like the timing of launching, you know, at the bottom of an impending bear or bull market, do you think that having such a great community who like goes to the Bitcoin conferences and does 48-hour live streams, like believes in things so much that we sacrifice even when we don't know that we'd get anything in return? Do you guys think any of that is helping us out right now with the price?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at any crypto, and the community is such a huge part of it. I mean, God bless the XRP people. It's like they're just gluttons for punishment, apparently, but they still have a community, right? And it's like, and if they didn't, then, you know, I don't think it would be hanging in there like it has. I mean, it's, you know, it's no hex, but God bless them. And I think that community is huge. And because our community's been together so long, And because we have seen mad gains, and we've also, that's kind of like any relationship. If you've been through tough times and fun times together, that just strengthens the bond. And then, when you have things like people talking about omega-3s or Richard talking about longevity research, I mean, there's longevity things that I'm doing now that I had been completely unaware of until I started researching it more, and I was kind of prompted by Richard to do so. And all of those things are so we can be better fiscally and mentally and physically, so those can all dovetail together to have like a more stress-free life, a healthier life, to more fully enjoy it, and then be able to spread that joy to other people through the lessons that we are learning all the time about independence and sovereignty and what true DeFi means. And when you look at the landscape of our financial system, and the looming CBDCs and the social scoring systems and all this garbage that's like getting slipped into our current legislation, it's America. It's America. In case you forget, it's America, and people aren't going to like that. And there's going to be a lot of people that are looking for an alternative. And hopefully we have good legislators in place that are true to that philosophy of our forefathers about, independence, right? So, I mean, I think that is going to be a big boost to our bag, so to speak, as well, but just the betterment of humanity. I mean, that's what I've always tried to do, is help those around me. The way I remember being like 4 years old, I was at a Baptist church, and I'll never forget, there was this story about, and we sang the song "This Little Light of Mine," and the lesson that night was that if you're the kind of person that blows out everybody else's candle, yeah, you're going to look pretty bright because there's no other light around but you. But if you use that same energy and try to help everyone else light their candles and then light more candles, then you glow brighter collectively than you could ever glow alone, right? So that's always kind of been my MO, and I've caught flack over it. Like, not everybody likes an eternal optimist. I literally remember a girl, I was walking into a party once, and I was a little late, and she was a little drunk, so I'll give her a little bit of a pass. And she just turned around and looked at me, and she was like, "Why are you so fucking happy all the time?" And she didn't know what was going on in my life. I just figured out a way to like rise above the struggles that I was in and try to put some good vibes out there, And HEX has been part of that arsenal now, because I'm so excited about it. I've made some genuine real life friends in this community, and I love it. And I love the philosophy underneath. The so many people only got the Richard Hart during the outrage marketing period, and that's been a hard one to walk back. If that's when they found him, to like explain to them and say, hey, go back and watch his earlier videos, whatever. So it's so comforting to see him kind of back in the black t-shirt days mentality and the top hat guy. He was in there the whole time, people. He was gaming the system to get more eyeballs on something to better the world. And, and here we are, like on the cusp of some crazy business. And like, I could not be more excited, and just seeing the community grow like it has. And I mean, more people doing music, more people doing videos. Maddie's like he's one of the goats, in our community as far as just inspiring others to do it. Go back and watch some of Maddie's earliest streams. Adorable, number one. All right. Number two, it's so rudimentary. I think it was like a folding card table or something that you sat at. Your lighting was shit. It's like you didn't have the
audio was bad.
The audio, all of it was bad. But it's like, but you kept plugging along, and it's like, and there was something in there. There was like this little spark. I mean, even from your first streams, man, you could see this little spark, because how genuine you were, and how absolutely elated you were to be talking about this stuff came through. But you didn't have the streaming chops yet. That took time, right? And it's like, as you did it more, he's a fucking pro. It's like everybody looks to Maddie as like, one of the guys to aspire to be like if you want to be a streamer, right? And then you got Hexo, and you got so many others. And then it's like, it's crazy. I don't even know how many there are now. It's like, I mean, when we started out, it was like a handful of us, and I'd pop on a stream and be goofy for a minute, but you guys were leading the charge. And like Freddie, like one of the first to produce like original banging music, it's like my little goofy Hexaco music video. It had its little niche to inspire some people, which I've gotten some great feedback on. All that stuff,
That was super fun.
Yeah.
Can I do you mind if I read the names of everybody who's already streamed on this 48-hour live stream?
Yeah, that's cool. Do it.
All right. So according to my records, We've had Westcott Crypto, Axis Alive, Dollar Cost, Johnny Chaos, David Feeder, Corey Costa, Mike the Investor, Randy Hilarski, Ben Dubard, Rags to Riches, Cabana, Top Gun Hexadian, Papa Boehner.
Yes.
Abit_Hex, Adam Stokes, Crypto 7. I think he's still going to join us. Mango Junkie, Mark Wild, Magic Carpet Ride, Sticker Guy Win, KG of Internet Money, Corey Geary and Dane, Joe Paris, A Wild SJ, ATX Crypto, Famous, Whales Only, Black Hexagon, Lion of KSB.TV, Crispy Man of Hexfire.io, Corripto Stylist, My Life is Awesome, Ben Cage, KDP Crypto, Hodprill, Freddy Quotes, Hexy Bastard, Gen Hex, Hex Machina, Crypto Class.
Nice.
Man.
An illustrious list.
Yeah. And then,
That's awesome.
you know, we're going to have Tangent back on here. Him and Brisology have been co-hosting with me. Shout out to them for putting in the mad hours. And then coming up tomorrow morning, I guess, we're going to have 0x Coast, RH Max, Fashion Coder, Crypto Heartbeat, and Kareem. And I'm still saving space for Richard. Although no expectations. He's got the links. And we've got a lot of spots actually in the middle of the night here when Tangent's going to be coming up here in about 20 minutes. So if anybody's out there and you're not asleep yet, you know, let me know that you can come on stream if you're a streamer.
How many hours to go, Maddie, on this 48-hour epic stream?
Let me do some math here. So we're in the Eastern time zone here, and it's 1:36. So we are in hour 32.
Man.
Or in hour 31 going into hour 32, I think.
Gotcha. 16 to go. Right on.
I was listening from work. I wasn't able to type a whole lot in chat between listening while I was driving and then being at work and stuff. But I was trying to at least get back in to hear each group as the people you were swapping people out all through the day. And this was said, it was like all those names you read off. I was just like, damn. It's like he wasn't joking. He is going to try to get everybody on here.
Oh, yeah.
Maddie,
awesome.
don't play. Maddie, don't play.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work, you know?
Hey, speaking of dream work and teamwork, Freddie, did I hear that you and Westcott are working on something?
Yeah, dude. So we have a song ready.
Nice.
And we were going to have, Staker Class was going to do this funny video for us. And like, we like took still pictures and he was going to put our faces in the actual music video from the song that we did. And it was going to be hilarious, but it was a lot of work for him. And he had to go frame by frame and put our faces in because of the different movements. It was a lot. So, I hope we can drop it this week. I'm just going to record something tomorrow and then send it to him. I'm at the beach here, so I'm going to go out on the beach and just do some goofy, silly boy band stuff and then have Amber like record me or whatever.
Yeah.
People are going to be looking at me like that goofy influencer, like what the fuck is he doing?
And if people don't know, Freddie's the guy in the moon suit, like in the Hexaco music video. So if people think that Freddie didn't do his cameo, he did more than that. He's in the So you were great.
That was fun shooting that, man. That was like a super fun project. The whole community got together, got behind it. It was really cool. Really,
I can't wait to see what you guys got cooking, man. That's gonna be fun. And videos are tough, man. It's like, I mean, we were trying to do something a little more kind of fleshed out, and then we went more for the more bare bones, partially out of necessity, but also because it kind of made it more campy and more like the Office type of vibe with it. You know, so it worked out okay in our case. But man, the video stuff is tough. I mean, that takes like a lot of work. If you're face mapping and doing all that stuff, it's like dude.
It's an NSYNC song, and we were trying to learn the dance, and it's not hard, but it's just like it's a lot. It's a lot.
Dude,
So
I can't wait. It's gonna be
I don't
great.
know. I think we poo-pooed that idea, but yeah, it's gonna be funny either way. The song is awesome. It's so good. Every time I play it, we just bust out laughing. It's just it's hilarious.
Dude, I can't wait. And then you can speak to this, of course. I mean, being an artist, it's like, I've been fortunate enough to do like some backing vocals on some rock albums and different stuff, years ago, and the creative process around the final product is maybe more fun than what you finally put out.
Yeah.
Like just coming up with ideas, spitballing stuff, like all that, working on harmonies, like all that stuff.
Oh, dude, so it's funny. The singing, I love to sing. I can sing, right? And the singing, like some of the parts, I'm like in a falsetto, and like I'm just like belting out, like just acting a fool, acting a fool in the studio. And my sound guy Chris, who does all my recording for me, he came over to my house, and we were down in my studio in my basement, and he was recording for me, and I was on the mic, and we were literally busting out laughing, like we had to cut that out of it because it was like recording it on the on the mic, whatever. But so much fun, man. And and that's the fun part of it, man. Like getting in the studio and being creative and just being stupid and silly and goofy. That's when the most fun stuff comes out. That's when the best stuff comes out, when you're having fun with it.
Totally, man. Totally. Do you guys have any like video that you could throw together, like as an outtakes reel or anything like that on any of the stuff you're working on?
Man, I wish I did. Next
time, get somebody
I try to get
an iPhone or something. Just get some.
I try to get some videos. Yeah, when we record, we have a lot of fun. So I do try to take like snippets and post them up on my Twitter feed when they come out. But yeah, definitely. I guarantee you guys are going to download this song and just replay it over and over and over. It's so good.
Cool. Oh, hey, speaking of people popping up in your feed, it's like you were one of them for whatever reason. HEXvid, HEX, or however you pronounce it, and Richard. I haven't seen them come up in my feed or my notifications forever, like for a long time. Like I would have to either someone would retweet you guys, and then I would see what's up, and then I'd go check out what other stuff you were tweeting. Super aggravating. I just got a new phone recently. I transferred all my stuff over. I went through. I unfollowed everybody. Like just started from scratch. And then went through and refollowed. Now you're popping back up in my notifications. HEX is popping back up. Richard's popping back up. Maddie, I couldn't get rid of him if I tried. He's all over my feed.
It's weird how that happens, though.
It's strange, man. It's like, and like you, Richard's posts. It's like, what the hell?
Well, that too, but like Twitter, it'll unfollow people, and I'll be like, I didn't unfollow this person. What in the heck's going on here?
Yep.
I don't know if that just happens to me, or if that's like a bug in the system, or if it's intentional, or what. It's weird.
I've had it happen.
Buggy
like,
stuff.
Like you followed that person, and then you quit seeing their chats and their tweets, and then you go back and you click it, and you're like,
dude,
I didn't go and unclick this guy.
I did a screen record because it was happening so frequently. Richard had this pinned post for the longest time. And it was like, how in the world has this been up so long and has so few likes? And I know I liked it. So I would like it. And I'd look back like whenever. And then it's like, what? Dude, I know I liked it. It's like, this is crazy. So I literally filmed it, like did a screen record and like went to it, liked it, went away from it, came back to it just while it's recording. And then there it was unliked. It's like, what the hell? It's like that feels intentional, And with the Twitter files and all that stuff that came out, it's like, it kind of makes you wonder if there's some gatekeeping going on with various people or just some general fuckery. And I can't remember the guy's name. He's actually a friend of Gary's of a funding gem. Does a really good, it's like Lion Media or something. I can't remember, like a Lion, Lion. But it's he does videos on like the state of our economy and politics and stuff. But I'll find a link and share it with you guys. But he was talking about the new social scoring system that's coming in, and how all those things are already kind of happening in the background, and they're using stuff like your social media to even affect like your credit scores. And there's a secret. It's not secret. But it's not like publicly available. Like you have to go find it. I think there's a company called like Shift or something where you can get it, and they have a score on all of you, me, you, all of us. and they look at your social media posts, they look at your financial history, they look at all that stuff and come up with a separate credit score for you that companies like Coinbase and Uber and all these different places are already utilizing in their algorithms. So, if it gets more like, the big red threat, on the other side of the world, I mean, they could just turn off your access to things, so it's not even just about CBDCs and digital currency stuff. It's about like, hey, it's like, guess what? Now we're not going to let you fly. We're not going to let you use an Uber. We're not going to let you use an Airbnb. And it's all through like these public-private partnerships. So it doesn't seem as heavy-handed as like just a government thing, but it's already happening. And, you gotta find out about this stuff and fight it where you can and let other people know. Because that's the only way we're going to get people into positions of power that can maybe maintain and preserve our freedoms, because it's I mean, quite frankly, it's like if my parents weren't still living in nearby, I might peace out. I might be in Portugal or somewhere else.
It's crazy,
really
man. People don't realize and understand how bad CBDCs are. Like, they're going to limit how much meat you can purchase.
They're already doing it, like in New York or something, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Richard posted something within the last couple of days.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
Unfreaking believable.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. It's nutty, man. Control the money, control the world. Just like instead of change the money, change the world. Think about who controls the money and who controls the world now. And they're just going to control it even more if they go the digital currency route, the government sponsored digital currency route. DeFi.
You guys, I'm looking at the price. I'm looking on uniswap.exchange. I'm looking at the price of the wrapped pulse that I bought yesterday on stream.
Right on.
It's up 20%.
Sweet.
That's the good news. Here's the bad news, which is also good news disguised as bad news. The slippage on my $200 sell, which I'm not going to do, is 1%. Which means that there's not a whole lot of liquidity there.
What's the slippage?
1%.
Which means price can pump.
Yes.
Hard.
So that gives you a little context on like what Richard is tweeting about Hart's Law. Yep. Google it,
And we're officially back to the thing we always landed on in testnet, which is a 3-to-1 ratio for PulseX to Pulse. So Pulse has been closing the gap there, and we're at that 3-to-1 number, that magic 3-to-1.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to ape in, but I don't know how.
DCA, man. DCA.
Maybe I'll take the time machine. I'll take the time machine back, and I'll sacrifice more. How about that?
There you go.
Just don't cash in those 1/10 of a Bitcoin chips.
Yeah.
Has anybody played around with Portal X yet? That's the Power City thing, right? Like the cross-chain swap mechanism.
I thought it was open, but I don't think it's open yet.
It's not open yet. Got it.
I think they said 2 weeks from launch.
Got it. So they're working it out. Because I know it was already running on other chains, so they're just kind of fine-tuning it for Pulse, I guess. But yeah, I've got some money on the bridge. I'm in that traffic jam with all y'all. So it is what it is. I think in hindsight, I think everybody could acknowledge that that's a choke point. I mean, think of any big city. If there's a catastrophe, like at 9/11, it's like all the bridges, were just clogged.
That was
getting out of the city.
Cell phones didn't work.
That was my analogy when I first got on the stream earlier. Was that if you go to the airport to get on a plane during Christmas weekend to go to Florida, and your plane's delayed and there's snow and all this different stuff, you don't go tell your friends that, man, don't go to Florida. It sucks. The trip to Florida sucks. No, the airport sucked. The time you tried to go to the airport when everybody else was going to the airport sucked. The airport is not Florida. That is just your means of getting to Florida. So if you want to be mad at what happened to you at the airport, but don't blame Florida.
What a great analogy.
Is not the bridge.
Yep. Makes sense.
I have a stupid question. Could they have had more than one bridge pre-launch?
Yeah, can we just copy and paste and give them a different IP address? Probably not that.
Why would you want that?
Two bridges.
More options.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's like
yeah.
it's a great question.
Yeah, I don't think it's a stupid question. It's like
to prevent the clogging. And well,
But
then
isn't that
if you say,
helping
well, then, so was it intentional?
I mean, most things only have one bridge. Most bridges aren't so popular right away.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think they.
I don't think it
realized.
has to be intentional, but maybe it's lucky.
Yeah.
Maybe
Freddie
it's
gave me
just
a
we're so cool.
Yeah.
Freddie gave me a great idea for a new T-shirt though. 2020, May 2023. I survived the clogging. Have a little picture of a bridge, like with.
Like I don't ever get on Facebook hardly ever anymore, but I have friends over there. There was a tornado in Virginia Beach, and I have some friends who live down in Virginia Beach a couple weeks ago, and like you can mark yourself safe from like events. Like I'm surprised nobody has said yet on Twitter.
Safe from the clogging.
I'm safe from the clogging.
I made it across the bridge. I'm safe from the clogging.
One of the jobs I
Nate,
had, we had that. Maybe it was AT&T or something. It was on our work phones where they put out the message to go out, and everybody had to hit it on the app to show you were safe or something.
Yeah.
So like you weren't stuck in a ditch in the ice or something. This clogging can happen all of a sudden.
Yep. It'll ease up and start to flow. And they're working on it on the back end too to help expedite things through. But it's like, I don't know if you guys remember, but like when Polygon, well, I guess it was Matic back then, and the reward token was QuickSwap. And a lot of Hexicans, including me, kind of like aped in over there, and because the fees were so stupid cheap and blah, blah, blah. And then I ended up suffering some impermanent loss. So I learned the hard way on that one. And I don't really generally screw around with LP. It is not for the faint of heart. I think if you're gonna do it, I think PLS and PLSX make the most sense because I'm happy to have more of either, and I think they're both gonna pump. But if you get one that's going up, one that's going down, you're gonna end up with more of the shittier thing, right? So that's impermanent loss in a nutshell. But that bridge, mine, it was right in the midst of Hexo having a meltdown on Twitter. And then it carried over to Telegram, and I think the guy's name was like Rocco or something. That's like one of the head honchos in Matic at the time. And I think Nerd Girl worked with him or for him or knew him or something. So she was kind of trying to be a diplomat in the situation because his money was tied up for over 24 hours. And apparently it was not a small amount. So he was freaking out, and there was no communication. I mean, very, very little, even on their Telegram about what was going on. At least Richard's like keeping people posted. He's been more active in the last week than he's been in a long time. If you look at Hex News, especially, and on Twitter. So that's going a long way to kind of like keeping people informed, kind of calming everybody down so they understand what's going on. And it's just, that's how it happens. It's like, we weren't able to properly stress test it during testnet. And I think they may have underestimated the demand. I'm sure there's speculation is like, oh, is this by design? We hear that all the time. Is like the timing by design? Is the bridge by design? Maybe there's a little bit of that in there, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like Richard's more of a straight shooter. I mean, in my estimation, I don't know the man personally, obviously, but I think that those would be unnecessary risk elements to add in to be flaky like that. It's like, I think it's best to just do the best you can and then manage shit as it pops up, right? And I think that that's what they're doing. So
Kyler, you're hilarious, brother. Yeah, I will say, I mean, we've had 2 years just about, right? He has thought this through completely and entirely on every level and every angle that we don't even know is possible. I'm sure it's been well thought through. And, we're dealing with a very smart man. So, of course, there's a purpose and reason for everything that he does. He's not going to just do something and leave it to chance. He is going to have a purpose for everything that he does. So it's very cool. It's very cool to see him lead the community through something like this and just to watch it grow.
Like you said, too, with I know we haven't seen Richard live stream in a while, which everybody would love to see him stream. But
it's been 130 days, 2 hours and 5 minutes. Just
Do you have a
saying.
timer, Maddie?
But
I might have made up like the rest other than 130 days, but I did calculate that. I did calculate that
hilarious.
accurately, by the way.
but I was
funny.
going to say though, the communication that he does provide between when he has streamed, whether it's live or his videos he used to make, or streaming the interviews he's been on, or even a few times where he's been on Twitter Spaces, that interaction with the founder, I'm not aware of too many other, maybe Hoskinson, but you never. How often do you see like Vitalik talking to the Ethereum community or something?
You
know
don't.
what I mean? So I mean,
He's
you gotta,
rubbing boogers on walls.
yeah, I know. I hate that gift, man. But I mean,
Things you
I mean,
can't
Richard's
unsee.
got a life, and you got to figure all the time. I mean, the time he's put in for all this. The whole expectations of the work of others. I mean, somebody was, I don't know, he tweeted something, and people were like, "Oh my God, you're asking us to send stuff for the bridges to help them with the gas and different stuff." It's like, why don't you? And it's like, are you serious? You seriously calling Richard out to spend his money when he's done all this shit for us to have this playground that we have to do this on? It's like, would you prefer he didn't tell you that it would help to send them some gas, and then we just don't know and they don't get the help? And you know what I mean? He's still making an effort to try to help the situation, and people are still toxic.
Yep.
Why can't you pay for it? It's like, well, because he's kind of done everything else for us. What else? If it was up to some people, he would like stake their stuff for him and claim their stuff for him and everything too, right?
And wipe their butts.
Yes. I just love when he's like calls people dum-dums. I don't know why that, to me, it's so basic, but it's my favorite thing. Oh man.
Yeah, he's done a little bit for everybody, I think. I mean, that irks me when people are asking for more. Yeah, that's a little aggravating, but I get it.
It's
I can see
it's not
frustrating.
DeFi. It's not DeFi if you're looking for somebody to pay for your validation and stuff. It's like,
bingo.
No expectations, remember?
Yep.
Sacrifice, remember? Like,
just be thankful he's even done what he's done, or we wouldn't be sitting here right now, right? I mean, that should be enough.
we got free coins. We were part of a sacrifice set of literally crazy loon birds who just sacrificed our money because we had such mad gains, or we were so good at delaying gratification, or we believed so much in freedom of speech and freedom of movement and the idea that like good things could happen to people who believe in that. And so it's really cool that we got free coins.
And all the alpha, all the live streams with Richard, all the alpha we've got about the crypto world in general, explanations of stuff,
Free knowledge.
free, like you said, stuff that other people would charge you thousands and thousands of dollars to join do their Patreon or their what do you call clubs or groups or whatever to get that kind of information, and he's just spitting it out.
OnlyFans, I think.
Onlystashes.com. But you know what I'm saying? He's out there like just breaking stuff down, explaining Hart's Law, all that stuff. You got people out there that won't give you the time of day if you don't subscribe to their Telegram or something, I don't know. I'm thankful. Richard, if you're listening, thanks, man.
Hey, Richard, if you're listening, refollow me on Twitter, bro.
Richard, if you're listening, can you
Why
tell
did he
Toby to
unfollow
shave
you?
that Mustang out?
Hold up.
Mustang.
Don't
That's what I'm going to call it from now on, the Mustang.
Why did he unfollow you?
Mustache.
Well, I was caught up, I think, in the dragnet of anyone speaking kindly to other communities. I was thinking.
I literally, I
David,
asked
a bunch of people
Richard
got
the
hacked.
last time 130 days ago, 6 hours and 2 minutes ago. Okay,
And he addressed it.
I asked Richard
He addressed it wonderfully, actually. I felt 100 times
what the
better after I
dealio
heard it.
is. Yes, I asked for guidance.
Maddie
Well,
has a doomsday clock on his wall that has the countdown from the last time Richard live streamed.
Do you know what's funny? Is I actually the thing that really sunk in for me when he said that, or when he spoke to that, because it's like there's guys like Abe and stuff. It's like obviously these guys are hardcore hexagons. They traveled the country, man, to like promote hex and like get people to build staking ladders and do all that stuff. So for even Abe to get unfollowed because he was being kind to Doge, Pulse Doge, and some other stuff, it's like he was pointing out like, hey, there's guys out there grinding. He said it, and he appreciates people like that are doing it. His thing is that if you're talking about other tokens and he follows you, your activity shows up on his followers' feed. And he is trying to avoid people seeing this other stuff because invariably, it's a community of degens. There's a lot of people that have, some are bigger degens than others. And they're going to get, especially in a bear market, they're going to get enticed by another shiny thing. And it's like, I mean, look at the Pulse Bitcoin and ASICs chart. I was talking to Briz about that. And it's like it went down. It's like down like 90% or something, like just in the last couple of days. It's just brutal, And I mean, yeah, it's doing okay over on PulseChain, and maybe it'll balance out, maybe not. But Richard Hart was right. And the thing that really stuck out to me, and it's like I literally wrote him a message. He didn't read it, but I wrote him a message, and it's like from that point, it's like I thought to myself, what was my Twitter even reinvigorated for? My Twitter's been around since 2009. Hadn't used it in forever. I fired my Twitter back up for Hex and for Richard Hart content. That's why I did it, So I thought, you know what? I understand where my head was at. I was trying to be kind to other people to make sure that they had a hexagon in their ear. Like, hey, while you're doing this, do you have a hex staking ladder? These things that other people are building and promoting. You know why they can do that? Because they have a giant hex staking ladder, dummy. So maybe you need to do as they do and not so much as they say. So I thought I was doing God's work, so to speak, in that regard. But his tact was, nah, you don't engage at all. You just don't do it. And it doesn't make you a maxi. It's just a matter of, and here's the quote, finally, the path of least wreckedness. And that really hit home with me, because it's like, I mean, like we were talking about addiction and stuff earlier. It's like you eliminate the temptation, you just don't talk about stuff that people could potentially hurt themselves with. And I'll talk about it in private. I'll talk about stuff on stream. I mentioned it just now, but my Twitter is solely Richard Hart product stuff. And it's not that I'm still not open to DMs and to discussing other ideas that people have about various things. But as far as my Twitter following goes and the way that I use that particular social platform, it's to promote and teach about Hex. And that's the only thing I've ever officially endorsed is Richard Hart stuff. And the proof is in the pudding, man. It's like he's not let us down yet. So that's kind of where I'm at with all that.
Can you guys hear this rant?
Being a Hex Maxi most of the time.
Could you hear it?
I started.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Being a Hex Maxi most of the time, all it takes is for you to shut the fuck up. And what I mean by that is if you're thinking about talking about another project, just shut the fuck up. Now, you might be saying, oh, it's censorship or whatever. It's not. And also, here's the deal.
Dude, I love this guy.
If you talk about some other shit, even if you genuinely think at the time that it's going to help Hex and it's helped the community and it's great for fucking pumping the Hex price or whatever the fucking narrative is, because you don't know that shit for sure, just shut the fuck up. Also, you might be thinking, oh, but, I want to get involved in this thing because sometimes the best gains are like right at the start. Easy. Just buy some of it, but also shut the fuck up. So don't drag other people into into that nonsense, right? Because there's look at it, risk reward for your reputation. The risk is you're going to look like a fucking idiot, be outed by the community, etc. The reward is like maybe you get someone early into a coin a little bit earlier than they would have, right? So if your fear is, what about if other people miss out on this opportunity? I think that is outweighed by the risk that you are posing because let's look statistically, most of these things are fucking nonsense, right? So the odds are in the favor of you shutting the fuck up. The odds are in the favor that you shilling this project is going to end poorly for you and for anyone who jumps on it. So is that all clear? Does that solve all the problems? If you don't want to miss it, just buy it and shut the fuck up. If you don't really care that much for yourself, but it's about others, just shut the fuck up. If you're thinking about how it might impact others, definitely shut the fuck up. If you think that, you know, if you're thinking about maybe shutting the fuck up, then definitely shut the fuck up. So I think that's pretty much it. That pretty much solves it. Like, represent HEX. There's a reason why we call this the HEX community, and everyone's always like, oh, you know, they're shilling it to the HEX community, or this project's good for the HEX community. The reason why it's called the HEX community is because it's the HEX community, right? So just stick to the game plan. HEX is the shelling point. Don't be a fuckwit.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
Look who it is.
Bro, imagine my surprise when I click this link and I hear my voice and a guy with my jacket.
Man.
I'm like, oh no, these guys are gonna know I'm actually an AI if I can be in two places at once.
Tangent, you know, I would love to see a flow chart. Yes,
yeah. Everything just leads back to shutting up. By complete coincidence, I actually tweeted at someone today who got blocked by Richard. I said, oh man, if only you'd seen a little explainer video by me about how to be a good little Hexican. And that's the exact video I was talking about. Yo, it's really good to see you guys. That's you know, I've been trying to keep my presence on this 48-hour stream very professional with absolutely the minimum amount of swearing and the time thing. Okay. And then I come
that
in.
Clip just took care of all that for you.
A swear word, like literally a swear word every second word, yo.
Yeah, pretty much. It's okay.
That's awesome, dude. Good to be on with you, bro.
You know, Tangent has some more explaining to do as well, because I go to sleep last night. He was kind enough to take over the stream and keep it going. I wake up this morning and on Twitter, there's like 22,000 views on the video. People are telling me that you had some hot chicks over to your place and you got them to retweet it or something. I don't know. I'm just going off the rumor.
Oh,
yeah.
I had friends come round, but they didn't get on the stream. They didn't hop on the stream.
So how did
that transitional point? It was
more views. How did we get 22,000 views on Twitter?
Just the alpha.
Sure. Oh, wait, well, no. Richard Hart tweeted the stream. Hart tweeted the stream out. It was when I was starting the second 10-hour block. I was shocked because I saw the little notification that Richard had tweeted, clicked on it, not knowing what it was going to be. Literally see a picture of myself on his, but the thumbnail updates over time. So now it's probably not me. But at the time, I'm like, it's a Richard Hart tweet and it's a picture of me. I'm desperately trying not to fanboy live. It was hectic, bro. It was so hectic. So that's probably why we got mega amounts of views.
That's awesome. Giving the Bitcoin conference a run for their money.
I think I was listening when I was on the way to work and you were on and you had to step away for a second to go see how much alcohol you had left downstairs or something.
Yeah.
I heard that part because I was driving to work listening this morning or yesterday morning.
And it wasn't just the amount of alcohol, but it was the ingredients to make certain cocktails. Well. So it was like a stock take so that they could go to the bottle. Yeah, we had to make sure we had all the Richard Hart assets.
Proper liquidity pair of alcohol.
So yeah. They went to the bottle shop on the way to mine, and they were like, "Do you have everything we need to make these cocktails?" And I was like, "I don't even know, and I can't leave my computer." And they were like, they offered to cover the stream, like to host the stream while I was downstairs. And I was like, "Do you even have a streaming setup?" And they're like, "No." But I guess you can do it from a phone. But yeah, that was really fun. The amount of positive comments and compliments and messages, not only just in the comments, but by DM and on Twitter about this entire thing, not just my sections, have been insane. People are just like, it's just like, dude, you guys are killing it. This is the greatest thing ever. Seriously, it's been mad. It's been mad.
It's awesome.
Yeah, smash the likes, you
hell yeah. How many
I'm actually playing a game today.
Yeah.
I'm not going to explain the rules. If you know, you know.
I just figured it out.
you So I've got drinks up here lined up. Some of them are actually just drinks that didn't get drunk last night because I care about the environment. I care about turtles. So I just went downstairs this morning with a mad
That's
hangover
alcohol
and
abuse.
just
You can't
went
throw
and
that away.
collected any.
PulseChain is
undrunk.
good for the environment.
PulseChain is amazing for the environment. By the way, I deliberately tried my best not to go and look at what's going on within our community and within the crypto space so that I could kind of like learn and find out as part of this stream. But some things are
reaction.
Some things are impossible to completely mute and block. You need those horse blinders and all sorts of earplugs and stuff because I already know that prices of the assets that we care about are pumping.
Oh yeah,
it was unavoidable. It was unavoidable. So did the HEX on Pulse come basically up to parity almost?
Yep.
Like in terms of
they were for a little bit.
I think for a
And
second
then one
it was above.
Right above.
Somebody told me we hit almost 4 cents.
Yep, I saw the wick. The wick.
It's crazy, dude. I mean,
So-
Kareem's been calling it forever that we'd hit parity almost immediately, you know, and it's like I thought it might take a minute, but that's crazy.
Well, I think it was the bridge. It was the bridge flow. Oh, also, I heard that the bridge is about to hit 100 mil.
Sweet.
We're at like 94, I think, 95.
Well, hurry up
So
and get your extra 6 million in there because I put it
No.
in the thumbnail.
No. Remember, we don't want people to flood the bridge because it makes it run slower.
Right.
No, just one
Sorry.
transaction of
Across.
6 million. It's fine.
Yes. We need one person. Yeah, we
Yes.
need one whale. We need one
Shit,
whale.
we're up to like 90.
There's going to be like 10 $6 million transactions.
Oh, right on. I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. I'll go ahead and take care of that.
Oh, thank you, Toby1.
Kidding.
So yeah, that's interesting. And I noticed the bridge was like 50% cleared. So that's like 50 mil. So no wonder now these assets. I mean, I've been saying, look, these assets are underpriced, but you can't buy them even if you want, because you either need to bridge economic energy in, which you need to join the queue, and it's gonna, by the time the assets get there, that arb is probably going to be closed, or you need to trade other assets that also might go up for the one that you think is undervalued. So if you're selling something cheap for cheap, then you're not really getting the arb either. So those prices were never real over on PulseChain. They were always artificially low. And now we're basically seeing, as the more funds flow across the bridge, we're starting to see prices that more accurately represent. By the way, there's another 50 mil still to come over, right? Ballpark.
Right.
So I would say that, I mean, the logic to me is that the prices will just continue to go up.
Sure. Well, so I was telling a friend of mine today because they were concerned about, you know, the prices dipping. It's like, oh, it's below SAC rate and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, yeah, kind of, you know, it depends on if you've got like no volume bonus multiplier and when you got in on the bonding curve. But, you know, I'm not trying to split hairs, but it's like, think about it. All these people that want to come in, that want to participate, are stuck on the fucking bridge. So you have a bunch of nervous Nellies that are in there that just can't do nothing. So they're going to try to trade and they're going to, or dump. Right. And it's like you don't have buying pressure to push it back up. So whereas had we done what I think was intended, which was launch it 24 to 48 hours, it's not a lot. That's not a long time for people to fuck themselves. And then the bridge is open, and then there's all that buying pressure coming in to like offset whatever kind of dumpamental might be happening with people thinking it's a sell the news, or, you know, hey, they got their 2x after 2 years and they're happy, whatever bullshit. But you'd have all that buying pressure. We don't. It's temporarily delayed as it kind of trickles in, and then we're seeing it play out now in real time.
Yeah, exactly. And so did anyone, the base SAC rate, did anyone get that? Because didn't, you know, Richard's analogy of the stadium seating, wasn't that basically from 1.0 up? So that base SAC rate, that no one got that rate really. I mean, some people would have been close to it if you were sacking incredibly tiny amounts. So
if you got like no volume bonus multiplier, And yeah, and it's like, but the bonding curve is what got you. Like if you weren't in during the official sacrifice period, you got much worse rate. You paid a lot higher than that sac rate.
I remember when I was monitoring for a while after the official sack period ended, just to see if people were still putting money into that address, and they were for a really long time. At some point, I stopped, right? And at one point, I worked out it was something like it was already at like a 124x because it's 5% a day compounded, right? So I'm like, basically the value that if anyone who understands the math, if they are willing to sacrifice on this particular day at the time, I was thinking this person is valuing the asset at like 124 times more than what the original sack rate was. And so I kind of had this idea in my head, which was obviously hopium, that if the chain had launched near that we could have seen, like 100x off the bat. But obviously that logic with extended time, by the time in fact, it would be funny to do the math, right? 5% a day compounded from the end of the official sack phase all the way to the actual launch, it would just be like billions of X's, right? Because it's exponential. Crazy. It would be billions of X's.
Yeah, somebody was saying, and it's like I didn't double check the math on it, but like some of the last people that sacrificed were literally paying over $100 per pulse, which I'm like, is that possible? I'm like, maybe that's possible. Yep. That's crazy. But like, dude, do you even math, bro? It's like, what the hell?
I think some people just wanted exposure so badly they actually just didn't care. They were just like, I just want some exposure to this thing before it actually goes live. Oh, that bonding curve was another genius. Richard actually does so much genius stuff that we actually forget all the list of. You know what? This is the one and only thing. I try not to live with regrets, but this is the closest thing I have to a regret in terms of being a part of the like HEX RH ecosystem. I just wish I'd kept a simple list, like probably 3 simple lists. One, every time Richard Hart has done some genius shit or like predicted something and got it right, one list for that. One for like all the narratives of haters that have been smashed over time would be another cool list to have. And then all of like the really bullish, amazing things about the assets themselves. If I just had like a simple list that I'd kept, because you just cannot store all of the amazing shit in your head. Every time we try to run through all the amazing stuff to do with even just a single one of these assets, it's just not possible.
Yep.
I've forgotten more amazing stuff about HEX and RH assets than what most people even know about, is my point.
Yep. And I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today, and they were telling me some just gnarly shit that's going on with like a bunch of meme coins that are getting pumped out onto our chain, which is part of the load that we're enduring with what people are commonly referring to as the cancer coin now, as far as getting our gas prices kind of at levels that we weren't quite prepared for. Testnet, when you're doing stuff for a fraction of a pulse, and then all of a sudden you're paying 1,500 pulse to do something. Even if you do the math and realize it's still like 15 cents, then it's like, but on principle, it just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? And plus you think about this thing doing 100x, 1,000x, 10,000x, and you're like, dang, it's like I spent that much of my pulse to just do a transaction. But, and what I was explaining to them is like, it's human nature. There's scumbags everywhere. And there's people that are going to take advantage of people that want to ape into stuff. And they're going to rug, and they're going to like say, hey, oh man, I made all this money on this crazy meme thing, whatever. It happened, it's like Richard's left testicle coin or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like they ape into it thinking that they're going to be able to like make some money. But philosophically, I think a lot of people just don't. And I was a trader. I mean, like I basically lived off of trading for a while. Mm-hmm. And, what people don't think is that for every winning trade, there's a losing trade. Right? I mean, if you're just doing straight up like spot price trading stuff, I'm not talking about derivatives, I'm not talking about all this other stuff. And even then there's an argument that there's a loser too. But just especially with meme coins and things like that, where people are chasing a pump and they typically are in way behind the founders. And then those same founders or a group of people are going ahead and pulling the liquidity from that thing. And then they've basically robbed those people. and they're slimy. And it's just so unfortunate, but that's human nature, and that's going to be part of the equation, unfortunately, especially on a chain where the transactions are cheap, and you can come in there and build a Doge coin that's not Doge, and you can build a Pepe coin that's not Pepe, and you can do crap like that, and then people are going to ape into it, and they're going to see these crazy returns, and then, but there's somebody that's going to be left holding the bag, just always. And it's just so ironic that Richard's the guy that people were saying was like a scammer. And it's like, he has done nothing but try to save people as long as I've known of the man and before that. And it's just, I just wish more people knew what he's done and who he is, as a human being like we do, having invested time in learning about him and what he's about. Because I mean, the wreckage is everywhere, and there's people still doing it, and now they're doing it on his chain, and it's tragic,
Some of the late sacrifices might have been strategic.
I have
for airdrops.
calculated the number.
Oh.
I've been spending this
Do
whole
it, Maddie.
time.
Do it,
How many
Maddie.
hours?
I bet it's in the
Spending
billions.
this
I
whole
bet it's in the
time.
multiple billions.
ChatGPT was like so confused. It was like, oh, we could compound daily, but it's still an annual compounding rate. And I'm like, nope, try again.
Yeah.
And then it's like, but this number is really, really big. It doesn't make any sense. And then it doesn't give me the number. And I'm like, no, you're going to give me the number, you little AI bitch. All right.
Be nice to the AI, dude.
So it's
AIs
one.
be nouns too?
So I just used the figure of 666 days because like that's how many days it was. Like maybe you cut off 30 days and it's actually like $1 trillion less, but like whatever.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Was it really 666?
Yeah.
So it should be one like 1.05 to the power of that number
Yes.
to
Yes.
the power of 600 and whatever.
Correct. Right. Which is 1.42 times 10 to the 28th. Okay, let's talk about what to the 28th means. So starting with $1 after 666 days, the amount would be approximately $1.42 times 10 to the 28th. Okay, so it says that this number is staggeringly large. It says in the real world, exponential growth doesn't work like that. And then I was like, all right, here's the number. How many trillions is that? Like a trillion or what?
Right.
Okay. And it broke it down. It said this number, also known as 142 octillion in the short scale, is equivalent to 142 billion, or 142 trillion. Since a trillion is 1,000 billion and a billion is 1,000 million. So $1 of SAC compounded 5% per day for 666 days is 142 trillion.
You think your community does moon math? We do moon math, right?
And you get it on an abacus.
You can't top that. Take your kindergarten moon math where you're talking about becoming a billionaire. Take that straight back to like 09 when Bitcoin first came out. That's not. We do it right. Bitch. We do it right in the PulseChain community. That's huge. And there I was being like, guys, I bet it's like billions. It's like just a trail of zeros. It's more zeros than Richard Hart's body count.
Billions of billions.
Crazy.
It's billion. That's all it is. Trillions. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Trillion.
God, that's nuts. Yeah, but I mean, that's a case in point, man. It's like people just wanted exposure, or like Freddie said, good point. Like there's people that were trying to get into like an airdrop, like, oh, if you sacrifice for this or that, then you're eligible for this airdrop. So it's like, maybe
people drop
hopefully
in a couple $100 here and a couple bucks. Yeah,
maybe it was
the dollar would have been the smart play. Yeah,
right. If they're doing the math, it's like otherwise you're just. I mean, who knows? Maybe they break even when Pulse gets to $1 trillion. But unlikely.
All right. So here's the bad news. So I heard about this like Portal X, like SAC, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Right. Yeah. And like there was a rule that said you get 15% more if you sacrifice from PulseChain or PulseX. So I actually did a pulse sacrifice of $10 at like day 660 or something stupid.
Yeah.
So I haven't checked how many pulse
So
I got for that, but it was probably
Portal X
like
is
nothing.
Power
City.
Okay, yeah. But you did the Pulse X. You did a sacrifice into Pulse or Pulse X for that.
So
The
you'd be
real thing I'm
eligible.
bragging
Gotcha.
about
Oh, are
is
they-
sacrificing on day 660.
60.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are they airdropping the sack list from one of the Richard Hart sacks?
No,
Is
they're
that-
just
no.
they were doing a bonus,
Oh,
like
it's
a
their own
bonus
thing.
multiplier for people if you use the same address as you sacked from.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Hey, does anyone know of anyone who's actually airdropped or like plans to the original sack list, the PulseChain, the Pulse sack list? Has that been used by any other projects as the way of distributing the coins yet?
Didn't Wait do that? Token?
Wait, did it? Yes. Yes.
And that's like a 2-part airdrop. So there's another part that happens after PulseChain goes live. There's like the midnight. There's like the midnight keeper bonus or some shit. It's basically like everything that wasn't claimed or something is claimable by everybody else, and all this weird game theory.
Is
And
that only
actually
if you didn't dump the token or something?
Coast is going to be on tonight.
Oh, right
Sick.
on. Cool.
Sick.
Yeah.
Will that be while I'm hosting?
Yes.
Perfect. See, I love that sort of stuff where I get to learn as part of, you know what I mean? It counts as me helping to create the content, but I'm also learning at the same time.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You know, I have to admit, there have been times, I'm not going to name specific projects, but these are all within the RH ecosystem, that I absolutely would have had no idea that these things existed if it hadn't been for people like Blue Bum and Jexar and that sort of thing, and streaming with those guys, the other Australian Hex OGs. And so, yeah, it's been, and that kind of value, you can't put a price on it.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
That's exciting. Do you know what hour he's coming on? I might have to stay up for that.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 a.m. Eastern.
Well, I'll probably go to bed and then get back up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hit the hay here soon.
Yeah, it's getting a little late on the East Coast.
Did Abit come on for part 2 of his theory of why Hex should be why it's undervalued, or is now it's too late because the market already proved him right? It's no longer a theory. Now
He
now
made it
it's
happen. He came on. Yeah, he did it.
Oh, I see.
Okay, cool.
So I was giving a counter theory, and then I ended up proving him right. Okay, so basically the counter theory was, why wouldn't I trade some of my PulseChain? Why wouldn't I trade some of my Hex for PulseChain or PulseX? Because I have more Hex coming out in the future, but I don't have any more Pulse or PulseX coming out in the future, right? Well, the truth is that I don't have any TShares coming out in the future because TShares are hella deflationary. So that pretty much gives me a good reason to keep the Hex, right? Abit says it's still undervalued.
I think so. I think so.
How much is it worth?
I mean,
How much is
it's
it worth,
undervalued
Abit?
on both. I think it's undervalued on both chains, but it was definitely undervalued even on a relative scale. So we're talking about two different things here, right? Like there's your assessment of it being undervalued as an asset, and then there was the assessment of it being undervalued relative to the Hex on the other chain. And so I believe that both of those were true, and only one of those things has been rectified so far. So it's all up from here, guys, up and to the right. We're back into the bull market. Let's go. So
stoked. Hey, just to diverge for a moment. And I mean, maybe this could get classified as like a little bit of a fanboy, but that's weird because like we're in the same community, so to like fanboy another person in the community. And it's mostly just because I haven't met you in person. We're not like friends like I feel like I am with all those other guys yet. But I remember, Tangent, finding you when you were streaming about Bitcoin, and you were so compelling, and I subscribed. I watched those videos, And it's like, you almost had me, but I was already kind of in the Richard Hart, on the train already. But I was watching you, and I think I even commented a few times about it. It's like, I don't think I ever got a response, or if you did, I'm sure it was fine. But yeah, it was really interesting to see you make that pivot and update your worldview, and see it's like, it's not like you're shitting on Bitcoin necessarily now, but that you've updated that and have been such a great part of this community that I'm so proud to be part of myself. And tip the hat to you, man. It's like, I really appreciate what you're doing.
That's awesome. Yeah, thanks, man. That's so awesome.
Yep. And then I think I reached out to you on Twitter, and I think you said that your old channel got deleted or something. You don't even have access to those old, because it would just be so funny to just go back and see some of that. Because I mean, imagine Tangent like 5 years younger and like with even more energy than he has now. I mean, the dude was like, is he on, like when I first saw you, I'm like, is he on something? He's on something. The dude's on something, but it's fucking compelling and funny as fuck, and he's smart as hell. So it's like I could not watch.
Toby, you need to join us on Steak and Bake sometime.
Dude, if I got high, I would just be rocking in a corner, like, thinking about all the bad things I ever did. It's just, it's a roll of the dice. If I found the right stuff, because that's the thing my sister keeps telling me. She's like, you just got to find the right stuff.
I'll mail it to you. Don't worry about it.
Perfect. Okay. Deal. I'm down. Because my deal is like, when I was growing up and you were getting it, it's like you just got whatever the guy had, right? And then you don't know if it's sativa or indica or whatever. And then about 1 in 10 times, I would just get super paranoid and like in my head and like literally thinking about like every bad thing I'd ever done. It's like, oh my God, nobody thinks I'm funny. And I just get totally inside my head and like just be a train wreck. And it was horrible. It was like having a little mini panic attack. So because the 1 in 10 time was so shitty, I just stopped smoking altogether. So it is a rare occasion that I'd ever smoke, unless maybe I had a couple drinks, but I don't drink anymore. So it's like, it's kind of fallen off the radar for me, but I'm down to, do a little steak and bake with you guys. It'd be fun.
In the comments yesterday and today, people think I'm on various substances, but it's not true. I'm just high on life. And yeah, those old streams, that was one thing. Even though YouTube didn't just ban my channel, they banned me as a person. As in, they banned my like mobile phone number and my identity.
What?
But they did allow me to go and data dump and download literally all of my content that was on their platform, which was kind of better than it could have been worse, right?
Sure.
And some of those videos I've re-uploaded to Odyssey, but they're mainly the more recent ones. Particularly the interviews that I did. Like I did an interview with KG with the the Internet Money Wallet, which is like the PulseChain native PulseChain wallet, and I thought, these guys have spent the time to come onto my channel and allocate their time and energy. And the idea of those streams was actually that I was grilling them. Like, why do you need a token, and going hard or hard-ish? And I thought, these guys have spent all this time and effort, and now these videos don't exist. So I thought I better make sure that people can still access them if they want to get them. Cool. So that's on an Odyssey channel, but barely anyone goes there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. But
they still exist.
Twitter actually announced that now, if you're blue check mark, which I am, like if you're paying for the blue check mark, you can do up to 2-hour videos of like high res. So I can just stream straight to Twitter now.
That's sweet.
So I'm definitely going to start doing that. And
I'm trying to get the highest stakes producers to. Well, I haven't pitched it to all of them yet, but it's like, there's part of me that's like, we went into this knowing it was highly likely that we would not even get our investment back. It was about getting eyes on HEX. And it's like, if they're going to do an actual like proper streaming service through Twitter, which I've heard is kind of in the pipeline or on the list of ideas that Elon has, how cool would it be to be like one of the first Twitter originals, and have it be there instead of, but I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, I'm not the guy. I don't make those decisions, but it's like, it'd be interesting to see where we land.
It's historic, like as in it's the first seriously produced movie to be released on that platform.
Yes.
That could actually be worth it.
Yep. I think so. I mean, I think
Send it.
Twitter is definitely changing the game. It was written into Tucker Carlson's contract that he couldn't do like interviews and stuff on any other platform, but he was allowed to tweet on Twitter. Like it was in his contract, and that's like the one thing that's saving him now from being out of Fox News is that he can go on Twitter and do and say whatever the fuck he wants. Like,
Yep.
Elon changed the game. He gave back free speech to the world.
Absolutely.
It's so awesome, man. God, and how he. I mean, I'm sure he's seen Hex and Hexkins and Richard Hart. Like, he has to know who Richard is, right? Like,
sure.
with everyone tweeting and like
we trended for days, like with millions of tweets. He must know what we're about. Absolutely.
Freedom of movement, freedom of speech, like the sacrifices. You would think anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
One and how
Twitter has
how,
also become an amazing place for anons.
Yeah.
How long are you going to be on Tangent?
He's all night.
Are you on for 8 hours?
8 hours, baby. 8 hours. I'm doing 8 of the 48.
Love it.
See, like I'm taking out the 8 out of that 48, snatching it right
That's
off
awesome.
the title.
Yeah, I told Maddie I had a hard stop at 2:00. It's already 2:30. It's like I'm all amped up now for being one with you guys. So it's like unless he needs to bring other people on, it's like I'm hanging out. You know,
Maddie, how did you get these? Because I was trying to do this yesterday because I had when Adam Stokes was on, because you know how he's not a well-known community member in the Hex community. People were commenting, "Who is this guy? I love what he's saying," but I didn't want to keep interrupting the flow of the conversation to be like, "Hey, by the way, I'm Tangent. This is Adam Stokes," and you know, who else was on with me at the same time? It was
if you have one of the comments up from the chat on the bottom corner, it like lifts the screen up and it removes those. So if you just take away like the comment that's on the bottom, like if Maddie were to add one of the comments from chat right now, I think it would remove them. So if there's a chat up there,
so it was because I was constantly rolling. It's because I was constantly rolling comments.
That would do it.
Oh, it was Crypto 7, by the way. I was blanking for a second. Sorry, the hangover is strong with this one today. So it was Crypto 7 and myself and Adam Stokes, and I wanted to get these little name tags up, but I think I was just so frothing to bring up all the comments. I never had it where it didn't have a comment. I was just punching comments the entire time, like this one. Accurate. This is fact. Our community speaks truth. Speak true to power. Speak truth to power.
Absolutely.
Gas on Ethereum is pretty cheap right now if anyone needs to do a transaction.
FYI. I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Did we reduce the load on Ethereum by taking all their users? Is that happening?
Right.
Hey, I got a quick
question. Around 30 Gwei all night.
Since you guys have all had experience, I'm sure this far with PulseX, have any of you gone back to Matcha and feel how clunky and just shitty and ugly it is compared to PulseX? PulseX just so slick. Like, I just don't want to do anything.
It's very user-friendly. It's very user-friendly.
But I can imagine that. Once you start using like the next gen of something, you don't realize until you go back and you're like, wow, how do we ever use this? Crypto's going to be like that for a while, hey? Where even just remember when the proof of stake upgrade happened on Ethereum and then they forked off a proof of work chain. That chain didn't have like immediately all the oracles and all the back end stuff and that you needed. And so you learnt how much stuff breaks when you don't have. So it's all this stuff that you take for granted because you think it's real basic shit, right? You're like, there's not really that much we can do on chain. It's still like in its infancy, but even those things that you take for granted don't work if you don't have like all of this dev support and all of this back end stuff. It's crazy. So yeah, it's interesting. I guess that's a way that you can get gratitude in your life. Yeah, it's like you go back to. So you know, whenever someone says like, "Oh, it was." You know, life was way better back in this era. It's like, yeah, really? You know that you didn't have this and this and this and this and this. Like you're romanticizing the past because there's an aspect of it that you wish you could bring to here and now. But if you went back there, you'd probably be like 2 days in, you'd be like, God damn it, where's my phone?
Yeah, so you'd love to go to that restaurant back then for the prices, but as soon as you tried to use the dial-up internet, you'd shoot yourself in the head.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Make it stop.
Very true.
I remember one time a friend of mine said, and this was like when we were kids, so the internet wasn't as like integrated into literally everyone's lives, and he was just like, I would prefer the water to get cut off to my house over the internet.
Oh, it was the worst. Like you're on the computer doing something, and someone picks up the phone.
Oh
and
my
like,
God.
Mom, I'm on the internet.
Yeah.
You've been on
Yeah,
there
I
all
would-
day. I gotta call your aunt.
Did you guys ever play like on AOL? They had the games. I used to play Splatterball, and it was
Oh,
like
yeah.
paintball on AOL. Like when they would send the discs out to your house, and you'd be
Yep.
on the dial-up,
Yeah.
and you'd be like right in the middle of a game, and like my sister would go pick up. Yeah, well, eventually we just got a second phone line, but oh, such a show.
Dude.
I heard a podcast where it was hacker stories, and this guy said that the reason he got into hacking and phone freaking was because of this exact reason. He was so sick of getting disconnected that he started using his neighbor's line, so that if his mum would use the phone, he would just jump to like a neighbor's line.
No way.
And
That's
so he
awesome.
had to like learn about all the hardware and software and everything about everything to do with the tech on all those layers to be able to steal accessibility. And that's out of desperation, right? That is like, I really want to be on the internet right now and play with my friends.
Right.
So
I don't know if you guys remember the old movie with Matthew Broderick called War Games. And it's, like basically this computer takes over and it's going to start a nuclear war. And it's like, it's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, classic movie called War
The
Games.
Whopper.
Yep. Craig will remember that. And he's my age, but there's a scene in that where he's like on a payphone and he's phone freaking. He's doing stuff with the receiver, just like tapping it a certain number of times, a certain sequence. And it's like, people see that and think it's bullshit, but it's like, no, it's like, they're literally, like 3, 2, 4, 6, and then you could get various, access through a payphone without even putting
There
money
was
in it.
the Captain Crunch whistle, remember?
The Captain Crunch whistle, yeah.
The frequency of the whistle was the
you
same
could
as the
mimic-
long distance code, and you could use the whistle you got out of a cereal box to trick the payphone to let you call long distance or something.
Yeah.
No
oh
way.
my God, I've just had a
That's
realization.
amazing.
I was in a Twitter space where this guy would not shut up about his analogy with this Captain Crunch whistle.
It wasn't me. It wasn't
I was
me,
like,
swear to
what?
God.
No, it wasn't you guys. This was like
It was just another Gen Xer.
a different community. It was a different
Gen
community.
Xer.
They were. It was to do with. It was a Bitcoin community. It was to do with the ordinals, and he was basically trying to draw this analogy between how, how with the ordinals, it's like if you don't have the decoder. No, sorry, he was talking about a decoder ring. It was like Captain Crunch decoder ring or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, not the same thing.
Danny and
But they must have been handing out all sorts of like tech inspiring, like accidentally just psyoping people into learning about tech.
Well, I remember we had when cordless phones first came out, right? Because when I was a kid, you had that 85-foot long coily cord from the kitchen wall phone.
Oh yeah.
That you would have to limbo under when your mom was cooking and talking on the phone. And you got the cordless phone, and it had the antenna you had to like pull out, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Telescopic antenna. And it had an answering machine built into it. And we thought it was the coolest thing ever because it was this tiny little
cassette tapes.
Well, it had a little thing, almost like this little remote for my LEDs, right? It was small. And you could call home on a payphone and hold it up to the phone and hit the button, and it would let you hear your the cassette tape play your messages back. So you could check your messages from not being home. It was like the greatest thing ever. And that was around the time where I think they were starting to use these frequencies to do different stuff. And that's when I think the whistle and some of that stuff, I think, was when people were using it. Because they were basically spoofing the system,
The thing that I do miss about the old school big, like I don't even know what kind of, some sort of weird plastic, those phones, and there's nothing that compares to now. It's like if you were pissed off and you really just wanted to slam the phone down, there was something super gratifying about doing that with a big heavy old. clang. You know, you could just really give it to it. You know, and now it's like, oh, I'm so angry. Boop, boop. That's it. You know, that's how you end a fucking phone call now if you're mad. Or throw it.
You
across
can
the
throw
room.
your phone against the wall. That's still an
right. I was
option.
gonna say, just wing it. Yeah.
We should make an
Yeah,
app
but then
that
you
you can
break
put on your
$1,000
phone.
phone.
Yeah, when you can hit a button on your phone when you want to hang up on somebody, it makes that sound.
It's like clang.
That would be amazing.
Clang. Oh yeah, why quit? Bah.
Dude, I don't know what the conversation was. God love my mother, but it must have been something very, very not enjoyable for her to hear. I literally watched her beat the phone off the wall with the receiver. She was just like, bam, bam, bam. Just like knocked it clean off the wall. I'm like, whoa, mom is pissed.
Yo, there was a
phone.
chat. Danny in chat said, "What do you guys think about ink? I'm sure you've seen it pumping. Do you think it's under or overvalued?" Yeah, I like it. I think it's undervalued. I think everything is undervalued right now. I think if you can get into anything,
I like.
Yeah.
I'm farming.
I think all this stuff is going to pump hard. It's an incentive token, right? So, is Richard going to try to incentivize you with garbage? No. He's going to incentivize you with amazing shit and shit that's going to pump.
Look at
Ink token has actually been performing well.
Yep. Look at the quick swap chart. I mean, obviously it turned to not such great stuff eventually, but look at the trajectory of that when they were doing that L2 stuff on Matic, and that was the incentive token. Look at that chart and look at what it did, you know, and that'll kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what's possible. And yeah, I think it could get nutty, but for me, I think the smarter thing to do, because of there being, like, for example, we were just at a 1-to-4 ratio between Pulse and PulseX just like yesterday, and now it's 1-to-3. So, you know, when the PulseX price was down, that happened to be when he announced the new farms, and the ink token price was up considerably. It went down to like $7 and it shot up to like 26 or something. And
this site says 30 at the moment.
Yeah, it's like 30, 31.
Is Pulse Burn, are the prices on Pulse Burn, are they legit? Sorry to cut you off, Toby.
No, go ahead.
Are these prices reasonably legit?
Yeah, they're pretty accurate.
I think they're pretty close, man.
PulseX is about to lose a zero.
$30 ink token. Damn.
Yeah, Hedron lost a 0. It's back up to 5 zeros. I saw Melv Tony post that a minute ago. But I mean, looking at that, it's like, okay, well, if one thing's pumping and another thing's, you know, considered undervalued, then maybe that makes sense. So it's like, I wanted a little more PulseX. So I sold some of my ink that I had earned thus far, harvested it and sold it and grabbed some more PulseX. You know, so it's like there's some opportunities for those types of things, I think, but ultimately I think they're all going up.
I just had an idea. You know how typically Richard does the unit bias trick, right? Like you have a high supply so that everything sounds cheap, even as it's going up. Once it's gone up, you've got that sweet unit bias. That is typically the play. However, you do have sometimes where it's like you guys remember like YFI or whatever, where it was like at one point it cost more per unit than a Bitcoin, even though it's because its supply was like a lot less. I think there might have only been 1 million or something like that. So it's like, I mean, that's not heaps less, 20x less. If I've even got the numbers right, it doesn't even matter. Maybe imagine if the ink token was how we're going to, because if we need to dominate in all aspects, imagine if the ink token was the way that we're going to get the token that has the highest per unit cost, where we just get that thing to over, well, I mean, it'd have to go over 100 grand per, wouldn't it? Because obviously Bitcoin's going to go to at least that this cycle. So maybe not. Well, so maybe we need another token where the supply is like, there's only like 5555 of them. Richard just brings out the 5555 token. There's only 555 of them, and the price just goes to like 200 grand. So when people, no matter how they rank the cap ranking websites, it's like by volume, by market cap, by price or whatever, we're just at the top every time. It's just like, we're just topping out, like taking out it's like the Olympics of crypto, and we just win gold medal in everything.
It's
like,
amazing.
No competition.
I mean, it's in the name.
Avid said the Ink Pulse and Ink Pulse X farms have a 20x bonus.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Say what?
The Ink and Pulse and Ink and Pulse X farms have a 20x bonus, according to Abit right here in chat.
In terms of the amount of ink they earn?
Oh, I would
imagine.
I think he's saying the APR is 20 times higher.
Oh, okay. So
the APR on this is about 1,000%, and it's about 40%.
Yeah. So the language
guessing.
there is maybe a little
That
bit
makes
misleading
sense.
then.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. These no. Like
What's
as
he
in
referring to?
this is like so these farms. It's saying these ink farms, where the ink
said-
token is
it
included
says
in the
it in the
farm, are about
details.
1,000% APY at the moment. And there are
Yep.
other farms like the USDT, the bridged USDT from Ethereum is still at 2,500. Dine USDC are still just over 2,000% each. So I don't think he's talking relative to the other farms. Maybe it's like it could be the amount of ink that's because guys, remember the amount of ink token assigned to the incentives of these different things can be different for each farm. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Right.
So I guess we need him to clarify what he means.
Yeah, he needs
But
to
I mean, these are
clarify
all still really
did.
good.
He did. He said in terms of the amount of ink they earn.
that. Okay.
See, that's
So the
what we were
distribution
talking
of
about
ink for
earlier.
those pools is higher.
We were talking about that
apparently.
earlier tonight, where if you just started with your sacrifice tokens, right, PulseX, and you put them in a pair, and you got some ink as your rewards for your APR for those. If you build up the ink and then pair that again with the Pulse or PulseX,
Ooh.
you
Don't
could be
tempt me.
you could be in those 3 pools without even bridging anything over.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
you need quite a bit of ink or quite a bit of Pulse and PulseX in liquidity pairs at that low of a rate.
Hell yes.
Unless you swapped for some ink on the exchange and for your PulseX, or if you had a copy or HEX or something.
Imagine if the first single-sided staking pool or pools is also these tokens, and then we drop a buy and burn on top, and it's just like it'll be like we'll get Pomp to be like, rocket ship, get on board.
People are going to
Bottle
understand the
Wait.
buy and burn unless they're in Twitter spaces.
When that guy's wrecked and has no more money from just being like a complete rookie in terms of where he invests his money, I'm going to pay him like 50 cents to like all of these furus. I will pay them 50 cents each to just give them enough to buy like a snack just so they can eat for the day, to get them to do the thing that they did, but for our community as a meme, like as a joke, where he'll just be like, PulseChain, rocket ship, get on board.
More power, baby.
Right. I'm curious where he read that. I would like to see, because it's like if that's the case for that particular pool, I wonder what the distribution is for the other pools.
It's on the details of the pair. It says.
I'm looking at it. and
Oh,
it's
okay,
not
let's
there.
go. I'll pull this up.
You know
So
what would really
you-
suck? You
we
spend
fold
all
this
day.
down.
Click on the calculator.
It says
You'll find it in the
maybe
details when
see-
you click on the calculator.
Oh, the calculator.
So
Yeah, that
under-
calculator-
Yo,
Calculator's a
I
little
never
tip,
even I
man.
saw that little logo and I never
dude.
even thought to
Yeah,
click on that shit.
So I clicked on it the other day just to see what the fuck it was, and then like the numbers were in there, and I was like, oh, these numbers are stupid. So I took a picture and sent it to all my onboards, and I was like,
Oh,
you
shit,
if
it
you're not
is.
already,
Yo.
take a little bit.
There's a little fold down.
Oh,
There's
I
like
see
so
it right next
you
to
click
the
on the
APY.
calculator, then there's a little green arrow. It brings it down and it says farm multiplier 20x. But then it's got a little hover button, like a little thing. It says the multiplier represents the proportion of INC rewards each farm receives as a portion of the ink produced each second. So, for example, if a 1x farm receives 1 ink per second, a 40x farm receives 40 ink per second. So he's right. It's actually the amount of that incentive token that is being generated for that farm is actually 20x higher. I kind of wish you didn't have to click into each one individually so that I could just see
You
them
can see it
all
side by side, right?
But
I know what
let's-
I'm about to go do.
Yeah. We're about to go and work them all out. So the ink ones are 28x a piece.
Pulse X, which I think is the safest one, and then obviously the lowest APR currently is at a 10x.
Mm-hmm.
Farm.
Damn. Wait,
So-
even our 1x is a 10x. That's how we do moon math in the PulseChain community.
Right?
What is this?
Right.
X's for ants?
20x on the stable
For
pairs.
degens who don't read good.
Yeah,
So that's
right.
20. That's 20x. So wait,
Yeah,
you guys, let's
20x on the
flick
stable pairs.
through them all. Let's flick
I
through
gotcha.
them all and see which ones are different. So they all seem to be 20x at the moment.
You got 10x, 20x on the stables, 10x on the
Even
Pulse
the ETH one is a 20x as well.
the WETH, yeah.
Yep, that one.
Yep.
This, yep. So Hex from Ethereum.
Hex Pulse is
paired
only
with
3%.
Pulse. That's also 20x. Most of them are 20x.
This one's 3x.
Oh, we
Which
do.
one?
So that's the
Hex and Wrap WPLS is.
So that's Hex. That's native. That's Hex native to the Pulse chain. So that's the actual mirrored Hex on a Pulse chain with Pulse, with wrapped Pulse. That's the lowest one. That's a 3x. You know,
Interesting.
I'm kind of vibing that maybe we should have at least one that's a 1x. Otherwise,
What do you
know what I mean? Like
from,
maybe
right?
we should have
Yeah.
a 1x pool. But by the way, wait, guys, these
X's for
can
ants.
change. They can change these X's for ants. You Anons need to listen up.
Yep. Well,
These
that's
can
the thing
change
that-
at any second.
That's
These
the
can
thing
change
that I
any.
ran into with on Polygon. Well, I guess it was Matic back then, and there was a bunch of flack. It's like because we were being underrepresented. There was a ton of Hexicans that came over and supported it, and we're doing the liquidity pool farming over there, and we were getting shit rewards comparative to some others, and it was arbitrary by the team, like which ones they wanted to give more incentive to. So I'm sure there's some logic behind this.
I'll say something that possibly could defend that is like, think about, you know how when a shop discounts certain items because they've got too much stock? Right. The idea here is you're trying to incentivize liquidity, and because our community is so effing powerful, when we come in, we bring it large. And so they would have been like, whoa, this is enough liquidity. We don't need to incentivize this as aggressively because these guys are out of their mind. Like these guys are psycho. They're coming, they're bringing the largeness, right? They're bringing the scale, they're bringing the size, they're bringing the magnitude, they're bringing the amplitude. It's just going very large. We almost need a disincentive token. We're going to airdrop them a token that says, please, your community needs to take a step back and calm down.
Right.
If this token is in your wallet, it means your community, it just needs to chill a bit.
Yep.
Stop winning.
Yeah. You're winning too hard.
Winning too hard.
The bridge is closed due to clearing the queue, apparently.
You know, it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose for people that don't get on our team because they're basically stuck with, they can only choose one thing. They get on our team, which means they join our team, which means we win even harder, or they are like, I don't want to be a contributor to them winning even harder. And then they just watch us to continue to win without them.
So you saying
it's just like they're
winning
basically
times 8 to the 12th power. I'm sorry.
It's too much, Greg.
That's exactly
10 to the 28.
If you were to convert my words into math, like if you went from words to numbers, that is exactly what just happened. 10 to the 28.
That's it.
I was just reading what someone put into the chat. I don't have any proof or verification that it's closed.
On
I
the
just
bridge.
read get Hex. Bridge is closed due to clearing queue, apparently.
On the bridge.
Good. They should have done that as soon as there was a problem. I think that was the play. I think that was the power move. Should have just turned off, because obviously they can't actually stop you from using it if you understand how to interact with contracts, but it's just the front end. So like just everyone who doesn't know how to interact with contracts directly gets stopped. So it's only very technically advanced people that can continue to use the bridge.
There's a notice at the top of the bridge right now that says notice, just to be clear from the source. It says notice, due to high volume of bridges, transactions are delayed. Developers are improving the queuing to ensure transactions are processed quickly. That's a new
no. That's been there for a while. So they're not actually shutting it. You can still use it. Sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant they actually shut the front end off.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I was clarifying the statement from the chat, and I don't see anything here saying actually stopping it.
Got it. So someone in the chat said that, and then actually it's not the case. Yeah,
not anywhere official that I can see. So if you got a link to where you saw that, please drop it in the chat. I'd be interested in seeing where you found that information.
If people bring fake news, you will get unfollowed by me. So yesterday, someone was like, Richard's about to go live on Crypto Banter's channel, and I was like, oh great, I'm going to lose all the viewers off this stream. Like it's literally going to go from like, it was like over 300 viewers live to 0. And then it was fake news.
Was it the same guy that says rip Joe Rogan all the time?
They're all anons to me, bro. I don't remember. So
those are the ones that come in. They just want you to stop watching.
Rip Joe Rogan.
Yeah, they say that so people like leave the stream to go like Google, like, oh my God, Joe Rogan. What happened to Joe Rogan? It's like,
what do you guys make of this rumor that's starting up that the reason Richard hasn't streamed for a really long time is because he's just been in the gym with like 50 personal trainers, and he's just like, he's just roided out, and he's just gonna come in just like heaving, like just it's just gonna just be he's gonna come on like a freaking triangle, just
WWE wrestler coming out with the music behind him, like
just like he's just gonna be like throwing stuff around the room. Price charts are just gonna be just like candles just going up. It's just like, so I think it's a funny thing. I mean, yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, I think people are so keen for him to stream. They don't care whether he comes on jacked or not. So
he's got all the tracksuits already. So I mean, he's already ready for it.
He's ready.
And you've seen him powerlifting when he wasn't like in full training mode. The
guy is strong.
He just walks into the gym and just lifts more than everyone else. Just on like no warm up, no trainings, just like boards. Have you guys seen those videos where there's like a power lifter?
The janitor
dresses up like a
yes,
janitor.
I was just about to bring that up, dude. I was just
and he's like, oh, is it okay if I clean while you're doing your sets and stuff?
Yeah.
And these dudes are like, yeah, bro, like clean my sweat off the ground or whatever. And then he just gets in there and moves the weight that they were just powerlifting.
And then hold one arm with one arm, like he'll keep mopping with the other arm, and he'll just pick
like, how do you? I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Power
dude, he does like a one arm lift.
Yeah,
this guy's like, it's crazy, dude. So,
the guy was doing deadlifts.
There's another one where he's like, he's doing that. He was like, from in my country, and he was showing him pictures of like The Rock, and he drew like a mustache on him, and like all these other people. He was like, yeah, these are my clients. I got them. I showed them how to get this big. Like, bro, he is so funny.
Yeah, he's pretty. He's a good one. He's a good one. Oh, hey, for anybody that was watching earlier, was curious about the guy that I was talking about that was had some really good newsworthy content, I thought, in regard to like CBDCs and social credit scoring and all that. It's Mark Moss, which apparently is a friend of Funding Gems, but he's got some interesting stuff. I dropped a link to one of his recent things about the social credit scoring bullshit that actually got slipped into a recent piece of legislation. So for those that are interested, Mark Moss on YouTube.
Gary is friends with, I think, every person in the world. Yeah, right. There isn't a person in the world he is not friends with. He's friends with Biden and Trump. Like, they're just both there.
Right?
Like, they're both in his cell phone. Like, he could call either of them and be like, oh, hey, I want you to meet this person. And that's the cool thing, too, man. You'll be at, like, a meetup, or you'll be at an event, and Gary will come up to you, and he'll be like, hey, Fred, you have to meet this person. Come here, come check this out. Or he'll bring someone over. He brought Rolo over and introduced him to me when we were at the Power City party, like backstage in Vegas that night at DJ Lethal's club, man, and that was super cool. But he freaking knows everybody in the entire world. And he's such a diplomat, man. I love, like, everyone in their community plays their role, right? And he plays his role so well with being the diplomat and being open and being cool and knowing everybody and shaking hands and kissing babies. Like, Gary he just holds it down, man. Like, that's what he does.
And he's got a tipping point. And even if you see him snap, it's like there is still that articulate, educated, intelligent guy under, even when he's heated, you know,
and when he's frustrated. There's been times and spaces where he just, you know, you can tell that his patience is running thin with some of the trolls, and he just sits there and still dominates in a professional manner. I've learned a lot from Gary. He's
classy dude.
He's a classy dude.
Yep.
Wait, all the icons have been fixed for me, so I don't know whether you guys were still having this problem, but on the farms I was getting like broken icons.
Yep.
Was that happening for you guys as well? They've all been fixed.
They updated that recently.
He said that he was going to fix them today and then change like the backgrounds to the Ethereum that were and then
so
he was changing the Pulse ones.
Yeah.
And then he was going
Yeah.
to change the Pulse colored ones to the ones that were actually forked, so you can know which ones not to use. So yeah, be careful with the logos.
The pricing for the tokens on PulseChain, that's still not correct, right? When you bring up the tokens list.
Oh, in the info, when you go into the info,
Yeah.
on this, let me check.
Because I mean,
look,
right,
if it's in the hundreds of dollars for a hex, then it's definitely still wrong. Oh,
yeah,
they're better. They're better. They're closer to. No. Sorry, these are completely wrong.
$245 for hex. Yeah, that's probably not right.
Now this is wrong. Look, I think they're going to be obviously fixing and updating things like all along, and I'm getting excited by every little micro improvement on this chain because we know which direction we're heading towards, right? You know, and that's the other thing I said on the stream yesterday, that when you believe that the market is mispricing something for whatever reason, because there's baseless FUD, or, you know, I just said unbaseless FUD, I meant unnecessary or baseless FUD, those sorts of things. Little things like this that are going to improve are all the bridge, everything, just everything. There's so many things that can be improved to when we get to the point where we will be super proud to say to someone, hey, look, everything on here is like flawless not just compared to other chains, flawless in absolute terms, especially relative to what other communities / environments, tech environments that you can be in when you're in crypto. We are going to be able to be so proud to say, yo, if you want the premium experience in crypto, just don't even F around. Just come straight to PulseChain.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like you were saying earlier, Toby, if they go and use anything else, they are going to be like, this is a train wreck.
Yeah.
And they will just never, they'll never go anywhere else. Yeah.
And I was talking to the same friend I was talking to, referred to earlier. We were talking about how he's tried to get some friends of his into, to HEX and the Richard Heart ecosystem, and he's had some pushback, but it's like, they're messing around with SHIB and other things that they can use Robinhood for. So I think that that's really going to be kind of like the next level. And obviously it's like, we're kind of like the guys that were in Bitcoin in 2011, right? God bless America for that, right? But even now in 2023, it's like, I think it's still early, obviously, for all these coins. And, maybe it's 3 years out. Maybe it's a year and a half out. Maybe Richard's wallet, is a stepping stone toward that. But, for a lot of people, it is intimidating for me, for me to tell them, like, okay, well, you need a Trezor. Okay, well, you can use a Trezor with an Android. If you want to keep MetaMask on your phone, there's a way to do that. So you can use your hardware wallet. So you still have that layer of security. But then, you're going to have to use Transact, or you're going to have to use Ramp. The fees are kind of shitty, and, you're capped at like $400 a day. Oh, you want to put some real money in? Okay, well, you're going to need this eventually anyhow, so let's get a Coinbase going, right? Or a Gemini, or whatever your poison of choice is. Then use that CFI bullshit, put your fiat there, wire it in, ACH it, whatever, then send it to your MetaMask, and then from there, you're going to need to go to a DEX, right? Well, shit, a lot of people are just glazed over by then. If there was a way, whether it's Richard Hart or whoever comes up with a way to where all that stuff still happens in the back end, and it's true DeFi, but on the front, it's like, I just want to buy Pulse X. And you put your money into your account that is showing your DeFi balance of USDC or whatever your stable of choice is. And then you want to swap that for Pulse or HEX or PulseX or Inc. or whatever the hell. You can do it as easily as you can on Robinhood. That's going to change the game. I was hoping that that's kind of where Steph was going with Staker. I don't see that happening. I think it's a great, tool in our community, and not shitting on Steph by any means. And maybe Alex comes up with it. Maybe someone that's not even part of the community yet sees the opportunity there. And then you can have someone that can have that ease of use and still be true DeFi and still be self-sovereign and still have the security. And that's...
he got rugged. Dude, this was like
I'll finish the sentence for him. Yeah. That's the true power of DeFi, is that we can get these anons to build shit as well.
Fucking Nord. Sorry. My VPN decided to be interesting. So it's like it wants to put me somewhere else all of a sudden.
Yo,
So
real quick though, I have the bridge pulled up here, and it's been stuck at 46.8 for quite a long time. I mean, I've had it pulled up since I've been on the stream here, and
I mean, maybe there is something going on.
I haven't
remember
seen
that
anything move in at least an hour.
Are you also looking at the deposited and processed numbers as well? Because you know how like if they both go up, the percentage can stay the same. So I typically just take a screenshot and see of the table as well, so that I can compare without using my memory. Because I'm using my precious memory for other things, like remembering how much gains I'm about to make.
Right.
Yeah, no. The deposited was at 96.9, and then that moved to 97 million, but that hasn't changed. The 46.8, I mean, they would have to be relative, right? So if one changed and the other didn't, then the percentage would be off. I'm telling you, the percentage hasn't changed in a while, and I keep refreshing and it's not changing at all. And I know it moves slow, but maybe whoever was talking in the group or in the chat was onto something.
Maybe.
So you know the deposited amount, now that it's like they've just truncated it and it just says 97M. So that's like low resolution. You're not going to see that change until it goes a full $1 million or whatever.
Right. Well, they had it
0.5 bit or whatever.
They had 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 on 96.
But then this other one, this one that's down to the dollar, 45,561,096. Also remember that it's possible that this website at times might have some kind of delay or glitch itself that doesn't actually represent what's happening on chain. So, in fact, you know what? I follow that Telegram group, the one that's behind me, that it's the one that Richard tweeted that actually every time a block goes through. So that will be interesting. If we hear that, maybe I'll just. So the last block that went through was block 807. Is that right? So I'll just keep an eye on that because I don't have Telegram on the computer that I'm on right now. And then if that thing goes, then we'll know it's still running, even if it's, trickle spec. It's pretty good though that we've gone all the way up to 46. There was a long time where we were stuck on low 30s. Yeah. So this is getting better. Still less than half of the economic energy that is trying to jam itself into these assets has been able to come across. This is hectic.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's the weekend, so guys, talk to me about the sites where people can look at. So I'm on Coin Paprika right now. They've got Pulse and PulseX listed. It's saying that PulseChain is at position, like in terms of cap rank, it's at position 5,148, and that PulseX is at 3,478. Now that seems odd to me, since I thought their supplies were roughly similar and the PulseX price is lower, so you would expect the PulseX rank to be deeper. So they're
something weird is going on there.
Are they looking at wrapped pricing, or are they looking at the token itself?
Oh, yeah, good point. CoinGecko has got them both listed now. Like the one that I'm going to be excited about is when somewhere lists HEX on the Pulse chain. Now, some people might be thinking, they might not even doing it all, but CoinGecko listed HEX on Ethereum proof of work. So HEX on Ethereum proof of work exists on CoinGecko's cap ranking website. So I think eventually they should, they're pretty degen. I think they should be listing the PRC20s. But if anyone, please, if anyone sees that PRC20s are starting to be listed somewhere, tweet at me, DM me, just get at me somehow, because that's something I want to know. I'm starting to make a list of my wish list for things that I want to see on PulseChain, right? So, and literally number one at the top of my list is correct or reasonably consistent prices in the majority of locations. So people aren't doing this shit where they're like looking in one spot, it says Hex is like $400, and then they look somewhere else and it says it's like a penny. Like I want consistency and reasonable accuracy.
And it's been about a week. It's like, I mean, we've been up for a week, right? Not even. So because I'm like chomping at the bit too for like trading view. It's like, where's my pairs, bro? It's like I want to see if there's any patterns emerging, and they're just not there yet. So I think it's going to take a minute.
Well, I've drawn a fat ass cup and handle on the wrapped pulse. I might just bring this up if you guys want.
Real quick before you do that, I'm gonna hop off here. I appreciate.
Do an outro. Do an outro, man. Do an outro.
Yeah.
I want to. I wanted to tell you, Freddie. When I went into the Bitcoin conference the day before it started, so Industry Day, they were making a big deal. They were doing like a procession, and there was like they had a coffin, and they brought it inside. So I was like, "What's going on here?" Right? It's bad enough they had the DeLorean in there, right? So they were actually having a funeral for the fiat currency.
Wow.
With an F. And
are you serious? They also had a DeLorean.
Yeah.
Yeah, they copied all of our shit. And
dude, they got the hoverboard. They got Maddie's whole shtick. Yeah, but they don't have Maddie.
No, seriously, the like on the Bitcoin 2023 website, it says we're live. Like to click on their live stream. They're just like they're literally copying everything.
Bro.
But I wanted to say everybody who was there was like, holy shit, Freddie's thing was way better, like 1,000 times better.
Nice.
And so shout out to Freddie.
Cool. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
To let you know, imitation, it's the most sincere form of flattery. And
for sure.
I really appreciate you hopping on stream too, man. You rock.
Yeah, dude. I appreciate you, brother. Tangent, good to see you.
Cheers, Freddie.
Craig,
really good to see you, man.
Toby. You too, brother.
We'll do an S&B soon, dude.
We will do one soon for sure. And I'm gonna try to get to sleep so I can wake up and catch some of these interviews tomorrow. I'm pumped to see the rest of this. When's the final hour?
The final
7
hour,
Eastern.
That's a great question. Is
when did it start? 7 Eastern.
The final hour starts at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Right on. Perfect.
Cool.
Oh, so that's we still got quite a way.
Yeah, we still have 14 hours, just under.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to listen to the songs that we're talking about, get on Freddie's YouTube channel.
Hey, and I think Gen Hex and I are streaming tomorrow on his channel, and we're gonna do it at 5:30, but maybe we'll do it at 6.
Yeah, we'll wait longer. I didn't know what time this was done. Sorry.
No, me neither. So maybe you can give us a little shout out or something for people that haven't had enough in 48 hours, and then they can come hang out with Gen Hex night.
I'm never
satisfied. You guys.
Cool. That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Rock and roll. Have a great night, guys.
Cool. See you, Freddie.
Cheers,
Freddie.
Later.
There's so many scams, I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Who's next, Maddie? You got anybody waiting in the green room?
No, you can see the green room.
I can't see the green room.
I can see the green room.
He can see the green room. I can't see the green room.
Oh, really?
I can see me in the green room.
Yeah,
see
we're
me
not
twice. That's 2 times too many.
whatever.
I gotta grab a drink.
I was just starting to jive out to that song.
Yeah, it did. It skip.
That's the Hexagon anthem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So pumped.
I see the other side screaming high 5. Gonna be like this for a long time. My guys don't know it's all vibe. But the hand claps and high 5, screaming high 5. In case you know.
These are
It
sick.
reminds
Did you make
me-
them yourself?
Yeah, it reminds me. Well, I didn't make the music, but I just.
No. I meant
it together.
the cutscenes.
It's like when you do your legendary Twitter Spaces and you do a vibe check, and then you're playing like really good music for a few seconds. That's good.
people ask me to do it on here, and I'm like, I can't because of copyright.
Yes.
That's the awesome thing about Twitter Spaces. You can just rock
Yes.
music, and because they've downgraded the sound quality so much, you don't get copyright strikes. Or maybe Elon just doesn't give an F. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know whether people have complained, like whether record labels have complained about that, because you literally can just play tunes in the Twitter Spaces and you don't get any kind of, there's
Really?
no there's not, you don't even get message saying, hey, you did something wrong or you did a copyright breach or any shit.
Right on. Maybe because it's kind of like a live stream situation, maybe. And
yeah, I mean, I assumed it was the audio quality. They've downgraded the audio quality so much that it's like it doesn't count as the song or something. I'm not sure.
Dude, I didn't get like a strike, and it's so ridiculous. Like YouTube, I actually got a notification, and then I sent them the license for Hexaco because they thought it was a Beach Boys song. And I was like, it's a parody of a Beach Boys song, but it's like all the music and the vocals and all that were done independently, and there's lyric changes and whatever. So I sent them the thing, and it's like they took it away. So mine's safe to play. But on TikTok, they didn't like block it or even send me any notification, but they just wrecked the sound. So like if you stumble across my pitiful little TikTok, you'll see I've got it on there a couple times because I tried to upload it again, but I didn't want to lose the comments and the likes and the activity on the first one. So I threw it up again, and it's just like garble the sound so hard, it's like almost painful to listen to.
Damn.
It's like, oh, what the fuck? It's like, that's fucked up. But yeah. But it's like, dude, it's mine. I really own it. I swear.
Yeah, like who do I have to contact to like convince that this is actually mine?
I went down all the rabbit holes. I even got after them on Twitter, and they said they'd look into it, and then I never heard anything back. So whatever. But hey, it's something that I found interesting in my venture into the validator world. If you're doing like 2 or 3 validators, pretty good chance you're not going to fuck up and like send your deposit to the same validator twice. If you're doing more than that, then the way that the interface works on that, and if anybody's messing around with validating or thinking about it, be aware of this. When you go into the launch pad, it will show all your key stores, all the wallets that you need to independently deposit your 32 million Pulse into. If for some reason you have to refresh that page or power down and come back into it or whatever, it does not keep a record of the ones that you've already deposited to. And then if you don't have a block explorer that's working properly, makes it real dicey to make sure you're not depositing the same one twice. And there's warnings all over the launch pad that if you double deposit, you're just shit out of luck and you lost your 32 million Pulse. However, not only did I do it once, I did it multiple times. And if you knew the number of validators I did, it would make sense as to how that may have happened, because percentage-wise, I wasn't too bad. It was like less than 1%, but it was a few. And they automatically went to my deposit address. So my yield address,
so
all of a sudden, like, dude, I'm like, nope. It comes back automatically as it gets to the point where that particular validator is going to be activated. They see that you've deposited twice, and it automatically sends that 32 million. But it doesn't
so you didn't lose it.
No, it sends it to your yield address because you have a separate address that you use for your yield to dump into. So all of a sudden, I'm looking at my yield. I'm like, how in the world do I have 64 million Pulse already from yield? This is insane. I love this thing. And I'm like, oh wait, that number seems familiar. That's 32 million twice. There they are. But I was kind of freaked out for a minute. So at this point, because like David actually did a script, because like you would have to go into it, withdraw everything that you deposited into that one account improperly, and then redeposit the proper amount. But now it's automatic. So that's a cool little upgrade that they've done on that. There's some improvements that could be made, make it a little easier. I spent hours doing my deposits, but I've got my Nooks humming along and validating my balls off and racking up some yield. Most of my validators are not active yet. They're still pending because I just did the deposits, finished them up in the last couple of days. But yeah, it's pretty remarkable how many people are participating in that. And it's with guys like David out there with the equipment and the expertise to kind of hold your hand and walk you through it. It's really not that complicated. But man, those farms, it's like when I saw the yield on the farms, I'm like, why am I validating? And it's like you might be getting more bang for your buck doing the liquidity pools and the ink token. But it's crazy when you have to decide, like, where can I make even more money? It's like, I'm already making money. How can I make even more money by doing this other thing instead? It's just it's insane. It's heady stuff.
Are you doing anything specific to keep your hardware cool?
Nooks run remarkably cool already. The Nook 12 Pro, they use like 160 watts of power. They're vented very well, but I do have a fan, and they're sitting outside of a cabinet, so they're in open air and they're positioned properly. And I do have a small like computer fan that's circulating the air in the area. But every time I've touched them, they don't even feel warm. You know,
Cool.
so I've been pleased with that because I was concerned about them overheating or shutting down or whatever. The big thing is like making sure you have a steady power supply. And I raise coral as a hobby, so I have a whole house generator, so I never lose power. So that's that. And then I've got a fiber internet connection, so I'm in a unique position in that regard to have that. But even that, there's an automatic transfer switch from an automatic generator to kick on. So it's about a 3 or 4 second lag if like the local power goes down before my generator transfers power over. So I've got an APC or UPC, whatever you call them, backups. So it'll stop any kind of, downtime at all. So those are things to consider if you're looking into doing a validator. But it's a cool way to participate, and it's kind of a lockup. It's kind of, to me, I think validating is kind of like staking, because it's like you're locking it up and it's working for you, and you're earning yield on having that locked up. And it is a bit of a process to get the funds back out. It's like a 2 or 3 day withdrawal process. So it's not as easy as just, like hitting the sell button and withdrawing. HEX is obviously more punitive with the emergency and stake penalties and whatnot. But, with things like that, time pays me, HEX staking, there's ways to kind of save yourself from yourself. And while your money's sitting there, unlike Bitcoin, you can be earning more Pulse, more HEX, more yield, right?
Tight. Yeah, I like your point that we've got a situation where you're already making mad gains, and then you're like, I can actually do these small things, obviously depending on your risk profile and that sort of thing, to actually increase the stack. It's in a way, it's kind of similar to the whole HEX staking thing, where you're increasing your bag in absolute terms in terms of number of coins and expecting it to go up as well. But right here it's subtly different, where you're the reason that you're getting paid these things is for providing a service, whether it's validating the network or whether it's providing liquidity and those sorts of things. So it's still valuable, just like in HEX, how you're lending that lockup. You guys know the deal, that you are lending the value to the people who want liquidity to be able to sell now, that they get a higher price because you can't. These are, and in fact, some would say these might actually be easier to explain to people and say, hey, look, this is the reason why you are making this particular payment that's being paid in this crypto asset, whether it's the incentive token or fees in the LPs or the validator rewards. You are providing this service, and that's why you're getting paid this amount roughly. And that's why this is sustainable yield. I call that shit real yield. It's like, it's sustainable because there are going to be people willing to make that payment ongoing. Whereas in crypto, sometimes you find this like fake yield where it's like the coin's just being printed out of thin air and it's being distributed, whatever, but it's not sustainable because eventually there's no one on the buy side of that equation purchasing, like funding the service or the product. So these are all real yield, except for possibly you could argue the incentive token is in that category of fake yield, where but as we're seeing the price go up, as new things maybe we're going to include a little buy and burn. No, I'm just kidding. As we see these new pools, I think these new pools that have come out for the incentive token are responsible for the price going up like over 3x, because people either want to get involved in the pool, or so they're buying it to get involved in the pool, or just simply not selling it. People who were like generating it and dumping it are now trying to get into the pool. So we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
I'm probably gonna have to get some rest here so I can be fresh in the morning to onboard all these Bitcoiners and come back and tell everybody about HEX and PulseChain. Toby Wan's gonna keep catching double spends there to make sure that PulseChain is legit. And Gen HEX, I'm gonna be rating his stream tomorrow after the 48-hour live stream for the people who just they didn't have enough. Yes. And Tangent's gonna hold it down and tell everybody what it means to be a Hexican. So
sweet.
Appreciate you guys.
You too, Maddie. God bless. Get some
See
rest.
you in a little bit.
Your
See you,
boots
Maddie.
on the
Thanks so
ground,
much.
baby.
I
Represent.
won't let you down, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I actually I wasn't concerned, but heading into PulseChain launch, I thought, is this giving people a license and possibly encouraging shitcoinery? And we have seen a little bit of that in various aspects, people launching their own coins, people FOMOing into like random, completely baseless currencies. Like, I'm not even making a comment on that. Like, overall, I've actually been really impressed. And I do not create echo chambers. Like, I don't go through and block people on Twitter to try and make myself like a nice little echo chamber where I can be like psychologically safe that no one's going to say anything that I don't like. And broadly, like largely, I'd say community wide, I've been reasonably impressed. The transition into like, because we talk about being hexagons, but now obviously there's these other products that we are very excited about. Some people were worried that the attention was going to shift away from Hex onto Pulse. People were worried that there was going to be a competitive nature between these assets, Pulse, PulseX, Hex. People were worried about the shitcoinery, the diversion of economic energy. We did see a bit of that in like people doing their own sacrifices and things like that. But all in all, I think it's been better than I expected.
Well, the way I see some of that, because it's like I felt the same way. Like we were pretty friendly to things like Hedron, that's giving free tokens to people that are minting, and then Hedron made itself a use case with the HSIs, and then the ICOSA staking and what have you, and then you look at Maximus, and then their perpetuals that they came out with, and we all know the benefits of those types of things, and the idea is that it's going to get more people involved in the general broader space of the Richard Hardy ecosystem. Yes and no. I mean, that's really hard to quantify, but especially in the bear, I think it became pretty apparent that it was just kind of a dilution of economic energy, because if someone's buying Maximus, like if I got Maximus at the beginning and did pretty well with it, and when it was doing considerably better than Hex, I liquidated my Maximus and bought more Hex because it made sense to do so. But typically, if the argument is just to buy that, or another perpetual, or maybe ICOSA, because if you stake it, you're earning really good yield on ICOSA, and it's going to outpace Hex. So that's the speculation there, right? All those things are money not going into Hex, and Hex is the base of the whole derivative tree. So that's the thing Crispy and I always are kind of beating the drum about, is on the game theory gang with Maddie on Tuesdays, is like, if you're not feeding the tree, the little fruits out on the end that you're so excited about ripening that you can just snack on are never going to get there. So I get it, and I like the idea to a degree, but I just feel like if there was more effort, and even now I feel like obviously the focus is on PulseChain and the things that are going on there, but I feel like we can't forget, as boring as it might seem to us because we've been around it for so long, is to still teach the tenets of a good staking ladder as your foundation for everything. And then if you look at even the incentive token, which I agree is kind of like the weakest, dumbest kid in the family off to the side a bit, but you have to make that attractive, and people are going to speculate. People are going to trade like baseball cards. They're going to trade anything that they think holds value. So with the incentive token, you want that to be valuable. You want people to speculate and buy that and trade it and do whatever, and keep that value up, because what is the incentive token? It's in the name. It's an incentive token. You're being incentivized to provide liquidity, which is stabilizing the whole marketplace, right? And part in the core of that market is the native token of the chain, PulseChain, Pulse token. So, if you can, it's the same thing that Polygon did. It's exactly the same thing. It's like they were bringing people over and saying, here's this quick swap token. Here's this quick swap token. And then like people are like, well, it's a dump coin, but cool, thanks for the free money. And they came and played, and some people got burnt. So, I mean, I would just be it's like I'm 51. I'm a little more risk adverse than I used to be when I was younger. But, I would encourage people to just be careful with liquidity pools, because, you don't know. I think everything's going to pump personally, but you don't know if one is going to be more likely to suffer impermanent loss. And typically, just like a CD at a bank or any other investment vehicle, it's a less risky investment is going to show less of a potential APR. So the PulseX thing, I think, is a no-brainer. The stuff I've got stuck on the bridge is HEX, because I think the HEX pairing is a no-brainer, and the yield on that is like 1,000% right now. And I think it only gets what's it get, a 10x, Craig, or is that a 20x or a 3x? I think it was a 10x maybe. But
one
still,
of them was a 3x. I can't remember which one it was.
I think those were the ones with the stables, and with WETH. But I'd have to double check. But anyhow, just look at that stuff and like consider that if you're going to get into the LP thing, because I know a lot of people that talked really confident about using
20x.
LP. 20x, yeah. So you got a 20x on it. Yeah. So I mean, that seems like an absolute no-brainer. Some of these other things, I mean, we saw the Ink token at $7 like today, right? And then it shot up to 30. That's great. That doesn't mean that it can't go back to 7. So I think people should be careful, and that's why things are being incentivized more heavily. I think HEX is being incentivized heavily because it's HEX. And he wants to see it expensive on both chains, right? So I don't know. I just feel like people really need to like just don't look at it all like it's all winning lottery tickets. I'm going to buy all the lottery tickets because they're all winners. It's like be diligent and be focused on where you want to put your.
In a way, they kind of are though. Like as in, that's why I'm keeping exposure to all of them. That I think they're all gonna be winning tickets. But I just realized why I think maybe the devs and Richard decided not to display that 20x the farm incentive token X on the main page is that it's kind of irrelevant, because what really matters in terms of how much you are going to earn is your percentage of the pool compared to the rest of the pool. And so that's really what this APR indicates. It's like it's an indicator that, look, for a unit of economic energy, this is how. So like for $1 worth of these tokens put into the LP, these are how it's going to perform. So these APRs, even though they're actually not realistic, like they're not accurate, because there's so many parameters that are constantly changing, that give this is the best metric that we do have for comparing the pools.
Right.
Just don't expect these APRs, because they're likely to come down over time. And so not only are they not realistic because these parameters, like there's multiple parameters moving at all times, but even if they were accurate, they're not sustainable. Like they're not, I don't want to say they're not sustainable. They're just not going to stay the same. They could go up. Like it's just not going to be this number. So I think
I saw something in the chat. I just saw something on the chat I just want to address real quick, because I found this out today and I didn't know it was a real issue. But apparently there are meme coins that are launched on Pulse that are not what you think they are. So if you see a Pulse Pepe, that's not the copy of Pepe that came over. That is a new Pepe. Is that right, Tangent?
Yeah, there's fake, and same with coins. Yeah, there's fake coins. Yeah.
And so what I have heard, so buyer beware, do your own research. It's your money. You guys fucking do what you want to do. I'm not trying to tell you what to do with your money. However, just like be careful of what you're doing, because I have heard that these are classic pump and dumps, where you get these crazy returns with people that are manipulating the prices, and then you get in thinking you're going to make loot, and then essentially you pull back out. That's pennies on the dollar because it's a rug. So I would just be very careful.
That's what I was actually about to say. Was a lot of people were hung up on, okay, it's launching. Okay, where's my tokens? Okay, what about all the other tokens I sacked for? Where are those at? We're waiting on the other projects and stuff, right? Then people were concerned, like, well, how much is it worth? What's the value of it? And they're getting the cart before the horse. Now there's the potential of wrecking yourself with liquidity pairs or ratio trading, because people are so anxious and excited to use this new blockchain. There is a whole nother realm of pitfalls out there that you need to watch out for moving forward. There will be dApps and different things looking for you to. You're sitting there on this pile of PLS and PLSX. There will be dApps and different things trying to entice you to use those and put them into other pools and get other rewards, not incentive tokens. Maybe even use the incentive token as the supposed reward, right? Hourglass games, stuff like that. The fake tokens that come out that try to sound like what you think they are, so they can get your tokens.
Yep.
The locusts, every new chain they come out, there will be all the stupid dApps out there. And want you to connect your wallet to play their games or get into pools to get some incentive. And I'm so tired right now. There was something else I was going to say, but there are other things. If you've been on Matic and you've been on BNB and some of these other chains, even just Ethereum, a lot of people see them, but a lot of people have not. A lot of people, this is their first real trip down degen lane.
Right.
And while they're waiting on all these other things to, they just got off the boat. They've got their finest jacket on, and their coin purse and everything they own is on them. And they're walking through town, and that town is full of hookers and pickpockets and opium dens.
I'm envisioning like a red light district. It's like there's all kinds of earthly delights, but then you might get a knife in your neck too.
Yes, just
the blade.
Hold your coin purse tight. Hold your wallet tight, and be careful and keep focused on where you're headed to the PulseChain, the validator bank, right? Because people are like, well, what do I do with my PulseChain? Do I do it to a validator? Do I make a liquidity pair? Do I do this, do that? Don't get spun around 4 times and then you're lost. And next thing you know, you look at your bags and you have half of what you started with because you just got fleeced.
I think this would be a good time for me to announce my token that I'm coming out with. Which is token. It's the stash simple.
The stash token.
Yeah, the stash token. The keep it simple stupid token, KISS, is the thing. And basically, when you go to that website, it will direct you to hex.com. So shut the fuck up. To use a great intro that we had earlier, but
these are really important. These are really important points.
Absolutely, because like a real world application of exactly what he's saying is, and it literally kind of took me a minute. Like, wait a second, it's like, well, what's the copy and what's a real thing? It has the same fucking ticker. What the hell? It's the same contract address. If it's a copy from Ethereum, it is the same exact contract address from when it was on Ethereum. It is now on Pulse with the same contract address. If it is a different contract address, it can have the same name of the token. It can be like the Doge and the Pepe we were talking about. Look at it. Do your research. Figure out who's behind it, what it is. I saw B Roots pop up in the thing here. I don't know the guy. I don't want to shit talk him, but it's like my understanding of the guy is he is unapologetic about participating in pump and dump shit because you can make money and he doesn't care who he's taking it from.
I've got nothing against him, but in general, if you see comments about like projects or people, just don't. We run the narrative on this channel.
That's what I was saying.
So just don't even respond to it.
I was saying that earlier tonight when I first got on the stream was, if you're not sure, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. If it means sitting on your bags and doing nothing forever until the price of PLS and PLSX go up, if that's what you need to do, if that is in your purview of the skill set you have in crypto. Make sure you got your hard wallet. You take care of your seed phrases, all that awesome stuff that Papa B tells us to make sure we're doing, and just sit on your hands for the next 5 years or whatever. If that's not financial advice, do what you want. It's your turn.
Everyone has to assess their own risk profile. Yeah. I've got an important addition to this, which is something that I've been saying since the very start of HEX, and I don't think I got very good penetration with this particular concept, but it's very important. It's price up does not equal legit, price down does not equal scam. So the thing that you anons need to learn here is
that basically. Can you give me a Gen X explanation here? I'm sorry. So when you're saying anons, I'm assuming you're meaning anonymous people. But is there another thing that
it just means everyone? I'm using it as a synonym for people, everyone. Literally, I include myself as an anon. It's just a generic term for humans.
Randos,
like an NPC.
Randos is a good. Randos is a good thing. Plebs in the loving sense of the word, the way the big ones use it, where it's like plebnet, we're all plebs. Like we are all Satoshi, we are all Richard Hart. It's just It's just
The
kind of
common
like,
Joe or Joanne or
technically,
whatever.
Got
it
it.
technically does refer to people who are anonymous, like NIMS, like random profile, so not your picture, not your name, on the internet. But
Got it.
I'm using it more like in a slightly broader sense. And so the thing here is, if you subscribe and promote to that attitude of like, look at the HEX, because I saw people doing it in the HEX bull market. Look at the price, haters. You thought that this wasn't legit. Well, now we've done this many X's. I'm like, guys, you can't use this logic to say that HEX isn't a scam, because that means that when the price inevitably goes down, then they are going to point to that and be like, oh, what's up now, bro? So, but I think that general idea that when people see green candles, that they're like, I want to be involved, is the problem, because some of these coins on these short time scales are outperforming the asset that you're holding. The big problem is, which is an extension of what I'm talking about here, is when you hear someone say, I have done a 5x, I've done a 10x, I've done a 20x, I've done a 50x, I've done a 100x on these like random coins these are literal fake versions of something that wasn't really a very good crypto product to start with. What is so that's a reason to not get in, because then you're chasing the pump. They've made the profit already. If it is a pump and dump, which statistically speaking, these are likely to be, you're effectively going to be the exit liquidity. So
before I forget to tangent, one other thing that that I've talked about it before. I've heard other people speak about it, but lately with all the excitement and the anticipation and the launch and different stuff, just as a reminder too, there are things, dusting and the spoofing stuff, right? If you open up your MetaMask or you do a scan to see what copies you got of tokens, and you see that, oh my God, I've got 50,000 of some token, maybe somebody airdropped that to me, whatever. If you don't know what that is, I would avoid it like the plague, because you will get sent free tokens. And when you try to go somewhere to sort of see what they're worth or try to sell them, you will inadvertently give that website permission to get in your wallet. And I think it's called dusting, right? I think that's what they call
there's
it. Anyway,
dusting attacks and there's sweepers and there's all kinds of stuff.
So you spend all this time patiently waiting, trying to do all the right stuff with security. Don't fall for some stupid coin that gets airdropped to you just to sucker you into trying to sell it. Then you need to identify it, which brings you to them. And then you have to connect your wallet to their website. And then from there, you could have just completely screwed yourself. So
well, and these things were more prevalent when gas was cheap and Ethereum itself was cheap. So we saw a lot more of it then, but now here we are, new day.
Just a PSA reminder, right? Don't forget about that stuff, because people go in their wallet now and they're like, well, let's see what all I got copies of. And like, well, I don't remember having this, but hey, I got 50,000 of them, or some ridiculous number. Where I've even seen them before, where you look at them and if like different, what is that? Degen tracker. There's one of the sites where it would show the coin, and you'd be like, okay, wait a minute. I have 50,000 of these and they're worth $9 a piece. Well, hell yeah, I want to sell them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not part of this community. Right. Thanks for the free coins. Let me go cash out. And then next thing you know, there is no liquidity. You can't, you're not getting anything for them, but you just completely screwed your OPSEC and your security of your wallet and all that stuff.
Wait, you want to know an advanced one that I saw that was pretty crazy? They distributed this multi-chain. They distributed fake LP tokens where the tokens in the LP were named with like a website. So people go there and they're like, well, I've got this LP in my thing. It's like, how did this happen? Did it get airdropped to me, or did someone accidentally send it to me, or whatever? Just like what you were just saying. And then they look at it and it's got like Uniswap like a legit-ish sounding thing. And then when you go there, it looks like you can actually get money out somehow, but really it's just all a scam designed to leverage off people's greed. And like Richard said, in crypto, there really is free money. That's the problem here, is that
you may miss out on
it's-
you may miss out on a real airdrop, but
Yeah, like as in there are real airdrops where you really get free money for real. So it's not unrealistic to think that this could be legit. Whereas in Legacy, you knew that if someone was giving you free money, or at least as you get older and you live your life, you would eventually learn that someone offering you free money, you should be like, wait, what? But in crypto, that actually does really happen. So it actually, there's actually multiple things that improve the ability for scammers in crypto. So one of them is that the gains are real. Really, people really do make these real gains, and there is really free money to be had, right? So that narrative exists that people believe because it's actually true in some cases. Then there's the immutability of it, so that if they scam you, they really get away with the money. There's not anyone that you can call. You can't call up your bank, get the funds reversed, or any shit like that. So, and there was one other thing as well. There's generally three things that make it basically, like lack of regulation and gray area legality. So it's like these things aren't necessarily illegal to do because we haven't had that kind of shit pinned down. And that's the fault of the governments that have deliberately held back regulation to sort of, they selfishly want to position themselves the best. So they're reluctant to give guidelines and create legal precedent because they want to keep the widest opening for them to be able to benefit or to just ensure the minimize damage to their system and maximize their position going into the future. And they've done that at the detriment of the entire space, including or especially retail investors. So for those three reasons, scammers thrive in the cryptocurrency industry.
it's like the Wild Wild West in a lot of ways. They can, if you can get somebody around the back of the building to stick a knife in them, maybe nobody knows who walked around the back of the building with them. Nobody ever investigates it, But like I said, it makes me think of these country bumpkins coming to town and just like, oh wow, look all these big buildings and all this stuff, and meanwhile somebody's sawing the strap off their coin purse and taking all their money, right? Or duping them or getting them drunk and taking all the stuff. I mean, take your pick. So I'm just saying, for people that have been around for a while, they're familiar with a lot of that stuff. But there's some people that are brand new to this, or somebody said, hey, cousin, here's 10 million PLS and 10 million PLSX and get on PulseChain, whatever. This is the latest thing. And then they have no idea what they're doing.
Right.
Not my cousin. My cousin would never give me money like that. But
Cuzzy. Hey, Cuzzy. You got to get on this PulseChain, Cuzzy.
But I think it's worth talking about that because some of that stuff people have not maybe heard before, or they've heard it before, but maybe sometimes you just need a little reality check to be like, oh shit, you know what? I do remember seeing that thing on Telegram where they were letting people take here. This is a wallet. Here's all the seed phrases. You can have whatever's in there. It's a giveaway, and then you go put ETH in there to get all the stuff out, and the ETH disappears. We were talking about that earlier tonight.
Oh yeah.
There's so many crafty things. These some bitches spend more time figuring out ways to steal from people. They could probably make billions of dollars just with their.
I've always said that as well. Yeah. If they just focus their time and energy onto actually making gains in crypto, they'd actually make more money.
Yeah.
It's good that we go a little bit deeper then, because it's easy for people to just be like, hey, there's heaps of scammers, watch out, don't get scammed. But it's like, and the real cliche ones are known. A bit like the Nigerian prince email is the, hey, 2 for 1 ETH. You send me an ETH, I'll send you 2 back. Yeah. Right? Those ones are known.
And they still.
But then you have these more sophisticated scams. And by the way, they will continue to become more sophisticated. The more we educate against the scams, the more sophisticated the scams become. It's cat and mouse.
And there's so many tools out there to help you with. I mean, like basics, Google. If you see and you don't know, maybe Google it. Maybe go to Pulse Police on Telegram and ask around in there. Go to a trusted source and see if they know anything about it.
I think they're counting on your FOMO for one.
Sure.
Okay, who hasn't opened up their email address and got an email from Amazon or something, and right in the email they've got it spelled wrong or something?
Right.
or a period in it or something where it obviously looks wrong, and you're just like, oh, not even reading that. But obviously somebody's falling for that, right?
Yeah.
You get
Well,
that
they just
phone
have-
call. Somebody
Well,
is
it's the same
just
with
bought an iPhone on your Amazon account, and even the phone call, you can hear in the words that they didn't even, whatever the robot they typed in for the robot to say, the grammar was wrong. And you're like, oh, hang up.
Well, with AI, they're doing voice spoofing and stuff now. So they're calling older people and literally making it sound like their granddaughter that's in high school that needs money
Has been
because she's stuck.
kidnapped.
It's crazy, dude. I mean, there's so many different avenues, and just some simple due diligence on all of these things. But we live, I think, generally like we're wired to be trusting people, and that is, you know, a perfect target, right, to get taken advantage of. So you just need to be a little more diligent, especially in the crypto space.
I heard that one where the chick, they spoofed the daughter's voice, and it was like, "Mom, I've been kidnapped. You need to please send these people money." They sent the money because they were rich, and so it's like, how good is that as a scam? Because it's like, it's a lesser crime, right? You didn't actually kidnap anyone. You didn't deprive them of their liberty. You didn't actually make a little girl scared. It's literally like, I'm not promoting this, but as an idea, but like, it's like
we'll talk in the
it's
green
like
room.
it's like a lesser crime for more impact. It's like it's crazy.
There's probably I mean, like here in the States, there's probably some different charges they can get you on for inciting.
It's definitely illegal.
Yeah,
it's definitely illegal.
I just heard I think it was this morning or yesterday on the radio, where one of these senators or congressmen or somebody was going to give their they had their time to talk, their introduction or whatever. So he's like, okay, I've got my my introduction here. And all of a sudden you start hearing the guy talk, and he's sitting there, whatever, sipping water, whatever, and you just hear him talking. It's his voice. And his whole premise for the whole thing was every single bit of what he just said was all AI.
Damn.
Wow.
So his opening statement was all AI using his voice to reproduce, sound like him. And it was for him to show them, this is how freaking serious this shit is now.
Yeah.
That you just sat here and listened to me, and it sounded just like me, and I'm never said a word.
Right. Yeah. It's getting more and more sophisticated. But I mean, the thing is too, is like the simplest things are the things that get the people the most wrecked. And it's the basics that get glossed over, because it's more exciting to talk about an AI of your granddaughter and somebody sent them $10,000 to save her life or whatever, and she was never even kidnapped. Those are more salacious, kind of fun things to talk about. The things that people don't like to talk about, and Papa will tell you, is the majority of people that end up hacked, they went to a website, connected their wallet to some shit that they had no research to, and they get hammered that way, or they talked to support and they gave someone their seed phrase, or they didn't keep their seed phrase secure, and they had it on their MetaMask on their phone without a Trezor backup or other ways in which someone could have access to that. So, I mean, there's basic security principles. Like if you do the Trezor thing, you secure your seed phrases properly, and you don't give your seed words to anybody ever, and watch what you connect to. That's going to keep you out of trouble for most things.
I'm going to sound like a real asshole right now for a second, and I'm sorry. I'm apologizing in advance.
That's all right,
because I do love our community. I was at work today. A lady was going down the elevator. I was going out the one door. She went out the back door to get into the parking garage thing, which is executive. And as I walked out the other door and walked out in the parking lot, she came out of the executive parking lot, hit the panic bar on the door, which sets off the alarm.
Oh shit!
Because you're only supposed to go out that door. So it says right on the door, there's two signs on the door that both say exit only. And then if you open this door, the alarm will sound, right? People set it off all the time. I'm constantly going over there, have to reset the alarm. George Carlin said it best. We talked about this before. What is it? The average, think about how dumb the average person is, and then realize that half the people alive are dumber than that person, right? So let's face it, we love our hexicans, we love our prostitutes or pulsicans or whatever we're calling ourselves.
Prostitutes.
Damn. I call myself a prostitute. You guys call yourself. But my thing is, let's face it, let's hope we have a higher percentage of the above average smarts and But people are
I
dumb,
think
man.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I see people walking their dog wearing a mask and shit. You know what I'm saying? And anyway,
But
that's
by
a
the
whole other
way,
conversation.
I've got a minor counter to that because I do like that sentiment, but because it's a bell curve, I think it is slightly misrepresenting how dumb everyone is because you think, oh my god, people are, because you hear dumber and you think significantly dumber.
No,
But
their dog was
realistically,
wearing the mask.
Because no,
I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry.
no. I'm talking about the general comment about the 50% of people dumber than the average person. It's actually the majority of people are actually just approximately that dumb, just above and just below. So when you hear the word dumber, you think significantly dumber. It's actually like most people are in here, and then you've just got outliers. Like
we're all kind of
got
huddled
Richard
there
Hart
toward
and
the
Vitalik
center.
and all the galaxy brains up one end, and then
So,
but I do like that. I like it as far as jokes go. Like, as in, he wasn't saying it seriously. He was saying it's a joke. I think it's
George Carlin. I mean, that's just what George Carlin was.
He's a comedian, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's dead now.
He's passed away, but he was great. Yep.
So
he had that sense of humor. Yeah.
We
Sit
are
down, Sonny. Let the Gen Xers tell you about these comedians that we used to see back in the 90s.
Back in the day. Sit down and hook up get on that dial up and we'll talk.
Have you heard of Richard Pryor? Let me tell you about Richard Pryor.
I've heard him.
Get that flip phone out. Oh, wait, that was a brick phone. Never mind.
So this would probably be a good time for me to announce my second coin. It is Mask Token. It's MASK.
Boomer.
When you go there,
this is actually the third. This is actually the third one because we're also putting extortion on the blockchain and using AI technology to mimic people's voices, and then it's all going to be. It's all going to be on the blockchain.
Hands are clean. Hands are clean. No kidnapping.
And then also, by the way, the ransom money can only be paid in our token. Yes. So that's gonna pump the price. Plus, we're gonna have all these anons buying it as well. So I think that's really good.
That's where mask comes in because kidnappers usually wear masks.
Well, say
Toby's
with
the facts.
That's the synergy that we've got among this whole ecosystem.
It's a new ecosystem. That's
no face, no case.
Right. Yeah. And then when you go to the website, it'll tell you shut the fuck up and go to hex.com.
Toby's the one saying, "Oh no, we're not really doing that." Whatever. The guy wearing the fake mustache on stream is the one talking about.
It's all
legit.
Dude.
Yeah, it's good glue.
Dude, you actually just gave me a pretty sick idea. You know how Richard Hart said the SEC did that clever marketing campaign where they pretended they were launching a coin, and then when you go there, it educate you. Like it's like, hey, you just got tricked. This was actually a scam. So it like educates people. We could get
straight at the prisons with the kids.
We could get Hex community members to pretend they're launching their own coin. And when people go to the site, it just routes them straight back to hex.com. Right. And it's like, don't be a fucking idiot. Of course, I'm not launching a coin.
It should just be a quick video clip of you saying, shut the fuck up.
No. The flowchart. The flowchart. They go there and it's just that flowchart and they follow it and everything they click, it just goes, shut the fuck up. Going back.
The only problem with that is like, actually, we can't actually do that because there will be some people that don't click the link and they'll actually then start calling that particular community member a scammer, being like they launched their own coin. You know what I mean? Like you'll have that percentage. Yeah.
We're back to the stupid people part, right?
This is like the 5D chess that you have to play when you are in crypto just to ensure that you don't wreck anons and that anons don't wreck you.
Yep, it's a fact, dude. I do not want my anon wrecked.
No, I mean that one time in prison was bad enough. I'm not going through that again. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah,
your mic's kind of
talking about wrecking anons. I'm not sure.
The wrecking.
Reckon that's it's getting late. Sorry, fellas.
I know it's 4:00 here. I've been on stream for 7 hours. What the hell?
Dude,
how did this happen?
Wow. Yeah.
Wait,
damn you, Maddie.
Yeah, right.
There's a well-known Bitcoiner that always goes on about people who are within the space who their business model or their shit is like crypto focused, like CEO of biggest or most reputable exchange in the US. I'm not going to say the name of it. That guy hates Bitcoin. Like he never mentions Bitcoin. He always talks about crypto. And it's like, dude, your entire business model is built on this and you're like indirectly disrespecting it. The Dogecoin creator, he is one of the people that has just been against crypto the entire time, pretty much. Could have been like a multi-billionaire off being the founder of that coin because it's like an OG crypto. And he's come out again naming investments, like non-crypto investments, that he thinks is better than crypto. And it's just like, bro, give up. Like you wrecked yourself. You wrecked yourself by not holding any of the coin that you created. You could be a billionaire now, and you've just been coping ever since. Just give up. Like, join the RH team or just get the fuck out. Like,
there's got to be a psychological name for that, right? Like the people that bought in HEX at 0004 whatever, and then sold it, and then never got back in, and now there
must be
a nemesis of Hexicans because they're so butthurt that they could have been in, that they kicked themselves out, and instead of just acknowledging they screwed up, they want to hate on the whole community that didn't. You know, there's got to be.
I think it's probably like a fairly simple psychological assessment. I think it's just called being a hater. Like,
yeah, but
you played yourself.
Being like an ass clown.
Those same people are looking for the next 10,000x, and they're the ones chasing the shiny objects and going after like straight up scams out of the gate. You know what I mean? They're just going with the obvious scams. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's like it takes all kinds, I guess. But I think we're just a very lucky. I mean, because man, Tangent, you've been around for a long time in the crypto space. It's like people, and Johnny explains this. Johnny Chaos explains it expertly, as far as just people thinking that there's 10,000x coins just around every corner. Because I mean, those are the things that get the big, the shill tank. That's pretty funny. That could be the name of our group, right? For all of our fucked up tokens, Kiss, and Mask, and whatever the extortion token. But yeah, it's like.
Not a real kidnapping token.
Not a real kidnapping token. Shut the fuck up. Go to hex.com.
Yo, this comment right here. Imagine fading RH. Imagine fading RH. It reminds me, that meme where it's the dad and he's got the daughter sitting on the lap and the kid is like on the ground playing coloring in books or whatever. And the meme is like, Daddy, why didn't you buy HEX when it was like sub penny? And he's like, oh, some anon on the internet told me it was a scam. And then the boy on the ground is like, fucking loser.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's perfect.
Your own young kid, your own boy is calling you a loser because you faded RH. Imagine Wait. I am personally going to clip myself saying this so I can post it in like 2 years from now. Imagine fading RH, bro. Talk about signing up for future regret. Can I get some of that future regret? How do I do it? Fade RH, sick. Oh, speaking of, we've got the ability. Remember, people can short HEX now. So if you're a little HEX hater, you can put your money where your mouth is. You can go and short HEX right now. Let's go. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait for people to start shorting HEX.
Hey, did Maddie just for real drop a link in the chat? Is that real?
Whenever I post anything, it comes up as Maddie, but that wasn't me.
Yeah, because he's signed in as an admin for the channel.
Howie Coins. Oh,
is that
he must
real?
Be. So that must be the SEC one that I was talking about.
Got it. Okay, cool. Makes sense.
Oh, so Maddie did put that there?
Howie Coins.
Like, we've been hacked. It's like someone's taken over Maddie's account and he's shilling.
Before anyone else goes there, I'll take a hit for the team because this computer doesn't have anything important on it.
Imagine fading Maddie.
It's a pre-ICO sale is live.com.
You don't want to be the guy fading Maddie either.
Officially registered with the U.S. government. Is Maddie trolling his own stream?
I think this is the one that the SEC created, right?
Maybe. Look at the fucking co-founder.
Bro, I love those.
Look at the mug.
The gangster glasses.
The guy on the left with the hair and the beard and the look on his face. That's the giveaway.
Oh, this is actually not the one I was talking about.
Yeah, this is weird.
Was that really Maddie that posted that? This looks like a shit.
I mean, it comes up as Maddie all in live.
Have we got a fake Maddie here?
Unless somebody else is signed into StreamYard right now.
It wasn't me. And I'm the only person I think that's logged in as a host right now.
I don't want to block.
How do we unless it's Brisology, you'd probably see him. You'd see him in the green room.
All right. Don't go to that website, guys. It's not like as in you're not going to get hacked from going there, but it looks like it's actually a shitcoin. Sorry about that.
I'm gonna
Look. Wait, yo. I've got an idea. I will post in the chat, and you'll see. Then that should come up as Maddie.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then we compare that.
We're under attack.
I just posted some Fugazi. Yeah, that looks like the same user.
It looks like the same thing.
It's a highlighted. It's
Ooh,
highlighted. Maddie Allen Hex. It's highlighted like the channel owner. So unless that Maddie just launched his own coin.
Did Maddie get into some weird like bath salts down there in Miami and is fucking around?
Maybe Tangent's computer, the microphone translated and thought he wanted to go to that site.
I don't know, man.
And he butt dialed himself.
I would avoid this. I would avoid this link. I'm just saying. I don't know what's going on there, but don't download the white paper. Don't click any of the shit on it. There's fuck all that.
Oh shit, we all just got dusted.
Great.
Quick, everyone to the what do you call link to clear your I don't know what I'm talking about.
Clear your cookies. Everybody clear your cookies right now.
All right, I'm seriously
do your cookies.
I'm at 7 hours and 10 minutes, guys. I am gonna go
clear cookies.
Hey,
now Hex took
Hey,
no, I can't leave.
I'm alive.
I gotta stick around.
No, you gotta stick around.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
It's good to see you.
I'll take this comment away so that people can see who
Superman,
you are. And do you want to do it?
man.
You want to introduce yourself to the stream? Tell us why you are so bullish on PulseChain.
Because Richard Hart is awesome at tokenomics and delivering.
Because don't fade Richard Hart.
Delivering the best of crypto. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Good to be on stream with you, man. I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yep.
In Hex, Craig, good to see you.
I'm good to see you, man. I am sorry. I have not been on your streams in so long. I fell off the earth for a couple months. I had to be non-grab.
I shook him. I'm like,
he did. He came to my city and he slapped me around.
I did. Took him to a concert, put my arm around him, had a man-to-man talk.
It's partially true. So, but it's good to see you, man. Sorry I've been a stranger on your channel. I used to hang out there quite a bit, and I miss you guys. Get a great community there too.
Yeah, he does great stuff, man. You're one of my favorite streamers. You're up there in the top.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I like it.
Actually, I'll be completely honest. So I borrowed $2 off Hex Token like 4 months ago, and I've been dodging him.
Where's my $2?
I just been dodging him because I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to give him that $2 back. So I'm sorry, I'll get it to you. And now that PulseChain's launched, I will get
that through Tangent. I'm sure he'll look after that for us.
Yes.
Right, sure. Or we can give you some of our new tokens. There's an extortion token.
Yes, there's
a couple.
Haven't actually been kidnapped token. What else?
I'm actually losing track of how many projects I'm launching. It's hectic, guys. I'm real busy these days.
They all direct you right back to PulseChain though, so it's okay.
And the only reason I took a break from doing that was to come on here and shield them. So I'm still working.
Word of mouth.
Even when I'm here having fun, I'm still putting in work. It's the grind set, baby. It's the grind set.
One of them, Tangent, were you still launching the Vampire Attack token? I think that's what it's called, right? You're going to launch that to the community?
That's not me.
I don't know.
I don't think that was me.
No.
That's funny.
Was there someone doing that?
No, I'm saying that was the name of the token was Vampire Attack.
Was Vampire Attack token?
It's not what you think it is.
Right. Yeah.
We're just gonna.
It's ironic.
My ones. Freddie gave me the shit coin, and then I came up with the BBBB token, which is the buy and burn baby token. The whole entire use case is just one massive buy and burn. So it's like it's just got it just elevates to the greatest tokenomics like that can possibly exist.
That would be the biggest troll coin though. Think about it.
Great.
You buy it and immediately goes and
burns it all.
Yes.
Burns everything you buy. Everything you buy
it's got such a powerful buy and burn. It even burns the tokens you buy.
You never even have
100% burn. That's how good the tokenomics are. Yeah.
And the price just keeps going up on the chart because everything goes right to the burn address.
Yeah, every time someone buys it, the price just goes up and then the tokens disappear.
The ultimate
That's
troll.
actually genius.
That's burn everything.
That's a buy and burn.
You just call it the burn token.
Mm-hmm.
Just right in the bit of fire.
Baby.
What's
burn, baby, burn. That's going to be the tagline on the website is just going to be "Burn, baby, burn." That's the
That's the one.
which is also B. Burn,
It's all
baby, burn.
Yeah, that's it. It's
he's saying the Howie site is the SEC's Howie coin.
I don't think so,
Like
because
the
that
Howie
one was like actively shitting on the SEC, which I don't think they would do that.
I know maybe it's a meme coin making fun of the SEC.
Yeah, I think it's the latter, because it was saying like this coin represents how disingenuous the SEC is being towards crypto and blah 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 blah. They, even if they were doing like a educational website, they're not going to say the quiet part out loud and call themselves out for being the most corrupt, disingenuous mofos in the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think that site is created by it, but maybe it was also called Howie Coin, but we've got the wrong one or something like that. I don't know.
Wonder what their Twitter is. They got a link.
Yeah, unless he typed the
Twitter goes to investor.gov. If you here it is. If you responded to an investment offer like this, you could have been scammed. Howie coins are completely fake.
God.
Yeah, so I went to their Twitter link.
I'm in shock, bro.
Safer. Yeah.
I'm literally shook.
Investor.gov. Would you be willing to answer a few questions about your experience? Provide feedback. No thanks.
Bro. Did you get to where you are now from the link that was earlier in the chat, or a different site?
Yeah, I went to the very bottom, and then it showed their social link. So I just went. I right-clicked it and inspected it and saw where it was sending me, and I saw that it was going where it was going. So I went there because it's a .gov.
So you mean to tell me they self-snitched on how fucked they are in the website?
Pretty much, to get people that are like anti-establishment to buy this scam token.
All right, I need to quit crypto. I'm sorry, guys. I mean,
look,
look,
man, it's an fucking deception.
I keep my word, so I'll stay till the end of this thing I promised to host, and then I'm probably just going to quit crypto. That's fucking nuts.
Do you have
a cat? I got a cat screaming dog.
Tangent.
A what?
Do you have a cat or a dog or something?
No, I do not.
Because down by your feet, I just heard somebody say "loser," and I thought maybe.
I think there might be some screechy girls lying around, but there's no cats or dogs.
That's like I just quit crypto because some guy told me that it's a scam.
No. I'm talking about how clown world this is. That they would self-snitch on.
I was referring back to your meme.
Even if the website is a joke, yeah, I get it. But like, even if the website is a joke, they shouldn't be self-snitching.
Yeah,
it's wild. It's fucking wild.
Oh man,
crazy.
HEX Token, what have you been up to, man?
I have been doing what you should all be doing out there, and that is accumulating.
Sleeping? Sorry.
Accumulating.
DCAing. Yes.
100% all week. Next week after that.
Rinse and repeat.
I liked one of the comments was like, can you guys stop buying the price of Pulse X up, please? Like, there was a comment in the chat. So true. That thing has only got one direction at the moment. It just goes up.
It has. And the PLS convergence is happening towards SAC price, so that's on play at the moment too. So that was
well, yeah, that's another undervalued metric as well. Yep.
I'm gonna run
down to 2.6 now. Tangent 2.6. So
I'm gonna go find some caffeine, guys. I'll be back in a second.
No problem at all. Yeah. Thanks, man. Welcome back whenever you're ready. And I saw someone post that ratio in the chat. I wasn't sure what they were talking about. This 1 to 2.6.
Yeah.
KEX. So what's that? Is that the ratio of Pulse to Pulse X?
Yeah.
So Pulse X coming in hard, son.
It's hard. It's a wide berth. I mean, it got up just over 4, didn't it? For the most of the time, and then it's down. It's just gone down dramatically. Last couple of hours down to 2.6. So,
bro, this is like a horse race where I have bet on all the horses. So it's like I have to win. There's no possibility. I will back the winning horse. Yeah, this is wild.
You got a couple horses in the stable. Couple horses in the stable there.
Yeah.
DB Cooper says, certainly win rocket blast, sir. Well, it's happening, DB. It's happening. A big shout out to everybody in the chat there. We've got HH and a few others in there to give a shout out. KD, Many of you, D Daly, good to see you all. Heaps of you in the chat there. Abit Hex, man, good to see you. So big shout out to many of you out there.
Yes, thank you. We should be shouting people out. I mean, I go through and feature the comments and stuff. So guys, I want your anons to consider that a shout out.
Yeah.
But people do love that. Abit, apparently that was actually the SEC's website. So it wasn't a scam.
Nice.
Which I was worried that we had accidentally showed a shitcoin, but it's not.
Yeah,
this is the one that Richard Hart himself promoted as like a good educational tactic, an educational advertisement. Because, Richard Hart, for those of you who don't remember or haven't seen, he talks about this idea of the effort asymmetry of scammers versus educators. For every unit of effort that a scammer puts in, it takes like 10 units of effort. And obviously this is just an example. It's like many times the effort for people to try and educate people against that scam. And because you've got to educate, it's like the scammers only need to hit a success rate on a small percentage of people. Whereas if you're the educator, you have to educate everyone to immunize that community against that scam. So it's like it's just so asymmetric, and it's just an ongoing battle. Can't they all win? They absolutely will. Let's say they can all finish the race, but they can't all win because one of those assets is going to outperform the others. So, well, it depends what we call winning, right? Like, as in, we're winning regardless because we're in the RH ecosystem. But the point is like, in terms of if you count in this analogy, the winning horse is the horse that is the asset that does the most X's, like that does the highest gains.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they're all going up, bro.
Hey, good to see. We got Blobfish King. G'day, Superman. Good to see Blobfish King. We got HH as well. Big shout out to you. Die the best token in the bridge. Well, it's pretty popular. So
they're all good. Like I think for bridging, I don't think there's like a better and worse. It's like it's just whatever works for you.
Yeah.
Any of the approved tokens are good. Hey, there was a question here. Oh, not a question, a comment, but I agree. So I have been partying, sleeping variously. So I haven't watched all of the stream yet of this 48-hour thing. Did Richard come on at some point that I missed?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We're waiting. It's been 130 days. And
I guess this isn't formally a conference. So Richard does normally rock up to all the he's been at every conference, every HEX conference, every PulseChain conference, on the online ones, not necessarily the physical ones. So all the online conferences for the assets that he founded, he's always made an appearance. But technically, this is not a formal conference stream. This is just like celebrating the Miami meetup stuff.
I wish.
But yeah, dude, when the next time that Richard Hart streams, do you guys have any idea how many viewers there's going to be? Like, it is just going to break the internet.
That'd be huge.
Like, it is going to be so huge, babe. I almost said huge, babe. So I don't like. There's a person in history that I'm not going to mention just in case it like upsets people. Not because I'm worried about like censorship or any shit like that. Just in terms of like it's a thing, right? That used to keep the crowds waiting, allegedly, right? Like we know history books are all fabricated, but like if you believe the history books, this guy used to keep his crowds waiting for literal hours. So they would rock up to hear him speak, and then they'd just be there just chanting and shouting for him to come and speak. And he'd be chilling in the green room. And so I think this build-up of not having any Richard Hart streaming for so long is just people are gonna it's gonna be like the Beatles came back to life. And in fact, that would have been a better analogy. The way that people used to wait at airports for the Beatles to like land and just to see them walk from the plane to the car. Like they weren't actually gonna do a show. Literally just to see them in real life. People used to like wait hours at airports. It's gonna be like that, but times 1,000.
It's about to get interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, I saw T-Bird in the chat talking about how people are dumping Pulse and Pulse and Ink token for Pulse X. So the ratio on that is down to 2.6 to 1. So yeah, Pulse X is.
People probably realize that it's a bit of a no-brainer that if you're looking for sort of short-term gains, the ones that anons can point to and be like, and reason in their anon minds that it is like undervalued compared to something else. Like, this is below SAC price, so at some point it surely has to be above it. That's a fairly easy narrative for anons to wrap their heads around.
It was the last main play on the table for the first week.
Yeah, it was the last thing that was like obviously undervalued sort of thing.
Yeah.
To buy that narrative, by the way, guys, it can always go further in the other direction, right? Yeah. So there's always risk involved. But in terms of that, like real simple narrative, like, hey, let's maybe for people, their bridged money is arriving at PulseChain and they're like, damn it, the thing that I was coming over here planning to buy, I wanted penny HEX. I wanted to get as much PulseChain as possible. And they're like, now these have kind of like gone up to something that was, you know, higher than what I thought I was going to get. What's this thing over here that still seems like a relatively good deal? It could be a bit of that. But look, they're all going up. Like, let's be clear. It's not, have we even done like the first 2x yet?
Yeah, it's.
I can't wait for the Richard on a double, 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 on a double. Maybe we'll need to do like on a 10x. You could have sold it on a 10x. You could have sold it on the next 10x. Could have sold it on the next 10x.
It's weird, those first charts, didn't they, a couple of hours ago? So, you know, it's the beginning. Big shout out to Acapelago, Richie Robertson. Good to see you guys in the chat, man. Max Payne. There's so many. Zach Blue. Steve Curry, good to see you. Nice.
I mean, you guys might think I'm being a little bit too moonish, but the reason I'm so confident is we are already in a bull market for all of crypto. So if you don't think that the greatest assets in crypto are also going to perform at least the kind of minimum expectation that you would have for crypto assets in a bull market, you're out of your damn mind.
I agree.
Did any of you guys participate in that dip catcher escrow? It worked perfectly. So hats off to dip catcher out there, man. It was so smooth.
What was that about?
Dip catcher did a escrow swap for ETH depositors to Pulse depositors, and it is basically their way of front running the bridge, and it worked fluidly. It was really, really good. So I just want to give shout out to Dipcatcher for that.
Smart guy. Very, very nice. Met him in Vegas.
Next one is Tuesdays. At least trying to eye up Tuesday for that. So we'll see how the bridge goes till then.
By the way, Richard actually tweeted out about PulseX making new all-time highs. So he was like, this is the first time that he's like, I just realized I haven't tweeted out about this asset making new all-time highs. And I retweeted saying it's the first, but it's sure as shit not going to be the last.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Richard tweeted 7 minutes ago, the silence from the haters is deafening. Boom.
Right.
The silence is deafening.
Like, oops. Doubted the wrong guy in the wrong community.
Guys, I think something that would be fair is that we all allocate a small percentage of our gains to funding the development and building mental asylums for all the people who are going to lose their fucking minds when they realize that they missed out on the most obvious play that crypto has ever had ever. They are going to need medication. They're going to need therapy. We're going to need, like, Maddie's not going to be able to do it. That, like, I know that YouTube streams scale up, but those haters, they're not, if a Pulse logo is on there, that's actually going to make their PTSD even worse. So the problem is we're going to need these asylums where it's a safe space. There's no PulseChain logos. There's no sticker bombing. There's no advertisements. There's no NASCARs. There's none of that shit. Like, and it keeps a nice, safe space for them where they can pretend that PulseChain never existed. And they'll just gaslight themselves into believing that they didn't miss the most obvious play ever.
And then that's a perfect timing for me to announce my 4th or 5th token. I can't recall now.
Boom, bring it.
That is the Straight Jacket token. So basically, every time that you buy this, not only is it 100% buy and burn, so you burn all of your tokens immediately.
Charity coin.
You also are able to finance that one Straight Jacket to go to the asylum that Tangent was just so eloquently explaining.
This is like those ones where every token you buy, they pretend that they plant a tree. But you're actually saving haters from themselves. They didn't understand time locking, so now they have to do a physical lock on their own arms so that they don't give themselves the blade from missing the most obvious play in crypto 2023. Let's go.
Literally, because they're going to be pulling their hair out, they're going to claw their faces. You don't want any of that. We're going to straight jacket them up, protect them from themselves. It's the ultimate in DeFi security.
Yeah.
StraightJacketCoin.com takes you directly to hex.com.
The harder that we win, that metric of haters that are going to be on the ledge is going to be going up and to the right. So it's one of those things where you know it's a growth industry. Also, you can sleep easy at night knowing you've done something to help another person. You know what I mean? So it's basically it's a win-win. It's a win-win, and we get rich when we dump on your heads. So
everybody benefits.
It's a win-win. Oh wow! Oh, Richard actually tweeted a bunch of charts here. That are all of them going to new all-time highs. So PulseChain new all-time highs, PulseX new all-time highs, incentive token new all-time highs. HEX on PulseChain new all-time highs. So wait, is that 4 assets all making new all-time highs with Richard Hart tweeting that shit out, jamming it in the haters' faces? 700% gains, 1,700% gains, 1,000% gains, 1,000% gains. So that's if you manage to clip the bottom, which is difficult to do, but let's be serious. We're all professionals here. So I will just retrospectively tell everyone that I timed the bottom perfectly, got in and made that sweet 700x. Boom, let's go. Yep. I'm joking. So yeah, these graphs are beautiful. Richard has a way of presenting charts. This is not like manipulative framing. It's just, he just highlights the important aspect of that chart genuinely and goes, hey guys, how do you like me now? Wait. How do you like me now? Now, do you guys actually, I know I'm getting like too excited about this. I'm going to let you guys talk in a sec, but check this out. Do you guys remember, cast your mind back to when Richard said, look at the HEX price chart. When I rock up to crypto conferences, I'm going to need to get someone to follow me around with a fucking board so that when I print the HEX price chart on my t-shirt, it goes all the way up and then it goes off the fucking thing. And there'll be someone carrying a little board around that has the rest of the chart of it as it goes to the freaking moon. We are doing now is our time. Now's our time.
A little premonition. I know people probably get sick of me saying it. If you watch the Hexaco music video, the second verse, once we get past going to the moon, where all of my little characters are on the moon dancing and celebrating, that rocket, Freddy quotes, dressed in a moon suit, comes flying over, slaps a PulseChain rocket or sticker on the rocket, and then that rocket at the end of the song takes off to where? To Saturn. Yes, I think that's pretty much what's happening. It's proven itself.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. That's how we do it in the PulseChain community. Let's go.
We're geniuses.
12th power.
Geniuses, just by association.
We're going to think we're geniuses. That is how we do it.
That's what
matters.
That's
all that matters, right? That's my that's my worldview. That's my perception. If it's true for me. So let's go.
I love it. I love it.
These charts, man. I'm loving these charts, man. I'm going to retweet every single one of them.
Dude, I just went through and did that. Yeah, during your soliloquy.
Good to see it. And shout out to Nita in the chat there. We got Max Payne always putting down some stuff. So good to see you guys.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Max Payne was making so I was featuring my favorite comments through when I was host yesterday, and I would say a disproportionately high number of those comments were basically Max Payne and I think Hexy Babe. Let me just see. Yeah, I think so. I think the name was something similar to that. I apologize if that wasn't the exact handle.
PulseChain. So the chat's saying PulseChain has moved to number 3 on the DEX charts. So we're above Arbitrum now. So another.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Watch and learn, Anons. Watch and learn.
Man, as soon as this gets on like I mean, I understand the HEX gatekeeping bullshit on CoinMarketCap. We've been sitting at 201 for years, but this is undeniable. So, I mean, we're like not even a full 7 days in since launch, but once this gets on ranking sites, as much as I hate ranking sites and I think CoinMarketCap is a vanity metric and all the stuff we already know, so many people are going to like give it the credit it deserves. And they're going to be like, what the fuck is this thing? And then down the rabbit hole they go. Right, because people love chasing gains. They're going to see some crazy numbers, and then then they're going to get introduced to Richard Hart really early. You know, I mean, we're super early, but it's like it's still so early. It sounds shilly and shitty. I mean, even as I'm saying it, but it's like for real, bros. It's early. I'm still buying. I've never stopped. I'm still buying.
T-Bird.
The question is now: do I buy on both chains or which one?
Yeah.
Holy shit,
dude! There's seismic activity in crypto right now.
$175 million of 24-hour volume right on up there. Listen. Gatekeeping is actually no longer physically possible because we run this town, we run this city. It's out there, our gates. So I've got a little electronic remote thing that I press when I want to open and shut those gates. We run that shit. It's our ecosystem now. This is the greatest ecosystem in all of crypto. If they want a piece of this shit, they need to come and sit at the gates like a little beggar and say, "Please, sir," and we'll let them in. We're not being elitist here.
Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome.
Welcome to all, but you have
T-Bird
to kiss Richard's ring.
T-Bird tweeted earlier on Twitter, obviously.
Man,
you can't gatekeep a blockchain. Let that sink in. They can gatekeep HEX indefinitely. It doesn't matter. PLS has all the action. The centralized exchanges face extinction if they don't list PulseChain. It's a gateway to HEX and all other true DeFi.
If you've got the crypto component of the tech stack, then you can't get gatekept. Because everything else is literally just websites. It's just a website that someone spins up that says like, it just says shit. Like it has an API. What? Like, so the gatekeeping that we were, the worst gatekeeping was like when a piece of critical infrastructure, like a DEX, was like bringing up warnings being like, hey, be really careful. This HEX thing, like, might not, it's low liquidity, bro, or whatever, like be careful, and like sort of trying to scare people away from the asset. So now we don't have that nonsense on Pulse.
But they'll list all these other pump and dump scam trash coins, and HEX has been around for how long, and it's still like they don't put them up.
We are less than a 3x in 24-hour volume from flipping Binance Smart Chain as for number 2 position on this DEX screener list, and the volume doesn't just go up with more volume, it also goes up as the prices go up, because every unit trade of a coin, it counts for more volume when the coins are worth more. So we've got like, this is like twin turbine shit going on here. This is like, it's actually quite dangerous. If twin turbines are not designed properly, they can cavitate, bro. So we just need to keep everything real smooth. Just keep the throttle on, but not too hard. And we're going to be in number 2 position in literally no time.
Hey, Tangent, I feel like you're the guy to ask this. I got a little bit of pushback. I was just having like a
I know a lot about aeronautics, bro. Go ahead, ask the question.
So when we're talking about weight to thrust ratio, no, that's a different topic entirely. Okay. So, all right. Earlier on Twitter, I had this thought about the gas prices being high, and relatively speaking, because people think in dollars terms, if the gas is currently 1,000 pulse to do a particular transaction, and we're around SAC rate, and that's 10 cents, right? So my thinking was, okay, is that kind of giving us an upper bound as far as the narrative that we are cheaper than Ethereum? So if we do a 10x, then now it's not that same trade is no longer 10 cents, it's $1. Still cheaper than Ethereum. But now if we do 100x, that trade that was 1,000 pulse is now $10. And if you can do transactions over on Ethereum for $4 or $5, $6, now we've lost that narrative, and that could potentially be an issue as far as continued adoption. Is that accurate? Because some people were telling me it was bullshit because price and gas is unrelated. I'm like, I don't know that I buy that, because it's like I feel like if the only way that this works itself out is if we're in a bull, just like Richard would always say, like, bear markets solve the gas problem because you have less traffic and the price is going down, so it's cheaper, right, to transact. So conversely, I would assume that the same is true in a bull market. If Ethereum's going up, then if we 100x and Ethereum 5x's, then the gas, we're still going to be cheaper even if we 100x. So do you understand my question?
Yeah. I'll smash the fallacy, like as in,
please.
So it's easy and it's generic. It's like,
thank you.
The problem the mistake that they're making is they're assuming that everything stays constant other than this one thing, which is fucking nonsense. So that's not how this shit works. It's too dynamic for that shit. And so without going into like specific examples of how that is definitely not going to happen that way, the generic answer is hell no. Like as in these dynamic systems are not able, you can't do that. It's like saying, hey, if we assume something that's almost certainly not going to occur, then this thing's going to happen. It's like, yeah, bro, but like you've got an assumption here that's actually straight off the bat is wrong. Like pretty much, or like highly unlikely to be able to assume that those things are going to stay constant.
Okay, so the GUI could go down while Ethereum price is going up?
Look, it's a, like, you've just got to remember, this is the fee market is itself a free floating market.
Okay.
So it just sorts its own shit out. Like as in you don't like, and comparing across Ethereum, it's just not worth doing. Like as in you're not going to be able to work it out. Just wait and see what happens. Like it's not, and personally, I don't think any of that shit's going to be an issue. So yes, like their statement is technically correct. Hey, assuming this and this and this, then this, yes. But like at least two of your assumptions are complete, like either wrong or highly unlikely.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Well, and I think Richard even said when asked about the gas fees, if they started to get higher or whatever, he goes, it's as simple as moving a decimal point. So I would imagine
Well, he also said he's got some scaling ideas that he's keeping up his sleeve because he doesn't want to bring them right at the start and then have other chains that are actually having problems with their fees copying that. So, i.e., you wait for PulseChain to actually need that technological advancement and then drop those. Like now, when he made that comment, it was still DPoS. So I don't know how many or if all of those things that he's got planned maybe went out the window when they changed the consensus algorithm. But regardless, just that, even that in itself is something that people can't predict for. It's like, that's another assumption that they're not, like another thing that they're probably getting wrong is that there won't be attempts by the devs to make the chain like as efficient, it's just.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Try not to fall into like these false narratives that rely on assumptions that are incorrect or unlikely.
Right, or super unlikely. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or that you can't predict other factors.
Yeah,
like these other parameters and factors that are going to come in that you don't even know about. So like this example I gave of Richard Hart having some trick up his sleeve that's going to improve scalability that doesn't require the launch of like a second chain or whatever.
Right.
They're not even thinking about that when they make that statement or calculation. So it's just
Well, we haven't even got hit with NFTs yet on PulseChain.
Right? Well, we have in the way of cancer token.
Today, but hey, look, there's a lot of heavyweight traffic projects launching over the next 2.5 months, and some of them are going to be launching very, very soon. So
So you're saying we're going to find out soon, yeah? Like we're going to,
Hey, just a couple of shout outs in the chat there first. We've got KD in there with the PulseX burn up around 31 billion, which is pretty cool. Matty C in there with Pulse Bridge at 99 million on the bridge, heading towards that first 100 million. And I say first, so that's pretty exciting. And who else we got in there? Another comment I wanted to highlight there was in the chat. There was g'day to Anita, good to see you. And what else was in there?
I really like how you're doing the shout outs, man.
Yeah.
I know that people love that shit. I'm really bad with it. I typically, when I'm streaming, I forget to do it. People love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Definitely keep doing it whenever you remember, please.
Yep.
I see that.
So yeah.
I see that comment in chat from Rock Alpha about RH really needs to. RH doesn't really need to do anything. He's already. I think he's done enough. It's working the way it's supposed to. I would love to see you ask him about market cap. That would be fun.
I mean, he's been over all of those things.
We know the answer.
In hours of streams before. But I see where Rock Alpha, I can understand the sentiment, because he hasn't streamed in a long time. It is a little comforting for him to go over some of that stuff fresh, because there are a lot of people that maybe are not familiar with Richard Hart's streams over the last several years. He's literally covered all those things.
Yeah. People need to rehear it. Yeah.
Yep. So I can see where that would be a valid concern.
I mean, I see him asking.
Sorry, you go.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying it's like, again, that expectation of him doing more when the information's already out there for us to research and learn, or ask and somebody else can explain.
Yeah.
It's still that I've put something into this, so where's my customer service? It's not how it. We're fortunate that we have Richard to explain anything to us. These other chains, you don't get any explanation. You either get in or you don't get in, and you get what you get. Sorry, Rock, and nothing
truths.
And nothing personal to Rock's comment. I wasn't picking on him. I'm just saying.
Be nice, Craig. What are you doing? Don't chastise.
I'm just saying it's not like bang, bang, bang. Richard, come out here and explain yourself.
Right. Right.
It's like he's like.
Well, I would rather hear him talk about new stuff. I mean, obviously he needs to do a victory lap because he's fucking crushed it, and I think that would just be fun, almost like being at a party, right? It's like he's going to be there with all the Hexicans that love what he's done and how many of our lives that have been changed, and I mean, it'll just be an exciting time for him and us to experience like he used to do for hours at a time back in the day. And then I would like to hear new stuff, like other things that he's got cooking. Maybe talk about the wallet idea, or what if he's got any on-ramp stuff, off-ramp stuff up his sleeve in regard to the wallet or some other thing, like new stuff. Because I mean, he's covered so much of the other stuff before. But knowing Richard, if he hops on fresh, it's like he'll go for 3-4 hours.
Has he ever talked about an exchange?
He talked about buying an exchange at one point, but I don't know that's something that is going to be viable. I mean, it just opens you up to all kinds of regulation and other stuff that's going to be more complicated. And it's kind of getting away from the tenets of DeFi, right? So, I mean, I don't know that he would. I mean, who knows? I mean, he's a genius. He's got all kinds of ideas I can't even fathom.
Just for on-ramping, for people to be able to on-ramp directly to PulseChain. I don't know.
Well, I mean, one of the last DMs that I had back and forth with him on Telegram, because I was asking him, like, what else can I do? I'm retired now. It's like I got more time on my hands. I was for years. I've been working behind the scenes to kind of set up, different people. It's like the Lex Friedman thing. It's like I didn't like brag about it, but it's like that I kind of got that ball rolling. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition, but stuff like that and other things. But so I asked him, and I said, what can I do? Like, what would? And he goes, number one thing, on ramps, off ramps. He goes, fiat on ramps, and he goes, Texas, Florida. He goes, start there. Because I guess the regulation in those states is such that would be easier places to try to set something like that up. And, I dug around as much as I could. I didn't really have a lot of luck. But obviously he saw the need for something like that, because then you're not worried about bridging stuff in and out all the time, right? If you got a fiat on-ramp directly to your chain.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Game over.
And then for onboarding people, again, back to that conversation we had earlier about right now, you'd have to onboard them like normal, and then deal with the bridge to get them over here to So it's going to be easier still for now to onboard new people to the Ethereum side of Hex.
Ironically, because like Robinhood is supposed to represent, Robinhood stealing from the rich to give to the poor, when we know that that's absolutely on its head not true and backward because of their collusion with hedge fund managers and shit. So it could be called the Sheriff of Nottingham app, right? Just for the irony of it. And then we would have our own app that you could just go in there and click and say, hey, I want to buy PulseX. And it's like, connect it to your bank account and put your money directly in. And then it's doing actual real DeFi stuff all behind the scenes, right?
Well,
so
my last name is Wadding. Maybe we could call it the Sheriff of Waddingham.
Sheriff of Waddingham, right.
And I could head up that project.
Or Sir Richard of Nottingham, maybe.
Sure.
Something.
Yeah, Rock Alpha. We all want him to stream, man. We miss Richard streaming. We like to hear from him.
Yep, it would be fun.
I like hearing him call people dum dums. It's my favorite part.
Yeah, always some jewels sprinkled throughout. When I went to tend to my dog earlier, we have an old dog, an old Chihuahua. Just a little aside here. She, for the first time ever, had a seizure, and she had 2 within like 12 hours, like about a week ago. So it was pretty traumatic, pretty terrifying thing. And she has she's old. She's like 17-year-old Chihuahua. She just she's just fucked up looking, right? And she sounds like, when she did that, she was screaming like it was a cat being raped by a gorilla. It was the most horrible sound I'd ever heard in my life. So earlier when I hopped up, she had made some weird little noise, and it was just simply that she was having difficulty on the stairs and needed a drink of water. And as I was coming back to the kitchen, I'm like, oh, chocolate. And there was a piece of chocolate that my fiance had apparently started to eat earlier, and I finished it. And then I just read on it, it's called Driving Energy. So I might be up with you the rest of the night, Tangent. So I'll do my best to like not talk too much, but I'm back, baby. Caffeine.
My dog, last year before my dog went, he had started the seizures and stuff. Whatever. If you're a dog person, that's a tough thing to.
Yeah.
I mean, even with a person, like if you had a child or a sibling or parent, any, even if they have them often, and okay, just do this, it's still a horrible thing to have to stand there helplessly watch it. Trust me. Whew.
And that leads us back to Street Jacket coin.
And his next coin, the seizure coin.
Seizure coin.
This is what happens when they wake up in the morning and open CoinGecko and see where the chart is, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah, I think that's going to be the next. That's going to be the next explosion, because I think what was the guy, the Nomics guy? He learned the hard way, right? It's like, had he done what Richard said, he and Nomics would still be around, right? But he started playing ball like the others, and he got chewed up and spit out, and his business model failed, obviously, right? So, I think that's really going to be the game changer, and maybe that's going to be on Richard or the community as well, to come up with our own legit coin market ranking site, because whether we like it or not, people rely on those to. It's like the stock market when you're looking at the top movers of the day. If the stock's not on that list ever, or buried at a fixed position, that's not going to get that much action, right? And that's how everything works, is it's got to get action. So, but I think when that happens, and because it's like, I know that's on CoinGecko, and I know it's on CoinMarketCap as wrapped. Superman, do you know of anywhere that it's listed currently, like in a list? I know that Tangent had pointed out earlier we're ranked at like 5,000 and some for Pulse and like 3,000 and some for Pulse X, but that can't possibly be right just because of the token supply. Are you aware of anywhere we're listed yet?
Oh, you mean CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko?
Yeah, for Pulse.
Those listings, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not ranked though.
Yeah. Oh, they are ranked. They're like 2,600, I think, was Pulse. Wrapped Pulse.
Wrapped Pulse. Got it.
That's going to change rapidly, obviously, as the price moves up the list there.
Got it. And why would people want to be buying and selling Wrapped Pulse over on Ethereum and paying all those fees? I guess because they can't get across the bridge. So that's their way in, I suppose.
Yeah. That's what I said about Dip Catcher's thing earlier. It was a clever way of front running that.
I was so busy. I think I like the universe was looking out for me, because it's like I have some degen characteristics, and even though I told myself over and over, like, don't ratio trade, don't do this, don't do that, I was trying to get my validators going, and then I was having some trouble upgrading my network. And David Feeder, God bless him, we hours together over the last week. So we were literally on the phone on a Zoom call working on some stuff when mainnet launched. So that was pretty cool. And I'm sitting there talking with Feeder, like getting my validators ready. And he's like, hey man, is your phone blowing up? I'm like, no, I got all my notifications turned off because we're doing this thing. And he goes, oh shit. He goes, mainnet launched 11 minutes ago. And we both just like freaked out on the Zoom call, just the two of us. It was awesome. And then, and it's like, well, go, man. It's like, you got to update your script so people can start running their validators. It's like, okay, it's okay. Because he's always so chill, right? It's like, he's just always such a calm guy. It's fine. Let's just go ahead and finish up here. It's like, I've got time to do that. I'll get to that. It's like,
that
so
sounds
calm
like
and
Feeder.
collected. That's Peter, man. He's great.
He is great. It's great.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought it was a wonderful thing from the whole community about getting people polls, handing out polls, and Pulse faucets being set up by devs and things. I think that was a really cool sign of the culture of the community. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I just tried to stem the tide of people hitting me up and I tweeted something about it, and I said, people, looking for this or that on Telegram or DMs and Twitter or whatever. And I just, like, on Twitter, I was like, insta block. And I didn't, and I've helped a few people out, but it's like I've had to have like previous conversations with them or like know them in some capacity, whether it's just even on socials. But I mean, I got a flood of them on Telegram even and others where it's like I'd never heard of these people before in my life. And it's like, God love you for knowing who I am, I guess. But I'm, it's a bit of an effort to like send to you. It's like I got to get a new wallet and like, figure out a way that it's not connected to others. And it's because I don't want, blockchain analysts going back and like trying to get ideas in my bags or whatever. So it's like for those people, it's like they were not blocked, but they were definitely ignored. But I helped a few people out, but it was heartwarming to see the community try to help people out that wanted to participate that couldn't, just because nobody expected these gas prices. I mean, everyone thought if you held a fraction of an ETH in your wallet and you ended up with a fraction of Pulse, that'd be enough, at least to get your first trade in, right? But that wasn't how it played out.
That's true.
All-time high for PulseX right now, according to Max Payne. And then OX Coast is coming on around in about 3 hours, I heard. So that should be good.
Getting all-time highs while we're live.
Combined price of HEX is around 6.8, which is pretty cool.
We need to demonstrate strength. That is the yes. This is it. Do you know what? I woke up today, and even though I had one of the worst hangovers ever, because I normally don't get hangovers no matter how hard I go, I woke up with a hangover. It was probably because I had to actually wake up to an alarm, where normally I just don't. I don't have alarms in my life anymore.
Yes.
That's awesome. So it probably actually wasn't the alcohol. It was probably just the alarm that gave me the hangover.
Yeah.
But I felt good. I had a good feeling about everything that's going on in crypto at the moment. I woke up with a good feeling. It wasn't about price, or at least I didn't think it was. Maybe that was the universe's way of telling me that the prices were up, but I didn't think it was about price, and I didn't specifically care about the price. I just had this good feeling, and now number 3 spot, baby. What do you think? So, I just reminded myself of something I wanted to say before. Something that I actually thought was genuinely going to happen last bull cycle was for HEX to flip Bitcoin. I thought that we were going to keep going up, and that eventually, because of this market cap nonsense, which is not real, we were going to, and it was going to be an educational tool for us as Hexicans to teach the rest of crypto, hey, this when they are like, this is bullshit. Why? Like, how can it be the highest market cap? We're like, yes, now you're learning Anon. It's a nonsense metric, right? So, I think I would be shocked if we don't get a flippening by at least one of the Richard Hart assets in this bull cycle to take the number 1 position by cap.
Oh yeah,
that would surprise me if we don't do that. Yeah.
This is a different layout now. There's so many things in the ecosystem now.
Straight up.
I won't listen because you guys know there's a long list now of things. So, but it is going to be impressive.
Unless they try to pull the same age-old bullshit about circulating supply, it's like, okay, then you're back to the Satoshi argument. It's like,
wait, but how would that mess up Pulse and PulseX? Because
Pulse, that's because how much is held by the OA?
Do the validators get locked up? Like, is it? Sorry, do the?
Well, that's a question too.
When the validators deposit those funds, do they disappear from the chain? Like, as far as those? Yeah, we'd have to work that out. Hey, like in terms of whether they're still visible, because that's quite a lot of Pulse to be locked up, to be disappearing. Yep.
Yep.
It's possible that when it's staked, it's like in a different state that doesn't show up.
Yep.
Or they could actually just manually F us by like manually subtract it from the supply.
Oh, something's just coming off the bridge, folks. It's just coming off the bridge, the PulseChain bridge.
Have we got the fat ass 100 mil? Or are you talking about something different? Or are you talking about your own personal assets arriving?
No, man.
I'm lost. Oh yeah, I'm lost, bro.
Yeah, okay. You gotta
channel shout out, mate. Woo! Let's go. All right.
I'm lost, but it's all good news.
Coming across the bridge.
Oh, we're on 99 mil right now. So one more milli to the 100 mil mark. Fatten up that bridge.
Oh, we only need
fatten up that bridge, Anons, and remember.
Okay. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. I'll take care of that. Be right back.
Still don't have a million. We're less than half. So there's over 50 mil waiting to be injected, economic energy just waiting to be injected into this ecosystem. Do you Anons have any idea what 50 mil can do in low liquidity markets? I don't think you do, Anon.
Would that be a hot beat injection?
I feel like I'm going to start answering to Anon now for some reason.
We are all Anons.
Anons, we are. And hey, so that'd probably be a good time for me to bring up our 6th token in our set tonight, and that's the Anon token.
Go.
Anon Anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that one's already done, bro. That one's already done. That one already exists. Yeah, we got that one.
Blew it. Should have done my research.
We've hard coded it so that it can only be bought by Anons, which means it's available to everyone in the world. So it's focused on adoption. It's focused on global adoption. That's why it's like the people's coin. That's why it's called the Anon token, and it can be bought by everyone in the world. And so we just expect that everyone will, and it'll be fairly distributed as well. Yeah,
yes, that's cool. Right. And then 100% burn
using AI technology. No, we wanted to have subtly different tokenomics from the buy and burn baby token because that would actually be a problem if
got it.
Because then how can I win if you also win, right? If you ain't first, you're last. You remember when Ricky Bobby's running mate asked, "Hey, maybe you could slingshot me in for the win," and he's like, "No, I can't do that because then how would I win?"
If you ain't first, you're last.
If you ain't first, you're last. And we're about to find out who's first, and then we're about to find out that everything else in crypto is last. And if you're not in the RH ecosystem, you're going to learn a very important lesson, Anon.
Yep. And does Max Payne say shoot your shot? Is that what he's trying to say? I see shot in there. Shoot your shot.
Shoot your shot.
Good to see the PulseChain chat there. Big shout out to you. Awesome platform for seeing cool YouTube videos around Richard Heart ecosystem. So big shout out to the PulseTube.
Craig, the chat is concerned. They say that you need to sleep.
I do. I'm at 8 hours streaming right now. So
go get some rest, dude. We gotta stream.
We don't sleep, bro. We don't sleep, bro. That's not how
sleep. Anons sleep when they're dead.
That's actually not how crypto works, guys. That's not how crypto works. You need to get real comfortable not sleeping.
You're making money in your sleep, bro. You're already in.
That's true.
So you're good. Just sleep, make some money, wake up.
I clocked my 8 hours, so
clock out. You've done a good day's work.
We're at done your part. For PulseX.
Does anyone have info on this? What was like? Is this Richard Hart on Banter Stream? Is that scheduled? Is that not scheduled? Do people know when it's happening? Is it definitely locked in? People gaslit me yesterday saying that it was like a done deal. It's a done deal, and I was like,
Friday or Monday, right? So Friday's passed, isn't it? So,
all right. This might be Rand's fault. He probably said we're going to try to get Richard on. The community would have assumed that Richard would definitely take an opportunity like that to shill the new projects to the bunch of like the broader crypto space with these high count channels. This is a baller move on Richard's behalf. Every channel that has a huge follower base that normally founders froth to get on these channels to shill their garbage, Richard's just like, sorry, dude, I'm too busy at the moment making this chain even better. Like I'm out here just improving this thing every second. I don't even have time to come and chill. That's how busy I am. And by the way, all of that stuff prior to the chain launch, when people were like, oh, Richard's too busy to launch, I think that was just cope, in my opinion. But now there actually is a heap of stuff that as we're testing in prod, he's basically having to put these fires out. People complaining, oh, look, this doesn't show the right shit, whatever. And so he would have to be with the devs being like choosing the priorities, working out what it's going to take and getting the right resources together to fix these things and make them as good as possible. So even though I think before the launch, he absolutely had time to stream, now he absolutely does not. So these channels are just going to have to wait.
This is how it is. Speaking of waiting, we're going to wait for a second so Craig can say his farewells because that boy needs to rest because he's going to be dog shit tomorrow when I stream with him, and I don't want that.
I appreciate you guys. Enjoy the rest of your streams. Good to see everybody. My 8 hours of streaming was brought to you by Astronaut Adult Diapers for those extra long 8-hour streams for special occasions. So,
Diaper Token coming to you.
Diaper Token.
Why risk it? Why risk it? You might as well be wearing it just in case.
You could miss something.
Would you like a place to store your shit coins? How about an adult diaper? Diaper Token.
Anyways, good to see y'all. Hex Token, always a pleasure, sir. Good to see you. Tangent, nice to meet you and hanging out with you, man. You have a great way of explaining stuff. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we will see y'all later.
Cool, man. See you, Craig.
I brought the little tickers. I brought the little names back so people will be able to find you. Gen Hex.
Yeah,
and what's your favorite platform for people to follow you on? Is it Twitter, YouTube?
I mean, we stream on YouTube. I had a channel. It was deleted. We're starting from scratch. So if you want to, when Maddie's stream is over tomorrow, we're going to be streaming on our channel. We're trying to rebuild. I think we had like maybe 80 subs. We just started streaming again last week, and we were way over 1,000 when we got nixed. YouTube deleted, but we're starting over. So if you guys are around tomorrow when the stream is finally done, hop on over, say hi. And Tangent, you are always welcome. I know the time difference and stuff, but you're always welcome to come hang out with us on a Saturday if you like. So.
Hey, I just dropped the link.
Weekends are hard for me, but I appreciate the invite.
Yep. If you're ever on, you see us streaming, just shoot me a message if you want to hop on for a little bit. It doesn't have to be. It's never a big to do.
Oh, so it can be spontaneous. Chill. Perfect.
Yep,
perfect. That suits me a lot better. Perfect.
Yep. See you tomorrow, Craig.
All right, guys. Bye.
See you, man.
I just dropped a link to his channel. It's GenHex369 on YouTube.
Perfect.
But I just dropped a link in the public chat. If anybody wants to go over there and sub to his channel, he's going to get that thing fired up again and go on. And I'm doing my best to hop in there every Saturday with him to yuck it up with another Gen Xer talking about Hex and other cool shit. So check it out.
I'm going to tell a quick story about adult diapers. When I was traveling through Europe with my girlfriend at the time, we were on some of these buses that actually you go from country to country. Some of them don't have toilets, and you're on the bus for like hours. And she came up with this idea, which we didn't do, but I thought it was actually quite clever. She was like, you could just so we would just take precautions, like you don't get drunk beforehand so that you need the toilet. Like you don't drink heaps before or during the ride. Like you just prepare for it, right? But she was saying you could just wear an adult diaper. And then it's like, just in case. Yeah. And it's like
I'm wearing one now.
I mean, is that actually any worse than just going to the toilet at an actual toilet? Not really. Like
baby Toby.
a public toilet, right? I mean, is it worse than a public toilet? I mean, it's your own stuff, right? Get some baby wipes, clean up later.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know whether I would be able to get it started because you're like sitting in a bus with all these random people around you. Like, so yeah, I mean, look, it comes with its own set of ethical concerns, but I thought it was, when she said it, I was like, that's actually really smart. Like, that's a smart idea. You don't have to do it. Like, but it means that if you have to go, like, so it's a backup plan. It's not your plan A, it's your plan B, right? I've actually got t-shirts that say plan B and the B is the Bitcoin logo. And I know that in the States, that is a form of birth control, which is where the joke comes from. Yeah.
So and being a Bitcoiner is also a form of birth control.
And it's also a plan B. Do you mean because you don't get laid? You bastard. But also like it is your plan B for the financial system, right? And because for me, HEX is my plan A.
Yep.
So
yep, I agree. Oh wow. Toilet humor. Amen. It's 5 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm going strong thanks to Driving Energy.
Well, it's morning time now. You might as well stay awake. Just get
that's
some
what
sun
I'm thinking.
in your
You know, I
eyes.
mean, the sun will be popping through the window shortly. I'll have to pull up my green screen to block it out.
Today is
Oh, so
driving.
your EST, you're exactly 12 hours out from me because it's 5 p.m. here.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah. So you're just getting started. See, I'm a night owl typically. It's like when the sun starts to go down is when I usually kind of come alive. I was a second shift guy. I bartended for years, so definitely prefer that. I'm a creature of the night. But yeah, this is fun, dude. I'm stoked. And then like every time I do these streams, it's like even if it's Crispy, and God love Crispy, but there's times when he gets that Hexfire IO shit, and it's like it would put like the most wired person in the world to sleep if you're just not a super math nerd. And even those streams when it's like getting a little tedious and a little in the weeds on that stuff, I come off those streams and I'm so jacked up from like just, you know, interacting with the community and other cool streamers and whatever. And Maddie's energy is always great. And then my fiance is like, oh man, you're streaming tonight? She's like, you're going to be up all night. It's like, no, it's like I get off the stream at 11. It'll be fine. You know, and then it's like I'm up to like 4 a.m. before I can finally wind down. So I'm going for it, guys. I'm going to hang as long as I can. I might need to take a little break, but I would love to talk to Coast because I'm curious about what he's got cooking with this fiat on ramp because I think that's definitely going to be a game changer for PulseChain. So what's going on in New Zealand?
We've got a bit of a storm at the moment, actually. A bit of a storm.
It's on my list. I've talked to a couple Hexicans over there, and I've beautiful country. Can't wait to get over there. Hopefully, we can grab a pint or something when I make it there.
Yeah, make sure you get to South Island. It's certainly pretty magical down there. So
yeah.
Archie says, "Suitman, say something." Something.
He's trying to keep. I mean, it's like with me and Tangent, it's like it's gonna be hard for anybody to get a word in because like once we get going, it's like forget about it. It's like Tangent puts me to shame.
I'm just a guest. I'm just a guest on the show, so I'm just taking my time.
Mine's like 90% bullshit. Tangent actually spits some fucking galaxy brain stuff at you occasionally. Mine's very thinly peppered throughout.
Yeah, good to see Matt and Barley, Debbie Cooper, Brendan in the house. Max Payne, of course. There's a D. We got D in the house too. Good to see you. Archie S. Good to see you as well. Maddie C85. Tangent lives in that part of Australia where the times are always wrong. It's really 7 p.m. Resolute Coast is in the chat there, coming on in 3 hours. Talk to
right on. Hop in now, man. I'm dying. Hop on in. We got questions for
you. They're waiting for some price calls, aren't they? The old Coast team. So,
is that Crispy Man?
Yeah,
is that the Crispy? Is that the Hexfire IO Crispy?
Magic Carpet Ride as well. Love the South Island. Yeah, South Island is pretty special, particularly the old ancient forest down there. It's like going back in time. Seriously.
Like primeval, primordial.
Yeah. The water down there. So the most purest water in the world is at the top of the South Island, and it is absolutely stunning. Really amazing. Yeah.
Can't wait, dude.
Matt says, "Suitman going viral. Can they understand the Kiwi accent, bro?" Yeah, I have to slow down my voice because Kiwis tend to run our voices when we talk. Slow down. Down under represents. Yeah, down under represents. Peace out.
Yeah, I got to meet a couple Aussies at one of the meetups. I hung out with Blue Bum and Sammy a little bit, and we had a blast. It's like they're just such fun people, man. Just, you know, have a zest for life. It's they're great.
Yeah. Just in on those. Pulse Party 2025 Superman's place.
There we go. That'll work. Gentlemen, I got to change my diaper. I'll be right back.
Proudly sponsored.
Very cool.
Diaper coin.
So yes, so many comments coming in. We've got over 400 people watching. That's epic. I'm looking through some of these comments. So yeah, I mean, it's easy to get excited. Hardly any hater. In fact, I haven't seen any hater comments this entire stream, and maybe only like one in the last stream, which is wild to me.
No, the comments have been changing over the week, and I think people are starting to get it. They're starting to get it.
All right, so HH has actually used the bridge twice.
Nice. It's about about 36, 48 hours, something like that. I think that's the time frame. John J says, "Get crypto on, guys." I think it's on the chat there somewhere.
Do you know what? I actually thought about inviting him, and I literally had the DMs open. I was going to be like, "Yo, dude, I'd like you to come on this stream, but you have to absolutely promise me that you will not shill garbage, like what my definition of garbage." And I decided, like, I think he would take that as a challenge and probably start off following my request, and then just slowly basically ramp it up until I basically have to boot him off the stream. And I just predict that that's how that would go down. So while I would absolutely love his commentary, I just don't think I can risk it on someone else's channel where I would be responsible for anything that he does by giving him the link and letting him come on the stream. So the risk is just too high there. So, which is unfortunate because everyone loves his general, so if he removed all of his comments about garbage coins and also his negative comments about the coins that we like, I know that sounds like mad censorship, right? But if he was to do that, the rest of his comment, people would just be absolutely frothing for it. He has a very I wouldn't say it's on Richard Hart's level, but it's similar and slightly different in terms of his assessment of crypto and his ability to package it up in a way that makes it sound really obvious to anons is really quite unmatched, except, like I said, by probably Richard himself.
Yeah. What does I always say on my channel? Richard Hart, the golden standard of crypto. Woo! All right.
Yeah, that's the benchmark that we have to aspire to. So basically, Max Payne on the last beer. Tangent, have you seen? Oh, so this is a super chat.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Can I feature this? Cool. So this is a super chat. Have you seen the clip of the guy at the Bitcoin conference saying he wants a company to hold his keys? Well, I mean, I haven't seen the clip, and that is retarded, but it's just like every community, just that's dumb, but he's entitled to his, so anyone is allowed to say, I'm a Bitcoiner and I like the government, or some kind of something that might sound contradictory to people who adhere to sort of what the gold standard of crypto ethics is. And you can't stop that from happening. So it's, if nothing else, this just shows that it's a free system where even people who are not doing it the way that you're supposed to do it are still allowed to remain in the community, and they're allowed to remain participants. Now, also consider that I wouldn't be surprised if this guy has some kind of ulterior motive for saying this. He happens to also be affiliated or associated or a CEO or has founded a company that does custody solutions. And so typically, like when you drill down on why people have taken a certain stance, like there was someone in our community that was saying hardware wallets are shit. And then guess what? Like 2 tweets later, he was like, I'm announcing and not like the joking shit that we've been doing where we're like, I'm launching a coin, guys. This was legit. He was like, I've got my own solution for how to store crypto and you can buy it off me. And I'm just like, oh my God, bro, wrecked. Like, so not only is he handing out horrific advice, which is the exact opposite of what so many community members have spent so long trying to educate people of how to keep their crypto secure. Not only is he actively trying to undo that and FUD hardware wallets, but he's also has a clear financial incentive as to why he's doing that, because he's got his own custody solution. And I'm just like, man, like that is like really bad. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is saying this with a motive.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that Papa and I were talking about the other day on a call. And I've been speculating about for a long time. It's like the cancer coin that shall not be named. What are the odds of him, he used to mine Ethereum. What are the odds of him having a bunch of Ethereum miners and indirectly benefiting from all this clogging of the chains, and then subsequently maybe having a bunch of PulseChain validators to do the same? Because then it's like he can say, hey, I'm not dumping on your heads.
It's harder with proof of stake, though, because you actually need to buy the coins. So the hardware, you can just switch from chain to chain, yeah? So that theory maybe has some weight in it with all the proof of work coins, because you'd be like, okay, I've got this thing that can F the chains up with high fees. So we just do a staged launch and I just point my miners at the chain that we're about to F up. Right. So you just go boom, point it to this chain, launch it, F the fees up, get the miners making mad money. And then when that tails out, as people run out of money and realize it's stupid, boom, switch to the next chain, launch the project. That could be a strategy, but you'd have to have quite a significant mining farm to benefit from it. Like, I think he's just an idiot. I think he's just an idiot. I think he's just a fucking idiot. I think it's Occam's razor. It's like the simplest explanation is often the correct one. I think he's just a fucking idiot.
He's not as Machiavellian as people may think. I think
people are giving him too much credit. Like people are giving him too much credit as this like super genius villain that he's like trying to do some 5D chess galaxy brain play. I think he's just a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's so opportunist. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Obviously, not threatening anybody, but had I to do it over again, when I was on that balcony in Vegas, that little pasty white motherfucker, I'd have been dangling him over the edge by his ankles. I'm just saying.
I'm not going to make threats, but if you've got beehives and CCTV and you don't want us to look at those bees, then don't fuck with the HEX community, bro. Don't do it.
It's pretty simple.
Don't do it. I hear that there are some pretty talented hackers in the HEX community. And so if you don't want us just like watching your bees when they're in compromising positions, getting changed, going to the toilet, all sorts of stuff like that, then I would highly recommend that you don't mess with our chain, bro.
Right. Yeah, the Saudis ain't got shit on us. All right. Just saying.
Hey, have we heard from our friend? Have we heard from our friend over east like that, or has he disappeared?
Do you know what? We've had meetings. It's funny because it's like, for those that might not know, it's like I'm one of the producers on Highest of Stakes. So we have meetings periodically, and obviously there's nothing I can share now, but there's some cool shit coming. I can tell you that. Cool. There's some really cool shit. Hopefully within a very short timeline, you're going to be hearing some cool shit. But but he has never come to one of the meetings. The guy that you're referring to. Yeah, because he's one of the. You know
what? Yep. Not to get dark, but in the history of crypto, there are cases where people who have genuinely believed in a product have shilled that to their friends and family, and some of those friends and family were cartel members. And then the cartel was like, this is a sick way to make money. And obviously you've got like the, what's it called? Like you've
Money
got the money laundering aspect of it. Like you've got the ability to. So they're like, okay, well, this actually fits our business model as well.
Sure.
Have invested. That shit's turned out to be a Ponzi. This is not, obviously, this is a subtle difference. This was just genuine delays in a genuine product. But I'm just saying how these sorts of things can happen where if you are not careful with your pitch when you are dealing with very serious people, because it's not even your fault. You're caught up in the hype. You think it's the greatest thing ever. You believe the time frame estimates or the price gain estimates that other people within the community are talking about, and you excitedly tell your cartel friends about this investment opportunity. They go and invest, but for them, they don't need to go on Twitter and cry at Richard when there's a delay. They will put you in the boot of a car. And so like that shit has been I know documented and undocumented cases of this occurring. And so I guess the lesson is you need to be really careful. I'm not necessarily saying that is what has happened here, but really rich people tend to have really high ego, and they've got the resources, capability, and ego level where they don't like getting that. They would take that as a personal, like, you have disrespected me. You have gone and you've fucked me. You fucked me, right. And I'm not gonna. And my ego's so high, I'm not gonna allow it. So I'm going to take that shit out on you, even if it's not your fault. Is the kind of like. So yeah, that shit can go horribly wrong, and has in the past, like numerous times. So yeah, scary shit. So the lesson, the moral is be careful. Just be careful with your pitch, because look, let's take a step back. It doesn't need to even be that extreme as the final consequence. You could just lose a friend. You could have a family member pissed off at you. You could just have someone thinking you're an idiot because you said some shit and you didn't put the correct disclaimers and caveats on what you were saying. So it's like, tighten up your pitch and then you won't have these problems. I think it was Danny was saying in one of my Twitter spaces, he was like, everyone I onboard, I tell them, look, you be aware that there's a very realistic possibility this will literally go to zero. And only if you're okay with that, because I will not be listening to you. If you come crying back to me, if anything goes wrong, I will be like, you didn't listen to how intensely and formally I told you that how high risk this was. So then you're covered so far in the other direction that if something goes wrong and they come back to you, you're like, you're the idiot. Like, I should be mad at you for you even wasting my time complaining about this shit. So obviously I think his is like a little bit extreme. Like that's, to me, I want to paint the most realistic picture possible. I don't want to just be like going, hey, I like this asset, invest in it, but it's likely to go to zero, because then that sounds weird, right? Like, why are you in it? So for me, that might be a little bit, but you choose where on this spectrum do you want to be? Do you want to be extra conservative, or do you want to end up in the trunk of a car? It's your choice, bro. Like, the spectrum is there for you to choose. And to choose your own adventure.
Yep. I mean, I had a dude, I'm surprised I haven't heard from him recently, so maybe he figured out that PulseChain launched, and it's a friend of a friend, right? So that was a little stretch for my onboarding style anyhow, but I agreed because the friend that I have is a close friend, and he was like, man, you got to talk to such and so. He really needs to do this because it's like he's just wrecked constantly in stocks and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, he needs to be in something that's going to work. So I got him in, and then I would get calls whenever we were down significantly. And finally, I just got to the point where I'm sick of explaining the same thing over. And it would be like, man, it's like, I really hope you didn't put too much into this thing. It's like, it's just a scam. The more I look at it, it's just a scam, bro. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I'm sick of talking to you. And I'm like, hey, I said, give me your PayPal. I said, you can send, I said, I know you sacrificed. I said, if you want, you can give me your seed words. I said, I trust you not to like front run me on it and steal the shit. I'm like, but whatever you got liquid, send me what you got liquid. I'll take the rest of your staking ladder. I'll take your pulse. And I said, tell me what you want for it. I'll send it to you today. Crickets. Don't hear shit from them. Then it's like all of a sudden the price starts pumping again. And then it's like, you know, I'm fine for a while. So now I'm kind of wondering if he's one of those people, because I had a couple of these too that were like, they weren't even aware Pulse launched. And then they saw the price dump and they're like, oh God, it's like, is this going to zero? Is it rug pull? And like, you do realize you got all your copies over on Pulse and it's doing well. We're soon to reach parity. I mean, and already right now, people are all freaked out about dumping from 6 cents. Add the two up, we're at 7-8 cents. Right. So it's like, what? But yeah, but it's a broad spectrum from like annoyances or like you said, potential friendships, being strained because people, even though you told them don't invest what you can't afford to lose, you need to put your effort in to understand what you're doing so you don't lose your seed or lose, connect to the wrong shit, all the caveats. So it's, from annoyance to boot of a car, right? It's like there's definitely a broad spectrum of how it could work out if you're writing checks that your mouth can't cash.
I want to reiterate something I said yesterday on the stream, that you want to be aware that these decimal point prices, they add up in a way that's like you don't quite notice. So when Hex on one chain was like 3 and a bit cents, like, or 3.6 cents, and the other one was like the PulseChain one was like 1.6 or 1.8 cents or whatever like that. Those prices sound like fuck all. They sound like a fucking disaster. But you add them together and it was like over 5 cents, which was like the price that Hex was pre-fork from like a fucking week before the fork or whatever. We'd been around 5 cents, right? So it's weird how like because now you hear these prices at 1 point something cents for Hex, that sounds like literally fuck all. And so like we're doing it now, right? We're adding them together. 3.5 cents and 3.5 cents is 7 cents. So that's higher than and obviously there's an assumption here that you either held pre-fork and had both, or you've bought a bag of both. Because now increasingly as time goes on, there are going to be people that are going to be holding one bag or the other. And then they're only going to be subject to the price and gains of one asset or the other. So in time, we won't necessarily be able to keep saying this like, oh, but the combined price is this, because someone might be like, bro, I only own one, right? That's a future problem though, or not a problem, but that's a future consideration. Please, that you wanted to share this chart and also.
Yeah. Well, it kind of goes with what we're talking about right now as far as like the dump. You see that giant dump all the way down. Now this is on V3. So, V3 has some limitations as far as like the history, but this white wedge that you see the pieces of here, this white wedge, the top of that white wedge was the top, our all-time high. And that's been going on for like 2 years, right? And then we worked our way from the bottom, the previous all-time low, or not all-time low, but the low since our all-time high. And then, from about January, we worked our way up through these channels, got above it, hit on the top of that wedge, came up, bounced down again, ran up to about 12 cents, and then we worked our way down this channel, tried to break above it, and then boom, we start dumping right at the announcement, or pretty much, people understood that mainnet's a coming, and then we got the big dumps, right?
When you say that top white line represents the all-time high, do you mean that it is the downtrend that links up the highs?
Yeah. So basically, let me see here. I can show that on the V2 a little better, so you can see the whole history of the chart.
Yeah. So it's actually the downtrend that links the local highs that occurred on the way down. Yeah.
Right. And then here's the bottom of that wedge. So it was playing out, pretty clearly here, where we see, multiple touches at the top and the bottom, right? And then we broke out. So then usually something like this, your measured move from a legitimized breakout is the height of this, which takes us all the way back down to the post big payday dump. So if you look at that, and I know this is crazy moon math, but people like it, and I do too. You're looking, if this was a legitimate breakout, which we're actually kind of retesting now, that would take us to around $12. Sounds insane. I don't think it's insane. It's totally plausible. Now that we've split, maybe you cut that number in half, and it's 6 on each chain, not cents.
How much was it?
$12. Yep. So if you're looking here, even on this chart, you can see there's that wick down it got down to about 1.7 on V2. V3 it dipped a little lower and actually got through the bottom of the chart, or bottom of the wedge. So it's a little bit different, but generally speaking, the patterns are the same. So here you can see where it's basically coming up to try to test the top of that white wedge again. And then if we go back over to the V3 chart, you can see with a little more detail and some target ranges. And this is like the Toby 1 TA time thing that I've been doing for a minute now. Like I do daily updates on Twitter for people that like such things. Definitely not encouraging trading. Like what I try to do is show people levels of support and resistance, so then they can make better DCA decisions, whether they're DCAing in or out. and also to keep them from being terrified if we do get a dump and like, oh God, we're going to zero. It's like, now we got all these resistance levels on the way down and we're likely to bounce in those regions. So relax. And if we got like a crazy pump, we've got some previous resistance here. So, that might be an area for a pullback. So be careful and don't buy green candles all the time. Right. So, but with all that being said, it's like, we kind of worked our way back down. We had the dump pretty much at the announcement of mainnet. What's curious here is like, as we were working through this descending parallel magenta channel that you can see, usually when you break a pattern, you go the height of that channel. So the height of that channel took us down to about 3.1. So what's really funny is even on that big dump day, we got back right up there to 3. We closed that candle at 3.2, 3.25. And then we stayed right around that range, wicked down, wicked up, bounced around, got a nice double bottom, like a little whoop, whoop, like a little booty, right? And right now on the daily, we're not only right at the top of that white wedge again, but we're at the bottom of that magenta channel trying to break back in. And then all these boxes you see and these numbers that you see highlighted in different colors, these are horizontal resistances where over the history of the chart, those have been significant areas of support and resistance. So those are areas to watch where we've had a lot of price action in the past. To keep it simple, I just do this stuff, but it's like I also have, where's that? And I'm definitely not going to go into this one here, but I've got these other indicators, primarily the Joule from Crown Crypto Trading, which, when I was trading, it was very instrumental in climbing out of a hole that I'd found myself in the 2018 bear. His trading RSI and his RSI and EMA combo chart, but there's those amongst other things. Dip Catcher's algorithm is pretty cool too, but I mean, as far as just keeping it simple for people to understand, pattern trading is pretty good, and this has been scarily accurate for a long while now, and had used the similar patterns to figure out when the bull market was going to start in 2020 for Bitcoin. So I have a lot of confidence in how these play out, and also TA in general, and especially pattern trading, tends to be self-fulfilling prophecies because traders are all looking at the same shit, right? So if they see an area that's resistance, then they're likely to set their limit sells there. And they basically make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. So they're going to dump when they see there's a resistance there. I mean, obviously, they're looking at other metrics to determine whether or not they think it's a breakout. But a smart trader will wait for the breakout and a retest. So if you're looking at us, it's like we did the breakout, and we just rode down the top of the white line, tried to break up a little higher, came back down, touched it, wicked through it twice, came back up, rode down, wicked all the way through it with, the panic and the dump. And I think that a big chunk of this was the famous guy, right? Didn't he dump like 83 million hex there for some reason? I heard. I think he actually copped to it in a Twitter space, but whatever. It's his money. He can do what he wants to do. So he dumped it, and some other people followed suit, and we got this big wick down. I don't know how many people got filled way down here, but very few. And what's really funny too, if you see this red 007, that was my bottom. Like if things got really ugly back here, that was my low. And we damn near got there on the V3 chart. So with that all being said, here we are again trying to bust back through this pattern. And if we get back above this, then we're back into that crazy moon math thing. It's like, where if we play that out entirely, then it's $12, right? Although we're a little down from there, but still, I mean, you're probably 11.50, something like that, is where the full measured move of that wedge pattern is. It's kind of like a big bull flag, right? But fun with charts. Toby1TA time on Twitter if anybody wants to follow along. I'm not selling anything. I've given so much hex and shit away. It's silly. I feel like I'm in a good position to be able to kind of get back to the community in whatever way I can. I've never tried to sell anything to any hex again, nor would I, except for diaper coin. So we'll talk about that later. But yeah.
Is that diaper coin that's the bottom of that wedge?
So if you shit your pants, if you see a big red candle like this and you feel like you're going to shit your pants, diaper coin to the rescue. But this kind of gives you some ideas of like, what's been playing out thus far. Yep. Fun with colored lines, But yeah, we're right there, man. So I mean, if we broke back into this channel, I'd say like a short-term target would probably be the midline. We're probably looking at about 4.243, which also happens to be a horizontal at 4.35. And then from there, we're probably, if we keep on creeping up, then we break that top line. And then essentially what we'd be doing is a measured move out of this channel if we get back into it, and let's say, you know, maybe it's next week. Say it's like a week from today. And if we broke through that, then the measured move on that kind of gets you up close to these little highs where we were trying to break out, kind of had a little bit of a bull trap coming out of that wedge or out of that parallel channel. So that would get us back up around the 6.5, 7 cent level. And then you start working against your resistances on the way up. And to the moon we go. You know,
Right.
So I think it's going to be interesting to see where people start to allocate their assets. I think the ARB plays that's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be a seesaw on prices between HEX on PulseChain and HEX on Ethereum, and eventually it'll level out. And then we're going into a bull market, so there's no reason for HEX to not be expensive on both chains. And there's too much capital locked up over there. There's too many people staked for too long, you know, and they've got big bags. They're going to defend those prices. So, people that are concerned that the HEX is going to be, go to zero and everyone's going to flood into Pulse. Maybe, but I think that's highly unlikely. You know, there's just too much at stake. But
before you take that chart away,
yeah.
What's interesting here is that, so if someone was doing TA on just this chart without realizing that there was the fork, this would look like that this entire thing was a failed attempt at a breakout.
Yes.
And that now we're back within the channel. I'm not sure. I wasn't listening to literally 100%. I was listening to what you're saying, but if you already said that, I apologize. But basically,
no. But as a recap, that's right on the money. Yep.
So basically, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, the number of people now who are aware of the fork, who are actively trading this asset, it should be high. The proportion of people who are aware, but over time, I imagine that percentage is going to go down, and even the people who were aware of it will kind of forget. And so it makes for an interesting, I hope that we just break back out of it again.
Yep.
But failed breakouts are bearish in general. Like, obviously we know the reason why this happened. It's nothing to do with the technical analysis of the chart or whatever. There's ignore that I just said that. That's not strictly correct. It is, but what I'm saying is there was a reason. There was a specific and deep and important reason why.
Yeah, this little temporary failure was, precipitated by what was going on with the fork, right? So, with that understanding and just on its own merit, when you try to break out and retest, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And just like, on the top of this little purple parallel channel, where we had that little bit of almost like a bull trap where it looks like it's going to break out and run up to 9 cents. And then we came back in the channel and boom, all the way fell through it. So, same thing here. This could be a bit of as far as just TA being completely unaware of PulseChain. This could just look like it was a bear trap and then we're back in business, right? So the other thing to consider on a deeper dive, as we all understand here, is that look at all that money that's on the bridge. That money's not going anywhere. It's not going into LP. It's certainly not over on ETH right now. It's in limbo for a minute. So that's where you see down here at the bottom, the volume is dog shit. The volume is little. So yeah, we're getting big moves down, big moves up, but in the grand scheme of things, the volume's very minimal. So I think what will happen is as all that floods in, as you have said multiple times as we've been talking tonight, I think we're going to get crazy appreciation on the Pulse side.
Crazy,
and all of a sudden, who's going to say, "Oh man, it's like Pulse is up to 6 cents on the Pulse side. Wait a minute, it's only at 4.5 cents on ETH. Well, shit, I'm going to go buy it on ETH." Mm-hmm. So I think that's where you're going to get that seesaw effect until it kind of settles out.
The only question that people need to ask themselves is, where do they think that economic energy that's being bridged in, where do they think it's going to go? Like, what do they think is going to happen? Do you think that people are just going to sit on those assets, the bridged version? They might add it to an LP. They might buy a different asset. They might, what are some other options? Like, let's play like.
Are they going to buy fucking Link? You know what I mean? Are they going to buy
Fantasyland? Yeah, they could buy a non-RH ticker.
But what's the likelihood? Yeah, I mean, the majority of that's going to RH coins.
So there's various things that can happen. Like, one of them is that the shit can get bridged in and they could just sit on it, like hold powder, right? Like hold stablecoin powder. That's possible. So not every single dollar that's coming across is going to get literally pumped into the things that we think are going to get pumped. But
Right.
even if you then say, okay, well, now let's look realistically at like, if these are all the options of what could happen, what sort of percentage split do we think is going to be? Even if there's only like a moderate, like a conservative, like say 25% of the economic energy coming over is going to actually go into like Pulse and PulseX and HEX, that's still massive. That is still massive. And it's probably more than that. So as in you just do the math, you make the, you could do this in a simple spreadsheet and be like, here's the amount, here is my likely scenario of what the thing is going to be. Here are the coins, blah, blah, here, blah, and then go on to like a DEX and see how much would that pump the price if this much money was pumped into this particular token at the moment.
Right.
Because remember that some of the highest liquidities that exist over on PulseChain are actually the ones that link the non-stable. So there's high between PulseX and Pulse. There's high between HEX and Pulse. I haven't looked at how high the liquidity is between the stable coin. Tiny. So 5 mil USDC or 6 mil USDC, 6 mil USDT, 6 mil DAI. So there's 18 mil of liquidity that's between stable coins and remember that includes both sides. So halve that. So it's 9 mil. So there's 9 mil of Pulse. It's high enough that we can tell the haters to shut up without them being like, oh, look at how low the liquidity is. It's a scam. That's high enough to be considered a legitimate cryptocurrency in terms of liquidity, but it's also small enough that we can pump hard. So I think we're in a good spot.
Yep. And then I was just kind of playing around on Dex Screener for a moment. And where does this put us? Or not Dex Screener, on PulseX for a moment. And if we go...
Oh, we've hit 100
There's
mil.
$1 million market buy on HEX on HEX. I mean, the way the nomenclature I'm using is like HEX is on PulseChain, right? And then
like the
HEX
native
will be
HEX.
anything, right? So HEX, $1 million buy on PulseChain of HEX would pump the price currently to 4.1 cents. And where are we now? If we did a $10 million buy.
Oh, wait. Because remember, we need to consider the routing as well. There's routing as well. So
a $10 million buy. I mean, just straight up, like from the exchange, like looking if someone came in here and like if right now I had $10 million in DAI and I wanted to try to buy HEX, I would get 65,260,000 HEX, which would be a price of 15 cents.
Does PulseX tell you what the routing is if I fold out this down?
No, I don't.
So we actually don't know.
Yeah, DAI, Pulse, and then to HEX. Yeah.
Where are you seeing that? Sorry.
If you do the drop down, there's a little caret on the far right. So if you're like, I'm doing
I did the drop down, but then also this must just be you're all using the one pool. Oh yeah, because I haven't put enough money in.
So yeah, I'm just looking on the exchange at PulseX, and am I doxing anything? I can't share this screen because it's got.
No, don't dox.
Yeah. Okay.
I just can't see. Mine just looks like it's all being routed through one pair, but maybe that pair is so liquid that it just does it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just chose DAI as a stable.
DAI
I mean, I could try USDC.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yo, I got it. By changing the pair, I can see this now. So on that other pair that I had, which was DAI into PLS, obviously what was happening was it didn't have another route, or it didn't need to use another route.
Need another route.
We are
right.
doing DAI to HEX. It goes DAI, PLS. It says
HEX.
the route, and so I assume if it was multi-route, it would show the both. It would show the routes. It would be like
and the price impact of a $10 million buy would be 81%. So you'd be pushing the price against yourself a fuck ton to try to do a $10 million market buy. So then that's where liquidity comes in, but it's two-sided liquidity, right? Because we don't have single-sided yet, which is good for price because
so that's
it's
another
not just right. Yeah,
that's another question for Richard: is does PulseX, or will it in the future do multi-routing to get when you're starting to do like really large orders, or whether it just always does single? It would be good to know, specifically for whales.
Good question.
Because otherwise, yeah, you're playing yourself if you start to do huge orders on one of the books, and it'll just end up getting arbed by other people across all the other books.
Exactly.
But yeah, look, the point that we're making here is, I think the liquidity is at a good level where we've got enough liquidity that it's not so thin that it's just a joke where people can't buy in and people are complaining that the liquidity is too low, but it's also low enough that it can actually still move when people buy.
Yep, exactly. So cleaned up my chart there a little bit, but
nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of gives you an idea of kind of where we're at with things. It's like, and you know, I like boobs, but I'm a butt guy, and it's like that looks like a really nice round little fit girl booty, and double bottoms are usually very bullish, at least for my dick. Up and to the right, baby. Let's do this.
Double bottoms sounds like a three-way.
Yeah, right. Hey, we'll talk about that in the green room later. My fiance. It's a little late. I don't think my fiance's asleep. My family's sleeping, so I could probably get away with anything right now. But we'll keep it polite.
I find it so funny when I'm. Sorry, you go.
Hi guys. Yeah, I'll just chime in there.
Jump in. Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, please. Sorry, I was on a rant there from it.
I was just going to say, we're as you say earlier there, Tangent, we're almost up at 100 million. We've got about $322,000 to go, so we're almost there.
Well, mine says 100 mil, but it's rounding, obviously.
Rounding, yeah.
Hey, Superman, if people wanted to look at what you're looking at, what website are you looking at?
PLSburn.com.
PLSburn.com, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, but mine's you're going into the table, eh?
Yeah, the tables.
Yeah. So I was looking at the bar chart on the bridge where it just says 100 mil, but you're right. Just below it says deposited 99.6. Yeah. So, guys, we are going to be live when this thing crosses the 100 mil.
That's right.
That's awesome.
And I'm looking at the farms. So the farms seem to be holding, just as a quick guess, around about 11 to 12 million of the stables that have come through. So maybe about 30%. Are sitting in those bridged farms, so some interesting numbers there. And you're right, a lot of it's in the Richard Hart tokens, and some of the next high ones are sitting in some of the meme coins, and of course a few projects that are in here like Swap Token and a few others like that. But it's just warming up, folks. There's so many projects coming into PulseChain over the next sort of 12 weeks. It's going to be crazily good.
Hey, here's something curious I noticed on the tables here. This is cool. It's like I've heard people reference this, but I've not looked at this website before. But in your table, second, or the first table, I guess, below the different options to link to buy, I'm assuming this just routes you to PLSX. HEX is 33 million of that.
Wow.
That's coming over. So I know where I'm putting my HEX. It's like I'm going to do liquidity with my HEX on PulseChain. So,
nice one,
but then again, how much of that HEX is going to be sold for people that don't have Pulse and want a bigger bag of Pulse or PulseX? It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out and how it's all reallocated. But 22 million in DAI, 17 million in USDC, 14 million in ETH. So, what is that? 40, 31, 53 million? And then USDC is another 13 million.
Don't tempt me.
66 million of it. Of the 99 million, 66 million is stables coming over.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's great.
That's huge.
Oh, that's another good point. For the assessment of what you think people are going to do, you could actually see what they're bridging, and that might also give you some idea of what they're more likely to do. Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking too.
Oh yeah.
It ain't boring, boys. This is fun shit.
We had a late move in the USD tether, right? That sort of suddenly jumped. I think it was a bit of an arb opportunity. I'm not sure whether that helped that long, but there was definitely that has jumped up a lot.
Yes, indeed.
We've got a few people in the chat there. Spirit X1 says RH coming on stream at some point. That's up to Richard, so we'll find out. What else? We got John Gibbons. Good shout out to you. And of course, Excited. Woohoo! Good to see you as well. Who else in there? Jumping in there. Al Merlos. Good to see Al Merlos. Quite a few people in the chat there. Nice to see Bsot. Good to see you. Inut. Captain Wong, good to see you as well. Phoenix Kukini.
I think that might be pronounced Basso. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure, but that's how I've always said it. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
That's all good. It's all good.
Hey, here's a question for you guys that might be helpful. I mean, it'll be helpful to me, might be helpful to people in the chat. Since we've had some issues with the Block Explorer kind of keeping up, the scan.pulsechain.com, do you have a preferred? I know he shared Otter, and then Beacon's kind of tricky to work around. Like, do you have an Explorer of choice to see history of your transactions?
Oh yeah, Richard recommended Otter. I actually do use another one. I don't know it off the it's one where it's custom, like, so you can look at any chain.
Oh, right.
It's like ethereal or something. But look. I don't think people need to F around with that. It's like soon the official Block Explorer is going to be like flawless and the place to be. So it's like, I don't know how much effort I want to put into promoting stuff that's like a temporary fix, but there are options out there if you care. And also running your own node is the ultimate, because then you just look at your shit and it's like, it's
all there. Yep.
You're literally looking at it in real time.
We discussed this earlier. I discussed it with other people off another chat, and we kind of felt it was low-hanging fruit. I know some people did want sort of an Etherscan version blockchain Explorer, so we'll see.
Cool. And I'm running 2 Nooks, so I guess I've got it all. I just haven't figured out how to go through all the transactions to find mine, but I guess that's a pretty good option. And then how many validators do we have going now? Where's that at?
That's awesome. That's the valid numbers. That's spectacular.
Cutting into my yield, man. They need to chill out. Let's see, deposits leaderboard.
You got the number? 15,000.
15,000? Jesus.
15,000, and it's spectacular. That's a fantastic number.
Hey, where you're looking, for whatever reason, I'm having a hard time rendering that table with my browser. That's under beacon.pulsechain.com validators. Is that where you're at?
Peerless Burn is fine. Peerlessburn.com.
Oh, it's there too. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, just scroll down further, and it's got the active numbers, and then it's got the ones entering. So we've got 11,066 active. We've got 4,486 entering, and that's 15,252 values. That's spectacular. And what we on day 7 whatever. So amazing numbers.
On the Beacon chain, I was looking earlier. Maybe it was on another computer, but it showed you like the top validators. So like the top guy was like 1,400 validators, and then the second was like 1,300 validators. So there's some big players.
What the hell?
People who they might be, but yeah, that's pretty cool. And,
pretty stout.
Let's bring on onwards and upwards, and all the pulse that's going off the market too. So we've got burning and supply sinks. I love it. It's just this one thing people don't even know out there in crypto what's coming with this Pulse chain and PulseX. You guys know, but they don't know, and it's just it's absolutely mind blowing.
Oh, they're gonna learn.
Yeah,
they're gonna learn today.
Well, just with the pending and the existing, let's see, how much is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 486 billion that'll be tied up validating. That's a lot. Yeah, 486
and it's getting more decentralized, which is cool.
What's that?
It's getting more decentralized as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's good.
I'm sure Huddle Dog's enjoying it because he's been doing some good clips and other people on Twitter.
Yeah.
I was showing on the YouTube. I was showing different days with different people posting their validator shots, and I was posting those every day because they're really cool to see. It's sort of like the life of it, when you get people posting this stuff. It really is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got my last deposits in last night, probably about 16 hours ago. And like from the time you put your deposit in, it's like 2 or 3 days from pending to actually active and earning yield. So not all of my validator instances are online yet, and the yield's been pretty great. But it's like, like we were talking about earlier, it's like the yield farming is just so attractive. you know, I can see where there's a lot of people that are doing the math, and it's like you don't have to run your own equipment, you don't have to worry about your network, blah blah blah. And it's like I can just go farm and make that kind of yield, and then like Ink's going ape shit. So it's kind of a little bit of a competition between like, you know, how do you feel about validating versus this other thing? And like Tangent and I were talking before you came on, it's like it's a crazy space to be in where it's like, well, I can make 1,000 APY doing this, or I can make 600 APY, 600% APY doing that. It's like when all your choices are just winning, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Yep.
Oh, damn it. Come on, Tangent. Let's get Charlie Sheen on this bloody show. Let's go. We're winning.
Oh, yeah, man. Wait. I wonder.
Get some
I wonder
tiger
if there
blood
are-
up in this piece.
I wonder if there's any celebrities that want to come and like lock in that they were on this stream before the shit actually blows up.
That would be cool.
Like an Andrew Tate or someone who knows that PulseChain is going to absolutely dominate. And they want to. I was even thinking like celebs that even have
like
even
celebs,
higher
right?
audiences that are not in crypto. But let's we could tweet at Ivan.
He would like that, you know, with all the engagement that this kind of stuff gets. It's a win-win.
In fact, I think he streams himself around this time.
Does he?
I think his daily stream is maybe around this time, or maybe he would have just finished.
Hit him up.
So if you guys want to help me blow this thing up on Twitter, so Ivan on Tech, come onto our PulseChain 48-hour stream.
Live now. Yeah. He did a stream, it looks like 48 hours ago. Or no, I'm sorry, 14 hours ago. So he's probably due. When is
And in
his daily
fact,
stream?
I'll hit him with the stream so he can have a look and get a taste test for the sorts of sweet treats that we're handing out in this stream, so he can decide whether he wants to be a part of it or not. So this is are we on the 40 to 48?
No, we've got about 11 hours to go.
So I can't even find the freaking. Wait, here we go.
Yeah, we're still in the 30 to 40.
We must. Oh, we're 30 to 40. Here we go. Found it.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Found it. Okay, so I'm gonna tweet that shit out, and then I'm gonna copy paste that shit and tweet it at Andrew Tate.
There you go. Do it, man.
Didn't the Hodge twins sacrifice for PulseChain or PulseX, one of those?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
The Hodge twins. Didn't they sacrifice some of the other PulseChain, PulseX?
I'm unsure, but Richard Hart just tweeted out about the bridge hitting 100 mil. Boom.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just
You'd
saw
love
Max
to see it
Payne.
live
Max
with
Payne.
us right now. My t-shirt says it all. This was a deliberate t-shirt choice, yo. You guys might not realize this, but I stay ready like the servant awaiting the return of the master. This is I have it's like I've lived my entire life preparing specifically for this, like an Olympic athlete. But instead of going to swim meets, I've been getting wrecked by shit coins. Just over and over again, every day, 5 a.m., up in the morning, get wrecked, back to sleep at night. No sleep, in fact, just literally, I have been ready for this moment. My entire life, even though crypto's only existed for the last, 10 years of that. It was like the universe was already preparing me for that shit, and now I am #ready. So that's awesome, Richard. Look, it's great to see that Richard.
Like 2 minutes ago,
He showed the Etherscan wallet, and it's got 100 mil in it.
Nice.
So,
it's so good. It's great to see. Some people came up with this weird theory that they were like, "Oh, you guys don't realize this, but once PulseChain launches, Richard Hart's going to disappear like Satoshi and show that the community has to carry the flag." And I'm just like, "The fuck are you talking about?" Richard's obviously going to be active at at least commenting on how good it's going. Like he's not just going to disappear from crypto. So, you know, there's more work to be done. He gets a little rest, but then the work does not end here. Imagine fading Richard Hart, bro. Imagine fading Richard Hart. That might actually be my favorite comment of all the hours that I've been streaming. That comment that says, imagine fading Richard Hart and how ridiculous that would be. I think just that it's a punchy little comment. Do not fade RH.
No, all right. Where's your tweet, bro? It's like I'm looking for.
Yeah, I've tweeted it. So it should be my most, unless my most recent tweet is me retweeting Richard.
You're retweeting like Richard's shit. Yeah,
so just one below that then. Below that, and I'm going to do an Andrew Tate one as well. Cobra Tate, we're coming at you, bro.
There we go.
Let's go. Cobra Tate.
All right, I'm going to bounce now, guys. Congratulations on the 100 million on the bridge, and congratulations to everybody out there. You guys are in the best of crypto, and big shout out to Richard Hart, of course, who's made all this possible. And I will catch you guys again another day. Toby One, I'd love to have you on my channel talking about TA. So
yeah, it'd be fun, man. Absolutely, I'd love to.
Take care.
Good being on again. Take care.
Hell yes. Thank you so much for coming on, man. It was great chatting with you.
Cheers, Tangent.
Cheers.
All right, let's see. Dude, I can't find your fucking tweet. What the hell?
Shadow ban, bro. They can't handle take the heat.
It's too real. It's too
much reality. They're worried that Cobra Tate's going to come on here and break the matrix.
Right.
In fact, you want me to drop a little Easter egg? I actually came out with a way that is guaranteed to break you out of the matrix.
Please.
I don't know if these Anons are ready to hear it though. Do you think they're ready?
Ready enough.
Do you think we've given them enough pre-education for that they'll be ready for a knowledge bomb this savage?
I think they can. I think
some people's minds. I'm trusting you, bro. Some people's minds might literally explode at this, but
but we're prepared for that because if they have diaper coin and they have straitjacket coin, they're good.
Yes, you will need both. Okay, here it is. You take your favorite crypto. You go and you onboard your boss. If the price of the cryptocurrency goes up, you get to say, fuck you, I quit. If the price goes down, the boss says, you're fucking fired. Either way, you're breaking those chains. You're getting out of your 9 to 5, broken the matrix, life hack, get it done. Get it done. Boom. It's a win-win. Either way, you are no longer having to be a wage slave.
Bombs. Truth bombs. Truth bombs. Look out.
Right. So this one I've modified a little bit for Andrew Tate. I've said most enthusiastic community in all of crypto so that he knows that if he comes here, he's doing himself more of a favor than he's doing us.
Absolutely. Well, and that's all important to Mr. Tate. What about his brother? Because I know his brother's all about it.
What about Richard's brother? That's what the people in the comments want to know. That's what the community wants to know. That's what everybody's asking.
I think he is maybe one of the funniest trolls to exist. I don't know that that's actually his brother, but it's pretty fucking comical. I don't think he has a brother, honestly.
I went through a period where I actually thought there was a possibility that his brother, and everyone's convinced me that is definitely not.
It was really. I mean, I saw like a stream with him, and it was hilarious. I mean, it was pretty entertaining. So it was
Richard. He's just like, you thought you could get rid of me, Richard.
Yeah, it was like performance art. I mean, the guy, hats off. Like he did well with that. Well, fuck, man, I don't know what is going on.
I've already got 16 retweets on this thing, so it definitely exists. I think. Are you on my profile? Are you on my Twitter?
HEX _tangent, right?
Yeah. Same as this. Not to shamelessly shill my own Twitter, but by the way, I'm actually about to hit 10K followers.
Nice. 9666.
Elon Musk has
wait a minute. Whoa. Stop the presses. You're not following me? This is a problem. This is a problem. All right, guys. It's been good being on stream with you. Fuck right off there, Hex Tangent. You sorry son of a bitch. I'm out
Have you mentioned coins that I don't like in the last few months.
Previously, and we talked about this before you came on tonight, and it laid
I will
myself at the
refollow
feet
you
of the community and Richard, and what it was is that when he went through the big purge, I call it, when he got rid of Abit and me and a bunch of other people, it was anybody that was not critical of other coins or even talking to them. So I came up on the radar. And I had commented on a comment that Johnny Chaos made about a Bitcoin spinoff, right? That was not well received, and I think one of their big shillers was really up at Richard's ass at the point. So I'm sure that hit a nerve, and he's like, unfollow Toby, which was a bummer because like I was one of the first like 200 people that he followed. I mean, it'd been there forever.
Sometimes he doesn't.
Damn, that sucks. But he
unfollowed
made
me
a
at
good
one point and refollowed me. So sometimes he might follow you again.
Yeah, it is what it is. But it's like the funny part is my follower account took off after that because I think people felt like I was edgy or whatever because I was willing to like, and all I was doing is trying to make sure that other communities had somebody in their ear like, hey, you know this coin that you like so much and that you're talking about and shilling all over? Do you know who created those coins? People that had established big hex staking ladders. So maybe do as they do and not do as they say, or at least establish yourself a hex staking ladder. So I felt like I was fighting a good fight, but Richard said something that turned my head around on this, and I told Maddie this earlier on the stream. The only reason I even came back to Twitter, I started my Twitter in like 2009, and the only reason I came back to Twitter was that of Richard Hart and Hex to endorse it and talk about it and educate and learn. And when he got on the HEX conference 130 days ago with Maddie, the first question that Maddie asked him was about that because there was like some grumbling in the community, like, man, why did he unfollow me? And it's like, and I got it, but it's like, I'm not going to lie, it did hurt a little bit. But he clarified that, hey, there's people out there grinding, like Abit's traveled the country talking about HEX. It's like, obviously he's a Hexcan, but he talked about Pulse Doge and other stuff. And his thing was, and this is what stuck with me, the path of least rectness. So if your followers are talking about other coins or to other communities frequently, and I follow you, your tweets are going to show up to my followers. And it's not even necessarily that I think you're shilling them. It's just that they're going to see those on my fucking feed, more or less. And then that's going to be maybe the shiny object that leads them down the path of rectness. So the path of least rectness is just don't fucking engage. And that's literally the lead in that he then showed your clip of shut the fuck up. Like, you feel like talking about this other thing, you feel like talking to another community, whatever, shut the fuck up. It was perfect, you know? So it's like, so I've definitely like, you know, kind of had my come to Jesus moment. Like I'm not trying to be smarter than Richard in my own tactics. He has a reason for doing what he does, and he has a reason why and how he uses his socials. So for Twitter, it's all Richard all the time. It's Richard Hart, Hex products. That's it. I don't retweet other people's stuff about other tokens, any of that. And primarily now it's just Hex TA. To get people enthused about it, and then I retweet the fuck out of Richard and other Hexicans. So that's my Twitter situation. I mean, it's like that's what it's for. That's why I got back on Twitter, and that's how it's going to remain. So yeah, so I probably fell out of your good graces as well in that same time frame, and you unfollowed me because I'm like, wait a minute. But it looks like we're all good now. So cool. Wonder if that's why it wasn't showing me your latest tweets. That's strange, though.
Maybe, yeah. So I've been, so I don't block, but I'm fairly aggressive with the unfollow.
Dude, it's important. I noticed.
And I actually, even if someone says something retarded on as a reply to one of my things, I just immediately unfollow them.
Yeah,
like,
it's not worth it.
I don't even get upset or like try and fight them or any shit like that. Or maybe I sometimes do reply, but they definitely get unfollowed. When I think something is really dumb, I'm just like, I'm not following this person.
No, it's just the noise. You know what I mean? It's like you only have so much bandwidth, and it's just not worth it to like just clog your brain up with that shit when you're trying to like do God's work, you know? So there we go. Andrew Tate got it. Boom. Liked, retweet, bam. And where is the tangent one with Ivan? Dude, you went on like a retweeting field day.
Yeah, I typically retweet literally everything that Richard tweets that I think is really important for people to know about.
Yes, same.
Speaking of retweets, I actually just retweeted my latest onboard, which is my best friend. And she is now a Pulse Exican, Pulsecan /Pulse Exican. And her her fingernails are done in the PulseX colors.
In the gradient?
So,
That's awesome. That's cool.
No, not the gradient. You know, PulseX hat's it's just twin color. It's like red and green.
Yeah.
It's like pink and green.
Oh, Pulse X. Got it.
Pulse X.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So Pulse has got the gradient. Yeah.
God.
That would be harder to do. I'm sure nail people could do something like that for sure. Right?
Yeah, there's some crazy nail artists out there.
I know nothing about it, but like, yeah,
there's a dude I used to play tennis with, and it's like he was phenomenal tennis player. I mean, he had a serve like 120 mile an hour serve. He's like crazy, but he is like an internationally renowned nail artist, and like you'd never guess it. Like looking at him, like really, and like he would go to Asia, and it would be like a rock star. Like there would be all these little Asian girls just flooded around him with like nail magazines wanting his autograph and stuff. And he was always inviting me on these cruises with all these nail techs. It was crazy. But yeah, there's some insane shit that goes on in the nail world for sure.
Look, artistic expression, like I've always been more mathematically and science minded, even though I try not to do that, like putting myself in like a category and like telling my subconscious that I'm good at maths but bad at art and that sort of thing, which I would have done when I was younger. But that is how my mind tends to lean towards being like thinking in that way and being good at those sorts of fields.
Right.
And then someone convinced me maybe 2 or 3 years ago that having some kind of creative outlet, even if you're shit at it, is actually really important. So, and it doesn't have to be like drawing or painting or whatever, but it's something where you are creating. Right. Yep. So I think that sort of thing is magical. And you even see Richard Hart talking about color wheels and color combinations. And he puts a lot of thought and effort into these logos and that sort of thing. That is creativity, right? Thinking about what ticket, when I create buy and burn baby coin and the tick, you know, a lot of thought goes into that ticker name. It's not like if I make pump and dump coin, it's going to be PND, baby, like PNDBB. But anyway, the point is the creativity doesn't necessarily have to be the stereotypical version of I'm going to pick up a paintbrush and start painting something. But having some kind of creative outlet, I'm all about it now.
And it unlocks. Sorry, this dog is insane. I just woke up and wanted to say hello. But that's Winston Hexobi saying hello. Okay, he's off again. But yeah, it's like something about any artistic endeavor and like music in particular for me. Like when I started to learn to play the guitar, it unlocks a whole other part of your brain. And like for me in particular, it's like my brain is like a fucking hamster on crack, just running around the wheel all the time, like just thinking and thinking and thinking. And, you know, I love spreadsheets. I love math. It's like I've always been very good at those things, but it's like I also love music. So I'm like, well, I'm going to figure this shit out. So when I started playing guitar, it was really interesting because it really calmed the rest of my brain because I had to focus so hard on what I was doing with the musical part. And yeah, I mean, I think, and then I found later that I was actually better at the math stuff than I thought. I'd kind of like, I knew my levels, like what I was capable of. And it's like, it kind of broke whatever barriers were in my brain, just like using this other creative center. And then all of a sudden I started looking at some of the math stuff I was working on differently. And it was all subconscious at first. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's like, that's not how I normally do this, but it's like, this is cool. And it's actually kind of working better. So yeah, I mean, it's important to exercise your brain, you know, in various ways. It's, I mean, especially as you get older, man, it's like people, I mean, I'm not sure how old you are. I'm figuring you're probably in your 30s, maybe late 20s. I'm 50. And it's like, it's amazing how many friends of mine are just like, they're doing the same exact shit that they did when they were 25. Like there's no evolution.
No growth.
But you know, I really always gravitate toward people that are, you know, actively changing. And I mean, that's what's fun about the Richard Hart ecosystem in particular, not to just, you know, like fawn over it too hard, but it's like, there's just so much interesting math and other shit going on with it. It's like, it's infinitely entertaining and interesting. For
the life of constant learning that for people who assume that they've like done it all or seen it all or that they don't have to learn anymore, where it's like there's always more to learn, right? Like, and it's not like it's not quite like I'm going to go and learn about quantum physics. Like, it's not like you don't actually have to go and like pick a topic and be like, I'm going to learn this new field. It's just like it's that general it's that general
curious.
acceptance that you don't like a lot of the stuff that you even think you know probably needs updating over time, and these models get corrected. And like you said, that constant curiosity about the universe and creating these models that allow us to actually navigate the universe in a more effective way, and then just constantly updating those models. So yeah,
absolutely.
It's quite amazing.
Absolutely. Pulse Burn's cool, man. I think I heard somebody mention it, but I never went over there until tonight. So it's pretty slick. I'm still
Which
I
Pulse
feel
what?
like
Pulse X.
Pulseburn.com.
Oh, dude, that's Richard tweeted that out, and ever since it's the greatest, dude. It's great. So simple. It covers the bridge, it covers the coins, it covers the shit. Number of validators up and to the right. Like it's a great site. Yeah.
Oh, hey, at the very top, I just noticed because David James had tweeted it at me earlier because it's like people like somebody I can't remember who Hexpula maybe. He was like, hey, it's like how many times are you checking your ink balance like for people that are farming, and it's like. I don't have MetaMask on my phone. That's crazy. So without like being at a computer and looking at my balance, like I didn't know where to see it, right? And so short of that, it's like in the past I would use my phone and I'd go to a block explorer and then see it there. But obviously that's not it's not working as well as I would like it at the current time. And so he tweeted accruedink.com at me, and there's actually a link on the top of pulseburn.com, and you literally just put your address there that you're farming from, and you can check on your phone or wherever without connecting your wallet, without doing anything. You can
see that.
Yeah, it's cool.
I did actually see that, and I hadn't used it yet. I'm weirdly taking this very cautious approach where if I don't see a specific gain, like as in if it's not going to make me money, then I'm just like not doing it at the moment. You get what I'm saying? Like, so
absolutely.
Like,
I feel more confident because it's on pulseburn.com and made by the same people. And
is it? It's part of that same site. Oh shit.
Yeah, like if you look at pulseburn.com at the very top, there's a green link to accruedink.com. And then if you go to
by the way, everyone, we're saying pulseburn.com, but the actual website is PLSburn. It's plsburn.com if you want to actually type it out, just so people don't go to the wrong shit.
Right. Exactly.
And you're right. That accrued ink is a link at the top in in lime green.
Yep. Exactly.
Which is actually also the color of the incentive token logo as well.
Right.
Look,
it's clever.
I really like what they've done here, where even the incentive tokens logo is kind of like a black and white, right? Like even though it's green and black, it's black and white.
Right.
And that kind of almost shows the fact that it's not trying to steal attention from the main assets. Like this is very like, this is like a, it's just, man, it's just nailed. Like as in, I mean, obviously Richard's got the money now to be able to pay probably the world's greatest marketing teams to come in, and then he would just be overlaying his knowledge over the top of the options that they give him. Right. So,
absolutely.
And I know some of this stuff doesn't look, so you might look at this and go, well, that's so simple. I could have come up with that myself. But often the simplest designs are actually the hardest to come up with.
Yes.
And so for people that might not have noticed, the Pulse X logo is actually green and red candles crossed over. Mm-hmm. So it's like the up and down candle, the green candle and the red candle. And I actually didn't notice that at first. Like, obviously this is going back. Going back right to the start, I didn't realize that until it didn't take long for me to work it out. But at first, I just thought, well, because obviously it's got the Pulse X.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, they just made it an X and they chose two colors, and I just didn't. And also for me, candles are like this, yo. Like candles are like this. Like a candle on its side, to me, that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
that's not. So I think that's maybe what threw me a bit. Not to make it sound like I'm being defensive or making excuses.
Right.
But yeah, just super keen, man. Just super keen for all of
just
this.
Simple and clean. It's like he's got a real eye for that stuff. So, and then you were in Pulse Plan, weren't you? In that little private group, the Pulse Planning group on Telegram.
I think I was for a bit, or someone added me to it. I've been offered lots of these groups, and by the way, these are not attempted to be secretive, but like the groups, the attempt is to get a higher signal to noise ratio than the main chat, where people can just come in there and flood any shit. You got noobs in there like, oh, how do I use a Trezor, whatever, right? Like, so these attempted groups, they're not meant to be secretive. It's not a hex cabal, even though we probably should set up a hex mafia. But I get invited into these groups, but if I struggle to have time just to tweet and reply to tweets, let alone you would just spend all day checking groups.
Oh, totally. Yeah. The Pulse Plan group was actually by Richard. So it was, you could only come in if he invited you. And for some reason, it's like I got invited and there were only like 60 of us in there. And it was from the very inception of Pulse. Whoa. And it was just all entirely about noise to signal ratio. So he could ask questions and not be flooded with nonsense. And, you know, there's some really good, healthy debates in there. There's not a bunch of GIFs and memes and other bullshit. It's like people stayed focused and, you know,
I turned off GIFs in a group that I was running for Hex on Ethereum proof of work chain. And I just turned off the GIFs because if someone comes to the chat and they actually want to get alpha and work out what's going on and catch up on what's been going down, and they have to scroll through like 10 pages and 99% of it is like cat memes and this shit and stuff like that. Like, I'm glad. And some people were like, please turn on GIFs. It's like my most favorite part of these things. I'm like, go to a different channel, bro. Like, I want this shit to be
information.
Signal. Right. Yeah, I want people to be able to actually quickly see what we've been talking about. And I was savage with deleting people. Like, it was instant blockable offense. If you didn't read the rules and you talked about a coin, like, you know, the type of coin I'm talking about, or another chain, I would it was just like block.
Oh, dude, you might not know my history, but it's like I was an admin, and I still am an admin in all Richard's chats. And then because we were trying on Telegram for years now, and then basically it's like I nominated like Papa and some other major ones and that have been in there for a long time. And then the thing is we had conflict with different Richard Hart groups where like someone would get banned over here, and then another admin would unban him without really knowing what the issue was. So it just kind of perpetuated the problem. So Nenad and I actually came up with the admin group. So it's just all of Richard's admins in one group, so we could have like a cohesive plan on how to kind of keep control of.
And you can be like, look, this dickhead did this. Like,
he's out, man. He's on the list. He's blacklisted. We've let him off the hook too many times. Whatever. So they've done a great job. I mean, shout out to all the admins. I'm not there hardly at all anymore. I pop in occasionally, but they're doing it. They're running it. But Nenad and I got it set up with Richard's help because obviously he needed to create the group. And then you know what's really cool about that is that, you know, in the beginning when Hex had a voice chat, and then on over to Pulse chat that had a voice chat, and this was before Twitter Spaces. So that's where people would come to, like, you know, get alpha and get knowledge. And we were really diligent with like Funding Jim and me and Papa and Nenad, and, you know, Cream would pop in and you name it. And then we would kind of hold court, and people would raise their hands and ask questions, and then we would call on the next person, and they would come. Walrus was there. He was an admin for a long time. Jesse Pitt B, you know, some really good, solid
those guys are legendary.
Yeah, helping educate, you know. So we got all those guys together to like help craft a narrative of like we wanted people to understand how Hex and Pulse was going to be working and all that stuff. And then shortly after that, Twitter Spaces kind of took off, and it was like the cat was out of the bag, you know. So I feel like, you know, we did our part to kind of like help the early infrastructure of the educational system around all this stuff, and it's so great to see so many people running with it, and kind of takes the pressure off me at least a little, to where I can just fuck off and do some TA tweets and hop on a stream now and again, you know. So, but it's been great fun doing my part, you know. It's like that meme from whatever that space. What was it, like Space Insects or something? I can never remember what it was called.
Space Insects?
Yeah, what the fuck was that movie? Starship Troopers.
Oh,
the movie Starship Troopers. There's a meme, and it's just all these soldiers, and it's like, I'm doing my part. You know, so that's how I feel. I'm doing my part. So do we have nobody in the green room? Nobody wants to come talk to
one's in the,
like,
you know,
I was going to give you a break.
Sometimes I'm bad in the green room. Yeah, actually, you know, I actually sent the invite verbally to the Australian hexagons that I stream with to see if they wanted to like do like a little recreation of kind of the vibe, give people a little taste test of the vibe that we bring on the Tuesdays. But I think they must all be busy.
Right on. Yeah. Does this, is it Saturday night over there?
By the way, don't feel like you are leaving me in a tough. If you need to sleep
you're
or
good.
anything like that, bro. Like
I'm awake. I'm happy to hang out with you guys and chat and
awesome.
see what's going on in the thing. Because 8 hours spent's a long time alone. Solo's rough. I've done it.
One time I was going on a date with a literal supermodel that had just come back from Milan, who was a Perth girl. She'd grown up in Perth. She went there and then she had moved back. And like she'd just got back, and I was like, "Do you want to go on a date? We're going on this date." And I was talking about it with a high school friend, like as in we were friends from high school. This is not while I was in high school. And I said, I don't normally get nervous on dates. I don't give a shit. But for this, I'm actually like, and that if you're nervous, you're more likely to fuck it up.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Bro, I know that you could literally carry the entire conversation solo." And she will have an amazing time. Like she can just sit there in silence and you'll just like, and I was just like, thank you, man. I think I needed to hear something like that, something ridiculous like that and it actually went really well. So that's
good. That's good. Yeah, there's time. It's funny because there's times like my whole family is very verbose. It's like my brother passed away in 2017, but he and my sister and I are all, and my dad, all very much. My mom's very quiet. My dad and all the kids are talkers, right? So I'm the youngest of my family. So it's like I always felt like I was kind of, elbowed out of the spotlight. So it was kind of rough for me. And then seeing them like in the spotlight so much, and it's like it made me kind of a little self-conscious later in life, where it's like I felt like I was talking too much. But then invariably, whenever I talk to him, it's like, no, man, it's like, I love your stories. It's like, you're so entertaining. It's like, it's engaging. It's good. I'm like, okay, well, cool. If I'm talking too much, tell me, It's like, no, this is hilarious. That's why I call you, so, try to keep it interesting.
I went through a stage like that where I was like, I think I talk too much, right? And I was going to try and actively dial it back. And I had high appreciation for people within social groups who would, and it was mainly females, like typically like guys, because their voices are deeper and they're just like typically not like maybe more conversationally aggressive, more willing to kind of like break in. And I'm not talking universally, but in my social circle, that's probably how it was. And I had a lot of respect, and I would try to, I was like, I would really like to be more like this, where these chicks would almost like sit silently, but when they would speak, it was just like bang, like they are using that efficiency where they would just land a fucking KO with the one thing that they say. Right. And I'm like, I want to have that. Like we were just talking about signal to noise ratio, right? It's like, it's a signal to noise ratio. Some people have been critical of some of the HEX streams that occur that are like 4 or 5 hour long streams. And it's just like, people are just talking for the sake of talking, right? And look, when you're trying to create a marathon, some of that can occur just by necessity because you have to fill the hours, right?
48 fucking hours.
I hope people don't think that we're doing that, because I think the conversations that we've been having, I've enjoyed them, and I think we're talking about real shit. But my point is that even though I decided I really appreciate that shit, I look up to it, and I'm like, I kind of wish I could be more like that myself and just choose more carefully with when I deliver and the efficiency of it. Ultimately, I was like, I'm going to be faking who I am, right? Like, as in, I'm trying to force myself to be something that I'm not.
Right.
And I can just keep that in the back of my mind, like the be efficient part of it, adopt that, but not the like, I'm going to deliberately sit in silence when I really actually have something that I want to say, just to be perceived as being cooler or like
whatever,
so that people don't think I give as much of a shit. Or one of my friends gave me this tip. He was like, bro, chicks are so judgmental of guys that every additional piece of data that you give them about yourself is another reason that they might decide they don't want to be with you or don't want to hook up with you. So less is more when it comes to interacting with girls that you're trying to pick up. He's like, you shut your mouth. Like, it was not shut up, but he was like, your Tinder profile is one photo, because you're trying to show that you've got hobbies, and they're like, I don't like the look of his friends. Like, you know, your bio says some shit, and they're like, "Oh, actually, I disagree with that. Out, swipe left, or whatever." Right? Like, so he's like, give them as little data as possible. And I think Richard Hart may have said something about how
the intrigue. You got to let
that. I forget whether it was Richard or someone else who said, no matter what job, how cool you think the job that you have is, there's like, it's never going to live up to the mystery of the job that she's going to create for you if you don't say what you do.
Right.
Particularly if you're rich. Like, and they're like, what does this guy do? Is he a super spy? Is he like some kind of like whatever, right? So you let their imagination do the work for you.
Yep.
So I'm not saying I ever subscribed to that theory that my friend dropped on me where he was like, less is more. But I was like, you know what? I'll take the risk. I'll talk when I want to talk. And if someone decides that something that I say means that they don't want to be my friend, or a chick doesn't want to hook up with me, then that's fine too.
Right. Well, I mean, it's important, I think, just generally as a human being to like be true to who you are. And, you know, it takes a while to kind of flesh that out, because it's like, you know, I think something that you do wonderfully is like you're an active listener. So it's like, you know, even though you talk a lot, it's like you have a lot of good information, but you're also engaging whoever it is you're talking with. And you know, I mean, like, I feel heard, like, when I'm talking to you. So, I mean, not to like, you know, bro out here, no homo, but it's like, it's, you know, that's an important factor, especially if you're someone that talks a lot, because it's not like you're just holding court and talking at someone. It actually is a conversation. And it's like, that's, I think, something you know, people that are talkers can fall into, to where it doesn't feel like it's a two-way thing. And that's something I feel better at as I've gotten older, because a lot of me, I felt like it was performative, you know. It was like my stuff was more performative because I was trying to keep people happy and entertained or educated or whatever. And then as time went on, I realized, like, what do people like? It's like people like, more than anything, talking about themselves. So even if they're laughing at everything you're saying, or like, wow, that's crazy, and tell me more, you know, to endear yourself to someone, and not in a manipulative way, but just in like a human connection way. Everyone wants to be seen and heard, right? So it's like, so integrating the two can be a little challenging, you know. But if your nature is to talk and share things, and you do it well, then by all means, it's like, that's what you need to do, or else you're going to attract the wrong kind of people. You know, it's like, then you're in a relationship that you think you want, but you're not. Hey, yes.
Answer to this question is yes.
Yeah, that'd be cool. On you, bro.
This conversation kind of reminds me of a scene in Pulp Fiction where she's asking these 3 questions that define you as a human. Now, I don't think that you can define someone with 3 questions, but one of the questions is, do you listen or wait to talk? And that was a defining moment for me, because I was like, oh, damn, I wait to talk. Like, and so I tried to sort of like get that balance back, where you have this attitude that everyone you're speaking to, even a child, has something to teach you. Like, there is something you can learn from every interaction. And if you're constantly trying to educate others, particularly if you're excited about your shit, you're like, oh my God, PulseChain is the greatest chain. I need to tell you about this chain. When you're in education mode, you're probably not listening and learning from the other person.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I would love to learn from at Coast. I think that would be super, super good. Yeah, Ballot Brand, you nailed it, bro. You've learned these lessons young. This is good. I love Ballot Brand. I've got a nephew, but it's like, if I had a little brother, I could not imagine, if I created him from clay myself, that he could be better than Ballot Brand. I love that kid so much. I got to hang out with him in Vegas, and he's just fucking cool as a cucumber, smart and kind, great listener. I love that kid. He's great. And knows his shit. I mean, he's just on it. For that young, he is just on it.
We shouted out his channel yesterday when Adam Stokes was on with me, and I mentioned the debate that I had with Richard, because it was relevant.
That was awesome, by the way.
It was relevant to what we were talking about. Thank you.
Yep.
And he was like, I need to see this thing, and it's not a see, it's a hear, because it's a Twitter space. But I said, look, I don't have a copy of it, but there is a channel, which is Brands, that has the audio on. It's a YouTube video with the audio from Twitter.
He's great at that. He did a clip of like a rant I did in Pulse voice chat a long time ago, and it got like, I don't even know, like thousands of views over there. But same deal. It's just like a video with it wasn't a video. It was just like a placard with me on it, and then me ranting about like if we should be scared of the OA owning as much as he owns or whatever. And it was like, that was so cool of him to do that. It's like, because I've said that so many times, and now I can just point people to the video and be like, just watch that. It's like I don't have to repeat myself for a 1,000th time. But yeah, I'm stoked to talk to Coast, man, see kind of what's in the pipeline for them and when they're going to get this fiat on ramp. Because I mean, that's going to be a game changer. And like I'd mentioned earlier, that was the one thing when I asked Richard directly, like, what more can I be doing? He was like, fiat on ramps, focus on fiat on ramps. It's like he knew that was critical. So for this guy that's coming on, I'm super stoked. And I minted my weight token probably a little early. I minted it about a month ago.
Oh,
so I didn't play the game of chicken well enough.
I was way earlier than that. I had multiple wallets, and I was like, I'm gonna start claiming when I think it's realistically coming close, and then I'll like spread that so that then I'm gonna catch near the thing. Yeah. I ran out of wallets, bro. Like that's how genuinely, and like we're not talking a low number of wallets here, and like
good for you, man.
So like, because by the way, before people think that I'm just like a freaking giga whale, I had a theory early on. This was Dozer and I. By the way, Dozer's got a really cool channel as well. It's DeFi with Dozer. And when he came on my channel, when I still had a YouTube channel, people loved his shit. He's like physics PhD. He's really smart. And so he came on, and so Dozer and I came up with a theory early on that we're like, hey, it's possible that someone's going to use this SAC list of addresses, but not do an airdrop to it, but not pro rata, right? So like it'll be just everyone who sacked gets a thing, right? So it's like doesn't benefit whales. And so we both did a thing. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but we both did a thing where we went and just like got other wallets that we use for other shit and just sacked small amounts from all those wallets. So when I say I had like heaps of wallets, I'm not saying it was like whale quantities in every single wallet, right? Like, so, but anyway, so I had all these weight claims to do, and I spread them all out, and then still ran out, and it was like maybe another 2 or 3 or 4 months on from there, or like a few months. Let's say it's a few months before the chain actually. Oh, here we go.
Yes,
Coast, welcome to the stream. Yo.
Oh, rugged.
I didn't do that. He rugged himself. You played yourself, player.
Maybe he was scared that his camera was on. I don't know, man. He's back.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah. What's up, man?
And how's the audio quality? I'm just having a few issues here.
You sound good to me.
No worries. So Tangent, you're a bit of a big bag holder. I was hearing you just before I jumped on.
He's a whale.
I lost all my crypto in a boating accident.
Let's stick with that story. That sounds really good. Hey Toby, how you doing, mate? Thanks for having us on.
Good to be here to chat with you. I've been hanging out, hoping that I could last long enough for you to come on, but I'm glad you came on a little early. I can get my nap in, and then I've got to meet with David Feeder and a friend of mine to help them get their validator going. So, but glad to be here with you.
Yeah, sounds good. You guys too, hey? To look to echo what you were saying about, you were asking Richard what you can do to add to PulseChain and the HEX community. I mean, we've, been around from the start as well, and we think very similarly to Richard, and we heard what he said there. And over the last couple of years, we've just been trying to find our way to contribute. Look, it's been a bumpy road, and sometimes we feel like we've probably bitten off one of the more challenging products, but we're pretty excited, and we think it'll be valuable to the chain and valuable to the community, and yeah, we're pretty excited.
It's awesome, dude. And then, hey, can I ask you? I'll ask you an easier one first. What's with the midnight airdrop thing? Because we were just talking about when we claimed our weight token, and it's like I did mine, I think like 4 weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago. So I didn't play the game of chicken perfectly. I figured I'm going to fuck up and like get busy with other things and forget and then miss it entirely. So I just pulled the trigger like about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And then
I think Maddie probably did fine.
Cool. And then Maddie was reminding me. No, I was like, oh yeah, it's like there's another airdrop. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember hearing something about like a midnight bonus or whatever. Do you mind telling anybody that's a claimer or how that works or what that is?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can just tidy up everything to do with weight first, if you'd like.
Sure.
So as you know, Tangent and yourself have been saying, weight was a free claim for sacrifices. It was for 8 PulseChain related projects, but mainly for Pulse and PulseX initially. As Tangent said, there was no incentive to have made a large sacrifice, so anybody with a eligible wallet address was eligible. And over the course of the wait for PulseChain, if you held off from claiming or delayed gratification, you got, an extra token per hour all the way through to, 5 or 6 days ago, whenever mainnet went live. To Toby's question and point around the midnight bonus, a little bit similar to HEX Big Payday, any unclaimed weight was then distributed 50% to an entity known as the timekeeper, and then 50% to all of the claimers. And, as you went through time delaying your claim for weight, you actually were accumulating shares in the midnight bonus. So just like you accumulated more tokens for the free claim, you will have accumulated a greater proportion of the midnight bonus.
Hold up. Does that mean, did you have to hold the weight and not sell it to be eligible for that? Or it's literally just if you claimed it, it recognizes that you claimed it and you're in?
Yeah, so when you claimed, you received a non-transferable share. They weren't tradable, but you were, so you'll be able to, go back and claim the midnight bonus, no dramas.
Sweet.
Another thing probably to mention, if you go to our Twitter, which is 0x Coast, our pinned tweet relates to the Weight V2 smart contract. And so those who claimed weight can convert their weight to V2. Now, we've been relatively tight-lipped about this just because we take our sort of securities legal team's advice pretty seriously, but we made an upgraded smart contract, a bit like, I guess Uniswap providing upgraded feature sets, but yet immutable code. So we released a new contract on Ethereum a few months ago, but that was, activated when mainnet went live. And so people are able to convert their weight to Weight V2, mint their midnight bonus on the V2 contract on both chains. And Weight V2, has several features like, it's more gas efficient with a token permission built in, a proof of benevolence, and it's going to be used for staking for discounts on our fiat on and off ramp. But we just sort of weren't able to tell people until it was released what it was for.
Gotcha, right on. So all of that there, switching to the V2 version and doing the midnight bonus, would that all be through, is there a link on oxcoast.com or is there somewhere else?
Yeah, so if you go to app.0xweight.com, that's where you'll find the front end for all of these features. We've had a few people in our Telegram asking, can they still claim? So the answer to that is no. There were a few people who were able to claim between PulseChain going live and us turning off the minting. And that meant they were able to get some weight on Ethereum, but it didn't fork to PulseChain. But we've just said to them that, you'll just have it on one chain. So, come into our Telegram if you have any questions.
Cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Wait, so talk to us about the fiat ramp.
Yes.
It's going well, Tangent. So as I said earlier, it's quite a beast of a project. We're pretty excited because we're at the stage of just completing an alpha test with our banking partner, and what that involves is, the summary is that it's built. We have all the payment rails sorted, all the account creations, customer registrations, verifications, credit card pay, bank transfers, wire stuff, all done.
Nice.
We are doing it. What this alpha test involves 5 customers essentially knowingly doing it open book with our banking partner to see how all the processes work, see that it works effectively. And that's all been fine. And at that point, we'll go to a public beta where we'll probably open up a limited number of slots, but it'll be a functional fiat on-ramp and it'll just allow us to, again, battle test it. We've got a few extra steps in the process, so you can actually pay companies to utilize software and battle test it with various browsers, devices, and everything, just to help you streamline and debug earlier, because we want to give people an easy streamline and, you know, enjoyable customer experience. But yeah, so it's going really well. And, you know, there's lots we can get into if you guys are interested. We, you know, we can talk about the plans for Ethereum, PulseChain, what they all mean. There's a bit of a, you know,
we
there's
can
actually some
absolutely
other
do
really.
that. First, I want to highlight to people that this is not an easy task. Like,
no,
most people will probably be aware, but maybe some people take it a little bit for granted because exchanges do exist. But the gap between legacy and crypto has got continual challenges, which are, some are like legitimate and some of them are just straight out like illegitimate attempts to try to squash crypto or to slow crypto down. And so this is epic. Like, what you guys are doing / have already done is massive.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I really appreciate it. I mean, it is a massive task. And the, you know, some of the difficulties that you run into when you're interfacing with legacy are things that we sort of semi-predicted but didn't fully appreciate. You know, some of those things include, you know, if you want to put in, you know, a massive week of work, but you need to call and correspond with a bank who is shut, you can't progress issues. So at times it doesn't matter how hard we as a team want to work, we're limited by the people that we're interfacing with. You know, other examples include, you know, probably middle of last year when we sort of first popped onto the scene and started, you know, talking about the weight-free clam, and we'd been building the fiat on-ramp in the background. We were sitting down and paying lawyers $400 an hour to explain crypto to them, you know, so that they could help give us advice. And that's incredibly frustrating. So you're sitting there explaining the basics of DeFi whilst paying for the pleasure. So I think
people warned me about that. People warned me about that. They were like, you go and get an accountant to do your crypto, you're paying them to educate them about crypto. Same with lawyers, same with everyone. Like, so, because obviously they're charging per hour of their time, and it is part of their part of them helping you. They have to understand it. But it's like, that's why someone said, even if you find a crypto accountant that charges more, but you don't have to spend that time bringing them up to speed, also less likely that they make mistakes, etc. So yeah, sorry, continue. That's very true.
No, you're right, mate. You're good. We can talk about it, you know, for as long as you need, and feel free to comment yourself. I mean, doing my own personal taxes for crypto, I remember the first time I was sort of enthusiastically talking to the accountant about what was going on, and you could just see that it was just too much. And it all of a sudden ended up a nightmare for me, and I was transparently doing everything. You know, I don't want to live my life looking over my shoulder. So I, you know, you mentioned less is more earlier when it came to dating. Well, it's a bit like that as well. If you're being, you know, transparent and, you know, following the law, you know, sometimes you can still give too much information and you stress people out when it's not required.
Yep.
But yeah, certainly, Tangent, you know, that there's been problems along the way that have all been overcome, but have been incredibly painful. And it's often dealing with people outside our team or banks, lawyers, regulators, other countries. Yeah, it's been a real process. Now I've got to be honest. You know, Stoic's our product lead. You've seen him on a few streams. Him and I have been friends since we were kids. You know, this is his vision. He has pretty much put the team on his back, and every single time there's been a problem, you know, he's just pushed through it. So I've got to give him credit. I wouldn't ever usually give a long-term friend of mine credit in public because, you know, that's not something we do as mates. We only ever give each other rubbish, but he's done a really good job. And, you know, it's been his vision, you know, along the lines of what Toby said about Richard you know, saying that vertical integration is our key and that the ability to get economic energy smoothly into PulseChain is important. And so that's, you know, been the reason why we've been building this and working so hard.
Well, I most definitely appreciate your efforts because it's like, I think it's, you know, I mean, this is going to be a game changer, you know, I mean, because I was talking earlier off stream and then on the stream about, you know, people that have difficulty with all the kind of hoops you have to jump through to get into crypto. You know, it's like, first, you know, you want to cover security, you know, that's always level one, and you want to make sure they're going to be secure. So even if they want to do it on their phone with MetaMask, you know, you can do that if you got an Android and a Trezor, and those can work together to give you some security. But then if you want to do any fiat on-ramping directly into MetaMask, you're stuck with like, a Transact or Ramp or something like that. And then they have lower dollar limits and relatively high fees. And then if somebody is trying to put some real money across, it's not tenable. So then it's like, then the conversation carries on to like, well, you're going to need an on-ramp and off-ramp eventually anyhow. So let's go check out Coinbase or Gemini or your drug of choice as far as CeFi goes. Get your money in there with wire transfer, ACH, whatever, and then you're going to transfer that back to that MetaMask, and then it's like, well, when do I get my HEX? Well, then it's like you're going to have to go to a DEX. So you're going to have to connect through the browser of the MetaMask and go to the DEX, and then at that point you can do your swap. And by that point they've just glazed over, and it's like it feels like too much, right? So I was given the example of like Robinhood app, where all these kind of things just kind of happen in the background, and people say, hey, I want to buy HEX. Here's my funding that I've put in that's self-custodied, so we can maintain like the idea of DeFi, right? The philosophy of it. And it takes that self-custodied USDC that's already in your MetaMask underpinning everything or whatever wallet, maybe Richard's wallet. And then they click a couple buttons like on the Robinhood app, and boom, they've got their HEX or their Pulse or their PulseX or their Ink or their Weight token or whatever, right? So it's like that's, I feel like this is a big step toward that kind of next generation of ease of use for the masses. Because I feel like, in this ecosystem, we're very early still, but it's kind of like people that were in Bitcoin in, 2011 and, where it is now and how easy it is to access through various means. So I commend you for the effort, because I imagine it is ridiculous amount of work to get even to where you are with it. And I'm really excited to see, what it does for you guys and for the rest of us once that's in place. Do you have timelines, or what are you thinking? I don't want to be like the when on ramp question, but kinda.
Oh, the common questions are when on ramp, and then irrespective of how many times we've covered it, it's are you also an off ramp? And, I'll be on my Twitter at home and just about exploding and then politely responding after I've had 10 seconds to calm down. Look, to your point before about the difficulty, and I will get to the timeline just after that. That's not a problem. Sure. It's a well-known thing in web marketing and online businesses that the more clicks or the more processes to get to your product, the more likely people are to leave. And, we as a community, I would think it'd be fair to say, are advanced DeFi users. So we don't think very much of putting some money on a centralized exchange, taking it straight off, either bridging it or using a DEX on Ethereum. We do these things automatically because we've done it so many times. But, Stoic and I ran a pool for the Pulse and PulseX sacrifice with many people. And we essentially saw it as our opportunity to bring everyone we cared about into crypto with a massive opportunity. We'd had people before who didn't want to talk about Bitcoin, Ethereum, HEX. And so this was our big push to, get everyone we cared about an opportunity like we had. But along with that, as you've both, I'm sure, found, was teaching everyone about MetaMask. In Australia, many people use CoinSpot, using 1inch and Marcha and, the other, Uniswap as well, obviously. And then just the idea of them getting funds to PulseChain via all those steps, plus using the bridge, waiting for several days. I think the last week has shown us how important having our own on-ramps are. And, as to your point around ease, we sort of think around the highest of stakes movie. We want people to be able to go somewhere and just click a button and buy HEX, because that's good for all of us.
Amen to that. That's absolutely on the same page, I think, with Tangent and I and the rest of the community. That's awesome.
We often get people saying, it's good that it's hard to buy HEX because that means we're early. And that's true. That means we've had a fantastic opportunity. But if we want to grow our network, onboard new people, we have to make it easier. And so, that's the premise of the product. But yeah, so look, if we get to timeline, through, it's been a little challenging. Firstly, the fact that PulseChain took 1.5 years has definitely helped us and the other teams building. So whilst, we were all really keen to get our coins and tokens, it has been helpful as builders, the fact that it's taken a little longer. But it would be, we've got we've been fortunate to have channels with some of the devs and other builders within some Telegram groups we have, but it was not always clear when this was going to launch. So in terms of our timeline, we've committed to building out our initial feature set with an on-ramp to Ethereum. And while that might seem, like everyone's dying to get an easy on and off ramp to PulseChain, the truth is it's 99% done. So it's important that we complete that, because adding the additional features, incorporating PulseChain, there's some challenges there, but it'll be much easier to add on than if we were to try and pivot when we'd finished a product 99 or 98%. So the timeline for our public beta with an Ethereum on-ramp, and that will feature essentially just a USDC on-ramp. We chose USDC because it's the majority of, Ethereum liquidity and HEX liquidity on Ethereum. And we had the suspicion that it would be a commonly bridged over stable to PulseChain, as it is with DAI, primarily. So the Ethereum fiat on-ramp will be going to public beta in the next probably 1 week. I'd shudder at saying 2 weeks or 14 days. So we're going to go with 1 here at the moment, but we are really close.
2 more weeks.
Yeah. It's funny when you deal with regulators and banks and, financial institutions, I should say. There's all these funny little rules and regulations to how you do an alpha test. So in terms of the countries that it'll serve, we're only able to do our alpha test and pass that alpha testing period with the bank with US-based customers. But then we're able to bring on Australia, Canada, and the UK almost seamlessly once that's done. So the public beta should launch with, multiple other countries supported. And obviously, I'm talking to you guys from Australia like Tangent, so pretty keen to have the Aussies looked after as well pretty early on in the piece.
Nice.
But we're really keen to expand that further, and our process for that is to essentially have a look at what the regulatory frameworks are in various countries and jurisdictions, and what we have our legal team do is, essentially draft a legal letter explaining our process and how we fall, outside any requirement for regulation. The reason for that is that we've designed the product to essentially be a tech layer that allows you and your bank account to interface with your own digital account with our financial partner, and then your on-chain account. So we really are outside the flow of funds. And, you could imagine it a little bit like, and it's not a great example in terms of precision, but it's a reasonable one, is we're essentially providing a front end for you guys to do your own fiat on-ramping. So your ability to mint your own stable coins and send them on-chain easily.
Whoa.
So we don't, if you on-ramp, $50,000, at no point do we actually hold that $50,000. So, that means
nice.
that means that we don't require regulation in terms of being a, money services business or a money transmitter.
Sweet.
And that's been the key to actually, this is a project that's taken a long time, but it would be just infinitely more difficult if we were applying for MTLs in, you need about 20 to 30 of them in the US, because some states are clumped together, but some are individual, and let alone going to other countries abroad. Sorry, Tangent, you were going to say something, mate.
So less counterparty risk as well. So not only does it function better and get rid of some of the annoying issues that are going to be for you guys, but also it's less counterparty risk for the user.
Yeah, look, we hope so. I mean, obviously, we've had the best free education in crypto, which I think Richard probably provides. And we want to make a smooth process that also is as close to the core values of crypto as possible. So, you're able with our product to get, immediately on chain. There is also the ability for you to custody your crypto in a Fireblocks secured digital account, which, if you were to simplify it, it would be like keeping it on a centralized exchange in which you don't have your keys. However, with Fireblocks, they have, they're an industry leader in custody. So for people who choose that option exists for them, but you'll be able to seamlessly get on chain. And I'm sure the majority of users will, and myself personally will probably utilize that as the primary means of on and off ramping. So, so we want to, Richard taught us to know your counterparty risk. And I think the first time I heard that from him was talking about, who's wrapping your Bitcoin. Right. But, I think counterparty risk is something that we talk about as a community a lot. Obviously, to some degree, our financial partner will be a counterparty, but you just want to minimize counterparty risk, and we're trying to design the product with this stuff in mind as best as possible.
Nice.
Yeah,
you know, people are in the chat again saying that Richard's going to stream, but I think it's just continual fake news. That all sounds really good, man. Like, I think that is going to be a more significant breakthrough than what any other L1 chain has ever done. Everyone else relies on centralized exchanges.
On CeFi, yeah.
Look, Richard's always said, you know, if you think you need something, go out and build it. You know, don't just sit around and say, can someone please build this? Why is no one doing it? And so we've tried to embody that at Coast.
If you're complaining about it, then you're not out there solving the problem and fixing it. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's days when we prefer it if someone else had already built and completed it, but we're happy to play our part in the community, and you know, we're going to deliver this, and it's coming well. With PulseChain, it's actually a little bit different. So we're able to on-ramp smoothly via Ethereum because a lot of financial institutions are actually able to custody and be a liquidity provider for stable coins and Ethereum and common cryptos. So that means that people can on-ramp via our banking partner and send that those tokens or those coins straight on-chain. It's a little more difficult with PulseChain because there are no custody providers that support PulseChain presently because it's a brand new layer one. So one of the tasks we're doing in the background that we don't talk about commonly is we're liaising with the company Fireblocks, which provides custody for probably 30% of centralized exchanges, companies and financial institutions for crypto. And they're seen as somewhat of an industry leader. So we're working in the background to try and bring PulseChain support to their custody services, because that would be actually the game changer, because then people could start to say to their centralized exchanges, the on-ramps they use all over the world, hey, why can't you list PulseChain? We now know that you can, because, you know, there wouldn't be many at the moment that without setting up infrastructure would be able to facilitate that. So that's something we're sort of doing in the background, and it's something we want to raise community awareness of to the importance of that over the next little while as well. But, you know, we can't necessarily claim credit for some of the HEX listings, but we did speak to Fireblocks, who provide custody of assets to many entities, and they were really unaware and had never been asked to support HEX before, and they were actually happy to. So it was probably last year that we met with Fireblocks and requested and sat down with them and spoke to them about HEX and had them accept HEX custody. So we're aiming to do that with PulseChain as well. And look, if we get to the point where Fireblocks support PRC20 and Pulse, you know, the coin itself's custody, then we can work with other teams and provide liquidity for Pulse, PulseX. Teams like Fiat, Liquid Loans can all themselves use our product to essentially allow people to on-ramp straight to their stable coins, and then they're straight on chain, because that would, in my mind, be less counterparty risk than USDC as an example.
Right.
So that's on the pipeline for PulseChain in the back play. But then our plan for launching a fiat-backed stablecoin for PulseChain is essentially, you know, the last steps in that path. Is we have a stablecoin smart contract, which essentially allows a stablecoin to be minted if a stablecoin is put in a treasury account with our financial partner, and if a stablecoin is burnt on chain, then it allows a user to move a dollar to be moved from a treasury account to their personal account. So it's essentially a smart contract that ensures one-to-one fiat backing of the stablecoin that we'll call CST or Coast Stable. I think the initial days post mainnet consolidated for us that we needed a different ticker than something with USD, because we watched people swapping for forked stables and absolutely wrecking themselves.
Yeah.
You know, it's good now that PulseX seems to have just got the bridged in stables mostly highlighted, but that was mayhem in the first 24 hours. It was tragic.
Dude. Brutal.
Yeah, that was a shame to see happening.
Yes. So the last thing that's needed, and we're working and liaising with the Liquid Loans team, who brought the Fetch Oracle to PulseChain, which I believe is essentially the Teller protocol but rebranded. we just require a functioning Oracle service to be able to, receive information from the contract that a stable coin's been burnt or minted, and receive information from the banking account to say whether a dollar has been added or removed. And once we've got that tested and battle tested and audited, then we'll be able to launch a fiat-backed stablecoin on PulseChain as well.
Hey, can you give us a little compare and contrast of how this would compare to how Circle backs USDC as well as Trust Wallet? How those three things compare? Your Coast stable, and then these other two things, the kind of similarities and the differences.
Yeah, look, without going into the weeds too much, so what our product will do is that any user will be able to mint any amount of CST as long as it is associated with moving, the same amount of US dollars from their personal digital account into, let's just for the time being call it a treasury account. And that treasury account they are unable to remove money from, and that forms the backing of the fiat-backed stablecoin. So the amount of dollars in that account will equal the circulating supply of CST. Now, in turn, we've got, we will be highly regulated in the sense that our banking partner is also. And so we're just required to provide very regular reports as to the status of those accounts and the backing. So, I know that, for example, for many years now, the question over Tether has persisted. I know that when USDC depegged, a couple of months ago and died depegged, it raised the question as to what is the real backing of these things, and in what institutions are they, and what is the risk in that environment. And so, we'll be very transparently required to provide balances of those accounts, make them publicly available. So there should be no questions about the treasury backing. It'll operate a bit like TUSD, as to your point, Toby.
Gotcha, right on.
And should feel a bit like that in terms of the user experience.
Right on.
But look, to circle back to what I'd mentioned about the importance of Fireblocks custody is, we very much, we think that a fiat-backed stablecoin is useful in terms of having options, but, we're very big believers in the DeFi protocols that are liquidity forks, those trustless, backed by core asset stablecoins that will be USDL, and I think it's PXDC from Power City. They'll be really important, and we're not in this business to be the only provider of a stablecoin. We're not in this business to try and own the market share. We're very happy to provide a platform where these other DeFi stablecoins can be easily bought and easily sold and function as more trustless on and off ramp assets. So I know that people felt very comfortable holding LUSD through that depegging event, and that's probably because of its being trustlessly backed by Ethereum. And we're going to have some of those protocols on PulseChain. So we're very happy to work with those teams if there's an opportunity, and we can coordinate the Fireblocks team supporting PRC20 custody, and that could be I think a really nice collaborative approach so that users have options.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad that you came on early and I lasted long enough to be able to talk to you about this, because I've been really, really eagerly anticipating your guys' launch of this project, and if I wasn't so tired, I would probably be like fanboying and geeking out so hard right now. So it's probably better for all of us that I'm a little depleted. But I mean, I really appreciate you coming on to talk about this. I'm sure you've talked about it until you're blue in the face, but that just goes with having a company and trying to get things off the ground. You're the explainer. That's just gonna have to be the way it is. But that was good. It kind of clarified any questions I had, or I think maybe some viewers might have. We've got over 430 people in here now watching, which is great to see live. The replay is going to be tons more. I just tweeted out that you're on here talking about the fiat on ramp, so maybe that'll. I don't have as many followers as Tangent, but maybe it'll get a few more people to be like, oh yeah, it's like we got Coast on there talking about the stuff we're all waiting on. Because now
thanks for that, Toby.
Yeah, no problem. And it's like, well, we all waited for mainnet. Now it's here, right? And it's like now we're waiting on the bridge, but it's like this other piece is as critical, really, long term. I think, to really have this thing attain, what we all are hoping it could do for the world. I mean, not just for, our personal investments, but, the change that could be realized with a proper fiat on-ramp dedicated for Pulse. I think and then I like that you're, not trying to be like the only game in town, that you're open to the idea of other stables, because, people are used to having multiple stables to choose from. So, if it's is it CSDT or CST, or are you settled on that yet?
Look, we're not 100%. We're close to 100% settled that it'll be CST. With probably with the Coast logo that you guys see next to the name there on my picture. But look, as to your point, we're just happy to make our contribution, and our contribution can be with a fiat on-ramp and a fiat-backed stablecoin, but it also can be with a platform that allows other projects to easily onboard users to the chain. We just think the ability to smoothly get economic energy into PulseChain, makes everyone's life easier. It allows us to grow our network, to grow the valuation of the chain. And I think that, to talk about other people for a moment, I think I'm really impressed with the other teams that are building various protocols. We've already, I think was it today where the 24-hour trading volume of PulseChain was the third largest EVM.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And in terms of, decentralization for EVM proof of stake networks, we're the second most number of validators, and just continuing to onboard them daily. So I think this just speaks volumes for this community and the chain, and it really drives home a strong value proposition for teams to come and build, and people to come and invest, and people to spend their economic energy and try to grow their, generational wealth on PulseChain. So we're just happy to be a part of that and to do our bit. And, I'm sure in a few years, when it's all smooth sailing, we'll look back and, laugh about some of the difficulties and start to tell some of the stories. But, as I said, we're just happy making progress and being helpful. And, we are certainly committed to getting this done. It has to be done appropriately. This is financial software. This isn't, this isn't memes and gifts. This is people's hard-earned money and their future wealth creation. So we want to do things correctly, but, we're really excited. We're really close with the initial product, and then we'll look to add both feature sets and new jurisdictions and countries to onboard, over the short term as well.
And then not to be a nudge, and this isn't just me personally, but it's like, I think Tangent feels the same way when you're doing an interview of sorts. You're talking for what other people might have a question about. Do you have an anticipation of how long a test net would be required to really kind of suss out what issues you might have before you go with the main launch?
So we're doing the testing for the Ethereum-based on-ramp as we speak with real customers and our banking partner in an open fashion, which we call sort of the alpha testing. That's essentially all been completed, and it's all been positive. We do anticipate that, there's going to be some, small UI bugs that occur. And so, as I mentioned a little earlier, we're going to engage a software testing firm that essentially battle tests through different browsers and different devices your app. And, that can just help us speed along to make sure the UI is seamless and smooth for people. But we do anticipate there'll be little, wrinkles in there that we, haven't necessarily found yet. And that'll form part of the beta test. But, the beta test should be coming in the next, I really don't like using the time frame 2 weeks, but I think we're looking at that. As soon as that's live, then we'll be putting all our dev focus into, writing and developing the oracle that's required for our stablecoin smart contract. And then we'll be able to launch on PulseChain once that's working and tested and audited. As I said, this needs to be done, properly. This isn't something we're interested in rushing to market that then causes problems, because, people have waited a long time. People have, we like to say no expectations, but people have an expectation that stuff's going to work and it's going to support their investments. So we want that to be done properly. And then in the background, I guess from an outreach point of view, then we're talking to and trying to explore solutions with Fireblocks that will allow easier on-ramping through a variety of platforms and for a variety of tokens. But that doesn't require our software developers. That requires people like Stoic and myself having meetings and having conversations with these people who actually make massive decisions for the whole DeFi space without us realizing it.
Awesome.
But look, if you don't have any major questions, I'm a little bit of a StreamYard noob, so I'm not monitoring the live chat like you guys. I'm sort of petrified that if I, click out of the window on my phone, I'll rug myself again like I did when you first added me.
I can tell you that people are very positive about what you guys are contributing. People are like, thank you for doing this. Amazing. Can't wait. Take my effing money in terms of the bridge, like as in, yeah. Yep. People are keen. And yeah, I guess it again shows that the HEX community just goes outside of, it's like no glass ceilings, no like, oh, well, other crypto projects didn't do that, so let's just not do it, like, or just trying to just do the same, like to meet those same standards. It's like always above and beyond. What can we do more? What can we do different? What can we do that really just takes shit to the next level? There's always another level.
Yeah, and look, let's not forget we've been very fortunate. So we've been very lucky in that we're able to live our life and work on things that we think are valuable. A lot of people have to work on things that other people think are valuable and go to work from this time to that time and do what someone else wants them to do. So while we're very motivated, and absolutely, I think the community has many high performers, and we hope to be some of those. We are also very lucky that we've had the opportunity to, divert our lives to these kind of things rather than, the 6 a.m. till 5 a.m., 5-6 days a week life that many of people in the community and the new to the PulseChain community do every day.
We do have a question in the chat. That's something I was thinking of as well. Where'd it go?
Can we do this one first? Rocket ships and lettuce hands. Rocket ships and lettuce hands. I love it.
That's pretty funny.
So what's the question you want me to bring up?
It is, where's he at? Doc Lover. No, not the cost. Doc Lover 100.
Yeah.
About four up from the bottom. There you go. So the fee structure, have you got an idea of that at all? I'm sure that's something people are curious about. I'm assuming it'd be similar to what people expect already from the, this traditional CFI route in.
So look, I guess there's a broader conversation around this too. It's often very cheap or free to on-ramp to some centralized exchanges, but I think you need to remember at that point, that's because you're the product. They often have inbuilt mechanisms to have you trading, to have you distracted, to keep you in their local ecosystem, and largely to victimize your funds. Richard talks about this a lot, and that's the reason why it's often very, very cheap to get into these platforms. I'm sure everyone has those experiences with whatever centralized product that they use to get their fiat on. So we expect that our product will probably have higher fees than some centralized entities. We'll have a fee structure between 4% and 1%, and you'll be able to stake your weight tokens and potentially down the track other tokens to receive a fee discount down from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. We anticipate it's going to be extremely affordable to have people down at a 2% or lower fee structure. And really the other thing to mention is that, due to, the way our business has to be structured from a regulatory point of view to avoid being essentially an exchange, is that we need to function largely as a loss leader. So our fee structures will start at that point, but we're sort of in the way that our business is set up. If it starts to become extremely profitable, then we'll be scaling the fee structure down, and that just prevents us, needing to register essentially as an exchange. I think the common different DeFi on ramps you might use with Staker app integration or MetaMask would be Ramp, Transact, and Wire. Their fees will, probably be similar or higher than ours. I mean, important other things are that, we won't have minimum or maximum values that you can on-ramp on or off. You'll be able to bring on $500,000. You'll be able to bring off $500,000. It's probably important, and, DeFi users will understand that our fiat-backed stablecoin will be in a liquidity pool And so that people will just have to be a little bit sensible if there's a lot of off-ramping and burning of CST, that we just might need to, be careful with the liquidity. But that's something that we've got plans for and are going to manage actively. It'll function whilst redeemable for $1, and therefore arbitrage opportunities will exist for people. It will, like any stablecoin, be potentially able to trade a little bit above or a little bit below $1 just based on the function of AMMs.
Right on. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, and that's, I think that's kind of the death knell for Transact and Ramp in those places, is that upper limit, because it's like, if it's $15 for a fee, but the most you can send is $400, that's substantial, right? Where it's like, if you can send $5,000 and the fee's still $15, $20, it's less of a concern. And so that's good to hear that that's kind of the way that you're approaching that.
Well, yeah, we want to offer a product, and I've heard, I know Tangent, for example, he's someone who really values the avoidance of KYC, and that's fine. And everyone's going to have their own different opinions on that. With our product, there will be a requirement for KYC. We use Socure, and that's largely unavoidable with our financial partner. And the reason is, we're going to be providing a limitless digital account, which is available from multiple countries. And we think it has a really strong value proposition for many people. And that just requires KYC. I would love to do my finances with absolutely zero KYC. I know, and I was listening on the HEX Late Show, Tangent, and you were hinting at some of your little strategies. But look, if someone isn't, if someone's very reluctant for KYC, then maybe our product won't be for them. But unfortunately, it's largely it's a requirement of business for the most part when you're doing it at a large scale.
It's the stage that crypto is in that it's not practical for everyone to be able to take such a hard stance against KYC. So I almost do it as like, I inconvenience myself to like really go to the extreme of what I believe where I want it to be. And so I don't expect everyone else to do that. And for people who are willing to KYC, or they're doing it anyway, then this is great. Like, as in, so, and also, by the way, so I hope it didn't sound like I was like against the product, because more options is just better, right? Like, so like you said, if I don't specifically choose to use things that incorporate KYC, and I think originally I thought that it didn't, and then someone corrected me on that show, so I was like, oh shit, like that's a deal breaker for me. But you want to have as many options as possible. It's better to have those options than not, right? And if for most people, they just care about their bag getting pumped. So if there are other people who are willing to do KYC and it's going to mean that their bag gets pumped, then so I receive a benefit from this existing, even if I don't personally use it, in the indirect benefit of my bag getting pumped. So I certainly hope it didn't sound like I was discouraging others from using it. I may have been a little bit disappointed just purely because I thought that it was KYC free, which I don't know how I got that in my head. At some point, someone either must have said something, or, look, there's so much information flying around in the crypto space. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on.
Tangent, it's completely fine, mate. We're really happy with different people having different practices, different opinions. Like you said, maybe we suit 80% of the community, 60%, some other number. As you said just a minute ago, having options I think is useful. A lot of people aren't going to think twice about doing KYC. I've certainly just gotten to the point where I understand, for the most part, it's a cost of doing business. And it's important that we're not a simple DeFi on-ramp. People are getting a, digital account that has a lot of features, and it's very much like walking into a bank and opening an account. And whilst it's going to be simpler and easier than that in terms of the process, the expectation of what might be involved, would be somewhat similar. You wouldn't walk into a bank account and go, hey, mate, I need an account. I don't want to tell you who I am or what I'm doing. So unfortunately, when you're touching legacy, it's often a requirement for their own compliance.
True. Yeah, true.
So yeah, and so as we've sort of
from the
said,
other side,
yeah, and people can make a choice. We think that it'll, a lot of people will have the opportunity to bring their economic energy on and off PulseChain, and we think that's value adding. And look, Tangent, I actually listened to you on streams. I listened to you debate Richard. I think you probably I think you did a really good job defending Bitcoin, to be honest. So I'll give you a rap there. You certainly do a really good job of, in a detailed way, explaining your opinions or actions, but you haven't upset us at all, mate. It's fine.
Okay, perfect.
We like your content. Don't worry at all. We've been
Legendary.
closet Hex Late Show watchers for a while.
That's really good to know. I'm glad to hear that you guys follow the show. That's awesome. So there's a question for you here, but I'm not going to pull it up because it's asking you about your competition, which I don't think there is any, but not that I'm aware of. So you don't have. I'll pull it up, but you don't have to answer this if you don't want to shill your competition. But in my opinion, I don't think there's another thing that's similar to this in terms of direct onboarding. I mean, look, maybe you could say centralized exchanges are theoretically a competitor in the sense of what we're talking about here in terms of being a fiat gateway.
Yeah. So look, our biggest goal is making it easy for ourselves and making it easy for our friends and making it easy for everyone who watches the Heist of Stakes to participate. Now, if that ends up via another service or a centralized exchange, then that's probably big picture a win for the PulseChain community. So if our negotiations with Fireblocks or if other centralized exchanges correctly realize they have an opportunity to participate early in a new EVM, then that's good for all of us. And if that means we have a competitor in terms of fiat on and off ramping, I think the bigger picture is, our investments and everyone's investments and the whole ecosystem will thrive. So we aren't concerned at all about any other people, coming to the space, any exchanges listing PulseChain. We'll celebrate that like everyone else.
Nice.
As we've seen with HEX, when centralized exchanges get hacked, they typically don't have HEX to dump. But that'll, I think, be something that occurs with PulseChain. I think we'll see more adoption, more support, more listings. But we're happy for that. We've just seen a need. If people have a wish or desire for vertical integration with the Richard Hart ecosystem, we're happy to slot into that part of the puzzle. But more options is fine. I'm not aware of anything doing what we're doing. If there's anyone else out there doing it, then we'd love to have a beer with them and just debrief on some of the absolutely painful experiences of touching legacy. Yeah. But and we wish them all the best because we're here for everybody. That's the only reason you'd ever undertake a project like this, is to benefit the ecosystem as a whole. So if other people are doing that as well, then good luck to them.
I absolutely love that attitude. I love that attitude. When you're right that when someone is genuinely doing something to progress any industry or any goal, you're actually happy for other people to if that's the goal, then you're happy for others. And what is it? Competition breeds efficiency, and competition breeds excellence, right? So,
sure,
yeah, that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah,
there's a question here that I'm going to answer in 2 seconds. Your hardware wallet already does PRC20's Anon, so any hardware wallet that does ETH does Pulse.
Yeah.
So your hardware wallet already does Pulse and PRC20s. It's just a change of your RPCs.
Rosalie, I had a question for you. I know that RG3 and Kinetics in particular are both really high on Trust Wallet, and primarily because of the way I guess it interacts with their bank account. I have not looked into it a lot myself personally, but they're saying, it's basically escrowed, so the way that it comes into your account, it doesn't look as though that you're dealing with a crypto agency of any sort. The reason that this is of interest to me is because recently the bank that I've done my personal banking with for 30 years recently has implemented a restriction on any activity with Coinbase. So the Coinbase has been my my on ramp of choice for a long time. Still is. I'm banking elsewhere now for those things, but basically I am unable to send or receive from Coinbase because of this new banking restriction at this particular chain. So I just wasn't sure exactly, you know, how this shows up. Those transactions appear to your primary banking institution that you're going to be wiring from or to.
So look, I'll need to jump off with you guys shortly, but I'll answer that before I go. So I just wanted to say thanks heaps for having me.
And this one, please.
Now, one of the important things, to understand is that there is some variation into what people's individual banks and their behaviour is going to be interacting with any platform.
Sure.
When it comes to the time when, you know, we've launched in our public beta phase, we've outlined who our financial partner is. You know, people will be sending money from their bank account to their bank account with a different well-known financial provider. They're not sending their money to Coinbase, to CoinSpot, to CoinJar, to Crypto.com. Awesome. So I think that it'll be much smoother for most people's financial institutions. I guess we need to roll with the punches on that, and we see how that progresses. But my feeling is that it should be smoother in the fact that you're essentially moving your money from your bank account to your bank account, not to a centralized crypto exchange. Right. And Tangent, in terms of the question that you just popped there, we're looking to, initially, we're just going to be using wire, credit card, and bank transfer. And we want to get that minimum viable product online ASAP. But we're definitely committed down the line to, once we have a working and effective fiat on and off ramp for PulseChain, adding things like entity registration so that people can register accounts as businesses if they invest in that manner, utilizing, you know, regular payment software so that, you know, people can dollar cost average automatically. And then we'll be looking to add more features, you know, like you're describing. So, you know, where that all slots in, you know, sometimes it changes depending on what we think the community's needs are. But, you know, we're looking to launch an effective and smooth minimum viable product in the short term.
So not initially, but possibly in the near future is the answer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Cool. That's perfect.
But listen, guys, I better jump off. I've got to meet up with everyone else. Yeah, but really appreciate having, you know, you guys on. And also, you know, I mentioned earlier that I think a lot of the other teams deserve a lot of credit. I think the YouTube and the people that provide outgoing, messaging like yourself, Toby, Tangent, I think you guys do a great job. I mean, there's many of them in the community, but you guys are here right now to cop the rap. So, so thanks for having me. Thanks for what you guys are doing. Good luck staying awake. You know, I'm going to go to bed before both of you. Yeah. But he's doing a great job, and I hope you guys are enjoying mainnet because we certainly are.
Thank you so much, man. I really enjoyed talking to you, and the thorough answers were much appreciated. So onward and upward, and best of luck in the final leg here.
This has certainly been a highlight for many in the chat, so we really appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
That was great. Have a good day. That was cool.
That was very cool, and the chat was absolutely loving that.
And just hyper efficient. That guy is very articulate and just precise with his explanations of things. That I'm very satisfied. There wasn't anything that I felt he was slipping to the side of. And you know, I mean, there's plenty of people in my lifetime that I've talked to in professional circles, especially, that have a way of deftly dodging questions. And he was very direct, and it makes me even more. I mean, I'm about as bullish as you can get on the whole Richard Hart ecosystem, but this makes me even more.
Yeah, dude.
Like, oh my God, it's happening. You know,
someone's tuning in on maritime satellite internet connection, obviously, because they're in the Adriatic Sea. That's some Starlink level shit going on there.
Right.
And cool. This question here, I've already put the answer up. Bran answered it. It's you can go and look at these things on PulseBurn. So plsburn.com, which I didn't need to open a new tab for because I'm already on it, actually says that the amount of burn is it's there somewhere. So yeah, this website is dope.
Not sure what Machiavelli's posting there as the contract address. I guess that's the bridged in hex from Ethereum is a different contract address, but T-Bird dropped a link in here from Maximus DAO that actually lists all the token addresses. And that one looks correct. Thank you, Machiavelli, for answering the question directly to someone that was asking about the address for HEX. But that contract address link from Maximus DAO is now bookmarked on my computer, and I would highly recommend you check it out. Thanks, T-Bird, for sharing that.
So, we've covered so much because I've been on here for 6.5. So this is 5.5. I've done 5.5 hours so far out of my 8. So the amount of topics that we have covered would be too many to list.
It's a lot.
Highlights certainly include the interview with Coast just then. We had random chats early on. We were talking a lot about the bridge and just different
farming. You
getting
name
excited about the prices going up, the farming tokens. So much. But obviously, you can go back and start from the beginning.
It's chock full of info. With as much as Tangent and I both talk, we covered a lot of ground.
So basically, I've just noticed this little subtle flex at the top of this website where it says average block time, and it's got percentage faster than Ethereum. So
nice.
It's like average block time 10 seconds, 17% faster than Ethereum.
Nice. I love it.
Because obviously there's a limit. And by the way, I know Eric Wall flexes on how he claimed, hey, it's not going to be possible for you to do this thing that you're thinking about doing. And he claims that they didn't end up launching what he said they couldn't or wouldn't launch. So he's taking the technical win on that. I also expressed concern about the block times when they said they were going to be doing really, really, really short block times. Like I think at one point it was like 6 second or like 5 second block.
Something crazy.
I was just about to say, I think I've even got a recollection of it being like sub 5, like 3 second blocks. And I not really vocally, like I wasn't on Twitter every day being like, guys, this block time won't work, but I did mention it in a few different outlets saying, guys, there's a limitation in terms of the speed at which the blocks get produced, which is to do with like the speed of light that can propagate the fucking data around the world so that you can keep the chain in sync. And as you bring that block time faster and faster and faster, you just have more and more orphaned chains, basically it's just forking all the time to the point where it actually can become unmanageable. So I thought I was like, look, I'm not on the dev team, and so I'm not qualified to be making this comment, but my understanding was that those block times were getting too low to keep the shit manageable in terms of how the blocks propagate. And I'm not saying I was necessarily right, but this could possibly be an indicator. The fact that they're going with something like a 10-second block, that could have been one of the key reasons why that block time had to be a little bit slower.
Right on.
And 10 seconds is so fast anyway. Like Bitcoin is 10 minutes. So it's a 60x. It's 60. So every time a Bitcoin block gets formed, PulseChain forms 60 blocks. Wait, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. 60 blocks.
Crazy.
60 blocks for every block. Damn.
Dude, something I found interesting and was reaffirming about the whole conversation with Coast was how holding or staking the weight token could give you a discount on those fees to use them as your on-ramp and off-ramp. So that is interesting because it kind of gives a use case to what, a lot of people were kind of looking at as just a dump token, right? It's a free token. You sell it. Thank you. See ya. So that's pretty interesting. I'm curious to see what else he has in the pipeline.
It's pumping, bro.
Weight tokens pumping?
Ink.
Oh, ink.
Oh, sorry. I must have just not been fully listening. And I assumed you were talking about the ink token.
You can't be tired, bro. It's like, I know you were hungover before we started. You're doing good. I get it.
I woke up. I think I got enough sleep, but I was hungover, and I think
that's taken out of you.
I have found.
Now, wait, how old
when
are you?
I stream with the Australian Hexicans.
Is it public knowledge how old you are?
I don't
share that.
I don't do things that can.
I'm just saying that older. I don't. Yeah,
I know I've doxed the city that I live in, but I try to keep as much other stuff as like dox free as possible.
I'm just saying, generally speaking, like alcohol is harder and harder to process on your body the older you get. It's like, dude, I mean, I would go out and it would be my drink of choice was Stoli tonic, right? And I mean, I could drink a dozen and talk to you like I'm talking to you now, like no one. Stoli Stolichnaya vodka.
Stoli vodka? Is it a vodka?
Yep. So it's a pretty,
I think
pretty
we actually
good.
have that over here.
Stolichnaya, yeah, it's Russian vodka. It's like it's relatively common here in the States and pretty good for the price point. You know, Belvedere if I'm drinking a martini or something. But it's like I'd do a dozen of those in a night and do nothing. Yeah.
In fact, those espresso martinis in those photos that of my friend, like my friend that I onboarded to PulseChain.
Those are fun. It's like a speedball.
They were those cocktails we were drinking were espresso martinis, and we were using goose.
Nice. Yeah, great.
There's
goose.
actually this limited edition goose that I popped the last time when I was on a Twitter space. That they've put cognac in the Grey Goose to try and make it like fancier, but like you can barely taste it. I don't even think you can taste it. But anyway, I've got a secret weapon against hangovers. Yeah. I go and eat. I always eat pho at the end of the night, or pho, depending on. I think pho is it's like a Vietnamese soup that's like a stock. There's a stock. It's like, but it's. I think it's like it's not necessarily bone broth, but it's like it's heading in that direction, and I think the nutrients and it rehydrates you obviously because it's liquid. It's warm, so it's I found that my hangovers have been like I don't really get bad hangovers, but ever since I started doing that and going because we've got a 24-hour pho place in our city, which is we're not a 24-hour city, like we're not like New York where there's heaps of shit that's 24 hour. We're like it's better than it used to be, but it's mainly most service stations are 24-hour. There's very few restaurants. There's like only one or two. In fact, there's just one. There's basically one restaurant in the whole of Perth that's 24-hour. There used to be two. Now there's one. I know that sounds really sad, but when Perth is awake, it's very vibrant. And when it's asleep, it's like a freaking ghost town, which is awesome if you want to go thrash a car or a motorbike. Like you basically literally at night, like not now, it's too early, but you can literally go out at night and you don't have to leave the city and you've got the streets to yourself. Like you do need to be careful where they've got speed cameras and stuff, obviously.
Sure.
But it's that's cool. What was my point? We don't have very much 24-hour stuff, but it is getting better. And there's this one place, and I don't know how they've managed to do it because typically the councils are like, no, you can't have a 24-hour license. And you've got liquor licensing up your ass and you've got thing, and then people making noise complaints who live nearby being like, oh, there's too much noise, these kids are eating food at night or whatever. But I don't know what level of connections that they have, but they've managed to get this ability to have this 24-hour restaurant right in the middle of the main night spot.
Nice. Perfect.
And whenever I've been out, I didn't last night, but normally I go there at the end of the night. Whoa, that could be correlated to the fact that I did have a bit of a hangover.
That's it. You didn't have your pho. I mean, anytime I feel like I'm getting a cold, pho is the jam. Like, I don't know what it is. It's like this.
Bro, we could be onto something here.
Yeah, I mean, there's something going on because anytime I feel like I'm getting sick, I do that. And it's like, forget about it. It's like I'm done. I'm fine, back to normal and nothing flat. And then the other thing too, it's like I remember from when I used to drink a fair amount, sleep. You know, it's like, I mean, I'd sleep until I woke up. You know, it's like if you try to get up earlier than your body's telling you, then you're gonna give yourself a little bit of a challenge. But dude, God bless you for, I mean, committing to an 8 hour of the 48 to come on here tonight. And I'm surprised I'm still hanging in there, but it's like I feel bad to leave you. I didn't know.
Yeah, someone was saying that you're machining it because you were on before me even.
Yeah, I was on for about an hour maybe before you, but still.
Someone was in the comments saying that you've got mad stamina.
It's the caffeine and the nicotine gum. The caffeine chocolate square definitely gave me a second boost. My driving energy is Zen Evo chocolate.
You know how earlier we were talking about how when you use a product like how PulseChain is at the moment and is going to be, and then you try and go backwards, it's like you're just like horrified. Dude. I'm like that now when I hear an alarm go off. So if I wake up to the sound of alarm, first of all, I'm like, okay, why did I let this chick sleep over? And then I'm like, okay, I'm by myself. Right. Like, is there actually something important, or is this a mistake? And like because you're in that like fugue state where you're just like, what the fuck? How dare you? And so I'm like grabbing my phone, and typically I don't make good notes as to why the alarm's going off. So I have to remember what day of the week it is and like what I'm doing and stuff like that. So there was actually a risk that I would have missed the stream if I had been really tired. I could have literally just been like, shut up and back to bed.
Oh yeah. I can relate. That's probably like the best thing about being retired is like I mean my job was such that I could kind of come and go as I wanted for the last several years anyhow, but to just like not have an alarm unless, like you said, I have something specific I have to tend to that day, and then I go through the same process like, oh fuck, it's like, why is there an alarm set today? Oh yeah, I've got that appointment, I got that thing, like shit. That's like, all right, let's do this. But yeah, being able to not have to live and die by alarm.
I agree that if I had to go backwards to having like a job or whatever, I think if there's one thing that I could maintain, so someone said, look, dude, these assets that you're holding just all went to zero, you're going to need a job. Like then if there was someone saying, if that same person said, I can offer you a job where you can just still sleep whenever you want, but you do work, but you do it when you want, and that's fine. So like no deadlines, no that sort of thing, then I would definitely take that, because the ability to just do what you want when you want is the main benefit. I don't mind contributing to society. In fact, I genuinely want to contribute to society.
Absolutely. Yep.
So it's really the thing that sucks about work is the fact that you have to show up and you have to be on point at the time that they want. And then it means that you have to abuse things like coffee, because you're like, well, I need to get this thing done and I'm starting to feel tired. And I can't go take a nap. So, so I'm going to have to take coffee, or, some people end up getting on to like actual, prescription stimulants.
Oh yeah.
And things like that. Doctors hand that shit out like candy anyway. And so it just reinforces all sorts of like, you're not getting enough sleep, you're more stressed out, you're more likely to abuse stimulants for non-recreational purpose. It just compounds all of these things that have these health impacts that you probably don't even realize, because the point of that shit that you're doing masks the health impact that it's actually happening. Sleep is just, to me, I love sleep. I absolutely love it. I don't like going to sleep. I hate going to sleep because I get like life FOMO. Like I'm going to miss out on like just the shit that's going on in the world. But once I'm asleep, don't wake me up, yo. Like,
dude, I've been like that my whole life. I mean, my mom used to tell me, it's like, like when you're a kid, we had a cul-de-sac, a court in front of my parents' house. There was a street light, and we'd stay out there until, the street light came on. Then we'd just keep going because the street light's there, we're playing ball in the court or wherever. And then she would tell me, she was like, you're always the last one in. Like, what is it? It's like, and people would start peeling. And then later in life, when I got older and was partying and stuff, I was always the last of the Mohicans. It's like, I just don't know what it was. Like, I was afraid I was going to miss something. So it's like, I just.
You and I are the same. You and I are the same. I've always been a natural night owl. Like, so we're not talking about any kind of drugs, and even pre-coffee. Like, so this is even when I was a kid and we would just be playing computer games. I would literally be the last man standing always. I just, I feel more awake and alert at nighttime than I do in the morning. Like I've never been a morning person. This is why I've always been upset. Not upset, but I've always disagreed when they're like, the top 5 tips that is consistent among all successful people. And number one's almost like always that they get up early. And I'm like,
6 in the morning.
Dude, stupid shit. I am living proof that you are wrong about this shit. So that has always annoyed me.
Yeah.
Like you have to get up. I'm like, sure, if someone gets up early, they might psychologically believe that they're getting like ahead of everyone else, and then you want to carry that advantage through the day. But I don't need psychological trickery to kill it. I can hype myself up to kill shit any time of the day. And then at night, I get that vibe where I'm like, okay, everyone's asleep. I'm just going to go and like get shit done.
When I was going to go on and get my PsyD, which is kind of like a PhD for psychology. I didn't end up doing that. I just got my bachelor's, but I joked around that I had like a couple of different ideas for like my doctoral thesis, and one obviously very tongue-in-cheek titles. One was, if you don't deal with your shit deals with you, which is just, the psychological thing of like, it'll manifest itself in subconscious ways later in your life if you don't process things that have happened to you or you've done. And then the other one was power slacking. And I still live by this to this day. I've preached it all the time. And my thing was like, if I had a task, it's like for whatever reason, I just power through it. And my same deal, going back to my mom saying I was the last one off the street. She goes, when you're a kid, for yard work or whatever, you're always the hardest one to get started. But like once you got going, I could not make you stop. Like you would just go until like the yard was immaculate or like whatever task we put you on. You would just keep
momentum.
Going. Yeah. So it's like
heavy
once I
momentum.
So I would power through things. So then when I slack, I know everything's done. So it's off my mind. I know I've done all I could possibly do on a particular task, whatever. And then I can fully enjoy myself. But like people that can stop and like leave shit unfinished, I don't know how they do it, because I would go nuts. I would just go crazy, like knowing that thing's waiting on me the next day. So I've my whole life, even, before I retired, it was like, there would be times that I would be at my office for over 24 hours just straight because there's shit to be done. You know what I mean? Just powering through like a maniac, sleeping under the conference table for a couple hours and getting up and keep going. But, that's part of the reason I was able to retire at this age. It's like I still haven't cashed out a single HEX. So I'm kind of happy that I haven't had to live on any of my crypto yet.
I just remembered something that I was going to say before. What was it? Whoops. Okay, don't worry, it'll come to me.
I'm doing the same thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. When I started talking about the streams that I do with the other Australian hexicans, those streams only typically go for a couple of hours, because there's another streaming group that get upset if we like run into like steal their audience or whatever, because obviously our shit is more popular. So I'm just that's a joke.
You're not going to get them to come on. You can't talk like that.
I'm half joking, which means I'm half serious. But the point is, I would end those streams and I would be absolutely starving. Like every time I end those streams, I have to go. If the guy's like, hey, can we like have just a bit of a chat in the green room, like just like off the record, where it's like stuff that would be boring to everyone else, just like catching up about non-crypto shit. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I need to go and eat immediately. I'm starving right now. And I think it's just like, when you're using your brain and thinking the entire time and trying to make sure that there's no gaps and that you're providing decent alpha and shit like that, it's like, it uses so much energy.
Absolutely, man. And then there's like an adrenal dump too, I think, because it's like, I get super jazzed being on streams, talking to people, trying to be engaging.
Yes, that's true.
And tend to like what I'm assuming that the chat wants to hear, and the questions that they may have. But yeah, it's like, but it's great. It's like, I love it. It's like, I feel like I'm, everyone has their own way that they can contribute to the community. It's like, and that was one of the things too, being a psychology major, being the youngest in a family that was pretty hyperbolic about some things over time. I became a mediator from a very young age. There used to be a joke in my family that I was a 40-year-old trapped in a 7-year-old's body, because it's like I was the problem solver always. I just wanted people to get along and like understand each other and like, let's move to the next thing. I don't like gray areas. Let's keep it black and white and keep trucking, right? And with the community, occasionally when there'd be some drama that would pop up, I'd inevitably find myself like being like the guy to like hold people apart and be like, okay, we got to see where each other's coming from, whatever. And I was in a Twitter space and someone was bringing up how discouraging it was to see some of the drama in the community, which, in the depths of the bear, people are grumpy, and it's like, people are maybe a little more on edge and more likely to be shitty with each other, especially on socials. And and during that conversation, I just kind of recounted the famous Mr. Rogers thing. Whenever you see a tragedy, it's like, look for the helpers. There's always somebody there that's trying to help. And it's like with this community, it's like, what can you do? It's like Richard's always telling us, it's like, go do it, go build it. It's like, if you want it, make it happen. And that's just a good thing in life generally. If you're focused on doing, putting forth positivity and trying to move things forward, I think that is key to a satisfied life. Not like I'm some wise guru on the hill at 51, but you know, it's stuff that works for me and that I've kind of figured out. It's like, and if you just can try to stay focused on the positive, because the negative is just an energy suck. It's like, I mean, we talk about vampire attacks. It's fucking soul vampire stuff. Like when people are being shitty, and it's like, and it's like even trolls. It's like for early on, I wasn't prepared for it, but like Ross Hex in particular would just bust my balls relentlessly, dude. And I don't know if it's my name being Toby or what it was. Just would not get off my jock, and then I flipped it to where it became like this fun banter, and I love the guy now, and he'll hop on there and he'll still blow shit, you know, at me, but it's like it's a way to just kind of like manage, you know, what you, and sometimes it's also, am I perceiving something as negative that maybe isn't as negative as I think it is, and all I'm going to do is feed it if I like, you know, try to fight fire with fire, and it just, you know, we're passionate people. There's going to be times when you get caught up in that kind of stuff, but generally, it's an energy suck. And then you don't have the energy reserves left over to go do the positive thing or build the thing or educate other people or learn more yourself because you're worn out from some bullshit drama you got sucked into. So,
bro, yeah, that is all very true. I'm just excited to let you guys know I've just worked something out.
Right.
So I really want to highlight to people how amazing this ranking that we've achieved, and the fact that it looks like we're just going to continue shooting up the ranks on this DEX screener thing in terms of the volume on our chain, right?
Sweet.
Volume traded, single DEX. It's obviously going to remain the dominant DEX, so that's not really I don't want to over present, like be like, oh, this is a single DEX. Imagine once we've got multiple DEXs, then it's going to be like, it's like each additional DEX is not going to be like a significant addition of volume. However, we've got $180 million.
I just pulled it up
of volume on PulseChain right now, right? Our position is number 3, and I wanted to highlight that shit, but then I realized, if you just load DEX Screener up without selecting a chain, it tells you the total volume in 24 hours over all chains, all DEXs. It's $157 billion. Sorry, 1.57. Sorry, $1.57 billion. Right. So I'm going to do 0.18. That's how much is on our chain, divided by 1.57. Right.
Yep.
That is over 10%.
Yeah.
Of the total volume of all of DeFi, I think these might just be, I think this extends, no, it's not just EVM compatible.
Yeah.
There's other chains on here which I know that are not EVM. So this is all layer 1 DeFi, trustless, decentralized swapping volume, all of it.
That's crazy.
In less than a week,
and the bridge isn't even like
a tenth, with the bridge not even half complete. We have taken out. If you mofos do not think that this thing is going to just absolutely come tsunami level, I'm glad my jacket is blue right now so you can get the idea. Like, birds, get your family to high ground. I am not joking. This is not a drill. These sirens that you're hearing on the beach, it's not a test run. This is the main net. No more tests. That was the test run. There was 4 test nets. That was how you practice your path running up the mountain so that you don't get washed out by this tsunami. Entire cities are going to be destroyed by this. I'm not fucking around.
Yeah.
It's gonna wipe out houses. It's gonna wipe out communities. It is literally just gonna come in. People will be left dazed and confused, looking around, acting like they had zero warning, when in reality we've been telling these mofos the entire time. Listen up now, Anon, because we're 11.5%. 11.5% of all DEX volume.
Yeah, and then the thing is too, is like what people don't realize, it's pretty common knowledge now within the Pulse and Hex Richard Hart ecosystem that the bridge is a little jammed up, right? So yes, there's $100 million on the bridge, and I'm sure. Have we hit the 100 million mark? I bet we're at.
We're 101. Richard tweeted when it hit 100 million. Now
yeah,
we're 101. We're over 100 million on the bridge, and we're still just under 50%. We're like high 40s. Yeah.
So it's like cruising. Processed 46.7 million's been processed so far. 102 million deposited, and how many people are waiting to even use the bridge?
So, I would say
because they don't want to get clogged up. Yeah,
I would say there are some people that who want to know that it's free, like that it's going to be a reasonable time frame before they do it. Also, there would be some people still waiting for their test transaction.
Yes. Yeah, I only did about 20% of what I planned on it. Like I just was like, I'm going to do 20% and see how quick that goes through, and then I've got the other 80% waiting. So I mean, how many other people are doing similarly? Where it's like it's like this bridge is taking a while. I want it locked up there for a fucking week because there's some bullshit, and maybe Portal X will get going or whatever. There's some other way for me to participate in the ways that I want to. So I that's something to speculate about, because I mean, what can you really do other than that? Just guess how much is waiting. That's not like that's at the foot of the bridge, right? That's just waiting to step on. That's
someone in here says bridge still takes 30 hours. So that's anecdotal evidence, guys, but that sounds about right, because it was like
I'd be happy with 30.
People were saying over 50 originally, so people, like lots of people were telling me that they had been waiting over 50 hours, and this is now 30. There's a question here. This was already answered by when we had Coast on. It's basically, it's this, as soon as you try and touch the legacy financial system, and actually that reminds me of a comment that I wanted to make, but I didn't want to interrupt at the time. A lot of the stuff that we don't like about how banks conduct themselves is actually forced on them by governments. So
absolutely,
it's not the bank being a dick. It's that for them to maintain their banking license, they have to lick boots. So that's the short answer to that. There was another question in here. There was someone saying that they were also hoping that the Stephen was also hoping that it was KYC free. Obviously, we all agree that like KYC free would be better if achievable, but just unfortunately at the moment. But look, it's a progress, right? Look at where we are. So there's a Bitcoin conference going on at the moment. I always love Jack Mallers' presentation because he has a really interesting way of always talking about like putting things in perspective. And I haven't heard his speech from this year because I've been doing this and partying, but last year he did one where he talked about the history of the financial rails for like, I think it was for credit card payments, but it might have just been, I think it was credit card payments. It was like he basically gave the history going through like Diners Club and Visa and Amex, and he basically told the story of how this came about. And what the main point of his speech was is that these payment rails have not innovated for like over 50 years. With like, you've got an NFT chip in your card, which means that when you're paying, you go like this rather than like this. You tap instead of swipe.
Right.
Say what? You don't have to sign anymore for small transactions or whatever. You pin instead of sign, or maybe neither if the transaction. What? It's not innovation. Like,
no.
Are you kidding me? So they have been slacking. They have been slacking, dog. And that's what happens with monopolies. They get slack because they don't have to innovate because they're not competing against anyone. And so when you have these systems, and another comment that I meant to make yesterday, but I never got a chance to, similar thing, because we're just all over, like we cover so much shit, was I personally think, and you can comment on what you think the biggest mistake has been made by Legacy. I personally think the biggest mistake that Legacy Finance has made, and they've done many mistakes, both recently and historically. But for me personally, I think the biggest mistake was censoring countries when based on them not liking what that country was doing. It highlighted to the entire world that even a nation state can get their bank accounts censored. And even worse than that, if you are a citizen of that nation state where you weren't even part of the decision-making process of that decision to do that action, and you might even be against it. So imagine me living here in Australia. My government goes and does some crazy shit. I don't agree with what they're doing, or maybe I do, but let's just say I don't. and then I get my fucking assets seized and my bank accounts frozen. Are you fucking joking me? Like, and that was on the world stage, and they were advertising it like it was a win, being like, yo, check out what we just did. We just, I took that guy's money. Yeah, that would be like, you're trying to promote yourself as an upstanding, responsible actor, and then you're live on the news being like, yo, guess what? I just went down the street and mugged this guy. Yeah, hell yeah. Took that guy's money. Yeah, he won't be using that money no more. It's in my pocket, motherfucker. Like, what? Like, how? Like, how did you think that's a? And then it just it indirectly educates people where they're like, I don't like that.
Right. Totally. And it's like, I mean, I think it'd be probably a little different for me if I was maybe 20 years younger, but, being, in my 50s now, it's like the way I look at it is that, especially now that I've really kind of embraced the whole DeFi philosophy and, I'm very interested in living less and less tied to any kind of fiat at all. And, being able to transact in crypto and do those things. I'm not as concerned about KYC because they are having a less, traditional finance is having less and less impact on my life as I gravitate toward this more, truly sovereign, self-reliant, DeFi mode, right? And with crypto growing like it is, I think it's going to be easier and easier to do that, So, I mean, even with, depending on how things work out in the US with the whole CBDC bullshit, I think there's going to be options for people. I mean, if it doesn't lead to civil war, which I don't think it would because it's just not cost effective. But, I think that they'll come up with a reasonable solution. But if not, and they're really forcing that on people for things, it's going to be unfortunate for those that have to ascribe to that. And for those that are compelled to break free of that nonsense and regain some of their sovereignty and their freedom, I think more and more DeFi options like PulseChain and Richard Hart's wallet and, some ideas like my Sheriff of Nottingham app, all joking, of course, for those who weren't watching earlier, it's the antithesis of Robinhood, right? So it's like something that would be truly DeFi where you'd still control all your own stuff, but it would be easy like Robinhood to do what you want to do in the crypto space. So, so that's kind of, what I'm anticipating for my future. So I'm less concerned about KYC personally, but I understand where people are just like, fuck that. I don't want to have to, show my, sign of the beast chip that I have in my arm to like buy a dozen eggs, So it's like, if you want to go down the religious aspects of it too, it's it's some pretty bleak, creepy, weird shit. So yeah, Freddie, I hear you, bro. I need to get some sleep. I can't bail on tangent though. It's like, we're almost there. It's like, he's only got like an hour to go.
I tell my friends,
unless someone come back on, Freddie, you're awake. What the fuck? Come in here and tap me out, and then you can take it on.
Tag out.
You can tap out.
Can I highlight that when I tell my friends about crypto, it's it's difficult for them to get it. Like I've just noticed in general, crypto is like hard to explain, but with those same people, when I explain why the CBDCs will be a fuck up in terms of like them being able to control your shit, and then you like, you spent too much money on meat or fuel, or that's bad for you, not allowed to buy or whatever. Where they get it immediately. So I think the flood of anons to crypto was slower than the realization by anons to be anti-CBDC. I think this is going to be a much easier fight. The CBDC battle will be fought and won like much easier than trying to convince people to get into crypto.
Sure.
And I just wanted to say that Ivan on Tech made a comment that resonated with me, and I've always believed this, but he reminded me of it, that now that we live in this like global digital community and you could easily talk to people from all around the world, we sort of resonate and like get along with people based on our beliefs and our passions and things like that, much more than just where you live. So the fact that I happen to be Australian and someone else happens to be living in some other country, we're not gonna feel as like at the same level of brotherhood. Like, so I'm gonna feel more brotherhood with someone that has the same hobby passions, like someone that likes drum and bass and crypto and stuff like that, who's all around the world, other side of the world, than someone who lives next door to me but they've just have disagree with everything that I say, and they, I don't know, they like fiat currencies or something. I'm just using crypto as an example, but you get what I'm saying, right? And so it's a very good point. And there's actually also an Immortal Technique song where he makes the comment, and this is where I first heard the concept. This is an old song where he says, I have more in common with people who are my wealth level than I do with, so in terms of, he was saying he's Latino, and he was basically saying, I have more in common with a white guy who's poor than a billionaire Latino. Like, so it's like in terms of common struggles, the suppression, or however you perceive the way that this world is structured. I'm not going to comment on that, but he was making that comment. So he's like, why are they able to turn us against each other when we should be the ones who are actually together against them? Like, it should, like, not that we necessarily have to draw battle lines here, but it was a comment, and you're like, yeah, if you think about it like that, race shouldn't be the dividing factor of how we associate and coordinate.
Dude, I'm gonna date myself here a little bit, but it's like we all know how old I am, so fuck it. I was at Lollapalooza when it used to rotate, when it wasn't just in Chicago, but it used to go around to different cities. And this is like in 1991, maybe, right? So the Wayback Machine. And I can't remember for the life of me. I'm gonna blame it on fatigue, but it's like, I don't want to say it wrong, but it's like the hook of the song is like, you got to keep them separated, right? It's like that song.
Oh, yeah, I know that tune.
Right. Not 311, not Sublime, Incubus.
Wait, it's Offspring. Isn't that
Offspring?
Offspring. Well, maybe maybe Offspring just sampled it.
Maybe.
No, it was Offspring. No, it was.
I think it was Offspring. I think it was
But
the thing is like,
I was playing Offspring in a Twitter space like literally just a few days ago.
No way. They're awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Super fun and
like from that Ixnay Hombre album.
Yeah. So I'm like 20 years old, like rocking out. Probably drank way too much beer in the sun or whatever that day. But and like Ice-T was there, or no, Ice Cube was there, and like, I mean, so many others. It was great. But so, we got the full fuck the police thing. I mean, when it was really happening.
So like, so NWA, Rage Against the Machine, Offspring, even like Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah,
songs that were like about, like, that were trying to actually send that message of Smashing Pumpkins has got all that, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
Rat in a cage, right?
You've got these songs that are actually sending this message, but it's not as, which is good, because that art and that expression is a way that sometimes that the education will actually get through to the masses.
Right. And what was telling about that particular show is they switched the lyric up, and instead of saying we got to keep them separated, and it was obviously a mixed crowd, they're like, we got to keep them segregated, and like threw that in there. And it was, and it just like has always stuck with me all these years. And my thing has always been like, the powers that be keep us fighting amongst ourselves over the most petty differences, whether it's skin color or race or ethnic background or gender or socioeconomic status that we think is important.
Let's go.
But there's so many other things. There it is. There's so many other things that are more important. Yep. And and they do all of that to keep us fighting amongst ourselves while they pick our pockets. And they take our freedoms away, and then they can control us more easily if we're upset with a neighbor who really, if you separate all the bullshit, you got more in common with them than the guy on Capitol Hill that is just perpetuating the bullshit. So Freddie, good to see you back, bro.
Hey, bro. I think I got like maybe 4.5 hours of sleep.
That's good.
And I am dragging. I woke up and I turned it on, and I couldn't believe that you were still on. I was like, "Oh my god!" I thought he was getting off at 2 a.m. Here we are.
I was having fun. I couldn't.
Later.
Yeah, I couldn't leave Tangent to head it up alone. It's like we were having some pretty good banter and great interview with Coast and some good conversation.
How did that go? Is that OX
great,
Coast like the fiat onboard person?
Yeah, he was only on for like 20-30 minutes, but it was very concise. Answered all of our questions. We asked him some of the tough ones I think people would want to know. But definitely go back and watch that. It's
hell yeah, 100%.
I feel way more bullish than I was even, and I was already like max bull for PulseChain, and then I heard that, and I'm just like, holy shit, it's really happening. It's like crazy. Dude,
but, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, please.
Can we do a vibe check?
Hell yes, we can.
We get the party started. Can we check the bridge? What's going on with the bridge?
We just checked the
Wait,
bridge. We're
bro,
at
bro.
102 million. Yep.
Did
Okay,
you hear
cool.
me say?
Did we hit
Did you
100
hear me
million?
say that we are over 11% of the total DEX volume
Of all
Oh,
dexes.
wow.
Of all dexes.
of all dexes of all L1 chains of
Like
the
11
entire
Wow.
crypto
of
space.
all dex chains.
Because remember,
And we
Bitcoin
don't-
doesn't have a
Wow.
DEX, so it's like this is every chain that is on DEX Screener. So all L1 chains and L2 chains. So you've also got like Optimism, Arbitrum over there, which we've overtaken both of them, by the way. So we're in position number 3 behind BSC. So effectively everything is going to become irrelevant. Like it'll be PulseChain and Ethereum will definitely have relevance, and BSC might be able to hang on and maybe be like a niche. Like if you really want to get rugged hard, that is the place for you. And then everything else will be fucking irrelevant. That's basically the future that we're heading towards. 11.5%, bro, in terms of our total trade volume, 24-hour trade volume compared to the total across all DEXs, all L1s, all everything. All. Sorry, this is not including centralized exchanges. All decentralized trading.
Right.
This is the metric that we're using.
Yep, 102 deposited to the bridge. 46 has come back out already. So I mean, that's without the bridge even flowing that we're doing that kind of volume.
Yeah.
And like we were talking about, how many people, because they're concerned about how long the bridge is taking, haven't even stepped onto the bridge yet.
Right.
You know,
The total amount of money that has come through the bridge that has lifted all these prices from where they were to where they are now. We've got that much money again. And by the time we get there, there's almost certainly going to be even a few more millies in there. So
oh yeah, 46 across, 56 coming. That's already on the bridge. Who knows how much behind that? And then we were playing around earlier with just like doing a market order on PulseX, like if you were going to swap USDT or DAI for HEX, and a $1 million buy would move it to 4.1 cents. A $10 million buy would move it to 15 cents. One $10 million buy.
What, Pulse?
The PLSX PLS pair
Okay.
has done 40 mil volume. That's huge. Like
Monster.
That's a 24-hour volume of 40 mil on that one pair. That's nuts, bro. Nuts.
It's
See, wait, by the
bonkers.
way, I've only been looking at how much I've been making in incentive token for providing LP into these farms. I haven't actually done any calculations at all of how much I'm kind of making in
Actual
pseudo
fees.
fees.
Yeah, same here. I've
With
only
this
been
much
watching
volume,
the
there'd be some fees in there as well, bro. Like
So
nuts,
yeah, how do
dude,
you?
nuts.
Where do you
It's an
even see
infinite
that?
money glitch. It's an infinite money glitch. You just need to get involved, bro. This is
I didn't even think to look at that. How ridiculous is that? It's
yeah.
like,
I need to get
looked at-
I've got a spreadsheet for that, and I need to crank it up and start. I was just too excited and just couldn't be fucked. But
So where are you even? Where do you find that? Is it just dripped in, or is it in with what you have locked in the liquidity pool?
yeah,
I don't-
unfortunately, V2, and this actually is something I was going to cover. I don't know if I already did. I don't think I did. Unfortunately, with V2, the fees that you get paid just immediately get compounded with your actual capital.
Oh, got
So
it.
it's not clear how much you're actually earning in fees. Whereas in V3, it keeps your fees separate until you harvest them,
Got
and
it.
then you can roll them back in if you want.
Man,
So-
that's tricky. How the fuck do you suss that out compared to like the slosh between the two? Like, for example, I'm in
Yeah,
Pulse X,
I've
and it's
worked
like,
out. I struggled with this for a long time actually, and I've worked out my own method. I use a spreadsheet for it, and I look at the delta, like as in I look at how much change there's been in each, because obviously one's going down and one's going
Yes.
up typically, right? Unless you've earned
Right.
so much fees that they're both up, right? So theoretically, at some times you might be like neutral and up, or up and neutral, like
Right.
But most of the time, one's up and one's down.
Yep.
So I take the starting point. So when I create the LP, I look at how much of each asset I've got, and then everything is compared to that. And then I look at the change in each one. So at a certain amount of time passed, I look at how much the balances have changed. One's up, one's down. And then you're basically considering that you purchased the amount that went up of one asset with the amount that went down of the other one. So that gives you a ratio that you paid. That theoretically, if you were to withdraw everything now, you effectively paid that amount of that asset to get that amount of that asset. And I compare that to the actual ratio that you're seeing on the DEX, and that's effectively like then you can work out, I got a discount effectively on purchasing this asset compared to the ratio of what you would have to pay if you went to the
Got it.
And then I work that out as a percentage, and then I just do a little bit of math to like kind of create it. Or you can you can use dollars. So you can be like, you can assign dollar values to the up and down and say, okay, the difference in what I paid of this asset, so the current dollar value of what I paid versus the current dollar value of what I gained, and that gap is effectively what you've earned in pseudo fees. Like,
that makes sense. Yeah.
So you can, if you care about dollars, you can do it that way and look at basically that gap, and then you can divide that by how much time has passed since you've been running the LP to work out how much dollars a day. Divide that by the total amount of dollar capital that you have in the LP, and that gives you like a daily percentage yield per day.
Right on.
If that makes sense. But anyway, if anyone wants my spreadsheet, I can send it. Obviously, I will remove my data. Like, it'll just be empty formulas. But that tends to work. And it's not ideal, but unfortunately with V2, that's the only way to do it. You have to do your own calculations.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was actually, to be honest, that was part of the reason I was asking, like, where it would be easiest to see previous transactions, because I didn't take note of exactly what I put in to the LP, like to start. Like, so I've got to find it on the
it is on chain, but it might not be quite as simple as it sounds.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is,
just make your T equals 0 now. Just
check
what is in there, and then
that makes sense. That'd be easier.
The percentages typically stay quite consistent. Like that. Or I mean, actually, with a chain this new, there could be some drastic changes as shit ramps up. But if you apply this comment that I'm about to make to other chains where shit's reasonably consistent every day, once you work out what that percentage is in terms of the yield, it doesn't really change that drastically. So it doesn't matter if you didn't actually calculate it from when you started the pool, as long as you actually make like conscientious notes of when the timestamp matters for you to be able to do these calcs.
Right. Got it. Cool. So is Maddie coming back then when you're done with your stint? And then
I knew Furu Finance was taking over from me as host yesterday, which he did flawlessly. Thank you very much, Furu. I don't know who is coming back to take over from me. It might be Maddie, or we'll just see. We'll see who pops up in the green room.
So
Freddie.
So what do you got left? You got an hour? How long you got?
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half, Jesus.
Hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tap here soon, guys. I hate to do it.
It's fine. It's fine.
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
I really appreciate. I really appreciate you staying the distance, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's fun, man.
And we've had quality chats. Everyone in the chat. People have been DMing me on Twitter saying, like one of the comments said, "You guys are doing a great way of like bridging Australia and America."
Yeah.
In terms of like the dynamic and the
like a nerd girl bridge thing.
Then I think I've tried to participate in one of those once, and it's way harder than it seems.
It is a little weird. If you have your camera mirrored, it's different. It's like the up and to the right thing. Down the left.
Everyone gets awkward with their hands.
Something. It's just getting weird. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to step, because it's like I've got to help a buddy of mine get his validator going, and we're doing a Zoom call with Feeder in not many hours.
Cool.
I need to be a little fresher for that, or I'm gonna just make.
Yeah, Freddie can tag in.
Yeah, Freddie, God bless you for popping in here and spelling me
brother.
a little bit. Right on, guys. Have fun. I'll see you guys later.
Have a great day today, dude.
Ciao.
Peace. What's good, Tangent? What is good, brother? Dude, I can't believe Toby was still on, man. That's fucking crazy.
Bro.
Holy cow. I got off at like 3 o'clock Eastern, 3:15 Eastern. I got maybe 4.5 hours of sleep, and I was like, there's no chance Toby's still on. And I turned it on, and I was like, holy cow, that dude is still rocking. God bless them.
We're built different in the PulseChain community, bro. We're just built different.
Man. Oh God. If he's got stuff to go do today, he needs to try to go get some sleep. It's 8:30 in the morning over here right now. And he's gonna go try to do what? What did he say? He's got to go help his buddy do something. Ugh.
And then prepare for a stream with Feeder, I think. And then I think he's got a stream with Craig as well. So many people are producing content at the moment because obviously there's that buzz, right? Like, it's amazing. So it's great for people who don't know what's going on. Like if they're like, oh, I want an update on what's going on, you can literally just like pick a channel and then. But Richard Hart's Twitter is my personal favorite.
Has he had any
Twitter and searching #PulseChain.
Has he put up any tweets lately? Did he get any sleep last night?
He had. Did you see his tweets where he posted all 4 charts? Incentive token, Pulse X, Pulse, and HEX on PulseChain. Because they were all making new all-time highs.
No.
Those ones are pretty epic. They're from about 7 hours ago. So he actually posted those when we were starting, when I was starting to host, roughly. Oh,
the
wow.
Silence from the haters is deafening. Oh, yeah. So yeah. So
Bro,
we did see these, and then he started talking about Hart's Law.
I don't want to every time that Richard Hart has tweeted about this stream has been at the start of my hosting periods. So, I mean, this must be coincidence because I don't think he would play favorites with me because you know what I mean? But I just realized he actually tweeted this stream link for what we're doing right now 8 hours ago. So, actually, sorry, that would have been just before I came on by like half an hour or something.
Yeah, Richard's
that's so supportive of
Maddie.
Him. He doesn't need to do that.
Yeah,
especially on something like this where it's a bit of a mixed bag. Like in terms of you don't know who's going to come on. There might be some person that tries to slide in, and I had some DMs from people asking to come on today, and for all of them, I said, "Have I streamed with you before?" And because I can't really, being someone else's channel, I can't really risk being like, "Yeah, man, come on," and then they're like, "Oh, this scam coin to the moon" or something, and then it's too. Even if you delete them off the stream, it's too late.
Yep. Exactly. Well, that's the thing too. I think that he has such trust in Maddie that Maddie always puts on amazing shows and conferences and streams that it's just kind of a guarantee. Maddie's been around a long time, man. He's done a lot for the community. How many conferences now? 5? Maybe?
All of them. Yeah. All the major ones. Yep.
Yeah. It's fun, man. It's always a good time.
Richard Hart
it's a great
format. Tell me your thoughts, and it's a screenshot of the coins and the bridge, and there's 756 comments. And I'm not going to do it here because I want to I really want to get at anyone who's in these comments being a hater, and I'm not going to. I don't want to split my attention right now, but later today, when I get time, I'm going to be going through here and just absolutely fucking flaming anyone who's not recognizing. If anyone's not kissing the ring, they're going to get it.
Yeah, the haters are pretty silent. He made a tweet not long after that one saying that the haters' silence is deafening.
Yes, that was great. I did see that one.
Yeah. The haters just have to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
They need to watch a little tutorial video.
On Richard Hart, you just should shut the fuck up. If you want to go look at the dexes, you should shut the fuck up. If you want to look at our price charts, you should probably just shut the fuck up. Talk shit about Hexicans, Pulse, PulseX, PulseChain. You should probably just shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to make a paid group, and when people get in there, it's just that one video. It's like, this is all you need to know. This is all you need to know, baby. No, there's no other. There's nothing else in there. Yo.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can.
Word.
Moonshot. So yeah, I think that would be worthy, and actually, then they would actually be getting value out of the paid group for once, because that's probably the one video that's actually going to give them value compared to what paid groups normally do, where they just fleece.
Yeah, it's the best advice anyone can get.
Witnessing history. This is the biggest launch in crypto history. I agree with that comment. Incredible. Yeah, all the comments are really positive. I guess Richard's like done a lot of pruning of the haters and even like HEX community members who have been like a bit on the scammier side lately.
Yeah.
Leaning towards those little scam coins, you know?
I think he's thought this out thoroughly. We talked about it a little earlier when I was on, but I don't think that there isn't anything that he's doing right now that wasn't completely thought out and planned. To the traffic on the bridge, to all that other stuff.
I don't want to believe that. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I don't want to believe. I want to believe that some of this stuff that happened that was like what I considered to be not ideal was not some 5D chess shit. And it was just.
Yeah, making the best of a situation.
It's possible though.
Yeah, it was kind of strange how Johnny, like Chaos, was like, well, if he's tying Pulse.
Wrecked.
Oh, you've frozen up, bro. I do want to hear this comment.
Yeah, say that again.
Oh yeah, start again. You're moving now. Wrecked.
Yeah. No, I just.
Oh yeah. Maybe do no image.
Yeah, I think I got to do that.
So you started saying something about Johnny Chaos's theory.
Yeah, it was just funny how he was like, well, if RH is timing the market, now's a good time to release. That was like May 15th or something. And then it was like,
yeah, I mean, Richard even said that himself. Richard said that like over a year ago, which is why I was so annoyed when people kept saying he's timing the market. I'm like, bro, he said he's not timing the market. He explained why. He gave reasoning. He said it would be dumb to do it. He said it would be retarded. And then he gave reasons. And then on top of that, also said, if I was timing the market, we're close enough to the bottom anyway. And then people continued to say he was timing the market, bro. It was so ridiculous.
Well, this is pretty good timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, it's always good timing.
Bored.
It's always good timing for the greatest L1 to ever exist in crypto to be launched.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
But were you going to say something specific about this theory of Johnny's? Because we haven't seen that play out yet, right? Like, as in, the theory was going to be that, and look, I'm not saying it's dead yet, because we need to give it time, because if part of the theory was that there was going to be a benevolent whale who was going to bridge over and create these insanely deep liquidity pools, which lock ratios between certain things, whether it's the two hexes or hex to pulse, whatever the fuck. Sorry, I'm trying not to swear. But the idea was these insanely deep liquidity pools that no one has the economic energy to push those particular ratios, and then everything moves up together.
Yeah. Has the OA moved at all for any of those liquidity bonding things to take place, or it's all just other whales are expected to do that? I haven't heard anything about the OA moving anything.
So if I was to try and defend the position and answer that question in the same sentence, would be, well, the OA or benevolent whale entities in general may want to not clog the bridge and let other people go first, and then do this strategy later would be the best defense I can give. But then if I wanted to take the counter argument, I would say, if it's not already done, then what makes you think it's going to happen? Because it could have been done immediately, right? Like, as in, so I think there's arguments to be made both ways. It's too early to tell though. This theory could come true.
Everything is coming nice and slow. Like, it's all just coming out, just nice waves for everybody. It's not all just like hitting everyone in the face. You know, we had 2 years for the release, and I'm just like, everyone's complaining for 2 years, but now that it's here, it's like no one was prepared, really. So it's like, I think
they weren't ready. Yeah. They weren't ready. They don't live their life by the blade.
Yeah,
nothing could have prepared them. It wouldn't matter. You could have had 100 test nets and 100 years of delays, and they still wouldn't be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I guess you don't want to talk the meme coin, but there's, things just taking off that you wouldn't think. Like, even like the incentive token, I was like, I had no idea what that was about, and then that thing's all over the place. It's just wild. Like every day's a new something or other, doing something crazy. It's the beginning of the bowl. It's fun stuff. I love it.
I mean, the real question is it even possible to be ready for something that is a paradigm shift? The answer is actually, you know what? I'm going to leave all the anons to make that decision for themselves. Yeah, technically you can't actually be ready for something like this. It's too amazing. It's too incredible. It's too much of a paradigm shift. It's alien technology. You are getting something that humans probably are not deserving of the greatness that is being bestowed upon you. And yet some still do not recognize the, I guess that happens actually in all points in history, right? People, it's like famous artists, they die poor and then their art becomes priceless later. Humans are notoriously bad for identifying greatness at the time, unless it's something that's like highly measurable, like, oh, look how fast that guy can run. Like for things that are like have some subjectivity to them, it's usually only in retrospect of like decades or generations even.
Yeah, Richard
say, oh yeah, that dude was a good artist.
Well, he tweeted that like how new technology or anything new coming into being is like ridiculed first or whatever he was saying, and then it's finally accepted. Like he was quoting, that's just like the natural process of anything new to the social paradigm of everybody.
Are you talking about the tweet that said first they blank, then they blank, and
then yeah. And he blanked it all out. Now I can't quote it, so he should I should have went through the comments. I'm sure somebody put it in there.
Yes, that tweet, I took it as almost rhetorical because we all know the answer.
Yeah.
Oh, these comments are actually all positive. I know I said I wasn't going to do it on stream, but this is wow. Oh, there was a comment in here in our comments that said, imagine if a second bridge opened up and then that also got blocked. Like as in also just had too much trying to go through it. Just woke up. Any new moves? Oh, you want that alpha? You want that sweet alpha, Anon? You want that sweet alpha? You got to pay for that. You got to join my paid group.
the STFU paid group. It looks like Binance is the next
the quadruple B paid group. What's up with Binance?
So we've taken over Arbitrum, and it looks like Binance is the next chain to take over.
Thank you for reminding me. That was the other comment I was going to be, because I really want to highlight to these Anons exactly where we're at in this journey up the ladder. So one of the ones was the one I realized that I can say it as a percentage of. So I'm going to call this DeFi trade dominance. This is basically effectively DEX trading volume dominance is what I'm talking about when I said that 11 point whatever percent. But another way that you can look at this is number of X's that we need to do in 24-hour volume to flip the next chain. So BSC is on like I think it was like 600 mil or something, and our chain's like 180. So it's like less than it's like, I think it was less than a 3x. So 531 mil, and we're like 180. So it's like just 177. 580, 177.
24-hour volume.
Just over 3. Sorry. So so when we do around about a 3x in volume traded, we will flip Binance.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, not only that, but that PulseX, and HEX are still underpriced.
Yes.
If those were to do like a 3x in price, boom.
Yes.
There's BNB. See ya.
Yes. Because these volumes are in dollar terms. So as we go up, we just smoke. We smoke to the upside. The calculation of how much volume is being traded also goes up. Yep, dude, this is going to be the easiest flippening.
Yeah,
it's going to be the easiest flippening ever. Like, as in, it's literally just a matter of time.
I hope everyone came here today to get your Moon Boy on, because we are just Moon Boying over here. Get your Moon Boy pants.
I'm already on the moon waiting for you guys to arrive. Like, it's no longer like I'm not planning the trip. I'm not on the phone to Elon anymore. I just literally am just kicking my feet up in the spacesuit, waiting for everyone else to join the party. Let's go. And I mean that in sentiment, not financially, by the way. I mean that in my mindset, right? I identify as being on the moon. So
who has the number one battery?
I don't know who this is aimed at. Someone thinks someone looks tired. I hope that's not me, because I'm fucking hyped, brother. Have I heard of these guys? No. Got a blah, blah, blah. Fees coming down. Oh, someone else made an interesting comment that we're noticing the ETH fees, that ETH fees are coming down.
Yeah.
And it could be because of PulseChain, right? Like, as in, it only takes several, like a small percentage of people being like, oh, this is where the hype is at. This is where the gains are at. This is the new hype chain. I want to be on that shit. I want the mad gains. I want to get in early on this L1. Boom. Suddenly, you can't be clicking on two computers at once. So if you're on PulseChain, you're not on Ethereum, right?
GUI is still down in the 30s. Last night at 2 a.m. Eastern, like usually when it's the cheapest, like Friday night and Saturday night at 2 a.m., going into Saturday and going into Sunday, it was at like 28, 29, 30. Bro. And then it's still right now at 32. It's still stupid low right now.
And these haters said, oh, PulseChain can't help the Ethereum fees. It doesn't work like that. Oh, it's not the same thing. It's not a true horizontal integration. It's, oh my God, the tech stack.
All I hear is the only thing I hear when people hate on PulseChain is, oh, my pussy hurts. Oh, my pussy hurts.
That's the correct translation. Like, when I put it into Google Translate, that's exactly what Google says. It's like this. You have to translate it from hater into English, and it's like, oh, that hurts. Stop, please stop. So, look, we're just winning, and everything is just going to get better and better and better. We're not even at peak flex. We're still in the gym getting the pump. Like,
yeah, Cryptomatic said, Tangent, your thoughts on why other crypto news media outlets are not talking about this? I think it's because they're probably paid shills and they're being told not to.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
This is overflow. This is overflow. And I did so I made this comment in a Twitter space. I said, the gatekeeping on PulseChain is going to be somewhere between, at the maximum end, it would be the same as HEX. And at the minimum end, it would be just regular, fair, like whatever. It's not going to be either of those. It's going to be somewhere in between. Because the reason it's not going to be the same as HEX is because we've already seen less gatekeeping, right? Like, before it even launched, there was less gatekeeping. There were influencers talking about it. There was
Rand guaranteed a 14,000
demonstrably less gatekeeping. However, I also knew it wasn't going to completely go away. I knew it was going to be somewhere in between. So my hope was that it was as close to fair as possible. But what we've already seen is, like, this is newsworthy. This is newsworthy. A new chain launching and just ripping it up until it hurts. And as Freddie quotes Furu's eulogy, we're basically ripping throats here. And they should be putting it in the news, but they're not. So there's clearly some, like, hangover gatekeeping of the fact that it's associated with Richard Hart.
Ulterior motives.
Yep, ulterior incentives, ulterior motives, like payment, financial incentives. It's all of those things, possibly.
Free speech.
They're all possible.
Free speech said paid shills are probably on the bridge. 100%.
Oh, there would be a lot of people doing that. There would be a lot of people doing that. Where they're
so in what way, like
also investing
to clog it or investing? Yeah. 100% investing behind the scenes.
I actually did think that when Richard Hart tweeted out saying, "Hey, can ever requesting that you guys stop using the bridge because it's actually making it worse the more shit that goes in there. Oh, dude. Imagine if it actually doesn't make a difference and he just said that so that all the plebs
So he could
that were
see
trying to
who-
spam the network started
would
putting
help
money
themselves.
into the bridge. Like, yeah, let's fuck up the bridge, bro. And then like all those plebs that try and spam attack the networks, they come and put their money into the bridge and just hype the whole, like hype. That would be a galaxy brain play.
Trust the
Like,
plan.
oh, please don't put any more money in the bridge. Please don't put any more money in the bridge, because he never took the front end down. That would be the easy way to stop people from putting money in the bridge, is you just on the website, you just say, sorry, like this will be back up as soon as we can clear some of the things. That would explain why he didn't do that. Hey guys, like, oh, it's wrecking the bridge. Don't put any more money into it. And then all these haters are like, yeah, let's go put money in the bridge.
Yeah, and then
That
he's
is
got
pretty funny.
If you are not an absolute giga-brain genius and you're thinking, if you're not 6 moves ahead of other people, then you're probably getting played. So in terms of like the haters, they probably got played, and now their economic energy is coming over to PulseChain, baby. This is what quote Richard Hart: "The game will be played. The game will be played."
Yeah, that is some far, like, and that's the thing, like it's hard to, fathom things that many steps ahead, but we have seen it time and time again where it's like, oh, well, I mean, kind of like big paydays, like, oh, we told, or not we.
Oh, I think you've dropped.
Did he get rugged again?
Your audio just got rugged again, bro. I'll remind you of where you're up to. Did he mention big payday?
Much alpha.
I don't know.
Hexy Babe realized I'm getting way hype about this. But by the way, that's just like kind of like a fun theory. I'm not saying that he definitely did that. Like, so, because I don't want you guys to think I'm a hypocrite, like where I tell other people not to do these like weird speculations that've got no basis in anything, and then I enjoy doing some of them as well, right? But
it's
I'm just
fun
more
to do.
highlighting that you need to stay alert and not believe this is kind of like a higher level play than the ones where it's like Furu's shill a coin and then they're selling as you're buying, right? That's your like level 1 basic bitch level like psyop. But then you can go like more 5D where, oh, please don't send economic energy over to my new chain.
Right. Hey, I want to do a vibe check for day 43. He was rapping gin and juice in the comments. Yeah.
DOWG. PulseChain.
Yeah. Dude, the vibe check in spaces is such a strong play, dude.
Yes.
Such a strong play.
It's so
They
good.
ain't
It's
leaving
so
till-
good.
Toby ain't leaving till 8
The
in the
only reason
morning.
why I didn't do it on this stream was the potential for copyright strikes.
Oh yeah, I think if you do just like a little short one, maybe they won't.
Yeah. I think you've got, and also sound quality as well. I think the fact that you were playing it through your phone and back into the speaker, it hopefully
Like behind
won't.
the scenes.
Yeah.
Haters
like
gonna hate.
Because obviously they're comparing the audio of our entire stream to a database of songs, and if they can match the thing, so if it's weird enough, like if you change the tempo or you like screw the audio or like do something to make it so that it won't find the match.
Yeah, I think it has to be like a certain amount of time, right?
And that too as
like
well.
Shazam. Have you ever?
But I think
used
it's
the
short,
Shazam
bro.
app?
I think it's only like 10 seconds or something. Like I think it's like that amount of time is quite short.
Have you ever seen
the hater silence?
Yeah.
This is a good comment from Free Speech. Maybe they joined the team. When you hear the haters be silent, there might be a reason for that. They might have joined.
Maybe
Just
they have
not
come
publicly.
over. Make radio great again.
So I'm seeing the price of Pulse, pardon me, the price of Pulse over on the Ethereum chain, 3.5 times SAC, 3.5 times base SAC, 00035. Let's go.
Let's go.
LFG, baby. Let's go. You guys know that I'm going to be conducting Twitter spaces where we just cheer the price on until someone thinks of something clever to say.
Is that the same as Is that the same as Rat Pulse?
That is Rat Pulse, yeah.
You're saying Rat Pulse at what?
Sorry. It's not. No. It's not the same as Wrapped Pulse over on the Pulse chain. This is the Wrapped Pulse on the ETH chain. And unfortunately, the naming is the same when it's wrapped because of the bridge and when it's wrapped to make it compatible with DeFi, but they're two different assets. So this is the bridged Pulse that is now on the Ethereum chain, paired in an LP with USDC, and the price according to this is 3.6. The SAC price.
That's
3.6x.
That's Wrapped Pulse on the Ethereum side.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that's probably a different address than like the Rat Pulse going into Pulse even.
Yes.
Because I was looking at the HEX thing that.
What do you mean by going into Pulse?
You went
like as in so this asset can be bridged back across, but all you're doing is you're like de-bridging it, like you're just taking it back.
Yeah, maybe
so
that
over
would
on
be...
ETH you've got Wrap Pulse. That is the bridged asset, and that's a synthetic representation of the Pulse chain asset, but over to be able to be traded and DeFi'd over on the Ethereum chain. And then over on Pulse, you've got the native PLS token, and then you've also got wrapped Pulse, which is what you see in all the pools, because it has to be wrapped to be able to interact with DeFi.
So is that going to be the same address on both chains?
No, they're different. And by the way, they're one-to-one as well. Like over on the one where you wrap and unwrap, like so over on Pulse chain, that shit is literally always one-to-one. There is no price chart because they are the same thing. It's literally just a contract, like it's a contract, like as in it's just wrapping it and unwrapping it. So it's the same asset. But it just makes it an ERC20. It makes it a PRC20.
They're different addresses.
Yeah, they are absolutely different. Absolutely.
There's so many.
Because one of them is an ERC20.
It's been taking me
over
like
on the. Sorry. Over on the Ethereum chain, it is an ERC20 token address. It's the synthetic from the bridge, and over on the other one, it's a PRC20 contract. That's to do with. They're two different. So they're both called wrapped, but they're different things.
Yeah, there's so many different addresses that you got to keep straight.
You got to be careful.
It's crazy.
Yes, that's true. So look, typically we tell people not to trust third-party shit. That's not Richard Hart, but Famous has got a website called HEX Direct, and in the top corner, there's in the very top right-hand corner, there's a link, there's a button you press that has all the contract addresses. So look, you could start there, get the address, and then go and at least that gives you an address that you can go and search on Twitter. You can search that contract address on Twitter and see if Richard Hart has tweeted that contract address. That's probably the best way to do it. Then you've got all the addresses in one spot. You don't have to go like scrolling through Richard Hart's tweets to find the official announcement or scrolling through pinned Telegram messages or whatever. You go on there, you get the address, you search Twitter, and then if Richard Hart has also tweeted that address, you know it's legit. Boom, easy.
Some comments in the chat. Steven, someone brought up Eric Wall. Is he really such a tool, or is he playing a much-needed part? I think he's playing.
I like Eric Wall.
Yeah, he likes you too, bro.
I defend him where possible.
After that Spaces we were in the other day that he jumped in, he was saying that he was a fan of Tangent.
Of mine?
Yeah, I was talking to him.
He's been in two of my Twitter spaces, and like I've just always got a vibe from him like he's not trying to. So he's either actively trolling for humor, for comic purpose, or he's actually saying something that he genuinely believes. I don't think he ever says things that are deliberately malicious. Like I don't think he is lying to manipulate. That is a category of things I do not think he does.
Did he talk in your Twitter space?
Yeah. He came up as a speaker both times.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
And actually gave props, like wasn't hating. Said that he was happy that we can finally have a chain that we can, play our hex on and blah 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 blah. So he's what he does is he plays up to whoever's stream or spaces or whatever podcast he's on. So when he's on Peter McCormick, he knows Peter McCormick's a hater, so he's going to play up to the hate. If he's on, Tangent Spaces, he's going to, give props and give respect where respect is due to Tangent and the community on Spaces. Like, he's going to do that. He said it publicly too before, like, where when hexagons get too amped up, he tries to knock them down. When people are hating too much on him, he'll like build them up and put on his hex laser eyes on his profile picture and stuff like that. So like he just tries to play the middle ground and knock people down when they get too amped up, and then lift people up when they get
bringing natural balance to the universe. Like 100%. You guys are a little bit too hype. I'm going to knock you down a peg. These guys need a little bit of help right now. I'm going to, That's
We're talking about your favorite person in the world, Brisology.
Have they got beef?
Last night on the stream, he came up and Briz was just hating, hate, like just filled with hate for Eric Wall. Fuck that, Eric's a loser. See, but I mean, everyone can have their own opinion. That's totally fine, right?
Did anyone catch? I thought Kareem was talking to Eric Wall in the Spaces for quite a while.
I don't know. I didn't see that. When was that? Recently?
That was a few days ago. I just heard about it. I didn't catch it. I was hoping someone had a brief rundown. Pretty sure they were going at it pretty good.
There are so many cool comments. I'm trying to feature all of them that are good. But I'm keen. There was some comments about the bridge saying, I think Hexy Babe said, this is a great problem to have. Like when people have got, I think typically the generic comment is first world problems, right? It's like a problem that most people in the world would love to have. Like, I don't have enough space to park my cars, which is actually a problem that I have. My parents kindly let me park cars at their house. But so it is a problem, but it's a problem that most people would be like, dude,
you're complaining about this.
That's a sick problem. Like, do not complain about that shit. So, the clogged bridge comes under that category, right? Look, famous rapper said, more money, more problems. Like that's a Jay-Z thing, right? Like more money, more problems.
Biggie.
Diddy.
Your boy Diddy. Biggie.
Oh, sorry, it was Biggie. It was a Biggie.
Biggie and Diddy. It's a Diddy's Biggie smells Diddy song.
Yep.
So, I mean, look, I'm sure Jay-Z said something similar at some point, right? He's got a lot of like prophetic wisdom in his tunes. And the point is, actually Jay-Z's was 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one, right? So same. Like, so,
Crypto Gains Club was saying, did you see the Bitcoin Rat Pulse pair on Dex Screener Tangent?
Wait, that surprised me actually. So I was of the assumption, I was working under the financial theory that all pegged assets would go to zero on the new chain, right? And then it appeared that wrapped Bitcoin was one of the so there was a wrapped Bitcoin. I can't see it at the moment, but it was like, oh, maybe it rugged. I can't see it anymore, but maybe I'm just missing it. But I did see it. So what was the actual question?
Did you see the pair on Dex Screener?
Early on, I did, yes, and it surprised me.
Richard Hart says that financial institutions are already in crypto, but are they yet to enter the Pulse ecosystem? That may be another surge push in another 3 to 6 months? Question mark.
Found it. So it's down at number 29 now. So look, it's going the direction that I expected. It just took longer than I thought. So it's like, it's worth $29. So i.e. that's what, a 1,000th of like the actual price. So it's already down to 1/1000th of what it would have been worth on the other chain because it's not backed, and it'll continue to go to zero. Like it'll continue to head towards zero, being an unbacked. If your use case is being pegged to another asset, being off that peg for any extended duration of time is effectively death to your asset. Even on the chain where you claim it is backed, let alone on the chain where it's not backed. So mirrored stables, mirrored pegged assets like WBTC, they're all going to zero. In my opinion, not financial advice, whatever. But it's pretty obvious.
Hexiest man in the world, what's up, buddy? Got a bunch of people here in chat. People are waking up, jumping on.
Sick.
We're at 9 o'clock East Coast time.
We've got one more
DC,
hour.
Miami. Bitcoin conference people are probably waking up right now, depending on how hard they partied last night. If you went out with Kareem, you're probably still up like Toby.
Yeah.
Fake Bitcoin contracts on Dex Screener.
Actually,
Yeah. So
I was hoping to hear more stories from the people who were like in Miami and just,
like checking in.
Have any Bitcoiners needed a little slap across the face yet? Has there been any like verbal altercations? How has everything been received? I think the HEX commentary that I've heard so far about the Bitcoin conference was actually very positive and favorable, and there was no oh, F these guys. They were like, it's actually really good. It shows us what we can aspire to in terms of scale and production quality, and like how much time and effort has gone into it in terms of how good it is and the speakers and stuff like that. So I think, and by the way, I was joking about the slap. We all know that we use close fists in the PulseChain community. No. I'm joking.
Dude, so my son is 3 years old and he loves to wrestle and fight, and he can throw a crazy punch, man. But sometimes he'll come up and just open hand slap the hell out of you, and you're just like, oh, my back, it hurts so bad. He leaves like a little handprint on your back. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Close fist, man. Come up and punch me all you want, but do not slap me. It hurts so bad.
Yes.
So I just
a slap with a good connect is
man,
has some serious sting.
And he'll just get you like when you're not expecting it. Like you'll just be like sitting on the couch watching TV, and then he'll come up from behind the couch and just go wham, like right on your back, even with a shirt on. It's like, God, bro, come on, man. I just hit up Corey the investor. I know he's down there. Asked if he wanted to jump on and talk about the conference for a little bit. These guys are probably still sleeping though, man, because I was in New York with Corey a couple weeks ago, and dude, Corey the investor just does things different, right? Like, so we all went out, and it was Marco, myself, and Corey, and a couple of the Mintra guys, Rogers and PJ. They are the coolest dudes ever, man. Whenever you come to the States, you have to make sure that you catch up with Rogers and PJ. They're just the most fun guys. They're funny AF. They like to have a good time, and there's just no fucks given, right? They'll go all night. So after Eric Wall's party, we met up with them and went out to dinner, had a really nice steak dinner. And then Corey lives in New York, and he was like, or no, Jersey, somewhere out there. But he was like, hey, let's go to these spots that I know. So we went to a couple bars that we knew, and there was like a line, out the wazoo. And we're sitting there, and Corey just walks up to the guy, and he's like, hey, we're not waiting in this line. Get me a table. Let's get right in. And bloop, went right up, got a table. And then we shut the bar down that night, man. So when Corey goes out, Corey does not play,
Wait,
dude. Yeah.
Was this just reputational or a bribe, or it was just confidence?
Yeah, no, he just kind of walked
in
up.
your perception, how did he pull that off?
He was like, hey, we're getting a table. We want a table. We're not going to wait in line because we're going to spend all this money on a table in New York City. So go get us a table. And they were like, cool. Yep. Come right through. And they had a table set and ready for us, and just literally walked right up, brought bottles out.
Sick.
So and that was just
NYC
on a random,
as well.
just on a random Friday night. So if he's in Miami for the Bitcoin conference, and I mean, that's how Oh, I think DCC just posted something. Do you have the ability to pull stuff up on Twitter?
Yeah,
Go
I
to
do. Sorry, I'm
DCC's.
so far behind, but I'll just go straight to the end.
Yeah, go to
Wow.
no on what you call
sorry, I see what you're saying.
On Twitter. On Twitter, dollar cost. Where is it?
What am I doing here? Cancel. And
Where's
then we're gonna go to
cost?
Twitter. PulseChain Crypto. Yep.
Yeah, he had table service last night. PulseChain is live. Bottles.
So you want me to share this Twitter?
Yeah, there's a video.
There's photos and videos and stuff. Yeah, cool. I'll do this.
Should be a video. At least then we can see who was out partying until 8 in the morning this morning.
Yes,
like
they're self-snitching. Here we go. Oh, and we've got RH Maximalist here.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, there he is. Yeah, he's down in Miami. What's up, brother?
Hey, doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, doing well. You having fun?
Yeah, man. I not quite partying hard as everyone else, I don't think, but definitely hanging out for dinner and otherwise.
Oh my God.
Having a good time.
Dude, that's sick.
RG and Eric.
That's Eric Wall, right?
I saw that yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Sick. That's
cool,
BitBoy and Dollar Cost Crypto and Gary. And then one of these is a video. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear sound, but
oh yeah, loud and clear.
Bottle service, baby.
Should we maybe turn
copyright?
Should we turn the volume down to not get a copyright strike?
Oh, copyright.
Hey, sorry, I was trying to talk over it a little bit just so the music wouldn't hit a copyright.
Wait, did I see they're doing an X for PulseX here?
We can assume so.
We can assume so.
Let's just assume that that's what it is.
Let's go.
Yeah, these guys know how to
party.
party.
Incentive token. I don't know. Incentive token's kind of doing pretty good right now. Everyone's excited about that.
Heck yeah.
Hey, someone asked about the fees, and so much is going on in PulseChain that I forgot. Where do we even go to look to see how the fees of Pulse are doing?
PLSburn.com.
Is that on there, is it?
Should be. I mean, the amount of stuff being burned for PLS and PLSX is on there.
Oh, you are right. Yes, you are right. So normally for me, the way I check is I actually go and do it. I go and launch into the transfer, like the transaction that I want to do. And I look, and then I'm just like, yes or no. Is how I check the fees, is I actually go to transact. But you're right, that in here, we've got gas prices.
So to send,
someone asked when are the fees going to come down? If you look at them in dollar terms, they're already cheap, but they should actually come down even lower once the retards stop like throwing ice cubes at the sun.
It's quite an analogy.
It's like 2,000 to 3,000 pulse or something to do a swap. I don't know how much it trans.
Yeah, there's a PulseX swap 2.5K.
The general answer is, why does anyone want them to go down? I mean, I get the cheap fees, most common denominator, but people are using the network. So,
I think this question comes from people who are in the situation where they either only stack for PulseX or they've bridged assets over and they've got restricted amount of Pulse.
Yeah. Yeah, I get
they might have used all their Pulse already on some other thing, and then now they've got bridged assets arriving or something. It's just
I think this is a very short-term problem though, because eventually they're going to be able to get a lot of Pulse. So everyone talking about it right now. It's just we just launched. I mean, it's just you wait a few weeks or so, everything's going to be much different. Hopefully not too different though, because I'm telling you, if you're a validator, use my script or David Feeders or Gammas or Dip Slayers or any of the ones out there, and you're making some more fees than you normally would think you were making right now, because people are using the network. It's not a ghost chain. That's the most amazing thing about launch is wow. And we haven't even launched all the other community projects yet. It's pretty cool.
Oh, by the way, I also noticed when the viewer count was 420 and I wanted to highlight it, but someone else was talking at the time. And so I didn't want to interrupt, but I swear I noticed when it was 420 and I was like, oh, 420.
Highlight it.
So this must have been, these are old comments because we're over 100 mil now.
Yeah, this is,
So
and we burned 1.1 on the supply. Just a suggestion, real quick tangent, just a suggestion. Since Tupacavelli has his like picture up, maybe switch him and Max so we can see Max when he's talking. If
sorry. I'll go back. We don't need this. We don't need
there he
this
goes.
I'll remove that. We'll go like this.
So I had a couple questions
Sorry about that.
for Max here. How is the conference going? What is your opinion so far of the Bitcoin conference?
It's been a great time. It really has. I mean, yesterday was the first day I went, and I mean, funny enough, I gave my QR code. I was trying to get in. They're like, "Oh, someone's already checked in." I'm like, "Well, it wasn't me." And then I'm wearing a Hex.com shirt too, so I'm like, conspiracy going a little crazy right now. And I'm like, well, it's not me. I've never checked in. I've never used the app. Never did any of that. They're like, okay, go to help desk and maybe they can help you. I went over there and they gave me a wristband immediately, but I was like, whoa, what was going on? That was like a weird friction. So once I got in, then yeah, it was awesome. I literally walked around. As soon as I walked in, even the security guard was like, oh, Hex.com. And then I went in, talked to some people, came across Crypto Man Ran, saw BitBoy while I was there. Everyone who said anything, all positive interactions. I was actually surprised. No confrontation, no like, oh, haha, Hex or something like, oh, you're down. Like none of that. It was like everything was positive. Had one developer that just said, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? I staked back in 2020. I bought Hex in 2020. I staked for like, I think a year. I haven't checked it for a long time. I was like, oh no.
Oh no.
I was like, I hate to tell you, but I think you're bleeding out. I don't know if you know what that means, but I think you're bleeding out. Please check that as soon as you can. And he happened to be, one of those guys. He's like, tell me about Richard Hart. Tell me all this stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's the right person. Let's talk about it. And he happened to be a dev in the VC group. And he was looking for projects to invest in and put in their fund and stuff. And he was like, I said, hey, hit me up on Telegram. And he's like, yeah, please tell me what are some good projects in the community. We want to, invest in this stuff. And I'm, wow, that was a really cool interaction too. So
that's awesome, man.
Seeing people at the conference, got to see RFK. He was like, he really turned it up a notch with Bitcoin. He was like super pro Bitcoin, very impressed with him. No matter how you feel about the political divide, it's like, that guy said a lot of really cool things during this talk. And then, Saylor was there promoting Hex, of course. And it was great. And then we went out to dinner, and the rest is history from there. But and the conference has been great. It's very well put together, very friendly, very plenty of stuff going on, and it was fun. It's been a fun time.
Yeah, I'm not a Democrat, but I would vote for Kennedy. He's a stud, man. He gets it. He's saying all the right things. He's not part of the system. At least you would think that he's not. Like, I mean, the system murked his uncle for trying to speak up against the Fed and trying to do all sorts of stuff. So it's going to be tough, and it's going to be interesting to see him and Trump, and then the whole Trump DeSantis thing, whatever. I don't want to get too much into politics, but the next year and a half is going to be very, very, very interesting on that front. I could see Kennedy making moves, man, making moves. So that's cool. I didn't know that he was going to be there. That's awesome. It was so smart for Maddie to put together this meetup for everybody to be down at the Bitcoin just for stories like that, where 1,000,000%. Hex can just show out, right? So when you're sitting there and you're just walking through with a Hex.com shirt, and then you've got devs walking up to you like, hey, I did a stake, I had this in there, what can I get into? Oh, you know what? It's funny. PulseChain just launched. PulseX just launched. We have all of these things in our ecosystem that are going to do so well, and right now is the ground floor. And if you were willing to take a chance on Hex back in 2020, you're probably willing to take a chance on Pulse after seeing Hex do a 10,000x.
Dude,
that's cool.
He was great. He was like, I'm here to make a dent in the world. I don't care about price and all that stuff. And he's like, I just everything. I heard Richard talk. I love what he had to say, and he was really impressed. And I was like, yeah, well, you get a copy of your Hex right now on PulseChain too. And he was super into it. So I think, and there's all kinds of inroads to make. And yeah, it's not this holy war thing that you think sometimes. I went into it. I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. And then I was pleasantly surprised. So it was a very cool experience. I want to show everyone the shirt I wore too. Hex.com. Not trying to be a thousandaire.
That is amazing.
Yeah. So that was a fun one, and I think I think people liked it. They liked that aspect of it too.
That's super cool, man.
Yeah,
super,
man, that's
super
sick.
cool. And are there just hexagons everywhere? Like as you're going in and out of the different talks and this and that, you see in hexagons just showing out in the place?
Every once in a while, it is. We keep saying it because it'll be like little subgroups. There'll be a few people here and there, and we're like trying to coordinate, but nobody's looking at Twitter, nobody's looking at Telegram. So it was a little bit frustrating yesterday because we're like, we want to meet up with people, but I feel like we need one of those LEDs, like hexagon lights, like, hey, hexagon locator, and it just like beams up, like, oh, they're there. Oh, look there. It's so hard to coordinate.
Doesn't Snapchat do that creepy shit where you can see where people are?
Yeah.
Maybe
Snapchat does, yeah.
In Pokemon Go,
you can turn it off. I think I have mine turned off, but yeah, you can definitely see people.
Yeah, I think we definitely stand out. I'll say that. The ones I've seen around the conference, especially the shirts. I mean, shout out to Maddie on the Bitcoin Hex shirts too, which brings up so much nostalgia, as well as makes complete sense at a Bitcoin conference to have Bitcoin Hex there. I think we definitely stand out. And when I talked to Crypto Man Rand too, he was like, I like your shirt. I mean, then I was like, oh, when's the stream? Friday or Monday? He's like, I don't know. So that was pretty fun too.
A criticism that Tone Vase always used to have about Ripple was he'd be like, when I'm on Twitter, these bots, these people, these enthusiasts are like all over, like spamming my comments and all over Twitter. But then whenever I go out in public to a fucking crypto conference, I never see a hat with their logo. I never see a t-shirt. I never see anyone talking about it. Their community in real life, it's like it doesn't exist. And it makes me believe that it's a bot army that's doing all this shit. Hex is the opposite of that shit.
IRL.
It's the fucking opposite. There's more IRL people in it than any other crypto community.
Yeah, and it's the cool thing too, man. Like meeting some of these bigger name influencers and out in the real world. So I say this all the time. Twitter is not real life, right? Like everyone thinks that like Twitter is real life, the end all be all, how everything is, and it's just not that way. So when you get out into the real world in real life and you start meeting these guys, and you're taking pictures and they're shaking hands and their energy is high, they understand we're all in this for the same reason. Right. But it makes no sense. Yeah, there can be fighting and arguments all over Twitter, but in real life, when people get together, it's like, hey, we're all here for the same thing, and we need to stick together, and we need to put our time and energy into this. But it's cool, man. It's cool. Did you get to meet Eric Wall?
I seen him at the talk, but I didn't get to say hi. It was funny. I was wondering if there was going to be any heckling going on for anyone, and I know a lot of hexagons showed up for him, but there's been a lot. I think. What funding, Jim? What was it? I think there's been a lot of, I've said forever, I think Eric's a secret hexagon. I think one of these days he's going to come out and be like, all right, everyone, the joke's on. I don't know who the joke's on, but it was all a joke. It's all great now.
I don't think he's going to, man. That's part of the role he plays. It's like his persona, the virgin, nerdy computer guy, the antagonist. I think that he plays that role so well, and hexagons get so triggered. And I was one of them for a long time until I got to actually know the guy. And then I just realized the level of genius that he is.
He's definitely he's next level. I'll say that. Just I mean, again, I haven't met him, but just seeing his interaction, seeing all the stuff he's been into. If you get on stage and debate with Richard, no matter how it goes, I think Eric is an asset to us one way or another. I'll say that.
Absolutely.
Giga troll.
I mean, when he comes into my spaces and speaks, the viewer count of the space jumps up by like hundreds of people.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't care if you think like positively or negatively of him. That's beneficial to us. So
one thing that we have to remember is he said it in an interview, or maybe it was the Highest Stakes interview that he did with Richard, but he said that at the beginning, when Richard wanted him to interview him, he wanted him to come. He wanted Eric to come at him, and he wanted Eric to try to savage him in the project or whatever. From the very beginning, Richard wanted Eric to do exactly what he's doing right now, and he has maintained and stayed in that role ever since. So I there's so much information out there now. I don't want to spend all morning talking about them, but whatever. What are your plans for today? Do you have anything lined up? Is there someone you really want to see speak? Is there anything specifically going on with Hexicans?
I was really looking forward to seeing or even meeting Adam back as well. I mean, being that level person. I think he is. I'm not sure when he's on today. I mean, that'd be somebody nice to see. Also may get out of the city a little bit as well and kind of meet up for dinner later. I was thinking about that. I don't know. I don't like cities too. I really like to not venture out a little bit and see what's going on there too, and then come back a little bit later on. But yeah, I think there's definitely every night there's been meetups throughout the day, and then during the night parties and dinner and stuff. And that's been the coolest part. I'll say about dinner last night. Getting to hang out with Westcott. And Finding Jim was there, DCC, shaking DCC's hand in person, like all that stuff is, can't, I mean, those are things you can't get unless you come in real life and be together and just really have those conversations that, you may not want to have on stream, or it's just hard to have or otherwise, or may not even ever happen because you never, put all those people together. So, I mean, there's local Miami people that came out last night. People are DMing me like, hey, what's going on, where are you guys at, and all that stuff. And it was really cool to see even the local people come here. So maybe that even creates some kind of amps up their local group, because I think the local meetups, especially in Seattle and stuff, where we try to do it like once a month or as much as we can. It really helps people see there's real people out there being affected in a positive way by the greatest DeFi ecosystem on earth. And that's I think that's really cool that we can kind of get people wrapped, meeting other people and just promoting that type of stuff too. So the local people have been awesome here the whole time too.
Okay, so Adam Beck is speaking at 4:35 to 5 o'clock at the Nakamoto stage, the main stage today. So at 4:30, basically 4:30 to 5, he'll be speaking.
I might try to catch that one. That's
and Jack Mullers.
He's pretty smart guy.
Yeah, dude.
Very cool, man. Super, super cool. That's awesome. Has there been, now you were in Vegas in September, weren't you?
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah. So is there anyone that you met? I guess Westcott, is that guy fun to just hang out with or what?
Oh yeah. Dude, he's
his
awesome.
energy is just next level, isn't it?
Dude, he is. Yeah, we already have some future collaborations. We got a current one going on right now that we shot some footage for yesterday, actually, while we were outside at dinner. And we got some other stuff going. And I heard, you've been working with him a little bit too. You might have showed me. All that stuff. So.
That's good. Did you hear the song? I told everyone. I didn't tell it.
Dude, it's legit. I mean, I was like, man, I didn't know. I know you had bars, Freddie, but man, that was nice.
I can sing, yeah, man. My passion for music came from my church choir and starting to play the piano when I was 3 years old. So,
nice.
My music background started with singing. So, I on stream last night, I told people it was an NSYNC song. I just haven't told him which one. I didn't know if he wanted to release all that yet, but I'm
gonna actually. Whenever you guys want to release it, it was amazing. Yeah. Both of you killed it.
Dude, I'm telling you, every time I listen to it, I just burst out laughing. It's so funny. I can't really take it serious because I know it's like a joke, but it's awesome. So, we were hoping to have a video done, but it was what we wanted done was a little too much. So we're just gonna go do something else and shoot some video. I'm up at the beach this weekend myself, so I'm gonna go out on the beach and like walk down the beach and do like some boy band stuff. I think it's going to be pretty funny for the video.
That's awesome. No, I love it. I love, I mean, he's been, when people are making content, I mean, and then I came across his stuff maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and I was like, I can't believe people are making stuff like this. Like, this is,
it's good,
what other
man.
communities really doing it. It's amazing. Like,
dude, and that's why we have the best community in all of crypto. Nobody does what we do on any level. Nobody's even close, not even Bitcoin. Bitcoiners aren't doing what we're doing. Like it's just a matter of time, man. It's just a matter of time before we take that top seat.
Yeah. I mean, when you're watching videos in your kitchen in the morning, just like can't stop laughing and smiling because the content and the lyrics and everything are so good, and you get it. I mean, it's not like it's going to stop coming anytime. I mean, you guys are producing music. Yeah, and I think it's really special. It really is. There's, like you said, no other crypto community has anything on us on the music territory, on the tech territory, on the prize performance territory. I mean, we're dominating.
On the streamers, on the education,
Streamers,
everything across the board.
nothing.
Yep. Like, so someone was saying last night on the stream how the education that Hexikins give and the alpha that Hexikins give for free on YouTube and on Twitter Spaces and on all this other stuff, we are educating people on crypto. We aren't just telling them, oh, come in and buy our Bitcoin, or come in and do this, come in and do that. We are educating people on what can get them scammed, what can get them wrecked, how not to get wrecked, what to do to get extra yield, how to maximize your gains. You know, just the education on TShares alone is next level. But then now you start getting into, now our streamers are encouraging other people to stream. Well, they always have, but it just grows by a multiple. Like once, okay, so you have 2 people in, and then those 2 people get 2 people in, and then those people get 2 people in, and then just like amplifies and grows and grows and grows and grows. Like it, with the alpha that we give in our community, there's nobody else.
Mycelium.
What do you say?
Don't risk someone clipping that and being like, "See, crypto's a Ponzi, like pyramid scheme." You know that episode of The Office, the American Office, where he draws the thing and he's like, "Look, this is how we do it, right? I'm going to get you guys in, and then if each of you get 2 people in, and then that dude just gets up and just draws the triangle around the thing and makes it like a pyramid scheme." Like, look, like that is how adoption works, but when you say it like that, it definitely makes it sound like a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, but it's like, but no, just not so much of them buying, but being inspired by other streamers to come in and stream themselves. And then, I mean, like, look at the proof of this is that we constantly have brand new streamers coming in and adding value to the community, right? First it was the Hexos and RGs, and then who was the next level? The Tangents, and then you had the RH Maximalists come in, and the Corys come in, and now you have the Bens coming in. It's just awesome to see new layers constantly building on this ecosystem and community that we have, man. It's really awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I would have started streaming earlier too. It was, I mean, everyone knows. I think a lot of people know my story. I've been following Richard since 2017, but I've never interacted with the community until like last year. And I was like, you know what? Richard says you should have utility. Maybe I should. I feel like I have some skills. I have some stuff I can share. It's a win-win. You know, I get to talk and interview people. I get to learn more. I get to scale that by showing other people and having conversations. And it's aspirational, motivational. That's the funny thing about it is like, if you're still out there, if you're looking for, if you need to see someone do it, like some people need that. They need to see other people do something, be successful. You know, to even wrap their head around what it takes to do it. And it's not that hard. I mean, if you're out there wondering if you want to be a streamer, create content, create scripts. I mean, there's a lot of people doing nerdy stuff, like helping people be validators and otherwise. If you want to do that, you can. There's plenty of examples of people doing it. And, you know, you have utility, you'll be rewarded. Like, that's just how it works.
That's another thing too, and it's important, like what you just did is the call to action. So I was in sales for 20 years, and if you don't ask for the sale, you're probably not going to get it. So all of the people on, I'll do it right now. Like if there's anyone out there who's on the edge or doesn't know quite what they want to do, maybe it's just a stream like this that they listen in and they hear someone say, hey, look, why don't you try this? There's people in your circle that you know, and maybe you speak differently to other people. Like Tangent and I have a stream where we literally get on and blaze. Like, okay, that's not going to speak to everybody, but there is probably a corner of the internet that loves to hear that type of content. And we do. I see people in our Steak and Bake streams that I don't see in other streams. And vice versa. There's people on Hexo streams that aren't probably going to watch a Steak and Bake stream or coffee streams or RH Max streams. So
getting dug with high,
dude. So I have a great story about that. Tangent, do you know who Getting Dug with High is? He's like a comedian that does a podcast where he just has people on and they just smoke and blaze, right? On the 311 cruise a couple years ago, he was the comedian on the cruise, and he literally just walked around the boat the entire time, just smoking with everybody on the boat, and it was awesome. If you don't know who he is, you probably don't care or whatever, but yeah, getting dug with high is cool. But the call to action is like, you know, it's important when we're doing these streams to remind people, hey, it can be tough to put your face on camera at first. And if you don't want to put your face on camera, there's other things that you can do, like you said, writing scripts, stuff like that. But it's easy. Just, you know, if you're thinking about doing something like this, hit up one of the people who are already doing it and ask them if they will come on your stream. And I'm sure they will. Everyone in the community wants to help everybody. Don't be afraid to start, because you will have a message that will be received by somebody that one of the original or current streamers might not get across. So if our community is going to continue to grow, we need the people like the RH Maxes and the Corys and the Bens and everyone else coming up and rocking out.
Yo, it was really cool go ahead.
How the shit did this person put all the logos of our coins in the comment?
That is cool.
Fuck? That's cool. I mean, that's on Twitch. So maybe maybe it can't be
Twitch.
Maybe it can be done over there where you can just like create your own custom. That's not. I've never seen that shit. That's nuts.
Yeah.
So Agenda 69. If you want to write a little tutorial on Twitter on how people can do that shit, we can go around bombing rather than little pictures of rocket ships. We can just be like, boom. We put the real rocket ships in the emojis. You know?
They forgot incentive token though.
Were you gonna?
I think they're trying to replicate. Have you seen this before, where they put those two and then they put the X so it all fits together?
That's cool.
I think they're trying to replicate that.
Yes. No, beautiful.
That is actually really cool. Agenda 69. That's awesome.
Just one more note on new streamers too. I think it's so funny. Last night, Westcott actually says like, yeah, I first saw you on Wells Only that one time, and I was like, that was like when he had me on, you know, before I even had my channel. That was like a turning point too. I was like, wow, you know, just so if you have a channel, having new people on, or you going on their channel, like people ask me all the time, I have new channels, you want to come on sometime? Yeah, of course. Because as long as you're producing good content and you have good intentions, all the stuff like that, I think supporting people and letting them grow, that only makes the community stronger. And that's really important. And I try to go out of my way to do that too. And I hope everyone else is like setting some time aside for that, because I think it's so important for us to grow in that direction. Because that helped me a lot too.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's such a special thing that we're involved in here, and I think there is a greater purpose too. Like everything happens for a reason. It's I really do think that this community is going to make huge change in the world, not just in crypto, but we've been given the opportunity to help so many people. The fastest way to accomplish your goals is by helping other people accomplish theirs. And we are now helping so many people. Imagine in this next bull run when all the squids and turtles have the stacks that the dolphins and sharks had in the last bull run. You know, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of more people now with the economic energy to be able to go out and do good with their time and do what they want with their time. They don't have to rely on that 9 to 5. They don't have to rely on this other stuff. So it just starts to multiply. And that's what I was talking about a second ago. And I know it sounds like a pyramid scheme really, but I mean, when you start to see the multiples come through where one person can spark change in 2 people, and then each of those people could spark change in another person, you really just start to see things happen very, very quickly.
And just the narrative too that's been, you know, PulseChain's a week old. Congrats everyone. However, I think so. Yeah, today's
exactly sort of thing. Tonight was it launched?
It was last night,
actually,
about 12 hours ago.
Yeah, about 12 hours. Yeah.
Yep.
But everyone's like, oh, you know, bridge down, or like, what's going on? You know, I think Coffee did a video on like, did PulseChain fail? You know, stuff like that, just to get people kind of informed about it. But it's okay. So think about if you were billionaire genius founder and you wanted to create the most FOMO ever for a product that is designed, you know, in all these amazing ways that we know about, wouldn't you want there to be this line out to the moon to get into it. Like, not saying this, none of it's intentional. I'm not saying that, but I'm just thinking, hey, maybe it's a good thing, and maybe everything's working the way it's supposed to be. Maybe it's supposed to be this way. You know, it's like everyone out there, if you're worried about, oh, this tech's not working, or it's too slow, or we can't handle the load or whatever, it's the first week, everyone. It's the first week. And would you rather, would you rather have really low fees and everyone get their transactions through and the bridge goes through and everyone can buy whenever they want? Or do you want people to have a reason to hang on, stay with it, be excited about it for a longer periods of time, delay their gratification, so when they do get in, they're like, wow, I earned it. I want to stay in. This is valuable to me because I put all the time and effort and energy, and I feel special because I'm one of the few people, all that stuff. All those sales you hit a minute ago, all those stuff attract people to a product that is the best, and we just happen to have the best salesman in the industry as well.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's awesome, man. I feel like a lot of people in the community have been in sales, right? There's a lot of military, there's a lot of sales, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of gamblers, which is, type A personalities that aren't afraid to, jump up and take something when they want it. So that's super cool too.
For sure.
Tangent, were you going to say something?
Actually, a general comment is like, there are questions in the chat that I'm not trying to ignore your questions, but I find that if other people are talking, I don't want to bring questions up that we can't answer, or it's going to disrupt the flow of the conversation. So, but yeah, there's good questions in the chat. There was one that was actually a super chat, which I felt bad about because it was actually for someone who's not on the stream anymore. So I apologize about that I didn't see it in time. Here's another one here. It's a thank you to RH Max for the t-shirt.
Yeah, I gave out a bunch of t-shirts. The one I'm wearing, PulseChain, the big pump metal one. You'll probably see people wearing them, I imagine. Maybe hopefully take the pictures. Tag me in them if you do, because I always like to see people wearing them. A couple RH Max shirts, and there's like a third HEX anniversary shirt I made for the local meetup group. So basically, my whole luggage was full of all these t-shirts. So I was like, guys, I'm not taking them back. Please take t-shirts for your friends, family, whatever. I ain't got any room to take them back. So that was fun yesterday too.
Finn wanted to show off his HEX shirt.
Nice.
He walked up, man, and he said, "PulseChain." So close enough.
Or the way Ivan says it, PulseChain.
Pulse. I need my pulse.
Yes. PulseChain.
Pulse.
Ready for PulseChain.
Pulse. He's just always yelling. I love it. He's super pumped for Pulse.
Speaking of that, what he said, he said good morning. He said good morning today. So does that mean streams happening today? What do you guys think?
He's got something for us, man. I do like how every day there's something else. You're talking about Richard, right?
So Ivan tweeted good morning, and then Richard tweeted back at him, good morning, sir, or something like that.
I heard he's on Rand, though.
Well, my vote was with Ivan when they did that poll of like, who do you think Richard will stream first with?
But I thought he was already scheduled.
Hoping and predicting Ivan, and then I think all this one that he's going on banter was like fake news. They only do that every Friday, so it's at least another week away.
Oh my goodness!
I thought they did every day. Didn't they stream every day?
But no, but the one where like that they call it banter, where they actually bring like randos on.
You don't think they do a special edition for?
Yeah, I was gonna say they.
I mean, they absolutely would. They absolutely would. If Richard said he's ready to go, then the only response would be how high. No, it'd be LFG would be the response.
Well, I think and I trust Maddie too. And maybe hold on one second. I trust Maddie, and Maddie's the one who broke that. So unless he was just given bad information by the Rand crew, then maybe I think he'll stream. I think we'll see a Richard stream by Monday at the latest.
Hey, if the chart keeps moving the way it's moving, he doesn't have to stream at all. I could care less.
Yeah, it's been since January, right? Since we've been live. I want to see humble. I want to see humble Richard or humble outrage or like I don't know. I just want to see him. I want to hear him talk. I want to see his whole nature. If it's changed, how's it changed? I'm so curious to see.
FinDog has grown out his mullet. So we have some friends and they have a bunch of kids Finn's age and they're all like super into hockey and they're growing out their mullets. So Finn wanted to grow out his mullet. So he is growing his mullet.
Nice. Guys, I got to run in a few minutes, but yeah, is there any questions in the chat, or you guys want to do anything else?
Yeah, Tangent, you said there were some questions, right? What questions did you see? Hex baby.
I've lost them now.
How is it possible that EHEX and PHEX can both...
if you had a question in the chat and we didn't answer it yet, then now's your chance. Like re-smash that shit. Like put it in and we'll take questions.
There's one here. How is it possible that EHEX and PHEX can both live on PulseChain? This means there are 3 hexes, hex on ETH,
like
EHEX
as in
and
it is
PHEX
possible.
on
It doesn't mean
PulseChain.
there are 3. One is the synthetic version. So because remember that when you bridge assets, you're not creating any new asset. You're literally you're minting a synthetic that represents the token that is locked in the bridge. So technically, if you trust the bridge, then it is redeemable for the asset on the original chain. So it just allows you to have something that you can trade or use in your DeFi protocols that's actually a representation of something that only has value back on its original chain. So it does not mean there are 3 hexes. There's only 2. But
another question,
as in, yeah, sorry.
No, I was going to say another question I'm seeing is a lot. I've seen this all through chats and spaces this week. Can you stake EHEX on PulseChain? I've seen that everywhere.
No, you absolutely cannot do that.
Yeah.
The HEX contract will only recognize the native version because of what I just said. It's a synthetic. So the answer to that is absolutely not. And you wouldn't want to anyway. Like as in you wouldn't want that to be a capability. That's not something that you actually want.
So I guess the only thing
you want it to be only stakeable on its own native chain.
Right. Only thing
otherwise the accounting gets real fucking messy.
Yeah.
Like imagine just don't even try and imagine. You'll hurt your fucking brain. Like it's next question. Has Pulse fixed the S load? KDP said no. KDP said no, but that doesn't stop them from being able to do it later. So in her chats with the devs, so this is already starting to get Chinese whispers shit here, where I'm telling you something that was said to me by something that was said to someone else, that's someone that works for the actual guy who runs the project or that founded the project. But having said that, apparently the thing that's keeping fees cheap on the PulseChain network at the moment is purely just the lower load and lower price for the actual native token, not the fixing of the S load. And but they can tweak that parameter, and various other parameters can be adjusted at a later stage. So when the fees start to ramp up, they could maybe do a fork or something.
Here's another one real quick. We're just kind of doing rapid fire. Where can you buy PHEX wrapped on Ethereum now?
Uniswap.
And can you get that to PulseChain without using the bridge?
No. That's the whole point of the bridge, right? Is to move assets
get it over
from one side to the other. Let me just double check that answer. When I said Uniswap, I know that there is. I mean, assuming that people have created liquidity pairs anywhere where there is a liquidity pair, so you could use an aggregator like DeFi Llama's DEX aggregator, or you could use something like CowSwap, or actually, sorry, CowSwap's not an aggregator, or maybe it is. Yeah, it is. It is. But with these aggregators, it depends if they happen within the set of DEXs that they aggregate, whether the one that has created the LP is included or not. So you would I think the way you generally do it to find out, once CoinGecko lists, shit, they probably won't. They probably won't list the synths. DEX Screener. Go on DEX Screener, search the asset that you want and find, and you can filter by chain. So search HEX on Ethereum, and it should come up with the P HEX. It should be there, but it might just be called HEX.
A couple questions for Max.
I'll do it right now.
Max, how much do you bench?
Let's start bench. I don't bench that much anymore, but I can bench around
a couple 45s
around my own weight. I'll say that. I used to be able to.
That's good. And Max, do you have a tutorial on how to set up a node? All I need it for is to query the blockchain.
Oh. Well, I mean, at Validator, you're running your node, so I have guidance and scripts to set up a validator, which you can use. And actually, I have guidance on the wiki to use it as RBC, expose it locally as RBC to run your own transactions. So there's that. If you just, but
and that's on your YouTube.
Well, there's a link. Let's see if I can share it. I'll put the link in the chat.
Show the link.
Yeah.
Yo, I checked it. I couldn't find P HEX in the Ethereum deck on Deck Screener. Can you even bridge that across? Like, I haven't looked to see because I'm only taking economic energy in one direction. It's to PulseChain, but
I would imagine you would be able to.
The HEX that's on Pulse, I don't even know if you can bridge that over to ETH. Well, I mean, why would you want to? If you want to bridge economic energy out, you can just sell it to Pulse and bridge that over. And then there is a pair of Pulse over on ETH with ETH and one with USDC. So I think if the question is, how do I get my economic energy to fiat? You could get your HEX on the PulseChain side. You would sell it to Pulse, bridge the Pulse over, sell that to USDC, send the USDC to the exchange or whatever. Like, you choose the exact tail end of that path. But I can't get this to flip around to show me what assets.
So wrapped Pulse is just bonded liquidity with something else, so you don't have to like unwrap it or whatever. You just sell it with something else that's on the Ethereum side.
So it's not. It doesn't have to be liquidity. It doesn't have to be liquidity, like as in. But that could be one of the purposes that someone would do it.
I dropped the link in the private chat if you guys want to post it, because I don't have access to the live.
I will go and find it.
I have a question here.
Yep.
If I provide LP for EHEX and HEX, and eventually HEX goes to $2, but the other HEX is LP bound, what is my loss? Seems like I still profit from keeping HEX and earning fees.
What do they mean by LP bound? Are they talking about that Johnny thing? Like, so
maybe, yeah.
If the ratio in value changes between two assets that you have paired in an LP, you will suffer impermanent loss. Yeah. It doesn't matter what else is going on other pairs and shit like that. You will end up with more of the asset that has gone down in value relative to the other one. And this term bonded liquidity was being thrown around with this whole, like, where you make the liquidity pools deep enough that that other network participants would be unlikely to be able to shift the price. That bonds the price. It's like
meaning that probably just wouldn't happen, right?
But that hasn't happened yet and might not happen. So can you repeat the questions just so I can try and decipher the exact what they're
so I think they're saying, like, if I just if I provide LP for EHEX and HEX.
EHEX and HEX, yep. Over on PulseChain.
On PulseChain. And I think they're just asking what's the impermanent loss if it goes to $2.
Well, it depends.
If they're going to be bonded together, would there be any loss? I think
you need to know what the other asset does in price to work that out, and it wouldn't be something you could do off the top of your head anyway. Basically, you can calculate these things, but you need to know what the two assets have done relative to each other.
Well, they're talking specifically between the two hexes, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So in respect to that, then if one went up significantly, it wouldn't just like the other one wouldn't just stay down. Like one's not likely because of that liquidity bonding. You're getting it one, like the ratios wouldn't be that extravagant, I wouldn't assume.
Yeah, that's a good point. Was their question, because yeah, you're right, that their question sort of assumes they're saying this one goes to $2 and the other one just stays the same, which is that's very unlikely, as you just said.
All right, gents, I got to take off.
Thank you for coming, man.
All. Thanks for having me today.
Be safe down there. Have fun. Have a blast.
Of course. Shout out Miami.
Cheers. Wait, thank you for coming by, man. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Of course. Good to see you, Tangent, Freddie Quotes, and Tunicelli. Sorry, can't read your name.
Tupacavelli.
Tupacavelli. I like it.
Tuna salad.
Tuna salad.
Tupacavelli. All right. See you guys. Take care.
See you, man. Where did all those questions come from?
These are all in the chat, bro. So that last one was at 9:42 a.m. my time. So it would probably be 9:42 a.m. your time. I think you're 12 hours ahead.
Yeah, that's
here's
cool.
a question.
Like even though some of them weren't worded very well, like as in some of them had confusing terms in the question that made it hard, they were actually all really good questions. Like as in
that last one just seems like a concern troll of something that's not likely because of the bonded liquidity between the two.
I interpret it as they were wondering if there would actually be any impermanent loss if they're bound together and one rises, wouldn't the other rise as well? Like how would that work?
That's the concept, is like if you were doing that and it sold you into, say, HEX went up, or I don't know what they're saying, PHEX went up, one or the other one would just go up along with it anyway. So as you're selling into the other one, it's still going up along with it. Like you wouldn't have
great points. But basically, so yeah, if they stay together in price, then correct, you will not suffer impermanent loss. But that also is a dangerous assumption to make. So to assume that one will go up and the other won't is very unlikely. But the idea that
that it's not possible is retarded as well.
I wouldn't risk the assumption that they're going to stay perfectly together. There could actually be a significant difference at times between the prices on the two chains. Like I would like it if they stayed the same. I think that would be awesome, but I just don't think that'll happen.
That's definitely a chart I'm watching all the time, is the PHEX EX ratio for sure.
I got a good question here. Why is HEX on Ethereum 0.037 cents and the same bridged version on Pulse X is 0.030?
Yeah, it's
why
a good
is
question.
there
It's inefficiency. It's market inefficiency because of the bridge being blocked. So effectively, all of these ARBs that you're seeing, those ARBs only exist. So to use like an old school example, like old school in terms of in crypto timeline, there used to be something we called the kimchi premium, where Bitcoin would cost more in certain Asian countries, but you would think, oh, why don't you just buy it there and buy it here or buy it somewhere and then sell it there. It was fine to do that. You could go one way, but it was very difficult to then get the fiat back out of that country here to re-up and buy more Bitcoin. So in fact, it was even hard. The first step was hard for most people because you would need to know someone in that country to set up an exchange account to sell the coins. And so wherever you see an arbitrage, so this is a general comment now, wherever you see a financial arbitrage means there is a market inefficiency. And theoretically, it's a time-based thing. It's how long will that inefficiency linger to allow you to take advantage of that arbitrage. So most of these ARBs should shut, including the difference in prices between, say, HEX and synthetic HEX on a different chain. The price of were there other ones that were like quite obviously this one's not as direct, but even just the price of HEX on PulseChain when it was like really low, when it was like only 1 point something cents, even though technically that's not an arbitrage because it's not the same asset, but it was just like I perceived it as an artificially low price because of the inefficiency in the bridge. So it's not technically the same thing because, you know, an arbitrage is usually it's the same product or service that you identify has two different prices in two different locations. and you're taking advantage of that, buying it in one spot, taking it over to where it has a different spot where it's worth more and selling it there, or priced higher and selling it there. So, so that should solve itself.
My favorite comment of the day, I identify as PHEX. That's funny as shit.
Yeah, EHEX.
That's the thing. The OA may pair their tokens. The number of HEX stays the same. So this is from Chaos. The number of HEX stays the same. You still get hexed, just in different jars. Prices can vary. That just changes which cup is more full. I think that's what we were thinking here.
Yeah.
Shout out to
So
Crispy in the chat. How long should a person accrue incentive? As long as they humanly possibly can. I think there's going to be some alpha with the incentive token that we don't even know yet. Like everything's being slow rolled. I think that there might be something that comes out, and I don't have like any insider information, but just with the way things are playing out and the way things are rolling out, how cool would it be if there was some other, like maybe if it was tied to the wallet or something, Richard Hart wallet, or I have a feeling there's more that we don't know about. And the 20x that Abit was talking about last night on the farming for the incentive token pairs with Pulse and PulseX, that's a bonus in and of itself. I think there's going to be little nuggets like that as we continue to get deeper into this.
I want to just quickly address this one as well. So this is under the assumption that all you care about is the incentive token. So when people say it's not worth adding liquidity to that pool, so that's one of the lower ones now in terms of like how quickly you would generate incentive token. However, consider that people sometimes, and I've done this myself, supplying LP on various chains, various asset pairs with no incentive token. So you can generate yield from being an LP even if the pair doesn't have an incentive token at all. So and then the question asks, so that's the first part. There's like an assumption in there that anyone that's saying that is making that assumption that you're just trying to farm the incentive token. And then the next part of the question is there a con to adding, say, only 1 mil to its equivalent? So, I mean, doing a test is a good idea in general in crypto. The con is that you're exposing that to all the risks that you typically are exposed to, impermanent loss, contract risk, etc. The fees are low on this chain, so you can do shit like that where you just like test something and just see how it goes. I know, I won't say who it was, but another Australian hexagon was LPing on the Ethereum proof of work chain and decided that she didn't like it and was just like, this is shit. Like, this is not what I expected. So that, again, like as long as you're not getting eaten up with fees doing testing stuff, and you can learn more when you're actually doing it. So yeah, I would say that's a good idea to do a test. And yeah, so what you look for, and I'm not going to give my full spiel on LPs because that would take too long, but typically if you can find an LP where the volume traded is high in a ratio compared to the liquidity that is currently being provided, so you are a higher percentage of the pool for your economic energy that you are adding, and the amount of trades, which is what generates the fees that pay the LPs, is high. If you look for that ratio, that's how you identify the LPs that pay the highest, separate from the incentive token. So the incentive token is a separate payment to the LPs. I hope that kind of is a brief summary on answering that question. And yes, Brisology, you cannot move stake hex.
Crispy says he identifies as a pleb. And Crypto Gains Club says, more TShares, baby! I love it. Metallic Elmo, yes, the way I see it, you can buy HEX, the bridged in version, using DAI, bridged in version, for 3 cents. Bridge it back to Ethereum, where the price for HEX is 0.037 cents.
I'll just mention that for me personally, I've also been like, when I am thinking about how much I'm putting in an LP, in dollar terms, I sort of like at least 5x the dollar value, because I I know this will sound moonish, but I expect that that's kind of going to be the price performance in the very near term. So if I'm only comfortable having X amount of dollars in an LP, I'm kind of putting in about a fifth of that or less, with the expectation that very quickly that LP is going to be worth like the amount that is sort of the cap that I want it at. I know you can easily like remove the shit, but remember that your exposure to the impermanent loss, it's too late, right? Once that happens. So what I'm really saying here, actually, I should have maybe said it that way around, where if you're sort of like saying, oh, there's going to maybe be this amount of impermanent loss, remember that impermanent loss could be on assets that are worth 5 times more. And the amount that you just lost by not having as much of that asset is like, and I mean, the mad gains on one of the asset is what causes the impermanent loss. But I'm just saying, even if they're both going up, and then I think you guys get what I mean, that be aware that your calculations, you may need to factor in that some of these things are going to be going up savagely in price quickly. For anything where you're thinking in dollar terms, just maybe factor that in as a possibility.
Someone said, didn't SBF make his millions arbing BTC? And then
I believe that was a lie.
No, there's
evidence to suggest that was a fucking lie. There was evidence to suggest that was a lie. That was a cover story for how he really made it was like all the nefarious shit that he was doing.
Stealing money from, absolutely.
And possibly even getting funded by, like, notice how he hasn't gone to jail yet. Some people believe that he could have actually been funded by, like, not necessarily like global elites, but like corrupt 100%. Individuals. And then they just used the Bitcoin. They said, look, let's look historically for a story of how people made money in crypto. And that one's like one that, because there was never any evidence produced that was something that they were actually doing on public record. So there was no evidence of it occurring. It's an easy one that people believe, because it is true that you can arb these things, but they're typically much more difficult to arb than people realize. So it's like a cool story that like sounds legit enough to get it over the line. And I have to admit, I believed it when I first heard it, but now I'm very skeptical.
What are they talking about, arbing over the bridge when it could be like a 30 to 50 hour wait?
Are we still talking about FTX, or are we talking about these comments? Because I did see those comments as well, where they're like, well, this sounds too easy. It's like, it's not, because the bridge is blocked.
That's what I'm saying. So, if they're saying the other dude got money through just simple arbitration, it's like, well, if it was that simple, everyone would be doing it. Like,
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Earlier, when I said market inefficiencies, in this case, I should have said in this specific example, it's the blocked bridge that is causing that inefficiency.
Do we think Maddie is going to be back soon? My battery
it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. Oh, made it. Yes.
We made it. Yeah. that rapid fire question was
that was sick.
Was pretty fun. Yeah.
That was sick. That's kind of the vibe I've been going for in my Twitter spaces.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I like to start off with like an AMA. People ask me questions on Twitter. I go through and like just answer them like full rapid fire, but with like a bit more aggression and a bit more insults. And then I would feel comfortable doing here. And then people eventually come up to speak, and that's how we start the Twitter spaces. And then they go for like 16 to 24 hours. So I'm hoping to be able to put some kind of lid on it so that doesn't always happen like that. But yes, someone theoretically should be here to take over from me as host now.
You can't put a timer on your Twitter spaces.
But I guess we'll just continue until they get here, because we don't really have a choice, or at least you guys have a choice. I don't have a choice.
I have about a 10-minute choice unless I move downstairs. My battery is at 9%.
It's all
I will
good,
stay
man.
as
It's all
long
good.
as I can.
I'm sure.
If I just
it's
fall
only
off and rug, then
I'm sure someone will be here.
why.
I'm sure someone will be here.
I'm here making comments.
I tweeted to Dex Screener.
Sorry, you go. We were reading the same thing.
We were. I tweeted Deck Screener that PulseChain is still not listed on Deck Screener mobile app. Now I see it on mobile, but it's last. Hopefully it will catch up.
I reckon that's just a refreshing thing. Not you. It's at their end. I'm sure that it just will take time for it to like realize what the deal is, and it should obviously reflect what we're seeing on the web version.
Sticker Guy's in the chat. What's up, brother? He was such a huge help at the first penthouse party I threw, man. We ran out of mixers and ice, and he was up and down into the lobby helping get stuff, man. Just such a rock star dude, always looking to help out every way that he possibly can.
Yeah.
I remember watching that stream where Richard was going around doing his meet and greets all over Europe, and Sticker Guy shows up and was asking all the questions. It was funny watching that thing live, man, but definitely an asset to the community, and he usually helps out Maddie a lot with these streams in the background, doing everything that he can. So shout out to Sticker Guy.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, that's like an amazing attitude, the sort of like volunteering to help the community sort of thing. And obviously Richard must have won him over in attitude at that time when they met in person, and he asked like 1 billion questions.
Yeah.
That was rapid fire.
The chat was getting frustrated.
Richard answers the questions in detail, you know?
Yeah. But he was genuine about it. It's not like he was trolling Richard. He like generally wanted to know.
Yeah, you could tell, man. It was like
yeah.
notepad and pen level, genuine question asking, not not concerned trolling. Yeah.
PulseChain wave, baby.
So yeah, for those of you who are fresh to the stream, we've got 424 people, so we need 4 people to leave so we can 420 that shit. PulseChain is number 3 on Deck Screener.
Oh, my back. Oh,
yeah, same, dude. When I get off this stream, the first thing I'm doing, I'm drinking, I'm eating, and then I'm going like foam rolling. So we're number 3 on Deck Screener.
All right, cool.
We're killing it over there. We've got.
I'm almost done. We're just waiting for our replacements to come in. Hey, bud.
Freddie, your mic is hot.
Watermelon. Okay, hold on, buddy. All right, give me 1 second, tangent.
So. I'm just now. What else have we got here? So 48-hour crypto stream. Yes.
What's up,
Maddie? Welcome back, man.
Hey. So
dude, we had so much fun, man. We had an amazing time. Like we've had a really fun time.
I can't wait to listen to it back. I've gotten my beauty rest. My clavicle is healing steadfastly. And
do you think the stem cells do you think the stem cells helped?
Not sure yet.
Okay.
But I hear really good results for lots of other people.
How long ago was your surgery?
So I've been using the word surgery to talk about the stem cells because I don't want people to come up to me at the meetup and give me like a bear hug and like reverse all my progress. But really the stem cell like treatment was like 5 days ago. So and I never got a surgery, but it's just been healing the old-fashioned way.
The reason I asked, the owner of the company that I worked for before Richard Hart hooked us up and allowed me to do other things with my life, he's had back problems forever. And I spoke with him the other day because he's a Hexakin and he had questions about Pulse and all that stuff.
They have good results with that. I can definitely share the info.
He told me, I mean, he forgot what it was like to not have back pain. And he said for 2 weeks, he thought it was a mistake. He was like, I swear to God, dude, I thought I made the worst mistake of my life having the stem cell stuff done. But at the 2-week mark, it instantly hit and I haven't had pain. And I forgot what it was like to not have pain. Yeah. He said these 2 weeks.
That's not a joke.
2 more weeks.
Yeah. No, that's
you guys
serious.
think I'm joking, but I really did hear about 2 weeks in the stem cell world.
Yep. He said 2 weeks was the point, and literally like magic overnight at that 2-week point, it changed his life. So that's why I was kind of asking how long it had been since you had started.
Yeah. Like PulseChain and my stem cells, they're like the same age. So we're going to be having birthdays together and everything.
That's awesome, man. Well, your beauty sleep definitely paid off. You look great.
Thanks,
There was a
man.
comment earlier in the chat that said, I don't want to ever hear the words soon or 2 weeks ever again. Like,
what's the
Oh my
next
God.
2-year crypto we're gonna wait for? The
Would you
wallet?
guys would you guys mind hopping over to the other stream that I'm starting now, and just that way we could say our goodbyes there and have a little bit of continuity while we move into the next part
yeah,
of the
sure.
program?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize. Was I supposed to switch to a new stream, or this is the?
No.
Is there a link?
This is perfect.
Oh yeah. Oh sorry. Yeah, we're 950. We're 950. Very cool. All right, let's
Yeah.
go. All right, I'll see
Awesome.
we will see you all on the other stream to say goodbyes.
Awesome.
And I'm putting this
Is
in
there
the
a
private
link?
chat.
Okay, cool.
Look in the private chat there to get the link. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the like and subscribe button before you leave the stream. I really hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for being here. We're making crypto history. And yeah, we'll be starting live now any second. Let me see. Let me throw up the banner here. All right, there we go.